You are my sunshine, my only sunshine. You keep me happy when skies are gray. You'll never know, dear,
Welcome to an evening of old-time radio.
Welcome to an evening of old-time radio. I'm Greg, and this is Hard Boiled. Hope you like this compilation I've put together for you today. Some well-known and some lesser-known or different hard-boiled detective and mystery shows in the lineup. And as always, I've remastered and optimized the audio of each one to bring them up to today's high-quality audio standards. Okay, let's dive in. If you dig hard-boiled detectives, you gotta dig Broadway as my beat. Detective Danny Clover was the quintessential street-savvy, tough, cynical investigator, first played by Anthony Ross and then by Larry Thor. This episode, the Steve Courtney murder case, was actually the first show played by Larry Thor, originally broadcast on June 23, 1950. A wealthy tycoon dies, but when Clover gets a letter and call claiming the death was actually a murder, he has to dig in to find out the truth. I love the show and the gritty, almost poetic narration. It has some of the best writing, in my humble opinion, of any old-time radio show and is one of the best hard-boiled shows. Next up, The House by the Sea from Jeff Regan, Investigator. Another great, but unfortunately short-lived show. The great Jack Webb played Jeff Regan, known as the Lion's Eye, as he works for Anthony J. Lyon of the International Detective Bureau. The show ran from July to December 1948 with Webb, and then from October 49 to August of 1950 with Frank Graham in the title role. In this episode, Regan, played by Webb, is sent off on a job for a phony mind reader named Prince Carew by his assistant, after Carew was threatened with murder over the phone. This is another of the great hard-boiled detective shows, with Webb's deadbeat, street-hardened delivery. There's been a lot of speculation over why Webb left after only 5 months. Many think it was that he was asking for too much money, some for not getting along with the director, but who knows. After that is Candy Matson, one of the rare female detectives, and one of the only hard-boiled female detectives. Natalie Masters played the tough and savvy investigator in San Francisco, who was apparently a knockout, but also extremely smart and not afraid to get her hands dirty. She is assisted by her best friend Rembrandt Watson, played by Jack Thomas, and her love interest Ray Millard, played by Henry Leff. It ran for 2 years, but only 14 of the 92 episodes survive, unfortunately. In this one, the movie company, Candy visits a friend of hers at a movie company that happens to be filming in San Francisco. And of course, she winds up investigating a series of murders that occur. It originally aired on August 29th, 1950. Next up is that popular detective show, The Adventures of Philip Marlowe, starring Van Heflin for the first 3 months in 1947, and then returning in 1948 with Gerald Moore playing the famous Raymond Chandler character until the show's end in 1951. In The Restless Day, Marlowe is visited by a man who tells him that the accidental death of a yacht owner from a fuel explosion, as reported by the newspaper, is untrue, and that it actually was a murder. The man knows this because he was the man who was murdered. Then we have I Hate Crime and Larry Kent, the former American reporter turned private investigator in Australia, played by Ken Wayne. In Moira, Kent is approached by a strange, beautiful woman named Moira on the street in Sydney, who tells him to pretend to be her friend, and she whispers that a man is following her. Once out of danger, she abruptly leaves with no explanation. Later, she calls him and invites him over, and then Kent finds himself involved in a bizarre story of lies, blackmail, and some very strange and exciting twists and turns before its conclusions. All right, let's enjoy these great shows, and I'll be back in a bit.
Broadway's My Beat, from Times Square to Columbus Circle, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world.
Broadway's My Beat, with Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover.
There's a thing about Broadway. It mixes well with the sunlight. On a noonday of summertime, the concrete strikes silver glints, and the mob is nicely proportioned with silken ankles and dachshunds and wind-blown hairdos. And an organ grinder plays background music for the big grin and the clown's funny nose. At headquarters, I stood watching it, pushing away the time for the filling out of my routine reports. The diversions were down there in the streets, the girl and the yellow silk dress she wore, both knowing about summer and loving the feel of it. Then I heard two things. A sigh that came from me, and a phone ringing that came from the phone. Danny Clover speaking.
Did you do what I told you?
Who is this?
Did you do it, Mr. Clover?
I don't understand. Who am I talking to?
I wrote you a letter about Stephen Courtney.
But Stephen Courtney's dead.
Yes, I know he's dead. What's the matter with you? Everybody knows he's dead.
What's your interest in Courtney? Who are you?
Can't you see it doesn't matter who I am? Can't you understand? Stephen Courtney...
Hello. Hello. Hello.
He was murdered.
It started that way. The anonymous call, impossible to trace. The sifting through the dust of a man's death. Stephen Courtney's dying had for a moment upset the delicate balance of many worlds. Of finance, of corporate bodies, of dynasties in oil and steel, and the breeding of racing horses. The decay that for months had wasted his body had forced him finally down to the level of all old men who must die. The headlines wept, the commentators lamented. The memos came down from chairmen of boards. There'd be a minute of silence for the death of Stephen Courtney. But now it was spoiled. Now a voice cried murder, and a policeman must listen. In the Records Bureau, I found Stephen Courtney's death certificate. Cause of death, heart failure. Date of death, June 16th. Attending physician, Dr. Arthur Fulbright. In his office, Dr. Fulbright was poised, curious, and annoyed.
Permit me to understand. You're questioning my diagnosis of the cause of Steve Courtney's death?
We can put it that way if you want.
On what do you base this sudden presumption?
You have a right to know. On a phone call.
From whom? Another doctor? Some quack who wants to destroy my reputation? Chooses to degrade me by having me questioned by the police?
It came from a woman.
Who?
She didn't say. All she said was Stephen Courtney was murdered.
That's preposterous. Steve Courtney died last week as I had expected him to die, of a coronary disorder. You knew he would die of it, as I knew it, his family, his servants, his enterprises.
But you'll fill me in, huh, Doctor, because I wasn't that privileged.
The newspapers had it for months. How old Steve was bedridden. How he had chosen me as intimate friend to be his attending physician. How I kept him by sheer know-how from death's door.
Still, he died.
There are things in heaven and earth.
Yeah. Tell me about his dying.
Normal. I had a call from his estate on Long Island. I canceled all other calls, went out there. Found old Steve lying sprawled on the floor, dead. Peacefully dead.
You said he was bedridden. Why was he...
Why was he on the floor? I confess the question occurred to me at the time, but then I rejected it. Like everything else, old Steve chose his own way of dying.
Describe it to me exactly, how you found him.
I have. He was sprawled in the middle of the room. He had knocked over a radio on a... That's strange.
What is?
The radio. I'd left explicit instructions. Nothing of the sort was to be in the room with him. Too exciting. Now, what do you know? Old Steve defied me.
Yeah, I guess he did at that. Sometimes it slips out of our hands, doesn't it, Doctor? It took about an hour to drive to Long Island and the estate of Stephen Courtney, and enough time driving through the estate to make an observation. The grass is always greener in a rich man's backyard, and plants that are only supposed to grow in the tropics will blossom on Long Island as long as they're nurtured by thumbs turned green by association with money. The plenipotentiary of the hibiscus beds told me he didn't know whether there was anyone in the house or not. But try at the track, he said. Yeah, the racetrack, way down there. Miss Lilla would probably be there. She always was. Then some more of the tour to the private track of the late Stephen Courtney. When I got there, the decor was still intact. A golden girl riding a black racing stallion, and a man leaning over the rails holding a stopwatch.
He did fine, Miss Lilla, just fine.
Whoa, Sun Prince. Steady, boy. Steady, that's the boy. How did he do, Joseph?
101 and 2/5 for the 5 furlongs. I'll help you down, Miss Lilla.
All right. Who's your friend?
Huh?
Your friend.
I didn't notice any. Hey, what are you doing here, mister?
My name's Danny Clover.
I didn't ask
Hi,
you that.
Danny. Cool off, Sun Prince, Freddie. What can we do for you, Danny?
I'm from the police.
Fine. I'm Lilla Courtney. This is Joseph O'Donoghue, our trainer.
How do, Mr. O'Donoghue?
What's the police want with Miss Lilla?
Joseph takes care of me.
I see he does.
The old man said I should. The old man said that, Miss Lilla.
Joseph?
That day he died. The next morning from that, his voice said to me, Joseph, you see that Miss Lilla is all right.
When did my father tell you that?
The morning after he died. Your daddy still talks to me. The way he always did.
I'm glad. Things like that happen to Joseph, Mr. Clover. Once... Well...
No, tell me about it.
I once chartered a plane to take some people down to Baltimore last year's Christmas. Joseph said don't go. A voice came to him while he was sleeping and said, tell Miss Lilla not to go. But I went. The plane crashed. I was the only one who came out of it alive. Even at that... Well, here, feel my knee, Danny.
Well,
Go ahead, you'll see. The doctor said I'd be a cripple for life.
Dr. Fulbright?
Oh, you know him?
We just met.
Don't go back to him, Danny. I think he's incompetent.
But he diagnosed your father's sickness as heart disease.
I know. Oh, I suppose I'm being malicious. Of course, Daddy had trouble with his heart. Of course, Dr. Fulbright is competent.
What about the radio in your father's room?
What did you say, Danny?
The radio. Your father wasn't supposed to have a radio in his room. He did on the day he died.
He did? Now, I don't understand either. Why are you here? Why is a policeman asking me questions about Daddy?
Call it routine.
Don't talk to him, Miss Lilla.
Joseph.
I got a feeling about it. I say don't talk to him.
Danny, I'm sorry. I've got to go now.
There's some questions, Miss
You'd better
Courtney.
talk to my brother. He's around someplace. Try the house. I just can't talk to you, Danny.
Admire our graveyard of dead animals?
Oh, yeah, quite a trophy room.
Yes, that stuffed specimen you're looking at, Bengal tiger.
Huh?
Many brave souls lie asleep in the deep Hindu jungle, all because old Steve wanted to bring home a pussycat.
Old Steve, your father?
My father. Brandy?
No. Then you're Burl.
Yep. Mother and I got along fine. But old Steve said the boy is hard to handle, so he called me Burl. He thought that would make Mother angry, but Mother fooled him. She died a long time ago. First of the day, it says here.
You know who I am, why I'm here?
No, the domestic staff is agog with it.
A woman called me. Said your father was murdered.
It's a free country. They have the vote. They can say people were murdered, even my father. Maybe it proves something.
Like what?
That the old man was human enough to die when someone killed him. I didn't know that about him. I thought he always picked his own time and place for everything.
Then you think he died because he was ready to die?
What does it matter? He's dead and I'm rich. We're all rich.
It'll be easier if you try to stay sober.
Sober. When was that? All right, I'll stay sober.
You said you're all rich. Who?
Lilla. I watched you from a window. An exciting thing, Lilla, wouldn't you say?
Lilla. Who else?
Yeah, you wouldn't say. Well, there's O'Donoghue. He got a big hunk. And the cook and the maids and the nurse. And a man in Iowa who shined my father's shoes once.
The nurse. Who was she?
Alice Barnett. Nursed the old man for years. It paid off.
Where is she?
Who knows? Old Steve dies. Nursey goes somewhere to cry. Leaves this nice, big, cozy mausoleum. No Nursey anywhere.
She lived here.
Mm-hmm. Bed and board and street dresses. Who cares?
We do. I'll phone headquarters to find her.
Good hunting.
Donahue, the trainer, he told me your father talks to him even now.
My father. Joseph hears voices all the time. About a month ago, he had a 3-way conversation with Orville and Wilbur Wright.
There was a radio in your father's room when he died. How did it get there?
You know, I wouldn't know.
But he was dying. Surely you...
I was a most unfilial son. Look, why don't you ask Nursey when you find her? See, she knew about things like that. Yeah, you just ask Nursey. I earned this, no?
Welcome back to the doldrums, Danny.
Huh?
I was just leaving headquarters for the day. I thought it would be nice of me to welcome you back to them, the doldrums.
What are you talking about, Detective?
Well, Danny, since you have been cavorting with society and munching scones with the Blue Bloods, I wondered if you would be the same old Danny.
And am I?
Did you bring me a scone, Danny?
No scones. Tell me one thing. What about the nurse, Alice Barnett? Did you find her?
She is being as scarce as a...
You didn't find her, huh?
As a...
Danny Clover speaking.
You'd better get up here, Mr. Clover.
Who is this?
Burl.
What's the trouble?
It's your business to find out. Get up here. Somebody just got beaten to death.
Over here! Over here!
He's in there with... Get him out! Get him out!
It was a design in horror, done in grotesques. The horse, rearing, screaming, clawing its hooves against the stall. The girl, disheveled, twisted with terror, pleading with it.
Tia, leave him alone, no more. Leave him alone, Tia!
Burl, dazed, helpless, sodden with fright, with drunkenness. The blazing moon setting fire to the web of blood that reached out from under the stall gate.
Tia, no more! Tia!
Burl, help me. Help me get that horse out of there.
I can't. I've been trying. I can't. Tia's a good girl.
Help me. Help me.
All right, don't slap me anymore. All right.
I'll open the gate. You grab her mane. Come on. Now.
Come on, Tia. There's a good girl. Come on, Tia. I can't hold her. I can't.
Let her go.
Joseph. Oh, poor Joseph. Poor dead Joseph. Dead Joseph.
What happened? Lila, what happened?
I don't know. I was coming back from a moonlight ride. I heard Joseph scream. Tia was standing over him when I found him, trampling him with her hooves. I tried to pull her away. I called Burl. We tried.
Tia must have kicked him. He fell, and then she... till he died. Tia.
No, not like that, Burl. Joseph died because he was murdered.
You are listening to Broadway's My Beat, written by Morton Fine and David Friedkin, and starring Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover. Don't let a rainy day find you unprepared. Start saving for that rainy day right now by buying United States savings bonds. If you hold on to your bonds until they mature, you'll get back $4 for every $3 you invested. Buy United States savings bonds regularly.
In June, Broadway bursts out all over. It lolls in the breezes of the air-conditioned movie, compares postcards from the family in the Catskills. It drinks deep of the neon-scented summer air, sighs, and wishes Mom and the kids would stay there, because Broadway's having a wonderful time. 60 girls, 60 will pass a given point at any given hour. The music drifting out of the Diamond Dance pavilions is like partaking of an open-air band concert. And the drama on the front pages, a movie. A sheer, unadulterated drive-in movie. Consider, a tycoon dies, someone calls up, says it's murder. A horse trainer is kicked to death by a horse gone crazy with the moonlight. The police say it's murder. Where else but on Broadway can you spend a summer in such a way? And in the technical lab, a man in shirt sleeves wipes the sweat off his lips, breathes on a magnifying glass, wipes it on his pants, invites you to hold it to a photograph.
Have a look, Mr. Clover. I suppose congratulations are in order. All because you made a lucky guess.
Huh?
Well, come. It was only a guess, was it not? You're saying this Joseph O'Donoghue was murdered? Well, anyway, the photographs, my analysis, quite bear you out.
They do?
Oh, yes. This one in particular. See the back of the skull. It's quite plain on this one that O'Donoghue was beaten to death. But not by a horse. By a weapon to make it look like a horse.
Horseshoe, I'll bet.
But not of the type affected by thoroughbreds, by racehorses. More like one off a truck horse or one that pulls a milk wagon. Ergo, considering the circumstances, my view is the man was murdered by a human wielding a heavy horseshoe. He... Technical. Conrad speaking. Yes, he is here. Yes, I will tell him, certainly. There is a woman waiting for you in your office, a Miss Alice Barnett. Lucky guess, huh, Mr. Clover?
Yeah, I didn't even have a magnifying glass. Miss Barnett?
Yes.
We've been looking for you.
Yes, I thought perhaps you were. I've come to give myself up.
You're the one who called me, who told me Steve and Courtney had been murdered.
Yes, I wrote you a letter, too. But there must be many things you want to ask me.
There are. Why'd you hide?
Because I was foolish. Because I was frightened. Because I don't really know. It's all mixed up. You see, Stephen and I were going to be married.
Oh?
As soon as he got well, it was all planned. It would have been exciting to be married to Stephen. Not for the money, just for Stephen.
He was much older.
Was he? I loved him. I didn't notice.
I see. Why do you think he was murdered?
Because it happened on my day off. Because I don't think he would have died if I'd been there.
Where were you?
In town, shopping, walking in the park, feeding the pigeons. In St. Patrick's for a while. It was quiet there, restful.
But no place we can check.
No, I don't think so.
On your days off, who took your place?
We had an arrangement with the nurses' registry. I don't know who it was that day. It was usually a different nurse each week.
I'll check. Where?
On Madison at 49th. It's in the book.
You think Stephen was murdered. In your opinion, who would have a reason?
Whoever wanted all the money. The money Stephen would have settled on me as his wife. Lilla, Burl, O'Donoghue.
But O'Donoghue's been murdered. That makes the jackpot bigger for the rest of you, doesn't it?
It does. It means another $50,000 for me. I don't know about the others.
Where were you the night O'Donoghue was murdered?
At a movie. It's a feeble alibi, isn't it?
I'm holding you, Miss Barnett, on suspicion of murder. Miss Barnett accepted it. She folded her hands in her lap and waited patiently until a man in uniform nudged his head through the door, got the signal from me, and gave the signal to her. Somehow I got the idea that as long as she would stay in jail, people would spend their time apologizing to her. It was a time for thinking about things. Too many people had been unconcerned about the death of Stephen Courtney. And in the murder of Joseph O'Donoghue, the man who heard voices, there, that was the thing to think about. Somehow the first death necessitated the second. And in the matter of the nurse sent by the registry, that also needed looking into. I did.
The receptionist said you were a policeman.
That's right.
You wish to hire a nurse? Maternity? Your wife?
No, it's not that at all. We're conducting an investigation.
And you want to see me?
That's right. It's about one of your nurses.
One of the newer ones, I suppose. If you would have seen the crop that just graduated, that just registered with us, some of them are pretty.
I wouldn't know. I want some information about the nurse assigned to the case of Stephen Courtney.
There were several of them. I'm afraid you'll have to help me if you want me to help you.
The relief nurse assigned to Mr. Courtney on June 16th, the day he died.
Facts. That's what I like. Now, we shall see. Courtney. You see, we have them cross-filed. Patient's name, nurse's name, doctor's name, name of the illness. Courtney. J. Courtney. S. Samuel. Courtney S. Stephen. Here we are. I said, here we are.
Tell me about it. I was never much good with charts.
Each little line has a meaning all its own. As you see here, there is no line at all opposite the date of June 16. So we turn the chart over.
Naturally.
And we see the reason why, written in longhand. On June 16, there was a phone call from the Courtney household telling us not to send a replacement on that day.
Oh? Who called and said that?
Why, I wouldn't know. For information like that, you'd have to go straight to the source. Naturally.
Perhaps if I'm more explicit, Mr. Clover, you'll understand. No one is to go into Miss Lilla's room. Not even the police.
Those are your orders, Doctor?
Precisely mine.
Then you won't mind justifying them to the mere police.
Justify? What presumption you people have. However, Miss Lilla is quite ill. Psychotic shock. 2 people she loved very much are dead. She tried to stave off the inevitable by writing gaiety, etc., but it's caught up with her. Natural in a woman of Miss Lilla's sensitive fiber.
Yeah, I guess it is. Doctor, who gave the order that no replacement nurse was needed the day Stephen died? You?
I haven't the slightest idea what you're talking about. No nurse? Well, that's preposterous. Surely not.
Get out of here!
Why, whatever could
Psychotic shock, huh? Sensitive fiber, huh, Doctor?
You're vicious, Burl. You're ugly and vicious and drunk.
Oh, no, little sister, don't throw anything else. It'll only bring on a relapse. Come on now, poor, sick little sister. Out of bed!
Leave her alone, Burl. Are you all right, Lila?
Are you all right, Lila? Sure, you're all right. Everybody thinks you're so sick, little sister.
Shut up, Burl.
You can't say that to me. I am the master here now. You, Lila, O'Donoghue, old Steve, I crack the whip, and
Burl. Burl, are you hurt?
He'll be all right. Just let him sleep it off.
I'm sorry. Sorry you had to see us like this, Danny. It's all so ugly. So like they want us to be in the papers, isn't it?
You're not really sick, are you?
No, Danny, just tired. I fixed it up with Dr. Fulbright so they'd leave me alone. I don't know, doing it this way. Maybe it proves I really am sick. You think?
Lila, listen to me. The day your father died, there should have been a nurse here. Why wasn't there?
I don't know. We thought maybe things got all mixed up down at the nurse's registry. No one showed up.
Because they were called and told not to. Who did that, Lila?
Someone called it. I don't know. I don't know who it could have been, Danny. I told you I don't know.
Try to think, Lila.
I told you. Get out, get out. I can't take any more.
Look at it, Danny.
The boys found it, huh? It's not pretty.
A horseshoe nailed to a club. They dug it up back of the far turn of the Courtney track. Murder weapon, Danny? The thing that beat O'Donoghue to death?
I'd say so, Tartaglia.
You know, it's not enough. I'm up to my elbows in the solution of this case with horses. But I had to go to the movies last night.
Poor you.
Comes the newsreel and more horses. The running of the Westfall Handicap. Nip and tuck all the way home. Oh, Danny, that Sunprince. What a horse.
Who?
Sunprince, the horse that almost won the Westfall Handicap. I'm telling you, I almost had heart failure.
Why?
Well, look, here was this horse, 6 lengths out in front. He stumbles, throws his jockey.
This Westfall Handicap, when was it run?
Oh, Danny, I can see you are a man who is not smitten by the bobtails. This handicap was run last Saturday. Let's see, June 16th.
Gino, you went and did it. You put 2 and 2 together.
And I got 4, huh?
Not only that, Gino, you got a murder. There was no hurry after that. I took my time driving out to the Courtney estate. I didn't even have to go to the house. I saw what I was looking for on a small knoll that overlooked the grounds. Lila. Lila holding the reins of a black stallion, standing against the early evening. A precise composition, sculptured to catch the eye. There was a flaw to it. Lila had seen me coming, and the pose she'd struck was too studied, too pat. But it held until I walked to her, touched her arm.
Oh.
You've recovered, Lila.
Not really. Look at me. How do I look?
The same. You've got some more clothes on than the last time I saw you. Outside of that, the same.
I'm glad. But I need this. The quiet, the evening, riding. Do you want to ride with me, Danny?
No.
I expected you to come. I thought sometime soon you'd come back and use the gamut of
Let's ride together, Lila, and I made it easy for you. Now I don't understand you at all.
I'm trying to make up my mind about you.
Oh, how can you? You're not really trying.
Whether murder becomes you or not.
It made me ill for a while. You saw that.
You're faking, Lila. It's how you reacted to committing murder.
Me?
Your father's murder, O'Donoghue's.
Oh, you're a fool, Danny.
Your father's murder, by attending him yourself instead of a nurse, by turning on the radio when his prize horse raced. The excitement when the horse stumbled stopped your father's heart and brought you a lot of money.
Is that murder? Because a horse stumbled, because my father's heart stopped, eventually it'll happen to all of us.
O'Donoghue, because you were afraid of him. Because you really believed he heard voices. Because you thought one day your father's voice might tell Joseph who killed him.
Ride with me, Danny?
No. Come on, Lila.
You're a fool. Son, Prince!
Get off that horse.
Up, Prince! Up! Kill him, Prince! Kill him!
The stallion reared high, pawed at the gathering darkness. His jowls flecked with foam. Then a hoof caught me, spun me. And again, I looked up from the ground. He was a monster, poised on his haunches.
Prince!
And suddenly he lost balance, fell to his back, recovered. And in an instant, he was a fleeting shadow. And I got to the girl, and I got to Lila. She was small and huddled. She didn't move. Only in her eyes was their life. And it held briefly. Then it stopped. When the night turns into Broadway, the streets burst into fragments of electric flame, fling reflections hard into the shadows. It's a piece torn out of a jagged dream, the twisted concrete. The blare that ebbs, then screams again. The faces that dart and waver and are lost forever. It's Broadway, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world. Broadway, my beat.
Broadway's My Beat stars Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover with Charles Calvert as Tartaglia. The program was produced and directed by Elliott Lewis. The musical score was composed and conducted by Alexander Courage. Included in tonight's cast were Joan Banks, Mary Lansing, Florence Lake, Francis X. Bushman, Elliott Reed, and Junius Matthews. For more adventures with Danny Clover and Broadway's My Beat, CBS invites you to make a date with them for Monday evening, July 3rd. Yes, after tonight's broadcast, Broadway's My Beat moves to Mondays for the summer, starting July 3rd. Next week at this time, you'll hear the premiere broadcast of a new CBS show called Songs for Sale, featuring Jan Murray, Tony Bennett, and Ray Bloch's orchestra. Celebrities from the music world will meet songwriters with unpublished music on Songs for Sale, and you'll find it's full of fun and tunes of all kinds. Be sure to join us Monday, July 3rd, for the next broadcast of Broadway's My Beat. Joe Walters speaking. This is CBS, where the Goldbergs are every Saturday night. The Columbia Broadcasting System.
My name's Jeff Regan. I get 10 a day in expenses from a detective bureau run by a guy named Lyon. Anthony J. Lyon. They call me the Lion's Eye.
With Jack Webb as Jeff Regan, investigator, stand by for hard-boiled action and mystery and thrilling adventure in tonight's story of The House by the Sea.
This is the way it started. I walked in the office about 11 o'clock that morning. It was a nice, warm day, and I didn't have much on my mind. That's the trouble with nice days. You take a couple of easy breaths, open somebody's door, and it's just like peeling a wrapper off an atomic bomb. The lion was in his den, sitting behind his desk. You couldn't tell where he left off and the desk began. He was talking to a girl with a flock of black hair. She was the kind you see driving a Cadillac convertible down Sunset Boulevard on hot Sunday afternoons. No wonder the lion's cigar was out. It was wet on both ends.
Well, come in, Regan, come in. I was just about to call you, but now that you're here, it makes things simpler. Miss Carmen, this is Mr. Regan.
How do you do, Mr. Regan? Mr. Lyon tells me you're just the man I want.
You said the same thing to a mortician last week.
He is the man I want, Mr. Lyon.
Well, that's fine, Miss Carmen. I knew you'd be pleased. I'm very proud of Jeffrey.
As long as I'm in the cast, how about a look at the script, huh?
Miss Carmen is associated with the famous psychic consultant, Prince Carew.
I help the prince look into people's minds.
Well, that ought to be real fun if all your customers are under 6.
You don't believe in thought transference, Mr. Regan.
Do you?
I said I help the prince.
Prince Carew sent Miss Carmen to retain an operator, Jeffrey. It's a very delicate matter, and I'm placing the entire case in your hands.
Why didn't he come himself?
Do you disapprove of me?
I just want to know what's what.
Well, Prince Carew never appears in public. He prefers to spend his time in meditation and thought.
Yeah.
I handle all of his outside contacts.
So, Jeffrey, you just drive on out to Prince Carew's home in Oceantown with Miss Carmen and speak to the prince.
What kind of a retainer did he send? How much did you get?
Now, see here, Regan, we don't discuss finances in front of clients.
Oh, stop it, will you? This is another blind spot. You don't know what it's all about. All you know is she waltzed in here with a check, and you'd sell your grandmother to a glue factory for $2. How do I know I won't wind up being a patsy again?
Is there any way I can reassure you?
Buy me a battleship.
Jeffrey, have I ever involved you in anything that I wouldn't undertake myself? Have I ever knowingly imperiled your life?
Yeah.
Jeffrey.
Come on, lady. What's it all about? You work for the guy.
Well, I really don't know. He was excited this morning, called me in, gave me this address, and told me to make arrangements.
He must have told you something.
He never tells me anything. As you say, I just work for him. Well?
All right, I'm hired.
Good. Now call me, Jeffrey. Call me if you run into any trouble.
Well, I asked her how about lunch. She said no. I asked her about dinner. She said something that meant no, so I gave up. You know, it's like that sometimes. The flag's up, the meter's ticking, and you're not getting anywhere. But from a couple of things she told me, I got the idea she was doing more than just helping the prince read minds. Well, his place turned out to be a good hour from downtown Los Angeles, up 101. It was a couple of stories of glass and concrete leaning out over the ocean. It was high and dry and quiet up there. And you got a feeling you should be hearing things and feeling things when you looked down and saw that water banging around the bottom of the cliff. She unlocked the door, and a guy in a white turban and some pants that looked like oversized diapers and a pair of tennis shoes was standing there. He had a big curved knife hanging around his waist, and he put his hand on it when he saw me.
Right this way, Mr. Regan.
Who's he, the butcher?
Oh, that's Telly. He works for the prince. Manservant. He's from India.
Yeah, I'll bet the Indians were glad to get rid of him.
Telly's harmless, tongueless, and he doesn't hear. I like you, Mr. Regan.
Come in. Thelma, my dear, you've returned with spoils. Welcome, sir, welcome.
Mr. Regan, this is Prince Carew.
Regan, the lion's eye. I've heard of you, Mr. Regan. I'm honored. Sit down. That'll be all, Thelma. Charming girl. Hmm?
She handle all your outside contacts?
Most efficiently. Except, of course, for matters that I must handle personally.
What kind of matters?
I'm in trouble, Mr. Regan, and I beg your assistance.
Well, it's all paid for.
Correct. But there's a personal bonus in this for you.
Why?
Because, sir, I want you to save my life.
You look healthy to me.
I am healthy, let me assure you. But my life has been threatened.
Well, that'd come under police business, wouldn't it?
Normally. Didn't Miss Carmen explain that this was a delicate matter?
Yeah, she did. Why didn't she call the police?
I'm hardly in a position to ask the police for assistance, Mr. Regan. It is a delicate matter.
Outside it says you're a mind reader, all right? What am I thinking now?
That I'm a charlatan, a faker, and that I'm trying to hide something from you.
That gets you the cigar.
It's been a very lucrative arrangement for the most part and very satisfactory. Except, of course, for the annoyance of having my life threatened.
Who's the guy?
It would be of no consequence if it were a man. It's a lady, Mr. Regan. A very beautiful and lovely creature. And she'd like nothing better than to see my carcass go out with the tide.
Why does she want to kill you?
A matter of confidence. Suffice it to say that she is thoroughly capable of doing just that.
How do you know?
1, she is erratic, ill-tempered, ruthless. 2, she called me this morning and told me what she intended to do.
She giving you a chance to reach for your gun?
To reach for you, Mr. Regan.
What do you want me to do?
I feel the entire matter could be settled amicably if you were to call on her. Inform her that you are my personal bodyguard and that you are here to protect my life.
You think she'd go for that?
I'm positive.
How long you been blackmailing her?
What?
Well, your racket might last 6 months or a year, but not long enough to pay for a place like this. The answer's blackmail, isn't it?
Okay. I should have told you.
How do you do it?
I can slip them into a trance. They spill a family secret or two. I push a buck that way.
That's nice.
If they want their minds read, I read them. $25 a brain.
And shakedown.
The guy's got to eat.
You put the squeeze on her.
She's an actress. She was in on a deal at the studios.
She wouldn't shake?
At first, I just told her I had to have a larger fee. Then they come out with it, cold turkey.
And she said she'd blow your head off.
Yeah, she's the kind. I went wrong on this one. I'm in a spot.
Who is she?
Grace Nichols, movie actress. Ever heard of her?
Redhead.
Makes you want to go home and kick your wife downstairs if you got one.
That good?
Better. But she means this business about bumping me. And I won't look good dead.
All right, where's she live?
Over in the Palisades. Here's her address. You going over there now?
Yeah.
Be careful.
She isn't gunning for me.
That isn't what I mean. There's a skinny boy there. He's nasty, no callers. Name of Tim Rogers.
I'll remember that.
I hope you can talk her out of it. I've been sweating. I don't want to shake her down. I just want to get a little sleep at night.
I left him sitting there, scratching his bald head under his turban. He looked about as happy as a guy who just ate a Vaseline sandwich. Well, Grace's place was too big for a marble game and too small for football. I think I remember reading something about how she got it from her third husband. There was a big wire fence all around it and a sign every 15 or 20 feet telling you not to trespass. So I parked my car outside the driveway and walked up to the front door. A guy in a chauffeur's uniform was standing there. He looked like a razor blade with arms. He gave me the fisheye and blew smoke in my face and kind of nudged me with his shoulder.
Move on, Pilgrim. No handouts here.
I came to see Grace Nichols.
Yeah.
I got business with her.
Yeah.
So tell her I'm here.
Blow.
You always like this, or did you miss lunch today?
I don't know who you are, Pilgrim, but I don't like you. Beat it.
I know you. There's something about a guy in a lineup.
Yeah?
He memorizes real easy.
Copper.
Investigator.
Private or city, I don't care. You all smell the same.
This isn't hunting season. You always carry a .38?
Does it show?
Maybe you got a broken rib.
A real funny guy. I met all kinds of funny guys. Drifted.
I said I wanted to see her.
And I said she wasn't in.
All right, I'll tell you once more. I got business with her.
So do a couple of hundred other guys.
Watchdog?
Ah, you're getting smart.
You weren't.
What kind of a crack is that?
I want to see her, I'm going to see her.
Trick I learned a long time ago. Shoot a guy in the knee and he'll never walk straight again.
You ever done it?
Oh, yeah. That's how I learned.
Ow! That's one I learned, baby.
Well, I might have to get a new chauffeur. You looking for a job?
I already got one, lady.
Timmy's going to be awfully upset when he finds out what happened to him. When someone works for me, they have to be perfect. Want his job?
They wouldn't let me in.
I'll let you in. You, do that kind of thing often?
When I have to.
I suppose you have a name.
It's Regan. I'm a private investigator.
All right, Mr. Regan, you've ruined a perfectly good chauffeur and bodyguard, and you're in my house. What have we got to talk about?
A guy named Carew.
The prince? Must we talk about him?
He thinks you're dangerous stuff.
So do a lot of people. Tell me, Mr. Regan, what do you think?
About what?
Me.
Right now, or when I'm a couple of feet away?
Right now.
Look, remember, I just got here.
I know. You must have a first name. What is it?
Jeff.
Oh, Jeff, we'll get along. It's in the card.
Pretty fast deal.
I like it this way. Fast.
Might be a bum deck.
Never mind. Deal.
That's the bell. How much time between rounds?
Well, you know me better. Hello? Yes? Yes, right here. You know a man named Lion, Jeff?
Uh-huh.
He seems to be roaring.
Give it to me. Yeah.
Regan, is that you?
Well, now, how do you figure it?
Now, don't be smart. Who's the dame who answered the phone?
Our client's friend.
Sounds like she's a friend of yours now, or maybe you have been doing some road work.
Did you have something to say, or is this the day you turned scoutmaster? I'm busy.
Well, you can stop being busy, lover. It's all off.
Don't tell me you're passing up a fee.
I'm passing up nothing. Prince Carroll called me 10 minutes ago and told me to forget the whole thing, and that's what I'm telling you.
How'd you know I was here?
The prince told me, so it's all over. Finished. Forget it.
I've already started something.
I don't care what you've started. Now, just remember, you finish it on your own time and expense sheet.
You look worried, Jeff. Anything I can do?
I'm called off.
You mean you're out of a job? I got one. Remember, you put my bodyguard out of commission. You owe me something.
Oh, Tim, boy, he'll come around.
I don't want Tim anymore. I want you.
Hmm.
I'll get you a drink. We can talk about it.
Carew told me that Tim was a pretty good boy.
You can fill his shoes. Come here and get your drink. Now, tell me about 9 o'clock tonight.
It'll get dark.
I got a new dress. I think you'll like it.
I probably would.
The place above Malibu, we could have dinner and listen to some music. I want to be with you, Jeff.
That deal's fast again.
I don't care. I don't care. I just decided something, Jeff. I'm going to like being with you. I'm going to like it a lot.
Well, she didn't want me to go, but I was thinking about the prince and the way everything looked. I told her I'd see her that night. I was just climbing into my car when Tim Rogers, her ex-number-1 boy, stepped out from the gate. I waited for him to walk over.
You're pretty good with your women, Regan.
You look lonely, Timmy. Somebody stole your popsicle?
Bum joke, Regan. I've been waiting to talk to you. You were so quiet in the house I didn't want to make any noise.
Any better here?
You came out champ this afternoon. But you won't even make the prelims next time.
You got something to say?
Stay away from her.
You're shaking. You need a drink.
Stay away from her, Regan. I've been with her too long. Known her too long to take the bounce from a two-bit gum heel.
Goodbye.
I'm not finished yet.
That's your version. Now get your foot off that running board, punk, or I'll take it with me. I left him standing in the middle of the driveway. If I'd have waited another minute, he'd have been crying. I stopped off and had some barbecued ribs at a drive-in out on Sunset. It was just getting dark when I got to my place. I had company. It was Velma Carmen, Prince Carew's right-hand man. She was sitting on the edge of my sofa. Her back was as stiff as a filing cabinet, and there was a little ring of white around her lip. She looked like she'd just been measured for a coffin. There was a .25 automatic sitting in her lap.
I've been waiting for you, Mr. Regan. I asked the janitor to let me in.
Yeah?
He was very nice about it. I told him I was associated with one of your clients. Yes, I told him I was associated with one of your clients. Did you know that Prince Carroll was my husband?
Since when?
Oh, a long time now, a long time. Not many people know that.
Is that what you came here to tell me?
No. I came to tell you that you don't have to worry anymore. That none of us have to worry anymore.
You mean you're calling me off the case?
That's it. That's exactly it. I'm calling you off the case.
Well, I've already been called off. My office phoned me when I was over at her house.
Grace Nichols?
Yeah.
Then it was about her?
Yeah.
Well, then, we don't have to worry anymore, do we?
No.
She's very pretty, isn't she? I've seen her many times. I think she's quite pretty. I could hardly blame the prince. I could hardly blame him at all.
What are you getting at?
Could have told the others were pretty, too.
Where'd you get that gun?
I bought it for $30.
Let me see it, huh?
Oh, yes. I brought it here so I could show it to you. I paid $30 for it. I paid $30. I'd imagine the air would be cleaner in there, don't you?
What are you talking about?
I mean, it's really very humane, they tell me. It's just like sitting down and never waking up. I've read all about it. You just walk in and sit down, and if you don't try to hold your breath, you go to sleep, don't you? You've met murderers before, Mr. Regan. Do I make a good murderer? Do I make a good murderer?
Stop it, will you? You trying to tell me you killed him?
Mr. Regan, that's why I came here. I shot him. I walked up behind him and I put the gun close to his back and pulled the trigger. They don't make such a great deal of noise, do they? I left him sitting there in his house by the sea, and he looks very much alive. Only he's not alive at all. Now answer me. Now answer me. Do I make a good murderer? Do I make a...
You are listening to the story of The House by the Sea, tonight's adventure with Jeff Regan, Investigator. They're still available for qualified nurses. Yes, the Army Nurse Corps Reserve still has commissions available. If you are a graduate registered nurse between the ages of 21 and 45, you may be eligible for a commission in the Army Nurse Corps section of the Regular Officers Reserve. To find out if you do qualify for a commission in the Army Nurse Corps Reserve, apply to the Adjutant General, Washington, D.C. And now, back to the story of The House by the Sea and Jeff Regan, Investigator.
Well, after she got through, she settled down to a slow, even kind of a giggle that started somewhere around her shoelaces and didn't get past her knees. It was one of those things that gives you a feeling like somebody's standing in back of you with a red-hot iron ready to press your pants before you get them off. But she wasn't going to do any more talking, so I went downstairs and brought back a doctor friend of mine named Sammy Wing. He brought his little black bag with him and gave her a shot of something, and she wilted like last night's orchid and went to sleep on my couch. Sammy began talking.
Some playmate. Wish I'd have been here for the party. I had 4 appendectomies and 1 broken leg today, so they're alive.
How is she?
You know her better than me.
No, she's going to be all right.
But she'll wake up in 5 or 6 hours and want some water.
And then what?
She might ask you what happened, or it might start all over again, whatever it was. By the way, what was it?
Well, I found her here when I got home.
I should find something like this.
She said she killed an ex-client of mine.
Oh, maybe I'm lucky at that. What does all the past tense mean?
I was called off the case.
Oh, nice. It's all clean, no clients to protect. Is there a corpse someplace?
I don't know, Sammy.
Call the police, they'll find out. And then you and me can go out and get a drink.
She said she used this gun. Smell it, Sammy. It hasn't been fired. Safety catch is still on.
She's pretty and she's nice, and I'll bet she looks like $1 million in a bathing suit. But if I'd have met her within the last 3 hours, I'd have run for help. Call the police.
Is that professional?
This is acute hysteria. The kind that pops off guns and pops off people and does a lot of things they can't remember later on. Call the police.
What about the gun?
Other gun. Call the coroner while you're at it. Tell him to go out there with some DOA forms. He'll use them.
Or would you stay here with her till I get back?
Corpse hunt?
Just an idea.
Hitler had an idea.
The odds were against him.
You got about as much chance as a 3-legged horse in the Kentucky Derby. She's bit somebody, and she's told you about it.
I want to make sure.
What do they do when a private eye walks in and messes up a nice, clean murder?
Sammy, will you stay?
Had any bourbon around here?
Yeah.
Okay, take your time. Maybe both of us will get our pictures in the paper.
I left him with a kind of a soft smile on his face, like he had some inside information on Tuesday's winner at Del Mar. Well, it was 9:30 by the time I got there, and it was dark enough to give a ghost the creeps. It was different, too. Maybe it was the fog. I used that ring of keys I'd taken from her purse. It smelled dry and funny inside, and it was real quiet, like somebody was waiting for the world to fall apart. I clicked on my flashlight, and I walked down the long hall to his office. He was there, just like she said. There were 3 holes in the front of his shirt, but it wasn't the laundry's fault. I spotted a .38 on the floor by his hand. I broke it, and 3 cartridges came out. It was the right gun for the job. It was pretty messed up. While I was standing there trying to figure Velma Carmen's story, the lights came on. A fat man wearing a sheriff's star was standing by the switch. There was a taller man in a brown overcoat next to him. They both looked like they'd just finished dinner.
Scavenger hunt, son? You don't talk, Charlie.
Ain't much for him to say, is there, Cap?
Guess not. Well, son?
Well, it looks like you're going to be calling me names.
What do you like best? Killer, murderer, or slayer? The papers use Slayer a lot.
I don't like any of them.
Kind of breezy for a hot boy, ain't you? Mind giving me a name?
It's Regan. I'm a private detective.
It's Regan. He's a private detective, Cap.
Yeah. Got a card or something with you, son?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's right. With International. Lion still there?
Yeah.
Who's that?
An old bum I used to know. Regan, why do you go around killing people? The Lion will be mad.
Look, this is a fix.
Now, why do you want to say a thing like that?
Somebody tip you?
Phone call a little while ago.
Huh?
Funny kind of a voice, a whisper. Said we'd find a stiff up here, but didn't say we'd find you.
You're extra.
Look, I just came here to see what it was all about.
Same thing we did. Only we come up with a suspect and a corpse. No cop could ask for anything better. Charlie, better call a coroner. Ocean Town, just a small place, Regan. Only me and Charlie around. We borrow from the county when we get something like this.
I can find you a real answer in an hour.
You let me and Charlie worry about that. You look good enough for the time being. All right, son. Let's go.
I had as much chance as an elephant in a tea room, and if those two locked me up and booked me. So I leaned back into his gun and spun around and knocked his wrist down. He pulled the trigger. By that time, I'd flicked the light switch and was out the door. I didn't run for my car. I cut across the driveway and doubled back up the hill. I could hear him yelling and shooting out in the dark. I hailed a cab about 5 blocks away, and he took me to the place above Malibu. I found her in a booth with a piano player. She was wearing one of those black strapless things, and it was worrying a couple of bald-headed guys sitting at the bar.
You're late, Jeff. We said 9 o'clock. I had 3 drinks all alone. You want me to get mad, or are you going to catch up?
How long you been here?
You sound like you're out of the mood. I thought we were going to look at the stars together.
How long you been here?
It's 9 o'clock. What's the matter?
I've been working tonight.
Well, it's after hours now. Tell me how you like my new dress.
It's the right color, but the wrong cut for a funeral.
I haven't read the obituaries today.
It'll be in tomorrow's paper, only it'll make the front page.
Have a drink? Let's wait for tomorrow.
Your friend was killed tonight.
What friend?
Carew.
He was no friend of mine. I told you that.
So did he.
Car smash up, or did he fall off his house?
38.
We didn't talk about him this afternoon. Let's not start now.
Look, 2 cops in Ocean Town are kind of crowding me. They think I'm going to take a good picture.
Is that why you're late?
It's a murder rap, lady.
We should have had dinner together.
They'll be knocking down your door in the morning.
Why, darling?
Because you threatened to kill him, because he hired me to call you off.
Oh, wait a moment, Jeff. We've been having fun up to now. Who told you that?
Why'd you think he sent me over today to sell magazines?
I never found out you were called off. I suppose he hired you to scare me. Jeff, we're old friends now. I can tell you a family secret.
I know about him blackmailing you, and that put you ahead of me for the cops. Did you do it?
I don't know. Did you? What he told you don't sound right.
What does sound right?
I went to him one day and put him in a trance, only I used scotch. Found out what he was doing and how I was doing it, so I turned the tables. It was good, clean fun, but expensive for him.
You've been draining him?
I thought that's why you came today. That's why I had Timmy around.
Well, some of this is beginning to make change. If he was your meal tickets, then you got an alibi.
I don't feel like stars anymore, Jeff. Let's go over to my place and talk.
On the way over, she didn't have much to say, and I couldn't think of anything. I was all too mixed up. If she'd really been shaking him down, then she figured out. And the girl back in my apartment figured in. Only she had the wrong gun. And then there was a little business that I'd have to explain with the Ocean Town cops. Well, when we turned in the driveway, I stopped figuring. Tim Rogers, the man with the guns, was there, standing on the porch.
Oh, gorgeous. I've been waiting to see you. You're home late.
I thought I fired you.
Still tramping with this tramp, huh? I thought you'd be sick of him by now.
For once, I'm glad to see you, Tim boy.
That sounds cozy, but I don't want to see you.
I know where your 38 is.
You're wrong. It's her 38. And it's got her prints on it.
Jeff, he's making it look bad for me.
Ask him what he's doing here, will you?
Just in for a showdown, Angel. You're tagged for his murder. They'll want you. I fixed it good. I can fix it so you can get away.
How?
A friend of mine shoving off at Pedro. 4 o'clock. It'll go all over the world.
Jeff, if all of this is straight, I'm in a spot.
Relax. This guy never did anything right.
Tell me how I'm wrong.
All right, that tip to the Ocean Town cops was wrong. Trying to pile up a scare on me was wrong. Killing Carew was wrong, and this clinches it.
Yeah? Well, that's where you're twisted, Pilgrim. I got a warrant out for you right now. Plugging a murder suspect is something they'll thank me for.
You said her prints were on that gun?
They'll find that out in the morning. And how was I to know? Just happened to hear on the radio they were looking for you tonight. I see you, I plug you. Everybody will be sorry, but it'll be manslaughter and suspended. I worked it once in Toledo. What do you say, Angel? Do I plug him and meet you somewhere in 2 weeks?
Let me have a smoke. Let me think it over.
Sure. Sure, go ahead. Angel.
Well, the gun's empty now.
I carried this for 3 years. I never used it. He deserved to die, didn't he? Didn't he, Regan, didn't he?
I don't know, lady. You knew him better. Well, it unwound like red thread in the Levi factory. Grace Nichols had been putting the shake on the prince. He got tired of it and called me in and told me his phony story so he'd have a good self-defense angle when he finally got around to shooting her some afternoon. He had Tim planted there to keep me from really seeing her. Oh, it was a nice idea, only I bounced Tim and got inside. And then Tim made a phone call and the lion jerked me before I had a chance to compare notes with her. I guess Tim went kind of crazy seeing how well we got along together, and he figured Grace would do anything if she was wanted for murder. So he killed the prince and made her the patsy with those fingerprints. She'd handled the gun before, see. But then I had my caller, Velma Carmen, the prince's wife. She went kind of crazy, too, when she walked in and found him dead. It took 3 doctors a couple of weeks to tell her what really happened. When I told it all to the lion, he was mad at first, but then he saw Grace Nichols' picture in the paper. He asked just one question. What was I doing at Grace's place all afternoon? I didn't even bother to answer him.
With Wilms Herbert as Anthony J. Lyon. It's CBS same time next week for hard-boiled action and mystery with Jeff Regan, Investigator. Written by E. Jack Newman, produced by Sterling Tracy. The role of Grace Nichols was played by Betty Lou Gerson, David Ellis was Tim Rogers, Lorene Tuttle was Velma Carmen, and Marvin Miller was Prince Carew. 29,000 nurses are needed to join the new Army Nurse Corps Officers Reserve. 4,000 of them, if they wish, may choose active duty. All nurses who receive reserve commissions will benefit from the opportunity for specialized training offered to them by the Army. The educational opportunities offered the nurse by the Army Medical Department will be of great advantage to her in her work. Don't wait. If you're a registered graduate nurse between the ages of 21 and 45, drop a card now for complete information to the Adjutant General, Washington, D.C. Original music for this program is by Dick Around. Jeff Regan, Investigator, is heard every Saturday at 9:30 over CBS. Bob Stevenson speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Hello, Yukon 28209. Yes, this is Candy Matson.
Eat that baby on the tree.
Fix those dolly tracks.
And look out for that cable, it's hot.
Mallard, what in the name of the San Francisco Police Department are you doing up here on Telegraph Hill?
Working, Candy, in the name of the San Francisco Police Department.
Here, with these people who are making the movie?
Yeah, how about that? Me, a lieutenant in homicide, and I'm assigned to riding herd on these Hollywood characters.
Oh, it's better than murder.
I'll take murder any day. What are you doing around here?
I did some shopping at Speedy's this morning. While I was pinching the avocados, they told me that there was a Hollywood gang over by Coit Tower shooting some scenes for a movie with a San Francisco background.
They might just as well have stayed in the studio. They brought their own lawns, prop trees, fake bushes, the works. If it ever snowed up here on Telegraph Hill, they'd have brought some of that along, too.
You've never worked in Hollywood, Mallard. Only God can make a tree, but Hollywood presumes to improve on them. What are they doing now?
Just getting ready to shoot a scene, I think.
Oh.
They've been rehearsing it all morning.
What's it all about, do you know?
As far as I can figure, it's a story about San Francisco right after the gold rush. Look at all the costumes.
Very authentic. Looks like they'd been shipped around the horn. By the way, Mallard, do you know who's in the picture?
Some lush tomato named Cherry Dana and a Colorado boy, Buff Arnold.
Arnold? Did you say Buff Arnold?
That's right. Why?
Oh, forgive me, Mallard, dear. I knew Buff Arnold when he didn't have a place to house in. He professed to carry a very warm torch for me.
Aha. So that's why you so casually dropped by.
Oh.
An old flame, huh?
Don't be ridiculous. I didn't even know the guy was here, let alone still in pictures.
A likely story.
All right, quiet, please. Let's have quiet.
Quiet. This is a take.
All set, Mr. Dix. We're ready.
Good. Okay, Cherry, we'll roll this one. Take a chance on it. Just remember to keep up against those trees. We don't want any shots of those modern buildings below the hill.
Oh, remember, Red.
Where is my old pal, Buff Arnold, Mallard, dear?
By me. Judging by what's been going on, he's not in this particular scene.
All right, stand by. Roll 'em.
Scene 47, take 10.
Wait a minute. Cut. Oh, where's that coming from?
Out on the bay, Mr. Dix.
Fine thing, a present-day steamer whistle in an 1850 picture. Hold it. Ames.
Yes?
Let me know when the fool ship is tied up. We won't shoot the scene until it's docked.
Yes, sir.
Oh, darn it. I was hoping I'd see some action.
Well, I'll give you some action. Come on, walk around with me, Candy. I'll show you all the sights.
Sights like what, for instance, Mallard?
Oh, all the lights they brought up here. They must have 1,000 of them.
Undoubtedly to wash out the wrinkles on the leading lady's face.
And talk about props. It must have taken a whole freight train to get them up here.
Oh, I have to have them.
For instance, look, right up there.
Where, Mallard?
Up there, above. In that tree. Hanging by their necks.
Oh, Mallard!
Don't jump like that, Cupcake. They're only dummies hanging from those ropes.
3 of them. They look so realistic.
I must admit, they really do. I understand they use them in a scene where they recreate a lynching in Portsmouth Square.
Recreate, did you say?
Yeah.
Maybe you're right. Take another look, honey bun. A good look at the one in the middle.
What are you trying to... Fry me for lard. That one in the middle is no dummy.
You're no dummy either, boy of mine. How many times have you looked up there?
Well, just a couple of times, but the last time I looked, the one in the middle wasn't an ex-human being.
With that, I toss the whole thing in your lap, Mallard. I promote you back to homicide.
Oh, why didn't these characters stay in Hollywood?
'Tis a bit of a shame, isn't it? Cluttering up our lovely Telegraph Hill trees with gently swaying corpses. Come on, Mallard. Let's give the director a slight touch of apoplexy.
The National Broadcasting Company presents Candy Matson, Yukon 28209.
It's funny how sometimes when you're lazy and want to do nothing except live the good, pure life, trouble comes up and belts you over the head with a vengeance. Well, that's the way it happened to me. I'd just finished a deal that took me 3 weeks to crack. I made some good money out of it, banked it, and sat back to relax. But when I heard about the movie company on location on the other side of the hill, my curiosity got the better of me. As of that moment, my contemplated relaxation was at an end. Period. Paragraph. I literally walked right into trouble because there was Mallard and cut down.
Okay, Mr. Dix. Take a good look at him. You recognize the gent?
I recognize him, yes, but I don't know him. He was one of the extras we used in a scene yesterday.
Did he come up from Hollywood with you?
I'm pretty sure he didn't. I think he was hired here locally. Wait a minute. Who's this young lady? I don't want any outsiders in on this.
Don't fret your little head, Mr. Dix. Aside from being a material witness, she's a well-known private investigator.
Oh, excuse me. I didn't know.
That's all right. No need to apologize. Some of my best friends are movie directors.
Who would keep the roster on your personnel?
My assistant, Bill Ames.
Is he around?
Well, I'm right here, Lieutenant.
Oh, good. Can you give us any dope on this fellow?
Oh, golly, I'm afraid not. I've seen him, but I wouldn't know his name from Adam.
How about the payroll? When do you pay off the extras?
Ah, that's a thought.
We pay off at 5 o'clock tonight.
Why don't we come back then, Millard? We can check off the names against the pay vouchers. There's one thing extras like to do, and that's get paid. The name that doesn't show up is our friend the corpse.
Okay, we'll let it go like that. What do you pay off?
Room 873, Montfair Hotel.
Make sure everybody's there, unless they want a little trouble thrown at them. I'm sorry, Mr. Dix. You can go on with your shooting now.
No more today. It's too unnerving. Ames, knock it off. Call will be for 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, sharp.
Right, Chief.
Break it up, everybody. 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, in costumes. And that means 8 o'clock, understand? Not morning. You mind waiting here for a moment, Candy? I want to put in a call to the coroner's office for a wagon.
Sure, that's all right. Go ahead.
Good. It'll only be a few minutes.
Mr. Dix, pardon me.
Yes?
Can you tell me where Buff Arnold is staying?
What do you want with Buff Arnold, young lady?
I used to know him when he was playing bit parts in Hollywood.
Oh. Did you, work in Hollywood?
I did a little time down there, sitting around in agents' offices.
You know, you're a sharp little cookie. Say, all of a sudden I've got an idea.
I'll bet.
No. On the level, believe me. I have a small part coming up that'd fit you to a T. Good-looking gal, wise, supposed to work in her father's store selling supplies to the miners. Can you, act at all?
I used to shoot a fairly sharp mess of dialogue.
Do you live close by?
Right over there, 1 block. Penthouse on the top.
All the better. As soon as your policeman friend removes the deceased there, why don't we go over to your place and look at the script?
You know something? I've got an idea that's the idea you had the idea about. Okay, I'll look at the script. But for your information, Mr. Dix, I'm interested only in playing a part in your picture. Mallard came back, and I told him what had developed with Dix. He shot me a look that had more question marks in it than a government income tax form. I assured him I could handle the situation, and he left with the body, still clad in its 49er prospector's outfit. Dix issued some final orders, took me by the arm, and we strolled over to my place.
Charming, but positively charming.
Thank you.
What a gorgeous view. How long have you lived here, Miss... Oh, now, isn't that silly? I don't even know your name.
Matson. Candy Matson.
Candy Matson. Never have I heard a name match a personality so completely. I'm Reginald Dix. Just call me Reg.
As you say, Reg. Would you like a drink?
Oh, splendid. Soda highball?
I think I can scrape one together.
This is absolutely enchanting. I'm going to ask to make all my pictures in San Francisco from now on.
I don't think you'd go wrong. Of course, it'd be a little rough if you were making a picture with an Indian background and needed shots of the Taj Mahal and the Himalayas.
Oh, simple. I'd change it to the Ferry Building in Twin Peaks.
Very good. Here you are, Reg.
Thank you. I can use this after that messy discovery up there on that tree. Well, here's to crime.
That's a charming toast. Now then, about this part you were speaking of, I don't even belong to the Screen Actors Guild anymore.
Oh, a mere detail. I'll call the studio tonight and have them arrange your membership.
As simple as that. You know, I think if some of your bright boys got together, you could win the war in Korea without half trying.
Let's not be snide, my dear.
Mm-hmm. Oh, excuse me a moment. Someone at the door.
Certainly. Whoever it is, though, send them away.
Yes, Master.
Hi.
Hi. But now that we've established our highs, is there something I can do for you?
I'm Cherry Dana. Is Mr. Dix here?
Oh, why, yes. Would you wait here, please?
I will not wait here. I want in.
Now, just a minute.
There you are, Ed. You have a short memory, haven't you?
Cherry, what are you doing here? I'm having a conference.
So I see.
I hate to mention it, but this happens to be a private home, Miss Dana. I'll have to ask you to leave.
Don't be boring. You lured my director up here, and I'm going to see that some little local wench doesn't put the squeeze play on him.
Why, you pampered brat. Get out of here right now, or I'll show you how a local wench can back up words with action.
Oh, now hold on here, both of you. Cherry, I resent this intrusion just as much as Miss Matson does, I'm sure.
I'll bet. What about me? You said you were going to drive me back to the hotel.
Very well, it slipped my mind. Oh, I'm sorry, Candy. I dislike scenes of this sort. We'll discuss our business later?
Good. I find now that I'm extremely interested. Good afternoon, Miss Dana. I'll see you later. I was so mad I was boiling. If I'd been a thermometer, quicksilver would have been streaming out of my ears. I did the most natural thing, took a shower, and little by little I simmered down. Actors and actresses are like anybody else. Most of them are darn nice people just trying to make a living, but one ham like Cherry Dana can ruin the picture. Just as I was getting dressed, the ferry building siren blew its top, indicating 4:30. I had to step on it if I was going to be at the Montfair at 5 in time for the payroll sequence with the extras. So I stepped on it and found myself in a minor mob scene outside room 873 at the Montfair Hotel. Mallard spotted me, grabbed me by the arm, and took me inside the room.
I really didn't expect to see you, Candy.
Why not?
I thought perhaps you were discussing contract terms with Dix by now. Big Hollywood star and all that.
Oh, Mallard, cut it out.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. As I call out your names, step up fast and sign the voucher. Anderson, Robert. Apperson, Lou. Bennett, Bert, Beverly.
I studied the faces as they stepped by the cashier's table set up in the room. They were all types. Anyone could have been a villain, a dance hall girl, a hero, an ingenue, or just plain extra. The roll call droned on in the background. The whole thing took about 10 minutes. And suddenly we were alone. Ames, the assistant director, the girl who had done the actual paying, Mallard, and myself.
Well, that's it.
Who's missing, Ames?
You're in for a bit of a shock.
How do you mean?
Nobody's missing. Everybody listed on our payroll checked in and was paid off.
What?
That's right.
Did you recognize every person who'd been paid off?
I'm pretty sure I did.
Well, this is a fine kettle of nothing. We have an extra who's working in the picture, and yet he isn't. So he ends up hanging by his neck from a tree on Telegraph Hill. Who was the Joker?
The Joker, the one you can play wild. Are you sure they're all paid?
Well, positive. Double-checked with their guild cards and signatures.
Well, isn't this cute?
Oh, excuse me, please. Hello? Yes, this is Ames. Oh, yes, Cherry. What? He's what? Great Scott!
What's the matter, Ames? What is it? You're white as a sheet.
Dix. He's just been found shot to death in his room.
From San Francisco, the National Broadcasting Company is presenting Candy Matson, Yukon 28209.
Reginald Dix, well-known Hollywood director, shot dead in his hotel room. We were looking for developments. We got them, but not the kind we expected. Mallard led the way up to the suite that Dix had been occupying on the top floor. There was a mob around the door, and my boy Mallard soon dispersed them and instituted some semblance of order. Dix was sprawled out on the balcony overlooking the bay, and an ever-widening pool of blood showed that he'd been hit in the chest. Cherry Dana was pacing the room, smoking a cigarette. Ames stood in the middle with his jaw flapping. And who should be in the room, too, but my old pal from my days in Hollywood, Buff Arnold.
Candy Matson. What a place for a reunion.
Yes, isn't it? How are you, Buff?
Ill. Terribly ill. If I have to step into the other room, I hope you'll understand. Reg was a great friend of mine.
Sure, let's go in the bedroom. You look sort of green. Besides, I have a few questions I'd like to ask you, Buff.
It's a deal. Anything to get out of here, let's go.
Wait a minute, Candy. Who is this guy?
Buff Arnold, Mallard, the fellow I was speaking about.
Where were you going?
In there, he doesn't feel too good. The closest he's ever been to blood is a bottle of ketchup and color.
Okay. Don't let him out of your sight. I have a flock of questions and need a flock of answers.
As you say, Mallard, dear.
And don't get carried away yourself.
This the bedroom?
Yeah.
Well, Buff, you seem to be doing all right.
A lot different than when I knew you in Hollywood, Candy.
You look swell, Buff. Too darn swell.
What do you mean?
You bring back too many memories.
You look mighty good yourself, Candy. You're no longer a plump little kid just out of high school. You're downright pretty, gal.
In the good old days, I'd have jumped through hoops to hear you say that.
Got any hoops handy? I'll say it again.
No soap.
Maybe we could revive some of those memories, Candy.
Not a chance, Buff Boy. Things have changed. Hollywood and everyone in it, including you, are a part of a dim, sad past. And instead of just plain Buff, that's a rebuff.
Very cute. I haven't heard the gag pulled since yesterday.
Mm-hmm. Tell me, did you hear about the body that was found on Telegraph Hill this morning?
I sure did. Now, poor Reg. I told him this picture had a jinx on it before we left the studio. Little things that happened right from the start.
Like what?
Well, in the first place, I wasn't even supposed to be in the picture. They were going to give it to some new kid as a build-up. A week before the first day of shooting, he up and disappeared. He hasn't been heard from since. Well, they shoved me into the breach. Then the assistant director tripped and fell off a catwalk, broke both legs. He had to be replaced.
Anything else, Buff?
Yeah. About that time, Cherry Dana whipped herself into a batch of temperament and walked off the lot. Held up production a week. Then the luggage for San Francisco was rerouted somewhere else. Never has caught up with us. Now the body this morning and Dick's just now.
Certainly sounds like a jinx. By the way, how do you and the great Cherry get along, Buff?
Fine. I try not to see her except on the set. Come here, Candy. Just let me hold you in my arms once. Just once. I want the feel of someone who's truly genuine.
You're still just a little boy, aren't you, Buff?
Okay, Arnold, I'd like to, Well, pardon me. I hate to break this up, but I want to talk to you, Mr. Arnold.
That was a fine time Mallard picked to walk in. And then I got to thinking, maybe it was a fine time. He was due to have a little fire set under him. As I walked out into the other room, the boys in blue had arrived, and they were swarming all over the place. Ames was no longer present, neither was Cherry Dana. I wasn't going to give Mallard the satisfaction of an explanation, so I eased out the door and went down to the lobby. I asked where Ames was staying and went back up to his room, 672. A knock on the door produced results.
Just a moment. Oh, Miss Matson. Something you wanted?
Yes, may I come in?
Why, yes. I was just lying down. This thing about Reg has knocked me for a complete loop.
It seems to be quite a shock to everybody. You've been with Reginald Dix for a long time, haven't you, Ames?
Well, off and on, yes. A good number of years.
How about La Dana?
Cherry? Well, I've known her extremely well, even before she became a top-flight star.
Can you give me any idea who might have had it in for Dix? If you can, you better spill. The truth will come out sooner or later, Ames. It always does in things of this sort.
I've only one little thing I can tell. I've already told it to your lieutenant friend.
Oh? And what's that?
As I got back from Telegraph Hill, I dropped by Reg's suite. Wanted to talk about tomorrow's shooting. As I drew near his door, I heard loud arguing.
Arguing? Who were the opponents?
Reg and Cherry Dana.
Mm-hmm. And what were they arguing about, Ames?
You?
So that's it. Tell me, is Cherry the kind of woman who would turn killer on an impulse?
It's hard to say. She has a terrible temper.
Mm-hmm. Does Buff Arnold fit into the picture in any way?
I don't know. He's a sly one, that Arnold. He plays his cards in strictly a commercial manner. May fit into the picture. He and Reg were never too friendly.
I see. Oh, thanks, Amesy. I'll leave now, and you'd better lock your door. The way things are going, you might wake up to find yourself dead. I went up to Cherry Dana's suite, but I drew a blank there, no answer. So I went back to the scene of the murder. Dix's room's on the top floor. Mallard was just leaving. He shot me a look that would have knocked out a North Korean tank at 1,000 yards and started to brush on by me, but I would have none of it. Now, just a moment, Boy Blue. Come on back to that over 21 level. Just because Buff had his arms around me is no sign we were playing a scene from Romeo and Juliet.
I don't think I've seen that close a grip even in professional wrestling.
Oh, cut it out. What'd you turn up in there? Anything at all?
No, not a thing. Can't even find the murder weapon.
Got any ideas?
Lots of them. We've already taken Miss Dana into custody.
I had a hunch it was leading in that direction.
Incidentally, did you ever hear of a Christopher Seema? He's been a bookie around town here for several years.
Christopher Seema? No, can't say I have. Why?
He was the boy who was hanging from the tree. According to our files, he dabbled in everything from gambling to blackmail.
Seema. Seema, that name rings bells somehow, Mallard.
One other thing. This isn't personal, you understand?
Yeah.
But stay away from Buff Arnold. We've got our eye on him, too.
Little things were suddenly clicking way back in my mind, awfully vague, but the old processes from years before were coming to life ever so slowly. Mallard had work to do, plenty of it, down at the Hall of Justice, work in which I was included out. I went outside on California Street, watched him get into a squad car with two of his men, and I waved him a goodbye. That was when I had another idea. Dix's suite. Cops were through with it. The body had been removed. But I had a hunch that was the key to the situation. Knowing the manager of the Montfair, it was no trouble at all to get a key to Reg's suite, and that's where I headed, up to the top floor. I let myself into the darkened room, closed the door behind me. And with the lights of the city way below seeping through the balcony window, I found a place in back of the settee and sat down to wait and think. The balcony window being opened, the roar of the city traffic underneath came gently through and helped my thinking. That's when it hit me. Seema. Several years before I had served my term in Hollywood, there was an actress named Vivian Seema. The same face as that of Cherry Dana. Now the clouds were beginning to lift, and at the same time the door opened in the suite and the silhouetted figure of a man entered the room.
Blast the luck.
Okay, Buff. Relax.
What?
This is Candy. Come on over here by the settee. Hurry, I'm expecting company.
What are you doing here, Candy?
You've got the wrong page of the script. That's my line. What are you doing here, Buff?
Honestly, you've got to believe me. I left my lighter here this afternoon. I was afraid the police would find it. Naturally, I can't afford any bad publicity. It'll ruin my career.
I believe you, Buff. You always were fond of that career, weren't you? Don't answer, just keep quiet.
What's up?
A guy named Seema, if I'm right. Since Reginald Dix didn't like him. Wait a minute. I think I hear someone coming along the hall. The door slowly opened and closed again. The dim light from the hall showed the form of another man. Then the dark figure moved slowly but surely across the room. It stopped for a second or two, as though listening for something. Then moved again to the balcony, out onto the balcony, and whoever it was grabbed the ledge above, hoisted his feet up onto the iron grillwork, and hung over the city. That's when I acted. Okay, Ames, stay right where you are, in that position.
What? You think I'm a fool? Candy's out on that ledge. He's ducked around the outside on that ledge.
I'm a fool. Quick, Buff, go down the hall and get out on the fire escape. Cut him off.
Okay, what are you going to do?
Go out on that ledge after him. You better come back, Ames. You're cut off at both ends.
Oh, no, I'm not. Not with this gun I've got.
That's the same gun you killed Dix with, isn't it? Very clever hiding it up on this ledge out here. No wonder Mallard and his boys didn't find it. Look out there on the city, Ames. One misstep and you go off into space. Think it over. You better come back.
Not on your life.
I'm coming after you.
I'm down at the other end, Candy.
Good. Now we've got him.
Yes. Yes, you have. Obviously, this is the end. Perhaps you don't know what it is to love. Perhaps you don't know what it is to be scorned. I do, painfully so. This is the end. But I'm not going to go alone. You're going with me, Miss Matson, like this.
No, the recoil. It'll knock you right out of the neck.
Oh! So it was just a matter of jealousy. Is that right, Candy?
That's right, Mallard, dear. The same thing you developed when you walked in on Buff Arnold and me.
Okay, so I was burned up.
Tell me more.
It was the name Seema that did it, Mallard. Do you know what that is?
All right, I'll play quizzies with you. What's the name Seema?
Seema is Ames, spelled backwards.
Uh-oh.
You see, that was Ames's real name. At one time, he had married Cherry Dana under the name of Seema. When she began to be big in pictures, she divorced him, but he carried the eternal torch.
Silly, she wasn't worth it.
Of course not. Because she collected men. Reginald Dix, not because she loved him, but because she was fading in pictures, and because Dix was the only one who could keep her in front of the public.
Logical. But what about the Seema hung up in the tree on Telegraph Hill?
Uh-huh. There we have the plot. The Seema up in the tree was Ames's brother, a ne'er-do-well. The night that Ames arrived in town here, he looked up his brother, got a bit tight, and told him what he'd done. Caused the original leading man to disappear, shoved the original assistant director off a platform, breaking his legs. In general, did everything he could to sabotage the picture. Then he pulled the strings to get himself named as assistant director so he could be near Cherry.
Love and jealousy.
Mallard, I'll get to that in time. Cherry had vaguely promised that she'd remarry Ames. But when he saw his own brother was going to blackmail him, he went crazy. That's when he strung him up with the dummies in the trees. From there, it was just a step to knock off Reginald Dix and have a clear track for himself.
I'll go back to what I said to begin with. Why did these characters from Hollywood have to come up here to San Francisco and louse up our scenery, as well as our police department?
Oh, to heck with your police department. That's the last time I'm going to climb around a ledge hundreds of feet in the air.
Not so strange. Buff Arnold was out on that ledge, too, wasn't he?
Oh, Mallard, sometimes you make me so... That reminds me, I have a date tomorrow night.
Sure, with Buff Arnold.
No, that's tomorrow morning. I'm driving him down to the railroad station. Date for tomorrow night? With you, Mallard, dear. We're going to see a Roy Acuff movie.
Oh, Candy. Roy Acuff. Monarch of all the cowboys.
Yeah, monarch of all the cowboys. I'll see him with you. And if that isn't love, I don't know what is.
Listen again next week at this same time. For excitement and adventure, just dial...
Candy Matson, Yukon 28209.
Heard tonight were Hal Burdick as Reginald Dix, John Grover as Ames, the assistant director, Mary Milford as Cherry Dana, Kurt Martell as Buff Arnold, and included in the cast was Ken Langley. Henry Leff plays the part of Lieutenant Ray Mallard. The program stars Natalie Masters as Candy and is written and directed by Monty Masters. Sound effects are created by Bill Brownell, and Eloise Rowan is heard at the organ. The characters in tonight's play were entirely fictitious. Any resemblance to actual people is purely coincidental. Tonight's engineer was Clarence Stevens. The program came to you from San Francisco. Dudley Manlove speaking. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
They all knew he was aboard the yacht when it exploded and sank, and everybody called his death an accident. That is, everybody except the corpse himself. He said it was murder.
From the pen of Raymond Chandler, outstanding author of crime fiction, comes his most famous character as CBS presents The Adventures of Philip Marlowe. And now, with Gerald Moore, starred as Philip Marlowe, we bring you tonight's exciting story, The Restless Day.
It had been a long, hard Saturday night that topped off a long, rugged week. When I finally got to bed dog-tired at 5 a.m. Sunday morning, I was planning to stay there until I'd caught up on all the sleep I'd lost and gained a running head start on the coming week. And by 3 in the afternoon on the day of rest, I figured that job was only about half done. But whoever it was that started riding my doorbell had a different idea. I held out until the buzzer stopped, but it was only a change of tactics, so I gave up. All right, I know when I'm licked. Just a minute.
Thank heaven you're in, Mr. Marlowe. I don't know what I'd have done otherwise. I'm sorry.
It's all right.
Here, read this. This story on the front page.
What?
No, down here.
Oh, yacht explosion, death label accident, huh?
Yes.
Oh. Mystery blast which destroyed the Rollins yacht at Santa Monica Friday night, and in which Benjamin Rollins, noted cosmetics manufacturer, was killed, was established today by police investigators as accidental.
Sorry, I spoke too much.
That's all right. The explosion which shattered and sank the 50-foot pleasure boat was caused by a leaking fuel line. Rollins, known to be a chain smoker, is believed by witnesses to have continued on page 7.
Never mind, Marlowe. I'll tell the rest.
Yeah. Think you'll make it?
There are 2 frightening things wrong with that story.
Well, go ahead. Frighten me.
First, the explosion was no accident. That fuel line was repaired a week ago. Second, Ben Rollins was not killed.
You're shaking my faith in the American press. How do you know all this?
Because I am Benjamin Rollins.
Yes. Well, look, fella, you better dial 116 on the phone and tell the police all about it, huh?
No, that's exactly what I can't do. Someone's tried to murder me. If they find out I'm still alive, I'll be a target for a second attempt.
Wait a minute. I need 2 things right now. One, a cup of coffee. Would you like some?
No, milk, if you please. My doctor insists.
Okay, come on. The other's a good, solid explanation of why everybody thinks you were aboard that yacht.
Well, first, they believe my body was lost in the explosion. You see, I intended to spend the night there because Lucille, my wife, and I had quarreled.
Mm-hmm.
But I got a call, and I had to go out of town on business at the last minute. I went out to the boat, but only to pick up some papers. I was in a hurry. I must have left the lights on. I'd lost my hat in the wind on the way back. It was found in the water. Apparently, I didn't secure the dinghy because that was adrift offshore. Mind you, I read all this in the paper when I got back this morning.
Back from where?
Phoenix, Arizona.
Figures.
I came in on the California Limited. You can check on that. Marlowe, I must know who tried to kill me before they know they've failed.
That could be tough. Have you got any ideas?
Yes, I have. It might be any one of 3 people.
3?
For instance, Walter Pittman, my ex-partner, threatened to kill me less than a month ago in New York when I won another court decision from him.
Mm-hmm.
Then there's my business manager, a fellow named Slater. I almost fired him last week, the arrogant fool. It's always when I get cross this comes out.
I see.
And I'm sorry to say it, but Mrs. Rollins would no doubt rather have me dead than alive. That's quite a lineup for a mere cosmetics chemist, isn't it?
Yes, it is. Look, you haven't been running lipstick experiments with somebody else's live equipment, have you, Rollins?
Oh, certainly not. I've been working so hard I haven't time for my wife. To say nothing of another woman. Oh, Marlowe, I'm frightened. I must get to the bottom of this. I'll pay you double your usual fee. Will you help me?
Okay, Rollins, it's a deal. If I hurry, I might get in on your funeral. Under the circumstances, that should make somebody due for a very big surprise. A shave and a shower later, and I checked my wheezing client's credentials, settled him down in my apartment with orders to answer the phone, but not the door, and drove out to Santa Monica, where the not-very-late Ben Rollins had made his home. I had a list of names, addresses, and phone numbers of people close to Rollins. That is, close enough to kill. And I decided that Arthur Slater, the business manager, was my best bet for an opener. He had been described as soft-spoken, efficient, and somewhat arrogant. And after I found his cottage on Seaview Drive and walked up to the door, I heard someone inside offering a similar description, but with more color.
Mighty routine, Arthur Slater. If you think for 2 minutes you can throw little Angie over any time you feel like it after all the promises you've made, you're wrong.
That's just about enough, Angie.
Not by half, brother. I know which way the wind is blowing, and it's a nice big wind. Nobody kicks me out, and I mean nobody. So think it over, Mr. Big. Oh, get out of my way.
Yes, ma'am. Cute kid. Friend of yours, Slater?
Who are you? Another insurance investigator?
That's right. My name's Marlowe. May I come in?
Yes, certainly. All the others did.
Thanks. Who knows? I may be the last. Slater, I've got 3 reasons for believing that yacht explosion was no accident.
Not an accident? What reasons are you talking about?
For one, Walter Pittman.
Pittman? You mean Rollins' ex-partner?
You know him, huh?
Well, only by name. I never met the man.
All right, then. Let's talk about reason number 2, Lucille Rollins. How do you feel about her, Slater?
Well, you must be out of your mind, Marlowe. She and Ben fought constantly, yes.
Slater, I asked how you felt about Mrs. Rollins.
I don't like her. And now, what or who is reason number 3?
You are. You had an argument with Rollins last week. He practically fired you.
And you think I'd kill him over that?
Could be.
Look, Marlowe, Ben Rollins drove himself like an overloaded truck. He had a cigarette cough, nervous shakes, and bad dreams. To me, bureau drawer eyelashes and glue-on fingernails simply aren't that important. So we had frequent arguments. Now, do you have any more smart reasons you'd like to discuss, or would you care to leave?
Just one thing more. Why does your girlfriend think you're a little stuck up these days?
You're becoming a bit too personal, Marlowe. Get out. I'm not compelled to answer any of your questions. There's an established legal procedure.
Skip it, Slater. If I need to, I'll be back. And I'm fairly chummy with the boys in blue myself, so I'll get the answers if I want them. Good night, big shot. Arthur Slater was like a billiard ball, hard to rub the wrong way. And if he did have an angle, he was playing cagey. So as long as I was in the neighborhood and the trail was hot, I figured I'd have a talk with the Spitfire, Angie. It wasn't hard to trail her. The corner newsboy had heard her get into a cab. The cabbie swore he'd never forget her. Swore again. So finding her apartment was less trouble than unfolding a $5 bill. When I pulled up across the street from her place, I noticed a big car as big as the average garage and older than last year's college graduate parked in front. It was a black Pierce Arrow, and someone with a mouthful of cigar hulked behind the wheel. The cigar was pointed at me as I crossed the street. And when I went up the stairs to Angie's door, it was still pointed at me. But I forgot about that when the apartment door opened. Angie was relaxed. There were little glints of gold in her green eyes. The warm lights behind her shimmered on soft waves of hair, a shade of burnished copper. Maybe she was a Spitfire, but at the moment, her damper was down.
Yeah? Well, Buster, you got your mouth open. You might as well say something.
Angie, who do you think murdered Ben Rollins?
Murdered? My mistake, chum. Good night.
Just a minute. This is business, honey.
Who are you, anyhow?
Philip Marlowe. You ran over me on your way out of Slater's place a few minutes ago and dented my ego.
Well, sue me. Who are you working for, Shamus?
You wouldn't believe me if I told you. But I will tell you this, sweetheart. The explosion on that yacht was no accident. So I'm checking up on wives who'd rather be widows.
Lucille Rawlins? Nuts. She was rolling in dough either way. She hated her job, but she sure didn't have to kill to quit. Get your compass fixed, Marlowe.
Wrong way, huh? Well, suppose Lucille were in love with Pittman, maybe.
Pittman? Who's he?
Shot in the dark. Tell me something, Angie. Your boyfriend Slater has picked up a lot of push lately. How come?
Some big deal they've been working on at the plant. And he makes me sick. Gets the first sniff of a success, and suddenly all his hats are too small.
Especially his old hats, honey. And you can't blame the guy if he's really on his way up now, can you?
Listen, Mac, I'll tell you, him, and the whole world something. Nobody is going to put little Angie on the skids. If there's a heave-ho pulled around here, Mr. Hotshot Slater himself will get it, and right in the neck. So if you happen to be snooping for him, Marlowe, you can putter right back and tell him so. Now beat it.
That's not a bad idea. Oh, by the way, what's Angie stand for?
Angelica? But don't count on it, brother. Don't count on it.
As I went down the front steps, the cigar and the black Pierce Arrow lined up on me again and followed me as I crossed the street and got into my car. It was still pointing at me as I drove away, but after all, the street was public property and a guy could smoke a cigar if he wanted to. Well, by the time I knocked on the front door of the Rawlins home, I was braced for a deluge of tears and a session of red-eyed hysteria. So I was caught off balance by the handsome blonde woman of 35 with a wry, crisp waistline who was cool, calm, and well-collected in green slacks. She introduced herself as Lucille Rawlins.
Sit down, Mr. Marlowe. You said you're a friend of Ben's?
That's right, Mrs. Rawlins. I stopped by to offer my condolences. But apparently condolences aren't much in order today. No tears, huh? Not even crocodile tears.
I'm not a hypocrite, Mr. Marlowe, that's why. I'm merely stunned and confused over this terrible accident, and I'm not sure yet how I feel.
Yeah, it was an accident, all right. Especially since that leaky fuel line that caused it was repaired a week ago.
It had been repaired?
Oh, yeah. It's interesting, isn't it?
Who are you, Marlowe?
I'm a private detective, and I know a lot more than that. I know, for instance, that the insurance on the boat alone will keep you in pretty doodads for several years. And that's only a drop in a bucket.
Mr. Marlowe, I think you'd better leave.
And I think you better climb down off that high horse and listen. Because I haven't even started yet. Ben was a hated man by Pittman, by Slater, and maybe by you. And I can prove he didn't die accidentally, baby, so I'd like some nice straight answers, huh? When did you see Pittman last?
I've never seen Walter Pittman. I don't even know what he looks like. Ben and I were married 2 years ago. He broke with Pittman long before that.
But you're pretty chummy with Arthur Slater.
That's a lie. Why, we hardly spoke until a week ago.
You picked a poor time to get friendly, baby.
Listen here, Marlowe. Mr. Slater I ran into each other purely by accident one afternoon last week. I happened to stop in at a small bar in downtown Los Angeles. Mr. Slater was there at a table talking with some man, a stranger to me. When he saw me, he came over. He seemed upset. So upset.
Wait a
in fact,
minute. Is there anyone else here now?
I know. My maid went out to the movies. What's that?
I heard something, a noise. Sounded like it came from the service boys. Come on, let's have a look.
Well, I don't know what any of it... The lights went off.
Somebody turned them off. You better... Lucille, look out! The bullets which had been intended for Lucille had only traveled the width of the kitchen, but miraculously both had missed. Whoever had thrown them moved out fast, because when I got through the service porch and into the backyard, nothing stirred, except the restless ends of a pepper tree. But a second later, a heavy, clanking motor roared on the side street, and I got to the fence just in time to see a boxcar on rubber tires skid around the corner. It was a black Pierce Arrow. I went back to the house, found the master switch, and turned on the lights. Lucille, her face strained and bloodless, stood in the kitchen door and watched me. A hole had been punched in the back screen door, and on the floor was a strange object which had been used to unhook the lock. It looked like an oversized bobby pin wearing rubber pants, which didn't mean a thing to me. But to Lucille, who stared at it like it was a centipede she just found in a cream puff, it meant plenty.
Ben.
What?
It's like Ben himself was here. Like he wasn't killed at all.
What are you talking about? What is this thing, anyway?
I don't know. Part of some new invention he was working on. For the last month, Ben carried 2 or 3 of these things with him everywhere.
Look, Lucille, where's your phone?
Right there.
Oh.
But, Marlowe, you don't suppose... Who are you going to call?
Friend of mine. He'd better be in, too.
Oh, Marlowe. What's the matter, Marlowe? Busy?
Yeah, busy. He's either talking to someone or he's gone out after leaving the phone off the hook. And either way, Lucy, that makes my friend very busy.
In just a moment, we will return to the second act of The Adventures of Philip Marlowe. But first, it may have taken a little detective work finding a much-wanted man last week, but an unprecedented number of listeners seem to have turned Philip Marlowe. For Jack Benny's largest audience this season found him here on his opening show on CBS. Tomorrow night, Jack will be back with Mary, Dennis, Phil, Rochester, and Don for more of the fun that's made the Jack Benny Show the #1 comedy in radio. You'll find him right here on CBS every Sunday at 7 Eastern Standard Time. And now, with our star, Gerald Moore, we return to the second act of Philip Marlowe and tonight's story, The Restless Day.
When I left Lucille Rawlins, the feminine target for tonight, I headed for Angie Gordon's, where I'd first seen the man with a cigar in his face, who I suddenly figured might be Walter Pittman. And as I drove, I felt like my brains had spent the night playing leapfrog in a squirrel cage. Because any way I call the dice, every one of my clients suspected of murdering him somebody else. And just to keep things from making any sense at all, I suspected my client. I pulled up near Angie's and saw the Pierce Arrow parked, lights and a man with cigar out. When I got close to the bungalow door, I knew that the lady was at home.
Now, look here,
and that she was receiving a gentleman caller, more or less.
Tell me your name is Smith, which incidentally I don't believe. And then you start asking a lot of very personal questions. How cozy.
Now, please, you do not understand. There are certain things about the death of Ben Rawlins that I must know. Things that mean a lot to me.
How much a lot?
Well, $100 maybe.
What? Now, don't tell me that's all you could stuff into that briefcase there in your hand.
Listen, girl, I must know whether that explosion on the boat was an accident or not.
The police let it go as an accident?
Never mind that. You are Slater's girl. You must know something about him as well as the other one who was here. Now, you tell me. Quick.
Stay away from me, you big lug. I don't know anything. Let go of me, Mom. Let go.
You heard the lady, Pittman. Let go.
How do you know my name?
I read tea leaves. And while we're all asking questions, do you mind telling me why you were throwing bullets at the chinaware on Mrs. Rawlins?
I did no such thing. I don't even know Mrs. Rawlins.
You're a liar, and it's dull as the sauerkraut. The gun in your pocket will prove it.
I have no gun in my pocket. Here, look for yourself.
All right, I will. But if it's all the same to you, I'll start with your briefcase.
Give me that.
Why, so you can get to the gun first?
No, because All right, Mr. Smart Man. Go ahead and look. See for yourself that there's absolutely nothing there that concerns you. When I get my hands on you, I'll break you in
Stand still,
two.
Marlowe. And don't look so astonished, friend. It's called a gun.
Why, you little...
Skip it, Marlowe. This isn't my idea of returning a favor, but it is good business. You see, baby, little Angie sells out to the highest bidder. And no matter how I add things up, that isn't you.
So exit Pittman, huh? Briefcase and...
What are you staring at?
That little gadget there. Must have fallen out of Pittman's briefcase.
What is it?
Twin brother of an item I found a little while ago, rubber pants included.
What are you talking about, Marlowe?
Nothing, baby. Just tell me how long I sit here.
As long as you like. Now, you see, Marlowe, I just can't afford to let you get to Pittman ahead of me.
Yeah. That good business you were talking about.
Uh-huh. After all, a gal's got to make a living. One way or another, Marlowe. Doesn't she?
There was room to debate Angie's point, but no time. So I skipped her invitation for a drink. Both promised and threatened to see her again and headed for my car in the only direction left, the residence of the local pivot man, Mr. Arthur Slater. When I got to within a block of the place, I parked and then approached slowly, keeping to the shadows all the way. But the house turned out to be as dark and quiet as the inside of a coffin. I was about to leave when some noise a dozen yards behind me said that I was no longer alone. I turned quietly and got ready for what I figured would be a reunion with my old buddy, Walter Pittman. But I was wrong. Sneaking through a nearby clump of orange trees with all the deftness of an ox with bunion trouble was no one else but my client, Ben Rollins. When I called his name out loud, he ran toward me, arms and legs flailing the wind like a Kansas scarecrow caught in a tornado.
Marlowe, I've been looking all over for you.
Rollins, why aren't you back in my apartment where you're supposed to be?
I couldn't wait any longer. I was afraid something had happened to you. When you didn't call, I was sure of it. I thought you might be here at Slater's.
But I did call, and all I got was a busy signal.
Oh, about an hour ago. Why, that was a friend of yours. He wanted to know if you'd play cards with him tonight. Now, do you believe me?
Oh, for the time being, yes. Incidentally, Rollins, do these mean anything to you, these oversized bobby pins?
Good Lord, the curlers. Where did you get those curlers, Marlowe? They should be in my safe.
Well, I found one at your house and the other in a briefcase that belonged to Walter Pittman.
But Marlowe, these are samples of my newest invention, these hair curlers. They can produce a home permanent wave overnight that will last for 6 months. It's worth millions to me.
If you live.
Yes. Now, it should be easy to figure out who wanted to kill me.
I'm not so sure. If you didn't even know these were missing, why should someone have to kill you to get hold of them? And second of all, how come the shooting's still going on?
What shooting are you talking about?
Over at your place. Somebody tried to kill your wife there just before I called you. And that brings us right back to your alibi about talking to Ibarra at the time. It's a little too pat, Rollins. Besides, that curler could very easily have dropped out of your pocket.
But why should I shoot at Lucille?
For the best reason in the books, you wanted to kill her. And when that yacht business almost boomeranged on you, you still hadn't changed your mind. And that led to this whole routine with me double-billed as Patsy and star witness both.
Oh, you're out of your mind, Marlowe. I couldn't have set that explosion on the yacht as a trap for Lucille.
Why not?
Because it was on account of me that Lucille wasn't on the yacht herself that night.
What?
After we argued, we decided not to spend any more time under the same roof. Lucille said that suited her fine and she'd sleep on the yacht. We let it go at that till about noon on Friday.
Then you got small about things and said the yacht was yours, maybe? That you'd sleep on it?
Yes. I was just bickering.
Just
I know.
a minute, Rollins. I've heard enough, and I think I finally understand this whole screwy deal. I'll know for sure just as soon as I can make one single phone call to your house. We'll get back to Slater. Come on. When I got to a telephone and through to the maid at the Rollins place, I was almost positive that in another minute I'd have both a solid answer for my client and a couple of clumsy customers for the law. But when the shaky voice at the other end of the tube told me that Lucille had just left the house in high gear, after mumbling something about a place called Inspiration Point, I stopped being confident and started to worry. And when I tossed the jackpot question at the maid and got the winning answer, that worry became something worse, and it must have showed.
What is it, Marlowe? What did you find out?
Too much to explain now. Where's Inspiration Point, Rollins?
About a mile south of here, straight along the shore.
Good. What kind of a car does your wife drive?
A blue Nash. What's Inspiration Point got to do with Lucille, Marlowe?
Everything. Now, look. You call the cops and tell them to get out there as fast as they can. Do you get me? As fast as they can. Inspiration Point turned out to be an acre of windswept rock that overlooked the cold January sea. And after I saw Lucille's empty car, I crept, staggered, and fell down the narrow, winding trail that led from the road to the promontory itself. I was afraid that I was going to be too late to stop what I was sure was a hastily scheduled murder. But a minute later, when I rounded the last crazy turn in the trail, I felt better. Because standing only a couple of yards away from me, her hair slapping wildly against the upturned collar of her coat, and very much alive, was Lucille Rawlins. I was about to breathe a sigh of relief when suddenly I caught the expression in her eyes. I turned to follow the line of her unblinking gaze, and I knew that I hadn't arrived any too soon. Because the lady was being held at the point of a gun held by Arthur Slater. I closed my hand tight around the Colt 38 in my pocket and moved closer.
When you called me at the house, you said that my husband was alive and with you. Why did you lie to me?
Because I knew that would bring you running. And I had to be alone with you, Lucille, so I could do what I missed doing last time.
Last time? You mean the yacht? You did that?
Yes. But somehow or other, Ben was out there instead of you. So that accident was a waste of time. But this one, the bereaved wife who jumped or fell to her death from the edge of Inspiration Point, won't be.
But why, Slater? Why do you want to kill me?
There's no time to explain, Lucille.
And we'll take time, Slater.
Marlowe, you!
Yeah, me.
Marlowe! Marlowe, he's going to kill me.
Yes, honey, I know. He had to.
Why, Marlowe, why?
Because he stole your husband's invention to sell to Walter Pittman. He was going to go into business with him. Now when the cops get here, he's going first to a hospital and then to jail. A grand larceny and attempted murder.
Attempted murder? What about Ben, Marlowe?
Ben was a near miss, honey, nothing more. You'll see what I mean in a minute. When Lucille found out that Ben was still alive, there were a lot of tears and promises to be good from both parties. And it wasn't until an hour had gone by and the police had already booked both Slater and Pittman, who was picked up heading back for L.A., that Mr. and Mrs. Rawlins were in any condition to sit down and talk things over, even with the help of coffee and cigarettes in the Rawlins home.
Then the whole scheme, Marlowe, was designed by Slater, who, as my business manager, had access to the new curlers.
That's right. Knowing how Walter Pittman felt about you, Slater secretly contacted him to handle the manufacturing end, you see?
Yes, I see.
Well, a few changes in the design, and the whole thing would have been patented and on the market while you and Slater...
Who pretended that Pittman was a stranger to him.
Were still laboring away at last-minute changes.
And when we learned about Pittman's product, Slater would act as surprised as Ben here.
You're so right, Lucille. That was the plan. Oh, but it fell apart. See, it fell apart when you accidentally ran into Slater in that small bar in downtown L.A., do you remember?
Yes.
When he was with Pittman, the man you described to me as the stranger?
Yes, of course.
All right. Well, he realized then that with Pittman's product a success, you would sooner or later see a picture of Pittman, the newly rich inventor, and recognize him as the man you saw with Slater before Pittman's product was on the market.
So that meant that Slater either had to get rid of Lucy or give up his entire plan. Have you got a match, Mr. No, I'm going to give them up. But Marlowe, was Pittman involved in the murder attempt, too?
Oh, no. He drew the line at the theft. See, when he found out that you had died mysteriously, he turned up here to check on Slater because he couldn't afford to be mixed up in your murder.
I see. But how did you figure all this, Marlowe?
Well, after I had tangled with everybody, I was no place. Angie Gordon was looking for an angle. You, Lucille, were getting shot at.
Poor darling.
Yeah, and Pittman and Slater were not on the same team. At least as far as the business on the yacht was concerned. Nobody seemed to have a clear-cut motive.
But when I told you that Lucille herself was supposed to stay on the yacht that night, you had the answer.
That was the time. After I called your house and asked the maid the jackpot question, which was, who aside from you, Ben, knew that Lucille was going to sleep on the yacht Friday night?
And she said Slater, didn't she?
Yeah. Said something else, too. She also said that you had left for Inspiration Point in a big hurry.
Yes. Then Slater tried to kill me first on the yacht, second in the house here, and finally out on the point.
But in the end, it worked out fine, darling. Because the third time was the charm. For us. the time I was through tying in all the loose ends for my client and his wife, it was 3 o'clock in the morning, and I was dog-tired all over again. When I got into my car and started away from the place, Ben and Lucille were standing in the doorway waving at me and smiling. So as I drove back toward L.A., I forgot about the sleep I was missing and thought about them. A couple who couldn't get along until one or the other of them had been robbed, dynamited, and shot at. Yeah, I guess it's really so. As the old bromide has it, the path of true love never does run smooth. Smoothly. Smooth. Oh, well.
The Adventures of Philip Marlowe, created by Raymond Chandler, stars Gerald Moore and is produced and directed by Norman MacDonald. Script is by Mel Donnelly, Robert Mitchell, and Gene Levitt. Featured in the cast were Lorette Philbrandt, Edgar Barrier, Virginia Gregg, John Daner, and Jack Moyles. The special music was by Richard Arunt. Be sure and be with us again next week when Philip Marlowe says...
Somewhere in the cold, persistent rain that made the city itself seem a thing of evil, a girl had disappeared, and it was my job to find her. But before I did, I found death and a devil.
I hate crime. One of the nicest spots in town is the corner of Martin Place and George Street, right at the GPO. It's where most of Sydney's dames go by. On the morning I'm telling you about, I was standing there watching the procession. And I was having a wonderful time, comparing one with the other, when something right out of a satin-lined box walked up to me.
Mr. Kent?
Yeah? How did you know my name?
Never mind about that. I've heard you're a gentleman.
Oh, you haven't met some of the people I know.
Please, I'm in trouble. Pretend you're an old friend. Smile.
Sure. Somebody tailing you? I mean, somebody following?
Yes, a man.
Okay. Say, did you ever hear the one about the Armenian, the Scotchman, and the Yank?
Yes, it's really very funny, isn't it?
Well, how do you like that? I don't even crack the gag and she laughs. Say, come around sometime when I'm in really good form. Is he still around?
Yes.
Where?
Don't look. Yes, it's really very funny.
Sure. You want to get out of here?
I'd appreciate it.
Okay, let's take a cab. So, we took a cab. And I never did get a look at the guy following Moira. Yep, that was her name. Moira. Moira was all in blue. Blue hat, blue suit, blue eyes. I wasn't surprised that a guy was following her. One look at that silhouette and any guy who was healthy would like to form a one-man occupation army. I told the cab driver to go to Bondi, just in case anybody heard me give the directions. Then I made him detour back to town and stop at the lower end of George Street near a certain little coffee shop.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kent.
Don't mention it. How about a cup of something, huh?
No, thank you.
Oh, but we've only begun to get acquainted.
I'm sorry, I must go.
But wherever it is you're going, won't you let me take you?
You've done enough already.
Well, I'm a glutton for punishment.
Goodbye, Mr. Kent.
And there I was, standing on the sidewalk looking at the disappearing view of the nicest 13,000 square inches of woman you've ever seen. But I'm philosophical about things like that. Besides, I had a hunch I'd be meeting Moira again. 3 hours later, my hunch came good. Larry Kent, private investigation.
Moira Stanton, you met me at the GPO this morning.
Yeah. I've been thinking about you.
I've been thinking about you.
Seriously?
Very seriously. I'd like to see you, Mr. Kent.
You just name the time and the place. I'll be there.
My flat. Just as soon as you can get here?
I didn't waste any time. I got her address, hung up, took the lift, got into my car, broke 3 traffic regulations, and was standing at her door in 5 minutes. She was waiting for me.
Come in, Mr. Kent.
Thanks. I took a look around. Nicely furnished apartment. Good pictures. Good books. Good scotch.
Too much soda?
Just right. Here's to you, Moira.
Your very good health.
Nice place you've got here.
It's comfortable. Mind if I turn on the wireless?
No. The stage was being set for something. Soft music, a filmy sort of lounging robe, the scotch, dim lights, and, of course, Moira. I figured I'd find out whether I was supposed to be a leading man or something else. So I moved over on the lounge.
I'm very grateful for what you did this morning.
Forget it.
I'd like to repay you, Mr. Kent.
Why be so formal? People who are close to me call me Larry.
It seems that we're very close.
Yeah. Closer all the time.
Mr. Kent,
Stop talking.
Why did you do that?
Because I eat my breakfast food, and because I figured I'd take advantage of the situation before I told that guy to come out from behind the curtain. Come on out. With your hands in the air. That's a good boy. What's your buddy's name, Moira?
I'll tell you. Dennis.
Oh, and a very nice name it is, too. Turn around.
What are you going to do?
Protect myself.
To save you any trouble, the gun is in my right-hand pocket.
A 45. Did you intend to use it on me?
It would have been in my hand if I had.
You could have had your hand in your pocket. All right, what's it all about?
We wanted you to help us.
By posing as a target?
Dennis wasn't going to shoot you. He stayed there to listen to our conversation. I didn't think you'd kiss me.
You left yourself wide open for it. But suppose I hadn't kissed you.
Then I would have asked for your assistance.
In what capacity?
We need someone we can trust.
Huh. I'd say you don't trust anybody.
We have to be very careful.
Uh-huh. Do you trust me now?
Dennis?
I think so, Moira.
So what happens? I give you back your gun, relax, and then wait for someone to plug me. Oh, no thanks.
Mr. Kent.
No, I don't like the setup, sweetheart. I don't know what the score is, and I'm not interested in finding out. So I'll just keep the 45, walk backwards, and say goodnight.
Please listen to me, Mr. Kent.
I didn't listen. It looked too much like a frame job, so I hit the road. When a dame hides a guy with a 45 behind her living room curtains, I'd rather be sitting in a movie. That's just what I did. I went to a newsreel. Then I visited the office, looked at some bills, and went home for a shower. After that, I sat down with my address book. Who is it?
Moira!
I put away my address book. Felt for my .32 in its holster, in case Moira had an escort. And then I went to the door.
Mr. Kent, Mr. Kent.
Why the excitement? Come in.
I had to see you.
She was wearing a light coat that she hadn't bothered to button. Underneath was the same filmy thing she'd been wearing at her apartment. She must have left in a hurry.
You must help me, Mr. Kent.
Why?
It's Dennis.
What did he do?
He's dead.
When?
A half hour ago.
How did it happen?
Someone shot him.
Keep talking, Moira.
After you left, Dennis and I talked things over. Finally, we decided to come to you and ask for help.
With or without a gun?
Mr. Kent, please.
Okay, go on.
I thought it would be best if we saw you here in your flat. So we waited till 6:30. Then I went into my bedroom to get some clothes. No sooner did I leave Dennis than someone came in through the front door and shot him.
Why?
Because of the money.
Money? Moira, if I'm going to help you, I've got to know everything. Okay?
I intend to tell you everything.
Good. Who was Dennis?
My brother.
Oh, what about the money?
It belonged to my father. He died 3 months ago.
Did he give it to you?
Yes.
Well, then it's yours, isn't it? So why come to a private detective for help? The police force will give you all the protection you need.
I can't go to the police.
Why not?
You see, Dad left a will, making my foster mother executor of his entire estate.
And he changed his mind at the last minute.
His mind was changed 3 years ago, when he found out what Angeline was.
Angeline?
Angeline Whiting. I could never force myself to call her mother.
Oh, you didn't get along, huh?
No. I tried. It wasn't difficult to see that she married Dad only for his money.
Moira, why didn't he make out a new will?
He couldn't. When he found out about Angeline, that added to business worries, led to a nervous breakdown. He spent the last years of his life in an asylum.
Mentally unfit?
Yes. Angeline couldn't get him there quickly enough. But he had his clear moments. The first time, he hid £30,000.
And the second time?
He told Dennis and I where he'd hidden it.
I see. Does your foster mother know about it?
She's probably guessed.
Have you seen her lately?
Not since Dad was buried.
Come on, kid. We're going back to your apartment. Moira was all shaken up. I had to help her climb the stairs. Any other time, it would have been a very nice job. But the body of her brother was in the apartment. I don't know even now what I intended doing, but I wanted to look around first. The lights were on. Dennis was stretched on the carpet. And a committee was waiting for us.
Come in. Both of you.
Well, hello, Inspector. Take a chair, Moira.
Are you Moira Stanton?
Yes.
How did it happen?
She told him. Then the inspector looked at me.
Where do you come into it, Kent?
I told him. But neither Moira or I mentioned the money. Inspector Daniels scratched his nose, shook his head, and put a match to the end of his cigar. Then he got down to the business of really asking questions. And Moira told him something she hadn't mentioned to me.
Last week an attempt was made to kidnap Dennis.
By whom?
2 men. He didn't recognize them. They tried to force him into their car, but he struggled and managed to run away.
Why wasn't it reported to the police?
We should have reported it, I suppose.
That's all right. No one ever cooperates with us.
Inspector, are you going to keep this girl up all night? She's had an awful shock.
Yeah. I'll get in touch with you tomorrow, Miss Stanton.
Thank you. I couldn't stay here.
My landlady has a spare room in her apartment. I'll phone her.
Thank you.
Even landladies have hearts. Mine said okay. And then she added that she'd put it on my rent bill. Moira picked up some clothes and I took her with me. We said goodnight at the door.
You're putting a lot of faith and trust in me.
I don't think I'm taking a chance.
Should we have told the police about the money?
We should have. And we will. But first, we'll wait for somebody to make a move. $30,000 is a lot of potatoes. And there were undoubtedly some characters in town itching to dig it up. In the morning, there was a call from Inspector Daniels. He wanted to ask Moira some questions again. I drove her to headquarters and recommended that she stall and play dumb. That wasn't exactly cooperating with the boys in blue, but, well, they don't always use their imagination. I went to my office and sat there for an hour or so, and then...
Good morning.
2 characters walked in. They were well-dressed and smiling. The more talkative one of the 2 made the introductions.
My name is Tom Ellis, and this is my partner, Bob Allen.
Hello. What can I do for you, gentlemen?
You take cases the police won't handle, don't you?
Sometimes. But it's according to why the cops won't touch the case.
Oh, there's nothing illegal about this. You see...
He started talking. It was a good story. Ellis and Ellen were supposed to be business partners. It seemed that one of their employees was typing on the cash register, and they wanted to catch him without any police action. I listened. The guy was such a good talker that I was completely taken in.
If we find that the man we suspect is guilty, we'll discharge him and let it go at that, see?
Mm-hmm. I got out of my chair and walked to the window. It was a big mistake.
Grab his arms.
Got him.
Take it easy.
Okay.
Bob, which isn't my friend's real name, by the way, was once a champion weightlifter, Kent.
And he wasn't kidding. I couldn't move my arms.
See? It doesn't pay to struggle.
What do you want?
The 30,000 pounds.
Outside of a bank, I've never seen 30,000.
The girl came to you. She either gave it to you or told you where it is.
Moira?
You know I mean Moira.
She never told me about any 30,000 pounds.
Hold him very still, Bob.
I've got him.
Where is it?
You're wasting your time.
What did she do with the money?
How many times do I have to tell you that I...
Let go of his arms, the door.
Can't I? I didn't know you were busy.
Well, come right in, Inspector.
Well, yes, come in. We were just leaving.
Don't let them out, Inspector.
What?
They're standover men.
Standover men?
What's all this about?
Kent here is a very bad loser, Inspector. He doesn't like to play his poker debts.
Don't listen to them, Inspector.
It's 2 against 1, Kent. Search us if you like, Inspector.
Daniels accepted the invitation. They didn't have anything on them that even resembled a weapon. Smart boys. I had to stand there and watch them leave. Still, I was very glad the inspector walked in when he did. I could almost hear the wheels churning in his brain.
If they're standover men, why are they here?
They had an idea that I could give them some information.
On what?
On some racetrack deal. Why did you come here?
Because I'm not satisfied that you've told me all you know about that murder case.
Everybody I meet this morning thinks I'm holding back information.
It wouldn't be the first time.
No.
But one of these days, Kent, it'll be the last time.
I'll remember that. After exchanging a few more pleasantries with my old buddy, I drove to headquarters where I'd told Moira to wait for me. Then I took her to lunch and for a ride in the country.
Why this, Larry?
It's obvious. I want to talk.
About the money, of course.
Uh-huh. Say, you called me by my first name.
Did I?
Yeah. But we'll get onto that later. Right now, let's talk.
All right.
Where did you put the money?
In my safety deposit box at the bank.
Has your foster mother complained about $30,000 missing from your father's estate?
No. But I'm sure she knows it's missing.
From what I can make out, she's not the type to let 30 grand slip away.
It's one thing I can't understand.
I can.
Harry?
Yeah?
I think a car is following us. I'm sure I noticed it just behind as we left the city.
So did I, sweetheart. Keep looking ahead.
Barrie.
Hold on to your hat, Moira.
What are you going to do?
I'm going to see if this thing can hit 80. They're increasing speed, too.
70? 75?
If I remember right, there's a dirt road on the left ahead somewhere. Yeah, we're coming to it now. Get ready for it, Moira. If they're not, they'll never make it. Here goes. They almost made it, but not quite. Their car turned over about 3 times. 2 men were inside. I pulled them out. They were the guys who'd visited my office. One was dead. The other, who'd call himself Ellis, was very close to it. A motorcycle cop arrived, then an ambulance. Moira and I ended up at police headquarters where we told Inspector Daniels the whole story. He made the usual remarks.
If I want to, Kent, I can get you for withholding information on at least 2 other counts.
But before he could go any further...
Inspector Daniels speaking. Yes, Murphy. What? Oh. I see. He did, eh? Uh-huh. Thanks, Murphy. Well, Miss Stanton, it looks as though you'll eventually get to keep that £30,000.
What happened?
Did Ellis talk, Inspector?
Yes, just before he died. But his name wasn't Ellis. It was John Cartwright.
Cartwright? Dad mentioned that name.
It seems that he was, very friendly with your foster mother. So friendly that he was willing to kill for her.
And for £30,000. But where did the other guy come into it?
He was just a small-time hoodlum hired by Cartwright.
Uh-huh. Where do you go from here, Inspector?
Well, my next move is Angeline Stanton. I'll arrange for a warrant right now.
But Angeline Stanton wasn't available when the cops arrived at her place. She must have been psychic. Moira turned the £30,000 over to the authorities and was told she'd get it back in a short while. And me? Well, I stayed close to Moira. First, because I liked her. Second, because her foster mother hadn't been caught. We wondered where she was. But one night in Moira's apartment, we stopped wondering.
Don't move. Don't move!
We didn't. She had a gun in her hand. Her dress was filthy. Her hair hung lankly over her face. Her eyes blazed.
Angeline.
Yes. Surprised to see me, aren't you?
What do you want?
What do you think I want? The money.
I've given it to the authorities.
I want the money, Moira. Before your father died, he ranted and raved. He laughed at me. He said that you and Dennis had the money and that I'd never see it. Well, now Dennis will never see it. I want the money.
You're mad.
I want the money.
Get it for her.
Who are you?
That doesn't matter. Go to the desk drawer and get the money, Moira.
Yes, and remember that I have a gun.
When I said desk drawer, Moira understood. There was a .32 in it. A gun I'd placed there for her protection. Angeline kept looking at me, watching my every move. I relaxed my arms.
Keep your hands up.
Sure.
No tricks, whoever you are.
She concentrated on me, pointed the gun in my direction. Meanwhile, Moira was at the desk. She pulled out the drawer. Then she had the gun in her hand.
Angeline!
Angeline swung a gun towards Moira. I saw that just as I dived for her legs. Her shots were as wild as she was.
Let me go. Let me go. I'll kill you. Let me go. I'll kill you. I'll kill you.
But her killing days were over. We tied her up. The cops came and took her away, and she ended up in a straitjacket. She'll spend the rest of her life in a room with padded walls, first talking quietly and then screaming, but always about 30,000 pounds. But Moira, now there's a dame who's going to enjoy her money.
I want you to help me spend some of it, Mary.
Sure.
What will we do? You tell me.
Well, we can go somewhere.
For instance?
Well,
where, Larry? And, what can we do?
You know something? The things I thought of that we could do didn't cost a penny. Good night.
I hope you're enjoying our journey through hard-boiled detective land so far, and let's keep going. The great Bob Bailey played another hard-boiled investigator, George Valentine, in Let George Do It from 1946 to 1954, with Olin Sewell voicing him in the last few episodes. His famous classified ad for a variety of clients, which read, "Danger is my stock in trade. If the job's too tough for you to handle, you've got a job for me. George Valentine, write full details." In the episode The Penthouse Roof, a bird watcher named Dr. Wormsley is looking at birds through his binoculars when he observes a man being pushed off of a penthouse roof several blocks away. Of course, he hires Valentine to solve the murder. Originally broadcast on April 19th, 1948. Next up is Matthew Slade, Private Investigator, which ran quite a bit after the end of radio's glory days, presented as an old-time radio revival series from 1963 to 64, and starring William Wintersole in the title role and Sylvia Walden as his secretary. It originated on the show Starlight Mystery Theater. This three-part episode, Day of the Phoenix, was the series opener, but unfortunately the third part did not survive to the present day. I'm sorry to leave you with a cliffhanger. Still, even without the resolution of the story, it is a great one, and it's a great homage to the earlier old-time radio detectives. After that, we have The Adventures of the Falcon, starring various actors as Drexel Drake, a freelance investigator, which ran from 1943 to 1954, and was always broadcast at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time throughout its run. In The Careless Client, a woman hires the Falcon to protect her from a racketeer who's trying to kill her, but the Falcon soon finds out that she's not telling him the entire story. Les Damon stars as the Falcon, with Mandel Kramer as Sergeant Johnny Gleason, and this one aired on October 15th, 1950. One of the better episodes of this series, in my opinion, with the trademark comedy bits and action sequences that it was known for. Next up, from The Adventures of Sam Spade, The Terrified Turkey Caper. Just as Philip Marlowe was made famous by Raymond Chandler, Sam Spade was Dashiell Hammett's famous creation from The Maltese Falcon. kind of a combination hard-boiled detective with a dash of light-hearted humor, Spade was played by Howard Duff and then later by Steve Dunn, and ran from 1946 to 1951. Lorene Tuttle, of course, played his secretary, Effie. In this one, which was the Thanksgiving broadcast of 1950, a man named Tom Turkey, yes, I'm serious about that, shows up at Sam's office and tells him that he believes someone is out to kill him. Sam dives into the case, and it leads to some great action and mystery. Next is an interesting mystery show, Carter Brown Mystery Theater, or Carter Brown Mysteries. Named as a pseudonym for various authors rather than a specific character, it was an Australian mystery show that featured multiple-part serials of detective fiction, featuring different characters each time. In Crown for a King, a 4-parter, the detective is Roger King. Now, I've included this in the hard-boiled collection because King definitely fits the bill as hard-boiled. Tough, gritty, street-smart, and a bit of a wise mouth. Not all of the Carter Brown detectives did. Now let's sit back and enjoy the shows, and I'll see you on the other side.
Standard of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West, invites you to Let George Do It. Another adventure of George Valentine.
Personal notice. Danger is my stock and trade. If the trouble you're in is way off the beaten track and you need help that's strictly confidential, you've got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Dear sir, you employed the word confidential in your advertisement. Well, I need confidential help. My enthusiasm for birds has led me into a predicament. I was watching starlings, but I saw something that was never meant to be seen, and it keeps haunting me, if I really saw it. Unless my eyes deceive me...
My eyes deceive me. I was the witness, the only witness to an outrageous crime. There's nothing more I can say in a letter. Please contact me at once, and it's signed Elliot Wormsley.
Wormsley, that sounds like a name on a Dickens.
Elliot Wormsley, M.S., Ph.D., Statistical Services, Baxter Building.
Birdwatcher, huh?
Mm-hmm.
What kind of canaries is this statistician interested in anyway?
Oh, stop kidding, George. That's a pretty grim phrase. I was the only witness to an outrageous crime.
And he's in a predicament. That's a twist.
What was it he could have seen?
I don't know, Brooksy, but let's see what we can see. Let's drop in on Dr. Wormsley.
These are the binoculars, Mr. Valentine. The ones I used to watch starlings on that penthouse roof down there.
Uh-huh.
But that's almost 3 blocks away, Dr. Wormsley.
I know.
The river house, huh? Pretty swanky.
Golly, George. You can see halfway around the world with these binoculars.
All right, Angel, stop playing. Back to you, Dr. Wormsley. So you looked for starlings and saw a killer hawk.
Something like that, Mr. Valentine.
Okay. Now, just what was this outrageous crime? What did you see that you shouldn't have seen?
Murder.
Oh, I guess I dropped your binoculars, Doctor.
Did you say murder?
I can't be sure. But I just trained my eyes down there, as I've been doing for weeks. And in that instant, I'm almost certain I saw a man push another man off the roof. Of course, he had his back to me.
What do you mean, almost certain, Dr. Wormsley?
Well, it was over in a second, and I didn't expect to see what I think I saw. Besides, statistics show that the element of error in visualization over 100 yards is 14 to 1,000.
Yeah, well, we'll take your word for that. But why didn't you go to the police with this story?
Oh, no, Mr. Valentine. I'm a modest man, and I don't like publicity. Besides, I'm coming up for the presidency of my club. And, so many people think bird watching is, a little peculiar.
Yes, I know. You wouldn't make it. But murder is a very serious business.
Mr. Valentine, if I'd seen any mention of what I suspected in the newspapers, I would have volunteered this information to the police. But as it is, no crime has been reported.
Well, that's right, George. I didn't see anything about it.
Still, the picture of those 2 men keeps haunting me. I'm thinking of my reputation, but I do have some public spirit, and I have to make sure. My conscience wouldn't let me rest if I didn't.
Oh, I see. And you want me to check at the river house and soothe your conscience?
That's it, young man, precisely. It shouldn't take you more than a day, and I'm willing to pay your usual fee.
Okay, it's a deal, Wormsley. Oh, Brooksy.
Yes, George?
Just on a hunch, get down to the Bureau of Missing Persons. See Finley.
Okay.
Find out if anybody's been reported missing from the river house.
You will keep my name out of this, won't you?
Oh, yes, we'll do our best, Professor. I'll meet you back here later, Brooksy.
Okay, George.
I'm going over to the river house.
Oh, you're very fortunate, Mr. Valentine. Penthouse B is vacant, and it's only $5,400 a year.
Yeah, a point of information, Mr. Stevens. As I get it, the sun deck of this wing facing the river is for the exclusive use of Penthouse A and B.
Oh, it's very private. And Penthouse A is occupied by the Dunlaps, Philip Dunlap, the broker. So that would put you in very good company, and only $5,400 a year.
Well, I was thinking of something a little better, but I'll let you know.
Look who went and rang my doorbell. Wouldn't be the full of brush man, would you?
Not unless my samples are showing.
Oh, come on in anyway. I hope you'll pardon the sunsuit. I wasn't expecting company.
No, it's nothing at all. I mean, practically.
I was out on the roof sunbathing.
I'm Mrs. Dunlap?
That's right.
Well, I'm the chaplain.
It's been a dull afternoon. Suppose we wait a while before you tell me what you want.
Well, as a matter of fact...
You aren't going to stand there, are you? Here, sit down.
The truth is, Mrs. Dunlap, I may be your next-door neighbor in Penthouse B.
Oh. Well, that would be the first improvement they've made in River House without raising our rent.
I thought it'd be a nice gesture to sort of drop in on my possible neighbors and introduce myself. There is a Mr. Dunlap, isn't there?
Yes, but you needn't worry about him. He hasn't been home for 2 days.
Oh, just like that, huh?
That's Philip for you. Thank heavens. He must have decided to go up to our cabin in the mountains to brood. Or he may be staying at his club. But as I said, this looked like a dull afternoon. We're not going to let it be one, are we? Oh, fine. That wouldn't be Philip. He has his key.
Well, whoever it is, just explain I'm looking at the penthouse next door.
Hal.
Listen, Paula, we haven't heard from Philip yet, and there are letters and contracts he has to sign downtown.
All right, Hal. I'm not my husband's keeper.
Oh, just the same, I thought you might be worried. Oh, I didn't know you were having company.
Well, this gentleman may be our next-door neighbor, I hope. Mr.
The name's Valentine.
Really, Paula? At least now you know his name.
Oh, Mr. Valentine, this intense young man is my husband's secretary, Hal Sterrett.
How do you do? I don't know what you're going to do, Paula, but I'm going to call the police and report Philip missing.
Please do that, Hal. I'd feel so much better. Lord, how I hate righteous men, especially when they're young. So petulant. Now, where were we, Mr. Valentine?
I was just about to leave.
A mood is a very fragile thing, isn't it?
Oh, you've been right neighborly, ma'am. Goodbye.
I don't think it's goodbye. Anyway, it was very nice, even not having known you.
Mr. Valentine. Mr. Valentine.
Oh, Dr. Wormsley.
I was waiting for you to come out of the river house.
But why? I thought you made it a point you were to be the unknown factor in this deal.
After you left, I did some calculating.
Yeah, good for you, good for you. There must be a way of getting into this empty lot without climbing over that fence.
And in my calculations, I discovered that the odds against anything as extraordinary as this happening to an ordinary man like me would be about 14,000 to 1.
You don't say.
So if you don't mind, Mr. Valentine, I'd sort of like to tag along with you and see if I'm really that 1 in 14,000.
Uh-huh. Looks as though there's a gate in this fence. If we can get these cans out of the way.
George!
Hey, Brooksy, you should have brought a friend. We'd have a fourth for bridge.
Oh, hello, Miss Brooks.
Oh, George, there's been no report of anyone missing in this district.
Oh, thanks.
I was on my way to your office, Dr. Wormsley, when I saw you heading for the river house. So here I am.
Well, kids, let's see what we should see.
just an overgrown lot.
That's right.
George, you think that if Dr. Wormsley is right, the man would be...
Nothing like checking, Brooksy. Dr. Wormsley, you did say that when you saw a man pushing another one off the roof, his back was towards you?
If I saw what I thought I saw. That's right.
That would mean he was facing away from you, toward the river.
Yes.
Well, there's the river behind that high-board fence. And on this side of the building, there are only the windows and the elevator shafts and the stairway.
So no one would have seen him fall.
Mr. Valentine, over here, look.
Huh?
That's a man. I mean, it was.
Huh? Past tense is putting it mildly.
Oh, George. Then it wasn't my imagination after all.
No, Dr. Wormsley, it wasn't. And just to quote a few more odds, it's at least 1,000,000 to 1 this is the body of Philip Dunlap.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. Meanwhile, a word about the great American pastime. If you're a baseball fan, check these 2 tips for getting the most out of this season. Number 1, when you're driving to and from the game, use fast-starting Chevron Supreme gasoline. Special blending agents in Chevron Supreme give your car speedy warm-up and quick pickup for traffic getaways. And when it comes to hill climbing, premium quality Chevron Supreme gasoline takes you smoothly over the steepest ones. Number 2, at independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations where you can get Chevron Supreme gasoline, there's a grand gift for you. It's a 48-page book about baseball written by Bert Dunn. You'll find in your free copy of Batter Up the fundamentals about this great American sport. One illustrated section shows how to play each different position. Ask for a free copy of Batter Up tomorrow. It's yours at standard stations and independent Chevron gas stations where they say and mean, we'll take better care of your car. And now, back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. It's only natural for a member of the Bird Watchers Society, even when he's a professional statistician like Dr. Wormsley, to be watching starlings on a penthouse roof. But when instead his binoculars revealed one man pushing another off that self-same roof, well, that's just sort of a case George would get involved in. It's about an hour since George found Philip Dunlap's body in the weed-covered lot back of the apartment building, and now we join George and Claire talking to Lieutenant Riley at Homicide.
Yeah, what is it?
Lieutenant Riley, Donnelly just brought Hal Starrett in. Do you want to see him now?
No. Let him cool his heels out there a while with Mrs. Dunlap.
Yes, sir.
Now, about Dr. Wormsley, Lieutenant Riley.
Okay, Valentine, okay. When Lieutenant Johnson turned the case over to me, I didn't know what I was getting in for, but I'll do my best to keep your client's name out of the case.
Oh, you're a pal.
Well, as a matter of fact, Lieutenant, you owe our little bird watcher a debt. He did uncover a murder.
Miss Brooks, I don't want to appear ungrateful.
Oh, no.
I can always use a new murder.
Oh?
I'm overjoyed that when you and Valentine stumbled over this homicide, you were thoughtful enough to let me know about it.
Oh, well, it's nothing at all.
If you hadn't, I'd lock both of you up and throw the key away.
Well, now that you're back to your own sweet self, would you mind telling us what you found out from Mrs. Dunlap?
Well, she said she was out shopping all that afternoon, and the doorman is alibying her. When she got back, this kid, Starrett, was still there, waiting to see his boss, Mr. Dunlap. He hung around a little longer and then beat it.
Did Mrs. Dunlap suggest that there might have been any bad blood between Starrett and her husband?
Well, she wasn't too anxious to admit it, but it seems young Starrett was being fired.
Yeah, but what was the reason? Bad spelling or making Google eyes at the boss's wife?
I wouldn't know, not yet. Mrs. Dunlap was too broken up to go into every little detail.
Broken up, huh? I can just see her tears flowing like wine.
What do you mean by that?
Well, just thinking out loud.
Yes, Lieutenant?
You can send Starrett in here now.
Yes, sir.
Well, it looks to me as though Mr. Starrett has some explaining to do, or else.
Well, we know that he was there that afternoon, and your Dr. Wormsley saw a man push Dunlap off the roof. Come in, son. Come in.
Lieutenant, I don't understand any of this. Oh, you.
Hello, Starrett.
What are you doing here?
Just a neighborly interest in the fate of your late employer.
Say, what is this?
Yes, George, I didn't know you two had met.
Well, never mind.
Now, what's this about Dunlap deciding to fire you, Starrett?
Well,
Why?
He didn't like my work, I guess. That's the usual reason, isn't it?
You'll save a lot of time if you tell us the truth.
You asked me a question, and I gave you the only answer you're going to get.
You had a fight with your boss, didn't you?
No.
In the struggle, you pushed him off the roof.
No.
A man saw you from an office building.
He couldn't have.
Oh, Lieutenant.
Yes, Donnelly?
Can I see you a minute?
Yeah, okay. I'll be right back.
Hey, tell me something, Starrett.
Yes?
If you were already fired, why were you so worried about Dunlap? Even going to the Bureau of Missing Persons yourself?
Because he was the best friend I ever had.
It hardly jives with the story Lieutenant Riley is building up.
Hey, Starrett.
Yes?
You're a college man, aren't you?
Oh, what of it?
Syracuse, 1942.
What? Why, yes, but how did you know?
This, Phi Beta Kappa, too, aren't you?
That's right. But what are you driving at, Lieutenant?
Well, this Phi Beta Kappa key. The medical examiner found it clenched in Dunlap's fist. It's yours.
I don't know how it could have gotten there.
He must have ripped the key off your chain as he fell off the roof. Okay, Starrett, I'm arresting you on suspicion of murder.
It's nice of you to visit me in jail, Valentine. But what's the use of going over the same story again? Paula would go right...
I'd say it intrigues me, Starrett.
Paula would go right on denying I ever gave her that key. I can't prove it. Why should you believe me any more than anyone else?
Because I happen to know a little more about the lady in question. Now, look, friend, let's stop being delicate. Paula decided she liked your type and made you the odd man in the triangle. That's why Dunlap was giving you the gate.
Oh, I tried to break off with her, but she always managed to be around, taunting me. She had me spinning on my head.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Say, did you have a fight with Dunlap when he fired you?
No, I wish there had been. That would have been easier than the way it was.
Go on.
He was hurt, and I was sick and ashamed of myself. He knew there were others, and that made the whole thing even cheaper.
Now, surely just firing you, Starrett, wasn't the answer for Dunlap.
Oh, he knew that. One of my last acts as his secretary was drawing up the papers that cut her out of his will.
Hey, now, wait a minute. That just puts you in deeper. That means Paula had no motive. Hey, how about insurance?
Well, there was a big policy Philip took out recently with Paula's beneficiary. He didn't change that.
Oh, isn't that kind of strange?
Oh, it wasn't something he overlooked. There was a funny smile on his face when he told me he was leaving that as is.
That's very interesting.
Oh, look, Valentine, I didn't kill Philip. When I was there, I didn't even know he was out on the roof.
Oh, okay, I'll just take it easy. I'll do what I can.
What can you do? You'll never get the truth about that key out of Paula. And Dr. Wormsley swears there was a man out there struggling with Philip. What man? A burglar? One of Paula's ex-boyfriends? Or possibly the man on the moon?
I think I'll drop in on Paula again. I don't know what I expect to find, but with a gal like that, the unexpected is bound to be interesting.
Well, if it isn't my next-door neighbor. What now? Cup of sugar? Couple of eggs?
Well, maybe I did make a little fib, but you didn't believe me anyway, did you, Mrs. Dunlap?
Paula.
Okay, Paula. Too bad about young Starrett, isn't it?
What a thing to say to a grief-stricken widow. Can I get you anything? We may as well make ourselves comfortable.
You've got a head start in those lounging pajamas. They're really something.
I was wondering when you were going to notice them.
Hey, you know, I never appreciated before what lounging pajamas can do for a woman.
Didn't you?
No. I might say if she were out on a roof and someone happened to see her from Dr. Wormsley's window, he might mistake her for a man.
If he'd never seen a woman before.
His office is more than 2 blocks away. But to get back to our hypothetical woman.
Yeah.
How much do you guess she'd have coming to her if her husband were murdered and there was a nice fat insurance policy, the only thing he didn't cut her out of?
We've gotten a long way from lounging pajamas.
Oh, I don't know. And I can't help wondering what the lady in question would do if she had a perfect patsy and a difficult young man who was suffering pangs of conscience. She might even do something brash if she happened to remember the Phi Beta Kappa key he gave her in a tender moment.
Tell me, have you confided these flights of fancy to anyone else?
Oh, no, my sweet. I wanted you to be the first to know.
And you, my sweet, will ruin your eyes reading all those pulp magazines. There's another angle to this lady of the rooftops.
Oh, what's that?
With all the insurance money she's sure to get, with an admiring eye for a certain broad-shouldered character who seems to know what it's all about. Oh, she might make life very pleasant for him. Very.
You couldn't say he knew what it was all about if he fell for a pitch like that, now, could you?
Oh. I'd better get my cigarette before we go on with this little game.
Or you can quit playing any time you want to.
My dear old father used to play a lot of poker. He used to say the game was never over till the last bluff was called.
Huh? Didn't your old man tell you that even one of those effeminate-looking automatics make a loud noise and leave holes when they go off?
I have a permit for this gun.
Uh-oh. Come on now, Paula. Let's see if you can answer that phone with one hand.
You know, Georgie, that could be your next to the last glib remark.
When that phone stops ringing, you're going to worry yourself into a tizzy, trying to guess who it was.
We've been supposing a lot of things here tonight. Now let me top it off. Suppose they found you draped on the floor there with a bullet in your head.
Okay, what then?
I was in bed when I heard sounds in the living room. I opened the door. There was a figure in the darkness. After everything I'd been through, I didn't stop to think. I shot the prowler.
I gotta hand it to you, Paula.
Skip it. Just sit there on the couch a few minutes till I get my story straight. When I shoot you, I may have to tell the story 12 times tonight, so it's got to be perfect.
Okay, you stalled too long. You missed your chance, beautiful. It'd be a mistake to shoot me now.
What are you talking about?
Behind you. There's somebody out there on the penthouse roof.
You know I'm smarter than that. Who's it?
I'll take the toy now.
You
Drop
let
it.
go of that, you.
Oh, George, there you are. I tried to call, and then I remembered about the empty penthouse next door and the adjoining sun deck, and... Oh, for Pete's sake, somebody say something.
Oh, just a little parlor game, Brooksy.
Yes. I was just showing Mr. Valentine how I almost mistook him for an intruder.
Oh?
Lieutenant Raleigh will probably find it very amusing when we tell him about it.
Oh, that ain't the way I seen it.
For the time being, Angel, we have to see things Paula's way. But more important right now is to see if we can get a man out of bed.
No trouble at all, Valentine. Don't mind selling a little insurance any time of the night.
Are these all representative policies, Bennett?
Yes, sirree. Anything you want, we've got it. Life, accident, comprehensive liability, tornado insurance, plate glass.
Any insurance against fatality during parlor games?
What's that, Miss Brooks?
Just a private joke.
This life insurance policy.
Oh, any amount you want. Just a simple physical
Well, these
examining.
clauses at the beginning, they're pretty standard in all life insurance policies, aren't they?
Yes, indeed. Each one of them meant to protect policyholder and the company.
What's up, George?
Well, thanks a lot, Bennett. You've been a great help.
Yeah, but look, old man.
Sorry, shopping around, but I'll keep you in mind. Let's go, Brooksy. Now, Brooksy, first thing in the morning, I want you to check with all the druggists in this section of town around River House, Dr. Wormsley's office, 20 or 30 blocks in each direction.
Oh, my aching
I'm going to be
feet.
with Lieutenant Riley. I hate to think of his blood pressure when I mention one little word.
Autopsy?
That's the word.
Valentine, if I had any hair, I'd tear it out. What are you talking about?
Well, now, look, it can't do any harm, Lieutenant.
No one in his right mind can doubt how Dunlap died. This Wormsley saw him shoved off the roof. Then the body was found sprawled all over an empty lot 12 floors below. Cause and effect.
I have every reason to doubt that Sterrett killed Dunlap.
I suppose you're going to tell me Mrs. Dunlap killed him, huh? That she used to be the strong woman in the circus.
I didn't say she killed him.
Then who... What? For the love of heaven.
How about that autopsy, Lieutenant?
All right, Doctor. Will you tell Valentine here that he's just been wasting our time?
I wouldn't say that, Lieutenant.
Huh?
What'd you find?
Enough poison in Dunlap to stop an army dead in its tracks.
All right. I can't argue with the laboratory. But I don't get it, Valentine. How many times do you kill a man, poison, throw him off the roof? It's a wonder we didn't find a knife in his back, too.
Doctor, just how does this particular poison work?
Instantly. Every muscle in the body becomes rigid all at once and stays that way.
Then it's possible that after a couple of days, the effects of the poison could be mistaken for rigor mortis.
Not only possible, Mr. Valentine. It seems just what happened.
Hey, wait a minute. If Dunlap's fist was clenched like that the moment the poison took effect, how did that Phi Beta Kappa key get in his hand?
That's the point, Lieutenant. It was forced into it. And certainly Hal Sterrett didn't do it.
That does it. That does it. I'm going to have Paula Dunlap picked up, and she'd better have all the answers. Oh, no. No, Mrs. Dunlap, you're going to have to do better than that.
I know how it looks, Lieutenant Raleigh, but you're wrong, believe me.
Paula, you had to be the one who put that key in your husband's hand. Sterrett wouldn't sign his own death warrant.
I know, but
Here are the facts the jury will hear. You were the man Wormsley saw wearing lounging pajamas. You had the motive, the insurance money, so you poisoned Mr. Dunlap, then pushed him off the roof to implicate an innocent man.
All right. All right, I'll tell you just what happened.
Remember, Mrs. Dunlap, you're doing this of your own free will.
Hal Sterrett left that afternoon. I went out on the roof for a moment. Philip was there, an empty highball glass next to him. He was dead. Oh, don't look at me that way. He was already dead. He'd committed suicide.
How do you know that?
There was a note, cruel note, saying that I was the cause of all the unhappiness in his life. He was leaving me without a cent.
Okay. I suppose you have the note?
No, I destroyed it.
Oh, no, that wasn't very smart.
Don't you see? I had to. So no one would ever find out it was suicide.
Now, wait a minute.
There was a clause in his policy. It's in most policies, saying that if he killed himself within the first year, the beneficiary wouldn't get a cent.
That much is true, Lieutenant.
What I did was wrong, but I wasn't going to let Philip leave me without a cent. That'll stand up in court, won't it? Even though I did destroy the note, they'll believe me, won't they?
Since you asked my opinion, the answer's no. But my job is finished now.
Oh, no.
George.
Hey, how goes it, Brooksy? What luck?
You were right. I found out what you wanted to know at the Gotham Pharmacy on Morton Boulevard.
Now what?
What am I going to do? I've got to find a way to prove I'm innocent. This isn't fair.
Remembering that gun you held in my face and Hal Sterrett, I'm tempted to keep my mouth shut and let you stew in your own juice.
What do you mean?
Me and you both.
I don't know what charge you're going to hold her on, Lieutenant, but it won't be murder.
What?
Did you hear what he said, Lieutenant?
What are you talking about, Valentine?
Brooksy just found out that Philip Dunlap bought that poison himself at the Gotham Pharmacy.
On a doctor's prescription he forged.
Oh, George. Oh, how can I ever thank you?
Oh, that's easy. The next time you're up on that roof alone, see if you can prove the law of gravity really works.
George, don't you think that was sort of a morbid joke for Dunlap to play on his wife?
Well, Angel, Paula played a few pretty grim jokes herself.
Yes, but to leave her name in that insurance policy, knowing that she wouldn't get a penny.
Crime, punishment, so forth.
Hello. Anybody here?
Oh, Dr. Wormsley.
I just thought I'd drop in and take care of that little bill I owe you.
Oh, thanks.
How do the birds look these days, Doctor?
What? Oh, yes. That reminds me. I must thank you, Valentine, for keeping my name out of the Dunlap case. After all, I was the key witness, and oh, dear.
Well, that's all washed up now.
Thank goodness. Oh, yes. Mrs. Dunlap isn't living there anymore, you know.
No?
It seems 3 young ladies are sharing that apartment now. And yesterday...
Why, Dr. Wormsley. Oh. What kind of birds are you watching now?
Oh, well, they were very wild canaries. Oh, goodness. What am I
saying? And now, a message of importance to motorists. If this is the time of year your family gets travel-minded, it's probably the time you start thinking about new tires. And you know which make of tire gives you a written warranty against ordinary road hazards? The answer is easy. Atlas tires. That's right. Each new Atlas passenger tire is warranted for 12 months against blowouts, cuts, and bruises that might happen to ordinary tires. And each Atlas tire has a double warranty. First, by the manufacturer, and second, by the distributor. Another thing to keep in mind when you're buying tires is a 2 or 4 wear better than an uneven number. Give you softer riding and easier car handling. For that extra margin of safety, get Atlas tires at standard stations and independent Chevron gas stations where they say and mean, we'll take better care of your car. Next week, when you tune our way for another adventure of George Valentine, you'll hear...
Well, Brooksy, looks like playing Big Brother a la Spencer Tracy didn't work out. Eddie beat it while I was shaving.
Oh, that crazy little kid.
He left this note. He's on the prowl. To quote, he's going after Stan Lucas.
Oh, no. What can we do, George?
I gotta stop him somehow. Hey, listen. You look up Emily. Maybe she can give us a clue how we can find Eddie.
Okay, George.
And remember, Brooksy, it's a race against time.
Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and Standard stations throughout the West. Let George Do It stars Robert Bailey as George, with Frances Robinson as Claire. Wally Mayer appeared as Lieutenant Riley. Tonight's story was written by David Victor and Herbert Little Jr. and directed by Don Clark. Also heard in the cast were Louise Arthur, Fred Howard, Peter Leeds, Charles Seal, and Charles Lund. The music is composed and conducted by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Don't forget to listen again next week, 1 hour earlier, over the same station, to Let George Do It. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
Hollywood, welcome to Starlight Mystery Theater and another episode in the series Matthew Slade, Private Investigator. We invite you to take your seat as Matthew Slade, Private Investigator, unfolds part one of a three-part story, Day of the Phoenix.
In my job, the hours are odd. So are the circumstances and the people I meet. You could even call some of them dangerous. My calling card reads, Matthew Slade, Private Investigator. It was 2:40 a.m. I was at my apartment, the Warwick Arms, completing some paperwork on an extortion case. Hello? Yes, this is Matthew Slade. Oh, yes, Mrs. Marlowe. What? Of course, I'll come right over. It was Laura Marlowe, wife of a client, ex-client. He just stopped 2 bullets cold. I grabbed my coat and headed for the underground garage. It was a bad night, a worse one for a murder. I headed for the Marlowe home, 23 El Cerrito Place. Richard Marlowe had been more than a client. He'd been a close friend, a man of integrity. I couldn't imagine anyone wanting him dead. It was a shot. I got another one as I arrived. A body lay crumpled in the driveway. It was hard to recognize him. A bullet fired from close range had torn away his face. I carried him into the gatehouse, returned to the car, then continued up the drive to the house. One night, 2 murders. I hoped I wouldn't find a third. As I reached the house, I could see Laura Marlowe silhouetted in the doorway.
Mr. Slade.
Mrs. Marlowe, are you all right?
Yes, thank heaven you're here.
I came as quickly as I could.
Please come in. He's over there, by the desk.
You feel up to telling me about it?
I was upstairs. I'd just gone to bed when I heard the shots. As I came down the stairs, I heard a car drive away. I came in here and I found him.
Have you called the police?
You're the only one I've called. Because you're a good friend of my husband, I felt I could count on you for help. I was frantic, don't you see? I had no one else to turn to.
What about the servants?
Oh, this is the housekeeper's night off. I kept ringing for Morris, our chauffeur, but he didn't answer.
I found him lying by the front gate, dead. The best way I can help you, Mrs. Marlowe, is by calling the police. I called homicide. Within 30 minutes, the place was like a 3-ring circus.
Hey, take another one from over here, Joe. Okay. Let's get this area talked and wrap it up, huh?
You tell a pretty convincing story, Slade. That's all there is to it. No more than I've already told you.
That's true, Lieutenant Flagg. Mr. Slade did me a great service by coming here tonight.
Yeah, I'm sure he did. You touch anything, Mrs. Marlowe?
No.
No trace of a gun. You wouldn't be carrying one, would you, Slade? Not today. Keep one? My office. License? Naturally. What sort of gun is it? 38. That's all for the moment, Slade. You're free to go. I left, but not alone. As I passed through the gateway and out into the street, a black sedan pulled from the curb and followed. Lieutenant Flagg obviously intended to keep a close watch on my activities. As I entered into the Warwick Arms garage, the black sedan cruised by. From my apartment window, I could see it parked across the street. Some poor cop was going to spend a very uncomfortable night. I turned in, slept for what seemed like minutes, when the doorbell rang. Okay, I'm coming. I knew it. Who else would come calling at this hour but the police? Don't you gentlemen ever sleep? You gonna let us in? No, I don't know. Did I break some law by sleeping till 7 o'clock? Look, Slade, don't get funny. All right, calm yourself, Lieutenant. Come on in. Now, take a seat. What brings you so early?
Tough luck you've been at the Marlowe place before us. Makes you a suspect.
Oh, come on now. You can hardly expect me to believe you think that.
You gotta start with someone. You look good to us. Check you out. Sergeant Tonelli here wrote it all down in this little notebook. Been around, Slade. Born Sydney, 1932. Moved to New Guinea in 49. Joined the Colonial Office 51. 57 Special Customs Agent, Marseille. Very impressive.
Oh, you haven't heard the half of it, Lieutenant. I have a scar on my left thumb, and when it rains, my leg hurts. Oh, that's from the time a dog took a bite out of it. Now, look, let's dispense with this tour and get this over with.
You told us the Marlowe dame called and asked you to go over there.
Yeah, that's right. Richard Marlowe was a client of mine. His wife needed help. I gave it. Anything wrong with that?
Not if that's all there is to it. What was the nature of your business with him?
He collected things. That was his hobby. I tracked down several art pieces for him. In fact, we just recently returned from a buying trip to the Orient.
Mrs. Marlowe?
My dealings were mainly with her husband. I've only met her a few times.
Is that so?
Now, look, I don't care much for your insinuation, Lieutenant.
You were at the scene of a murder last night, and your reason for being there don't satisfy me. Could be you and his wife were playing around. Makes a good motive. There were no signs an intruder had broken into that house. She reported nothing stolen. What clues we have lead me to believe Marlowe was expecting whoever knocked them off. Expecting a friend, maybe. You know a lot more than you're letting on, and I intend to find out what it is. Get dressed.
Oh, you're not serious.
You better do as he says, Matt.
All right, if you want to talk, let's talk.
We'll talk. Not here. I prefer to play the game in my own backyard. You got 5 minutes.
The lieutenant was a man used to getting his own way. I dressed and left with him. As we reached the street and entered the police car, I noticed the black sedan still parked.
In the front, Slade, between us.
You could have sent your watchdog home last night. I wasn't going anywhere.
What?
That watchdog you had tailing me.
We had no one tailing you. You've been seeing things.
I guessed wrong. And who was in that car? And what did he want? We arrived at headquarters in 15 minutes. An hour later, Lieutenant Flagg was still playing Quizmaster.
What were you doing at the Marlowe place?
You're a hard man to convince, Lieutenant. You've heard my story.
Wouldn't fool an old lady. Now quit stalling and lay it on the line.
Would you like a statement?
A full statement signed and sealed.
Without coercion?
We don't get them any other way.
Well, then I'll need my attorney.
You intend to stand on your right, stage a big scene?
If you think I killed Marlowe, book me. If you do, that gives me the right to bring my attorney down here. Now, I know as well as you do there isn't a charge in the book you can hold me on.
I didn't say I was going to book you. But if I do, I can arraign you on what I've already got.
What charge?
As a suspect. Suspicion of accessory after the fact, a felony, Section 32, in case you're interested.
As an accessory after the fact, you'd have to prove intent. And in this case, knowledge that a crime was committed. Now, just how do you intend to prove that?
Ways can be found. I could rig a dozen things. I could have you locked up as a material witness, for one thing.
Not in this state. Except by a court order. You wouldn't dare try that.
I've got the lab report here. How's it going? Still covering the same ground. Both parties shot from close range with a .45. Marlowe twice through the pump, Morris once in the face. Okay, Slade, you can go.
What? You mean you're giving up that easily?
I said you could go. I didn't say it was finished. You're not off the hook yet, not by a long shot. I'll give you a day or so to think things over. If you're not back here with the kind of story I think you're capable of telling, I'll be forced to go to the commissioner and tell him we have a suspect withholding information in a murder case. Is that clear?
Very clear. Adios, gentlemen.
You don't really think he had anything to do with it, do you? No. My guess is he has an idea who did. We got to come up with a motive. Maybe Slade can supply us with one. You sure ride him? Yeah. I intend to keep on riding him until I sort this thing out. We are going to see him sweat.
I felt like a man sinking in quicksand. Like it or not, I was now involved in a murder case. I took a cab to my office across town on Sutter Street. As I got out, the black sedan pulled ahead and parked. I made a mental note of the license number, entered the building, and took the elevator to my 4th floor office. Be a sweetheart and check on who owns a black sedan, license number OKW576, and I'm going in to shave.
Not so fast. You have a visitor.
A client?
Laura Marlowe.
Mrs. Marlowe. Hold my call, Jonesy. How are you feeling, Mrs. Marlowe?
Better, thank you.
Please, sit down.
Thank you. I really don't know how to tell you this. There's more to last night's killing than you might imagine. Much more.
Yes?
The jade statuette you located for my husband when you were both in Hong Kong was stolen last night.
The Phoenix? I can't imagine anyone killing 2 people for an inexpensive art piece.
To the contrary, it has extreme value.
Oh, that's hardly possible, Mrs. Marlowe. The statuette is merely a replica of a legendary bird, worth at the most $200. There must be 50 of them around.
Mr. Slade, shortly after you returned from the Orient, Richard discovered the statuette to be the original Tibetan jade phoenix.
To my knowledge, it's never been substantiated that an original Tibetan phoenix actually exists. Oh, why didn't you tell me this last night?
I needed time to think.
And?
I decided to ask you for your help, to investigate for me.
The disappearance of the jade or your husband's murder?
The jade. It may seem a mercenary request at this time, but a necessary one. For some time I've been wanting a divorce, but Richard always refused. And then last week his attorney came to the house with a settlement waiver. He said a divorce would be agreed to if I signed it. Foolishly, I suppose, I did. You see, I'm in need of money, Mr. Slade. If I have the jade, I can sell it. I'm willing to pay you well for its recovery.
Who else knows what you've just told me?
Well, I was coming to that. About a month ago, an antique dealer came to the house to show some art pieces.
Do you know his name?
Edward De Silva.
I've heard of him. He's involved in more than antiques.
Well, somehow he found out about the Phoenix and wanted to buy it. Richard told him it wasn't for sale. De Silva was determined. He kept pestering him to sell. They had a violent argument over it, and then there were threats.
What kind of threats?
Blackmail. De Silva said he knew of a stock manipulation that Richard was involved in some years ago.
Anything to it?
Oh, not that I know of.
Excuse me a moment. Jonesy, see if you can get me both the business and residence address of Edward De Silva. He's an antique dealer.
Will you help me, Mr. Slade?
Let me give it some thought. I'll call you at home later in the day.
Oh, I don't know that I can go back there. Not after what's happened.
Well, if it would be of help, I could have my secretary assist you in moving into an apartment.
Thank you.
I'll have Miss Jones make the arrangements. Excuse me. What do you have for me, Jonesy?
See. The car is registered to Pacific Rent-A-Car. Dallas Hawks leased it yesterday. Gave his address as the Lux Hotel. That took some getting.
That's my girl.
Your Edward De Silva lives at 17 Ronda Vista Lane. His antique shop's at 2500 St. Cloud, but you won't find him there this afternoon. He's at the Beverly Athletic Club.
Well, here's another job for you. I'd like you to arrange for Mrs. Marlowe to move into an apartment, help her get some things together, and then see she gets settled. I'd suggest the Fremont Terrace.
All right.
Mrs. Marlowe, Miss Jones will take care of everything.
I don't know how to thank you, Mr. Slade.
Not at all. I'll be in touch. I went to the window of my inner office and looked down at the street. The black sedan was still parked. I made up my mind to go down and face the driver when...
Mr. Slade, forgive me if I startled you. My card.
He handed me a lavender calling card, which read, Aram Ballestero, Curator, Damascus Museum, Damascus, Syria. He was a peculiar-looking bird, tall, dark, with a goatee. He wore what looked like a morning coat with a carnation in the lapel. A pearl gray Homburg hat set at a rakish angle on his head. He wore white gloves and carried a black ivory cane. My nostrils caught the odor of what seemed like Shalimar. I offered him a chair.
I'm seeking a statuette, a certain jade figure in the form of a mythical bird.
A Tibetan phoenix?
Precisely. It was stolen following the death of its owner 2 years ago in Damascus. He had willed it to the museum. Recently, we learned the phoenix had turned up in the Orient. A Shanghai merchant had used it as a form of payment to a gentleman in Hong Kong for a passage across the Red Border. A man by the name of...
Lyle Milford Jackman?
Yes. I searched out Mr. Jackman, prepared to pay, on behalf of the museum, a reasonable sum for the return of the Phoenix. Evidently, Mr. Jackman suspected it might be worth more than was being offered. Told me he had sold it to a dealer in London. I spent 2 weeks there. False lead. I returned to Hong Kong, but Mr. Jackman had gone.
What led you here?
I learned that he had left for San Francisco on a Japanese freighter. Also that some months earlier, you had purchased the Phoenix from him for an American collector.
Then you feel this is the original Jade Phoenix described in Tibetan legend?
That's correct, Mr. Slade.
What makes you so sure?
The museum has conducted extensive research into its history. Perhaps you'd be interested in its findings.
Very interested.
In 600 A.D., as legend tells it, a caravan of Buddhist priests traveled from Karakoram, traversing the Himalayas into Tibet. King Namri Song Sen had offered them a fertile valley in which to build a temple. To show their gratitude, they brought the king gifts of great wealth, among them an exquisite jade statuette, carved into the shape of the phoenix, the king of birds. Oriental rubies were set into the eyes. The jade was stolen by a Nepal warlord and taken into India. Little was heard of it until 1295, when Marco Polo brought it into Venice. News of the jade appeared in Spain in 1542 and again in 1868 in Corsica, but was never positively identified.
What happened to it after Corsica?
Well, there were no reports of the Phoenix from 1868 until 2 years ago in Damascus. Unfortunately, it was mislaid before the museum could authenticate it.
You say rubies were encrusted in the eyes?
Yes. They were said to have been covered with a thick green coating, done, obviously, to conceal their immense value. As I mentioned, it is our belief the one I am now searching for is the original. Hence my visit here, to negotiate a purchase with your client.
I wish that were possible. My client was murdered last night. The Phoenix stolen.
Oh, this is very distressing news indeed. Could I persuade you to assist me in its recovery? The museum has authorized me to offer $10,000 to that end.
Let me think about it. Where can I contact you?
I'm lodged at the San Moritz Hotel. I'll be looking forward to our next meeting. I feel assured in trusting you with the job at hand.
He left as silently as he had come. He seemed to glide through the door. To say I was slightly intrigued would be putting it mildly. This case was taking on strange proportions. 4 people seeking a jade statuette. Laura Marlowe, Edward De Silva, Aaron Ballestero, and now Lyle Jackman on his way here from Hong Kong. Or had he already arrived? I thought of Dallas Hawks in the black sedan. Had Jackman sent him? Or was he to be number 5? I looked out the window. I could see him clearly now as he leaned against the fender. He was dark, slight of build, looked Indian. He was dressed like a carnival barker in his white suit, black shirt, and straw hat. And it was time to force his hand. I left the office and headed for the street. I made sure he saw me as I crossed the intersection of Powell and Sutter. I actually had to stop several times and window shop to keep him from losing me. Fine shadow. I turned down Bush Street and into an alley. I pressed myself into a small alcove and waited. Hawk stopped at the mouth of the alley, then cautiously started down. As he approached my position, I stepped out and confronted him. He moved for his gun. I grabbed his arm and pushed him back against the wall. I brought my knee up into his stomach. He doubled up long enough for me to disarm him. He sagged limply against the wall. The fight was gone out of him. Well, as a shadow, you're about as inconspicuous as a carnival barker. Now, what do you want?
The guy gave me 50 to tell you. That's all I know.
What guy?
I don't know, just a guy.
If this guy's name happens to be Lyle Jackman, you go back and tell him I don't like being followed by the likes of you. And if he wants to see me, my office hours are 9 to 5. Now go back and tell him that, mister. My next move was to call on Edward De Silva at the Beverly Athletic Club. It was a fashionable health spa in the West End for overweight and overwealthy businessmen. The attendant led me to an outside garden patio. He pointed to a bronzed figure poised on the high board of the swimming pool. I watched him execute a pretty fair jackknife. He cut into the water like a missile and came up at mid-pool, shaking the water from his head. De Silva?
Who wants him, friend?
I do. He paid little attention to me, went right on swimming. I thought I'd try something a little stronger. A mutual friend was murdered last night, Eddie. The one you were blackmailing. Well, that reached home. He swallowed a mouthful of water, swam to the steps, and quickly got out. He donned a fancy beach robe.
A man could see a lot of trouble with that kind of talk. Who are you?
I handed him my card. He tugged at the crisp linen handkerchief protruding from the initialed breast pocket of the robe, then ran a finger over his hairline mustache.
Matthew Slade, investigator, huh? That's cute. You know, I think I've heard your name someplace. Why don't you join me for lunch? We can find out what's on your mind.
A few minutes later, we were munching on a concoction of carrots, celery, lettuce, and seaweed. He seemed to enjoy it. I felt like Peter Cottontail. They feed this to rabbits, don't they, Eddie?
Well, that's a good way to stay young, friend.
Well, you might have something there. Come to think of it, I've never seen an old rabbit.
You got a funny sense of humor, friend.
Yeah, about some things, Eddie, but not about your connection with Richard Marlowe.
What connection might that be?
A certain art piece you wanted, a jade phoenix.
Oh, yeah, well, it's no secret. I wanted the phoenix. I offered him a good price, and we were close to a deal, and all this happened.
Well, that's not quite the way I heard it.
You listened to the wrong people, friend.
You wanted the phoenix. You threatened Marlowe with blackmail. You go that far, maybe you'd even murder for it.
What's that supposed to mean?
Exactly what I said. 2 people were killed for the phoenix last night, Eddie.
You can't pin that on me.
No, I could make a good try.
Well, now, why would I want to go to that much trouble for an old piece of jade?
Because that old piece of jade is worth money.
That's not enough for me to kill somebody.
Mrs. Marlowe thinks you did.
If she said that, she's a dirty liar. Now, look, she wanted me to force the old boy into giving her a divorce. So she told me of a crooked stock deal he pulled once. Wanted me to hold it over him. See, even though he hated her guts, he wouldn't let her go. He got some kind of kick holding out on her. He'd cut her off without any spending money. Well, like I said, she wanted me to blackmail him so she could get a divorce and then a settlement. The deal was we'd split whatever she got. I wanted no part of it.
Where were you last night?
I was at home. I was in all night.
Well, you don't sound too sure.
Where do you get off asking me all these questions?
When the police find out the phoenix is the murder motive, you're going to have to do a lot of explaining.
Maybe, but not to you.
Eddie was visibly shaken. I'd done a good job of unnerving him. I thought it curious that he didn't seem at all surprised to hear the phoenix had been stolen. As of now, only 4 people knew that. Laura, Ballestero, myself, and the killer. I put De Silva in a bad light. I decided this would be as good a time as any to give his home a quick going over. 17 Ronda Vista Lane, a Spanish-style home set well back from the road. I rapped on the door to make sure no one was there, then went around back and slipped the catch on the patio door. Inside, the place looked like a museum. An oversized antique desk was set into one corner of the room. I searched it, came across a leather-bound book. There were dozens of names, girls' names, and other pertinent information. This was not just a bachelor's little black book. De Silva was operating a call girl racket. I heard a car pulled into the driveway. I hurriedly returned the book, looked out from behind the drapes. It was De Silva, and he was heading for the front door, and fast. I looked for a place to hide, darted behind a Soji folding screen as he came in. He moved straight to the desk. I could see partially through the crack in the screen. He lifted the desk blotter, removed a small envelope, checked its contents, then slipped the envelope into his coat pocket. He started for the door, but stopped short as the phone rang. He hesitated for a moment, and then left. The phone continued to ring. I moved to the window and watched as De Silva drove off, and then picked up the receiver.
Eddie? Hello? Hello, Eddie?
There was no mistaking that voice. Laura Marlowe. Why was she phoning Eddie? Suddenly, I felt a sharp sting on the back of my neck. Fuzziness, smoke swirls, and then black. My next conscious recollection was the distant sound of foghorns and the gentle heaving of the floor under my body. My head throbbed with the beat of a giant kettle drum. I tried to move. My arms were pinned against my sides. My vision was foggy. As it cleared, I could see the huge frame of a man hovering over me. He wore a white suit and a large plantation hat. It was Lyle Milford Jackman.
This is the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
From Hollywood, welcome to Starlight Mystery Theater and another episode in the series Matthew Slade, Private Investigator. Take your seat as Matthew Slade, Private Investigator, unfolds part 2 of a 3-part story, Day of the Phoenix.
In my job, the hours are odd. So are the circumstances and the people I meet. You could even call some of them dangerous. My calling card reads, Matthew Slade, Private Investigator.
In last week's story, Matthew Slade found himself suspected of killing his friend and client, Richard Marlowe, and Marlowe's chauffeur, Howard Morris. Murders which also involved the disappearance of a valuable jade statuette in the form of the mythical phoenix bird. With 3 separate people contacting Slade to recover the phoenix, Marlowe's young and attractive widow, Laura, a curious man from Damascus, Aram Ballestero, and a questionable art dealer, Edward De Silva, Slade set out to find the murderer and the reasons behind the interest in the missing phoenix. While searching De Silva's home, Slade is blackjacked. He regains consciousness to find a huge man standing over him, a man from Hong Kong he knows as Lyle Milford Jackman.
Mr. Slade, good of you to come, sir.
I pulled myself up to a sitting position. Dallas Hawks stood behind Jackman, next to him a large, sinister-looking Oriental.
Dallas brought your message. I regret not being able to time this visit to coincide with your office hours, but you're a difficult man to reach. Indeed you are.
Where am I?
Aboard the Condor Maru, sir, a Japanese freighter.
Well, this is the first time I've been shanghaied for an appointment.
Well put. Now, sir, first let me say it's unfortunate the circumstances of this meeting cannot be as pleasant as our first, when I extended hospitality to you and Richard Marlowe in Hong Kong.
Yes?
I was disturbed to read this morning of Mr. Marlowe's untimely death, particularly since I have been caused the inconvenience of a 6,000-mile sea journey to recover what is rightfully mine.
And?
You fraudulently tricked me into selling you the jade phoenix for a pittance, when you knew it to be worth a fortune.
I knew nothing of the kind. I estimated its value at $200. That's what was offered. That's what you accepted. A fair transaction.
Come, sir. You can hardly expect me to believe that.
Till proven otherwise, the phoenix to me is still a replica and worth exactly what we paid, no more.
That is a matter of opinion, sir. Replica or not, the phoenix belongs to me. I want it back.
You might try telling that to whoever stole it.
Stolen? That fact wasn't reported in the papers.
They don't know about it. And for the moment, neither do the police.
Would it come as a surprise to you, sir, if I told you the phoenix is worth in excess of $500,000? That is a lot of money, sir. Wouldn't you agree?
I certainly would.
Hank Pinto, Shimoda. The steward with our wine. A little libation, Mr. Slade. I'm sure you could do with it. Untie Mr. Slade, Dallas. That will be all, steward. A definitely delicious blend of fine French wine, sir. I trust you'll find it appealing. Here's to our meeting. Shall we go on?
By all means.
If the phoenix has been stolen, somebody in the city has it. I want it. Now, let's be frank. Do you have any idea who that might be?
An idea, yes.
Excellent. Now, sir, a proposition for you. Deliver the phoenix, and 1/3 of its realized worth will be yours. And that would amount to a tidy sum.
Well, what makes you think if I found it, I'd turn it over to you?
I'm a determined man, Mr. Slade. Have ways and means of getting what I want.
You mean using your muscle men over there?
If necessary. But you appear to be a man of sound reasoning. I'm sure we can come to a satisfactory understanding.
You leave little choice.
A man of good sense.
Now, assuming I locate the Phoenix for you, what guarantee would I have against you slipping off to Hong Kong, leaving me out in the cold, so to speak, or perhaps even dead?
You would have my word, sir, as a gentleman.
Well, that's fine for a fraternal club, but I mean something that would act as a bond, a guarantee of your good faith.
Would $500 guarantee you that?
No, but 5,000 might. After all, we are talking about $500,000.
A man of definite ideas. I like that. 5,000 it is, sir. I like to be fair, always. Shall we toast to a profitable transaction?
Incidentally, your friend from Damascus is here.
Ballestero?
He arrived yesterday. He said you sent him to London on a wild goose chase.
I did. By Jove, I did. He is a man worth watching. Could cause us trouble. The authorities, if you know what I mean. Where might he be contacted?
And so you can send Dallas around to take care of him?
No, sir. Just to follow him.
Well, he's not very good at that. Leave Ballestero to me.
Very well, sir. He is your charge. For the moment, then, that concludes our discussion. I'll have Dallas drive you home.
Oh, and about the 5,000. You have it at my office tomorrow morning. And let's have it understood. I'm not guaranteeing anything. Whatever has to be done will be done my way.
A check will be at your office in the morning.
No checks. Cash.
In crisp new bills. Shall we drink to it?
I'll send you a receipt. Your guarantee.
As you like. Allow me to see you off the ship. I trust I'll be hearing from you shortly.
I left Jackman in a swirl of cigar smoke. He was an insidious man, one not easily tricked. I knew I'd have to walk a tightrope in my dealings with him. I returned to my apartment, was just finishing a shower, when the phone rang. Hello?
Finally. I've been trying to reach you all afternoon. Where have you been?
Oh, it's another long story, Jonesy. How's Mrs. Marlowe?
She's at the Fremont Terrace, apartment 401. She's waiting to hear from you.
Good work. You're a sweetheart. Good night. I dressed, then left for the Fremont Terrace apartment. As I pulled up in front, I saw Mrs. Marlowe leaving in a cab. I followed right to Eddie De Silva's home. Her phone call there earlier now took on a meaning. I watched her from my car. She approached the front door. De Silva opened it. She went inside. I made my way to the door. I could hear their muffled voices. Successive slaps, and then... I tried the door. It was locked. I braced myself and put my shoulder to it. It gave way. They were standing in the center of the room. De Silva had hold of her arm. A thin line of blood ran down his cheek. He raised his hand and slammed it against her face. I moved in on him. He showed no resistance. My, such a lot of brawn and so few brains. You ought to be ashamed of yourself, Eddie.
This is a private affair, friend. I don't remember inviting you.
Well, you'll have to forgive the entrance. An invitation seemed unnecessary. Now, what's all this about? It's like that, is it? No one's talking.
Please don't interfere, Mr. Slade. It doesn't concern you.
Well, unfortunately, I'd say I'm right in the middle of it.
If you are, it's because you put yourself there, and I told you this afternoon. Stay out of it, friend.
I know that's what you told me, Eddie, but I wasn't too impressed with your advice. I'm not so sure I understand all this, Mrs. Marlowe. As I remember it, you came to me with a plea for help. And there was that story of being penniless and then those incriminations against your friend. Of course, I didn't altogether believe you, but parts of it did sound interesting. Particularly about the Phoenix. Now, I bet you completely forgot about that.
You don't understand it. It's not easy to explain at this time.
Oh, you're right. Discussing it in front of Eddie is bad form. He might feel inclined to challenge some of the things you'd say.
Let's not discuss it any further.
Oh, let's do. Let's sort out the nonsense and get rid of those embarrassing half-truths.
What? As I told you this morning.
Eddie doesn't go along with that story. And besides, he's got a good one of his own.
I told it to you straight, friend.
Playing games, are we? Well, if that's the way you want it, it's fine by me. You're going to have to do your talking sooner or later. And you won't find it easy putting off with the police. They've given me until tomorrow to come up with a convincing story. What I have so far should interest them.
There's no sense in getting riled, friend. There's really nothing to all this. It's an unfinished business transaction. With the events of last night, well, we felt it best to finalize it discreetly.
That's all there is to it.
Oh, you two are good. And you're about as discreet as my entrance through that door. One or both of you are lying. Go ahead and lie. I won't stop you. But see how far it gets you.
Mr. Slade? Matt? Please, wait.
For what?
Would you take me home?
Get in. Well?
Your entrance was marvelous. You were like a dashing knight saving his fair maiden.
Why, Mrs. Marlowe.
Did you mind my kissing you? You are a friend of the family.
I guess I am doing all right at that. That is the way you planned it, isn't it?
Oh, you're mistrustful of me.
Now, whatever gave you that idea?
You're also making fun of me.
Well, now we're in a fun mood. Why don't you just start in at the beginning?
No questions. Not now. Later, at my apartment.
She was playing it cute, and I decided to play along with her. Here's your key, Mrs. Marlowe.
Keep it. As my dashing knight, you may have to rescue me again. I wouldn't want you to break down this door. You won't mind if I change before we chat?
No, not at all.
If you're handy in the kitchen, you might heat some coffee. It's on the stove. I'll just be a minute. Can you find everything?
All but the sugar.
It's in the cupboard above the sink.
Oh, yeah, correct.
You need help?
Not at the moment.
Turn on some music.
Anything in particular?
No, whatever you'd like.
I noticed some paperback novels lying on the cabinet. The top one caught my eye. The cover displayed an attractive girl clothed in a sheer hostess gown. Her blonde hair fell to her shoulders. The title read, Blackmail.
Something interesting?
Laura stood in the doorway. The girl on the cover had come alive. Remarkable resemblance.
Oh, that's a bed partner.
You don't have much imagination, do you?
Score one for Mr. Slade. Well, you're not going to stand there all night, are you? Come, sit here.
The apartment comfortable?
Very. Do you take this good care of all your clients?
Special clients.
I'm flattered. Now, I find you very attractive. Falling for you is easy. There's something quite new. Different. And you kiss beautifully.
You're flattering me.
Would you believe me if I told you I'm falling in love with you?
No, I wouldn't.
Well, the truth is I am. I don't know how to pay you a greater compliment.
Well, you might stop insulting my intelligence. You aren't in love with me, and you know it.
I could try to convince you.
From the bedroom?
Possibly.
That's a switch. Well, it won't work, Mrs. Marlowe. Making love is fine. I'd like to spend more time at it, but my intuition tells me that going in there with you...
You aren't the most exasperating man I've ever known. You're sarcastic and unfeeling and...
And old enough to know when I'm being played a line. Now, that's all settled now. What were you doing at Eddie De Silva's?
Oh, Matt, I want you to trust me.
Well, as yet, you've given me little reason to trust you.
I've asked you to help me.
I'm not sure I really know what it is you want.
The Phoenix.
Oh, that's what you told me. But how much of that story this morning is the truth?
I haven't told you everything. I'm afraid.
Of what?
Of what might happen to you.
Someone might try to kill me?
Yes.
You're a gem of a liar. All right, let's take it again. What were you doing at De Silva's? Matching stories?
No. Oh, that's not important. What is important is that you help me. You said you'd help me. Don't you think you're the type of person I need? I've got to have.
I wouldn't know about that.
You're being unfair, totally unfair.
And you're being dishonest. Now, why don't you try telling me the truth?
Please, Matt. With you, it's different. I've never felt this way about anyone before. I know you're wondering about Eddie, but at the time I had no choice. I needed his thought to help me.
The sordid life of Laura Marlowe on display. No sale.
That's the way it is?
That's the way it is. Yeah, go ahead. Take a deep breath and shake a little. Now, let's see how helpless you can look.
You think I deserve it, don't you? Oh, you're wrong about me, Matt. If I could only get you to understand.
And stop it. Stop this drivel.
Don't be harsh with me, Matt.
I'll try to remember that tomorrow when I'm talking to the police.
You won't tell him about the Phoenix?
There's no other way. I'm not going to let you involve me in this any further.
Involve you? I don't understand.
You understand perfectly. You need me to run interference between you and De Silva. Somewhere along the line, I pick up the Phoenix and deliver it to you. Oh, I may get killed in the process, but stupid Lancelot Slade will do it all because you say you love him. You're hiding something. If you want me to help you, I've got to know the full story. I'm fed up with being blackjacked, grilled, and threatened with jail, and of you trying to make a fool of me.
Be patient with me, Matt.
I've reached the limit of my patience. Well, this whole thing is ridiculous. And when you're ready to tell me the truth, you call me.
I couldn't help but smile as I walked down the hall to the elevator. I thought my performance was pretty corny, but at least it was better than hers. She'd have to use different tactics from here on out. I wasn't about to fall for that phony love-making routine. It was late when I drove into the Warwick Arms garage, parked my car, and rode the elevator up to my floor. I could feel the anesthesia of sleep creeping through my bones as I reached my apartment door. It was ajar. I flattened against the wall. I edged the door open with my foot, and there sat Lyle Jackman, reading a copy of the Brothers Karamazov.
You people have the strangest visiting hours.
Again, my apology, Mr. Slade. Forgive the invasion of your privacy. The visit now is purely social.
Yeah, the place is a mess. His work, no doubt?
The search was a necessity. A matter of precaution, you understand. I had to be sure you weren't already in possession of the Phoenix. It seems you are not. Or at least if you are, it is not in this apartment.
Yeah, well, tell Hawks to stop waving that silly revolver in my face, or I have to take it away from him.
No need for that, Dallas. Put it away.
If you don't mind, how did you gentlemen get in here?
I thought you might be wondering about that. Well, sir, in all fairness, I must give credit to Dallas. He has a knack for opening locked doors.
I'll bet. I can't imagine you slipping in through the keyhole.
Very neatly put. Now, sir, let's be candid. The house you were searching on Ronda Vista Lane belongs to Edward De Silva, a dealer in antiques. Would it be foolish of me to think of Mr. De Silva as being our man?
He could be.
I wonder if I would also be correct in thinking, assuming Mr. De Silva is in possession of the Phoenix, that you and he, how shall I put it, are in cahoots.
Yeah, your assumption is incorrect.
For your sake, I trust so.
Let's get one thing settled right now. I don't intend to let you threaten me. It's bad enough I should let you get away with breaking in here. Now, if you think
sir, no need to take that
Well,
stand.
that's the stand it's going to be. I didn't select you people to do business with. You picked me.
Be that as it may.
Look, the police have been badgering me with questions I can't answer. Now, just how long I remain out of their reach till some sense comes out of all this depends on people like you staying out of my way.
The police are not my concern, sir.
Well, they are mine, particularly since I'm the one facing them.
My agreement with you, sir, concerns itself only with locating the Phoenix. I trust we can avoid disagreement over the point. In times of strife, men sometimes lose their better judgment. If it be any consolation to you, let me remind you, in the morning you will have in your possession $5,000. Later, a vastly greater sum. I'm sure that's worth a reasonable amount of trouble.
I don't mind a reasonable amount of trouble, but I told you I'd handle it my way, and that's the way it's going to be.
You're an uncommonly difficult person to get the best of. But, have it as you wish. We leave matters as they stand.
Now, let's do that.
One further thing, Mr. Slade. I'm sure you realize the necessity of our keeping close ties from now until the conclusion of our association. I can't afford any indiscriminate moves, you understand.
And if you're thinking of having Dallas follow me again, I wouldn't suggest it.
I wouldn't like Dallas harmed. I'm extremely fond of him. It'd be hard to find another boy like him.
Oh, you could pick one up in any cheap pool room.
I am sure you'll agree, Mr. Slade, provoking Dallas is not a wise course to follow. He's sometimes quick to take offense. Now, I think we must be going.
How do I get in touch with you? Are you still on that boat?
Yes, sir. The Condo Maru, Pier 9.
The next morning, I decided to do a little checking on the man from Damascus. I paid a visit to an old friend, Stephen Gates, curator of Far Eastern art for the city's museum.
Matthew, good to see you again. Come in.
Nice to see you again, Steve.
I heard you were out of the country. Where were you this time?
The Orient, mostly. I was on an assignment for Richard Marlowe.
Ah, yes. Unfortunate about his death. Odd business, that.
Yes. I need your professional opinion on something, Stephen.
By all means.
Are you familiar with a jade statuette carved from the likeness of the Tibetan phoenix?
Yes, somewhat. I was reading about it not too long ago. The figure is a strangely conceived image of how the king of birds should look. It's described as having the neck of a serpent, the bill of a wild fowl, and the grace of a swan. Its forehead is crowned with a crest that resembles a mandarin drake. Fascinating, wouldn't you say?
Yes. Is there a possibility an original actually exists?
Oh, my personal opinion is no. There's reference to it here in this volume. I remember it was towards the middle here. Let me see. Yes. Here it is. It's said to be legendary. However, as you're aware, there have been several cases of so-called mythical objects turning out to be realities. In this case, the phoenix has never been proved one way or another. Oh, I see. It says here a Damascus art dealer thought it to be the real thing. The book states he discovered it in a junk store in Corsica, and he kept it for his private collection. It was stolen following his death. Well, it seems more than one person believed it to be anything other than legendary.
Suppose it turned out to be the original. Could you place a value on it?
Oh, it's hard to say. 100,000? $250,000? It could be priceless. How does one put a value on such an item?
Have you ever heard of Aram Ballestero, curator for the Damascus Museum?
Ballestero? It has a familiar ring. I'm sure he's listed in the Maskai's dictionary. Let me look. Here. Oh, yes. Let's see. L. Ballestero. Oh, yes. Ballestero. Aram. Curator, Damascus Museum.
I met him yesterday, but I wasn't too sure of...
Yesterday? You could hardly have met him yesterday. The directory lists him as deceased.
This is the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
The Kraft Foods Company brings you The Adventures of the Falcon, starring Les Damon.
Hello? Yes, this is the Falcon speaking. Oh, Irene. No, I can't see her tonight. I'm all hung up. Yeah, some girl likes my looks. Well, Angel, she must think I'm pretty as a picture, because she's certainly out to frame me.
This is Ed Hurley, friends, inviting you on behalf of the Kraft Foods Company to listen to The Adventures of the Falcon. You met the Falcon first in his best-selling novels. Then you saw him in his thrilling motion picture series. Now join him on the air when the Falcon solves the case of the careless client. Before the Falcon solves tonight's case, let's listen to this. Miracle Whip.
Has a flavor so pleasing.
Miracle Whip.
Tastes so lively, so teasing.
Miracle Whip.
Only one of its kind.
Miracle Whip.
Best salad dressing you'll find.
Miracle Whip tastes really good. Not too sharp, not too mild, but just exactly right. And Miracle Whip tastes different, too. Different from any other salad dressing. Try it yourself. See why it's America's favorite salad dressing. The one and only Miracle Whip. And now, the case of the careless client. It's early afternoon in New York, and a short, dumpy little man with lacquered hair walks down the second-floor corridor of the Gordon building until he comes to a door marked Daniel Russell, Private Investigations. Obviously, our unknown friend has been here before, for without any hesitation, he eases himself into Mr. Russell's office, and ease is the proper word. For Mr. Russell, with his back to the door and his ear glued tightly to the phone, doesn't even hear him.
Now, look, Harris, you got to give me a break. You know I'm good for the money.
Sorry, Russell, it's no dice.
That's the gratitude I get, and after all the dough I've lost to you. All I ask is that you let me go in the cuff for another 20. I got a sure thing going on the 5th at Detroit.
Now, where have I heard that before? Listen, Danny, why don't you do both of us a favor and stay away from the horses?
Okay, Harris. You don't want to take my bets? I'll find a bookie who will.
Yeah, name one.
I
beg your pardon.
Harris, a client just walked in. I'll have to call you back later.
I'm sorry if I interrupt, Mr. Russell.
There's nothing important, Mr. Giuliano. Just one of my men checking in.
I see.
Sit down, won't you?
You have something for me?
Yes, indeed. I located your boy.
Larry Stratton?
Yep. Stratton's in New York, all right. Got here last week from Washington. First thing he did was to get himself a room under the name of Leonard Simons. Funny how they always keep the same initials.
And where does my friend Mr. Stratton live?
1423 Carroll Place. It's a small rooming house. I pumped the superintendent, but he couldn't tell me much. And incidentally, that little talk cost me an extra 50.
I got no complaints, Mr. Russell. You do fine. $50, you say.
That's right. Hey, that's quite a wad you're carrying, Giuliano. Must be at least 15 to 20 grand there.
So?
So you want to be careful.
I am. How much do I owe you altogether?
$150.
You like to double it?
I'd like nothing better.
It's easy. I need some information from this Mr. Stratton. You got it for me.
How?
Oh, now, come on, Russell. You must have some idea. All you've got to do is work on him a little bit.
Work on him?
Yeah. You look like a boy who knows how to use his fists.
Get out.
You make a big mistake.
Go on, Giuliano. Beat it.
Okay, no harm's done. Just suppose we forget this little talk, huh?
I'll think about it.
You do that, Russell. You'll find it a lot healthier than talking. I'll be seeing you, feller.
Hello?
Hello, is this Larry Stratton?
Oh, no, you've got the wrong number.
Now, look, Stratton, I haven't got time to horse around. I assure you I'm risking a lot more than you are.
Who is this?
My name's Russell, Danny Russell. I'm a private detective. Up till a half hour ago, I was working for a man named Caesar Giuliano.
Giuliano?
That's right. He's probably on his way over to see you.
I don't believe you.
Now, look, don't be a sap. I told him where you were. He even offered me an extra $150 to take care of you. Now, the smart thing for you to do is to beat it.
What kind of a fool do you take me for? Don't you think I know a trap when I see one?
You gotta believe me, Stratton.
Why should I? How do I know you're not working with Giuliano?
I can tell you, Larry.
Giuliano.
Hello, Stratton.
Hang up.
Hello, Stratton.
That's fine, Larry. Shut the door, Casebook.
Huh?
Oh, sure.
Now listen, Giuliano.
Good. You're going to tell me what I want to hear?
You're wasting your time.
Come here, Casebook.
You want me, Mr. Giuliano?
Yes. Casebook, this is Mr. Stratton.
Aye.
Mr. Casebook is a wrestler fellow, Larry. I met him today in gymnasium. They say he can break your neck just like that.
Yeah, just like that.
But I think he's how you call little punchy. Too many beatings in the head. You understand?
What do you want me to do, Mr. Giuliano?
Get him out of here.
Oh, you think I bring him here to be lesson for you? Strictly between us, Larry, I wouldn't be surprised if you were right.
Larry? Larry? Larry, where are...
Hey, what's the matter, lady?
Look!
Holy smoke.
Oh, Larry.
He's still breathing. We better get a doctor.
Where can I find one?
Well, if you go down to the corner, you'll see... Oh, no, never mind. I'll get him myself.
Oh, please.
Sure. I'll be back as fast as I can.
Oh, Larry, darling, what happened?
Never mind, Eve.
We're getting a doctor.
I don't want one.
What?
I said I don't want one.
But, Larry...
Shut the door.
All right.
Now lock it. Now listen to me, Eve.
Candid wait.
No, in that medicine chest over the basin, there's a roll of adhesive tape. Will you get it for me?
Yes. Is this what you want?
No, there should be a roll of half-inch tape.
There's none here.
Are you sure?
Oh, no, I've got it.
All right, bring it here. Take off the cover. All right, now open up the roll.
What? Well, there are numbers written on this.
And I didn't tell him.
You didn't tell him what?
I was afraid they beat it out of me, but they didn't.
Darling, what is this all about?
Honey, don't ask me any questions, huh?
Someone tried to kill you.
You don't have to worry. Giuliano wouldn't dare while he hasn't got this.
Giuliano?
Caesar Giuliano.
Who is he, Larry? What does he want of you?
Please, don't ask me. Don't ask me. I shouldn't have even told you that. I'm in trouble, Eve. I'm in real trouble.
Why didn't you go to the police?
I can't.
But why not?
I can't tell you.
Well, then, hire a private detective.
What good would that do?
Oh, darling, obviously you need protection.
I can take care of myself.
Larry, you've got to. Now, he wouldn't have to be told anything. I could make up some sort of story. Now, there's a man named Mike Waring. I've heard about him.
That the one they call the Falcon?
Yes. He's supposed to be very competent.
You're not being fair to him, Eve. If this Waring doesn't know what he's up against, he's liable to get himself killed.
Darling, believe me, it's the only way. I'm sure nothing will happen to Mr. Waring, and if he does, well, he's paid to take the risk.
Just a second.
Mr. Waring?
That's right.
I'm Eve Lowry. I spoke to you a little while ago on the telephone.
Oh, so you did. Come on in.
Thank you.
Sit down.
Oh, really, I haven't much time.
Will it take any less if you stand?
Well, I guess you're right.
Now, what can I do for you?
I'm in trouble, Mr. Waring.
What do you call trouble?
Someone's trying to kill me.
Well, that's a good enough definition.
He's made several attempts on my life already.
Who's he?
A man named Caesar Giuliano.
Why?
Why?
Well, I assume that making attempts on your life is more than a hobby with Mr. Giuliano. Does he have a reason?
Well, you see, my father and Mr. Giuliano were partners.
In what business?
Importing.
Mm-hmm. Go on.
Well, Giuliano thought my father swindled him.
Did he?
Oh, of course not.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Giuliano swore to get even, but Dad died before he could.
So Giuliano transferred his affections to you?
Yes.
Well, what would you like me to do about it?
Well, what would you suggest?
Oh, there are several possibilities. We could make out a complaint to the DA's office.
Oh, no, I don't want to do that. I don't want any publicity.
I see. Do you know where this Giuliano is staying?
Well, I think it's at the Carlton Hotel. Why?
Suppose I go up there and have a talk with him.
Oh, no. Please don't do that.
You don't seem to like any of my ideas. What's wrong with this one?
Well, I don't see where it'll accomplish anything. Giuliano will probably deny knowing me.
Look, Miss Lowry, if we're both going to worry about this, you're throwing your money away. I suppose you leave Mr. Giuliano to me and let me earn my fee.
This is Ed Hurley again, friends. I have a little suggestion for you ladies who wonder what you're going to do for some interesting menu ideas. And my suggestion is this. Just get a 2-pound loaf of Kraft smooth melting pasteurized processed cheese food, Velveeta. You can melt Velveeta for smooth, delicious cheese sauce that'll add extra goodness to vegetables or seafood or rice or just plain toast for a fine main dish. And it's such an easy sauce to make. All you do is melt a half-pound of Velveeta in the top of your double boiler. Notice how smooth it melts without any lumps at all. Then slowly stir in a quarter of a cup of milk, season to your taste, and there you have it. A delicious cheese sauce with a wonderful, rich, yet mild cheddar cheese flavor. A flavor that everyone, the youngsters and Grandma included, will enjoy often. And it's a wholesome dish because Velveeta is so rich in important food values from milk. So whether you melt Velveeta for a swell cheese sauce or slice it thick for hearty sandwiches, you'll find Velveeta is a mighty handy helper, Mother. Get a 2-pound loaf tomorrow, won't you? It's America's favorite cheese food, the one and only Velveeta, made by Kraft. Now, back to the adventures of the Falcon. An hour has passed since Mike Waring went to work for Eve Lowry, who claimed her life was being threatened by a man named Cesar Giuliano. That's all Mike needed. Being a man of action, he goes right to the seat of the trouble.
Who is it?
Room service.
I didn't order anything.
Your name Giuliano?
Yes?
Well, that's what the order blank says.
Just a second.
Hello.
You're no waiter?
No.
The oldest trick in the world.
Apparently it still works.
What's your name, mister?
Mike Waring.
You're not the private detective feller I hear about.
Why not?
Why you play games?
I want you to stop annoying my client.
Your client?
Mm-hmm.
What did he tell you?
He?
Well, sure, you... Just who you working for, Waring?
Eve Lowry.
Eve Lowry?
I suppose you'll deny knowing her.
And suppose I do.
Well, it won't wash, Giuliano. What have you got against the girl?
Well, it's a long story, Waring. I'd like to show you something.
Get away from that desk, Giuliano.
But I just want to show you this.
Yeah, that's what I was afraid of.
Oh, come, Waring. A big boy like you, he's not scared of a little gun like this.
No, but I've got a lot of respect for it.
I don't blame you. Now, if you don't mind, I'd like to hear more about your client.
Client?
This Eve Lowry you mentioned.
Never heard of her.
Oh, you're going to play it like that, eh?
What else can I do?
Let go, you fool! Let go!
Come on, Giuliano, drop it.
You stupid fool! How many times must I tell you let go?
Yeah? I'm looking for a private dick named Danny Russell.
What can I do for you? Hey, you're hurt. Sit down.
Thanks.
Call you a doctor.
No, don't bother. Just saw one. Say, you wouldn't have a drink in this place, would you?
Yeah, right in this desk. I'll get you a glass.
No, never mind.
Hey, go easy, mister. That stuff's been aged in the wood.
You mean that desk drawer?
Feel any better?
Yeah.
What happened to your hand?
I got it caught in the cash register.
Who are you kidding?
Never mind. You come pretty highly recommended, Russell.
Yeah, by whom?
A man named Cesar Giuliano. Did you do some work for him?
Get out.
What's the matter?
Get out of here. You're a friend of Giuliano's?
Now, take it easy. I never said I was.
Well, I thought...
He shot me up and then beat it. When I came to, I went through some of his papers and found your name. What did he hire you for?
Let's see your buzzer, mister.
I'm not a cop. My name is Mike Waring.
Waring? The Falcon, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Well, this is a pleasure. You know, you're almost a legend in town.
Yeah, me and the Giants.
What can I do for you?
Well, I'd like a little information. What kind of a job did you do for Giuliano?
Routine skip tracing. Wanted me to locate a guy named Larry Stratton.
Larry Stratton, huh? Why?
Well, first he told me Stratton skipped out of Mexico owing him some dough on a business deal. Then he offered me $150 to beat some information out of him.
This on the level?
I don't joke about things as sacred as money. He had a roll on him that could choke a horse.
Did Giuliano mention a girl named Eve Lowry?
No. How's she fit in?
I wish I knew. Look, Russell, I've got a proposition. How about the two of us joining forces? I'll see you don't suffer by it.
You just got yourself a boy, Waring. What do you want me to do?
Know where I can locate Giuliano?
You tried the Carlton Hotel?
Where do you think I picked up this slug?
Wait a minute, I got an idea. When Giuliano first approached me, I met him at a furnished room in Brooklyn.
Well, what do you say we drive out to Brooklyn? Maybe worth the trip.
I think this is the place, Mike.
Doesn't speak well for Brooklyn.
Got a rod on you?
Don't believe in him.
I do. I guess nobody's home.
Got a gimmick?
You're not thinking of forcing the lock, are you?
No, I leave that to you.
And now look, Mike.
Now, don't worry. If you get into trouble, I'll go halfies with you.
Okay.
How you coming?
There, got it now. Don't look like anybody's home.
No. Well, as long as we're here, we might...
Mike.
Huh?
Is that what I think it is?
Yeah, I'm afraid so. Someone really poured a lot of lead into this boy. You recognize him?
Sure. It's Giuliano. What are you doing?
Going through his pockets.
Find anything?
No, nothing but this scrap of paper. Larry Stratton, 40.
Hey, that's the character Giuliano hired me to find.
Well, now it looks as though he found Giuliano.
If you ask me...
No, you're not imagining things. I heard it, too. Gesundheit.
Coming from that closet.
Yeah.
Oh!
All right, come on out.
Stay away from me.
Well, if it isn't Miss Lowry.
You know her?
Sure, this is my client, Eve Lowry. Where'd you get that gun, Angel?
Never mind. The important thing is that I know how to use it. If you try to stop me...
You what?
Oh!
All right, Russell, get it.
Got it.
You hit me.
What did you expect me to do? Applaud while you gave a demonstration on the use of firearms? What are you doing here? Come on, Eve. In case you hadn't noticed, there's a dead body in this room.
All right, open up there. Come on, open up.
Mike.
Who is it?
Police.
Uh-oh.
You can open up, or do I have to break down this door?
Just a minute. Listen, Russell. I want you to take Eve out of here.
What?
You heard me through the fire escape.
What about you?
I'll stall them. Now, you drive back to Manhattan, see what you can learn about this Larry Stratton.
No.
Be quiet.
You know what you're getting into, Mike.
I'll take my chances. Worst comes to worst, you can bring Eve down to local headquarters and we can straighten it all out.
Okay, come on, honey.
No.
Well, make up your mind, Angel. Do you go with him or do you stay here and face a murder act?
Hey, what's going on in there? Open up.
I'll go with him.
Well, hurry it up.
Lots of luck, Mike.
Same to you.
Well, what's going on here, wise guy? Why didn't you open that door?
I was busy.
Hey, who's that?
Man named Caesar Giuliano.
Huh? Who are you?
Mike Waring.
Did you gun him?
What do you think?
I think yes. Come on, Waring, I want you to try out our local jail. I think you'll love it.
Hey, let me out. Let me out. You can't hold me here.
Yeah, but we are, aren't we?
Well, there must be an answer to that.
So when you think of it, let me know.
Now, just a minute. I didn't kill Giuliano.
And who did?
I tell you, I don't know.
We're right back where we started.
Not quite. Giuliano died around 6 o'clock, didn't he?
How'd you know that?
I heard the coroner talking. Well, I didn't get to that room till after 9.
Suppose I told you a witness just turned up who says differently.
Then you'd be lying.
Okay. Hey, Bruce.
What is it, Mike?
Show the party in, will you?
Eve.
You recognize him, Miss Lowry?
Yes. He's a private detective named Mike Waring. I hired him this afternoon to handle a matter for me with Caesar Giuliano. I never dreamt he'd go as far as he did.
What are you talking about?
Murder, Mr. Waring. You killed Giuliano.
I what?
Now, don't try to deny it. I saw you do it. And let's see you get around that.
Remember, tomorrow at your grocer's, you can get a wonderful new salad oil for your homemade salad dressings, your cooking, your baking. It's Kraft Salad Oil, the first salad oil for home use ever offered by the makers of all those wonderful Kraft dressings. Kraft Salad Oil is a lighter-bodied oil, superfine to blend perfectly with other ingredients. Get a pint or quart bottle tomorrow at your grocer's. Ask for Kraft Salad Oil. And now, back to the adventures of the Falcon. A couple of hours have passed since Eve Lowry identified Mike Waring as the man who killed Cesar Giuliano. Now, once again, the cell door opened.
Okay, Waring.
What do you want now?
That's no way to talk to a guy who's going to give you your freedom.
What?
Yeah? You can go whenever you like.
Is this your idea of a rib?
No. On the level.
No, I don't get it.
Hello, Mike.
Russell.
Sorry I'm late.
What happened?
Your client made a sucker out of me. When I got her into the car, she heisted my gun. I never figured on her doubling back here.
Did you let her go, officer?
Yeah, we had nothing on her. We figured you to be the killer.
Well, what convinced you otherwise?
Your friend Russell here. Now, why didn't you tell me that at 6 o'clock when Giuliano was shot, you and him were having a couple of beers at a joint?
Russell and
You remember, Mike. It was right before we went over to see Harriet and Nora.
Oh, Harriet and Nora, yeah. You didn't involve them.
I couldn't help myself.
No, I guess not. But the girls aren't going to like this.
No hard feelings, Waring?
No. None at all, officer. Let's go, Russell.
So long, Mike.
So long.
Well, that was quick thinking, chum.
Forget it. It was nothing.
That's no way to talk about my neck. If you'll pardon the pun, I'm awfully attached to it.
What do you intend to do now, Mike?
Go back to Manhattan and find Eve Lowry.
Any idea where?
Yeah. There are two parties involved in this mess. Eve Lowry and Larry Stratton. Now, wouldn't it be strange if they were connected?
What makes you think so?
Just a hunch. And when I'm in a spot like this, I play him. Because, brother, I've got no other choice.
Where's your grip, Larry?
It's under the bed here.
Want me to pack all your suits?
Well, I don't think you'll have room. I'll wear the chalk stripe. You can...
Larry?
Take it easy, honey. Who is it? Who is it? Just us.
Mr. Waring.
Uh-huh. Well, that hunch was right, Mike.
What hunch? I had an idea you two went together like ham and eggs.
Listen, Waring, I don't know what you want. But if you think Eve killed Giuliano, you're out of your mind. She didn't even know the man.
And why did she come to me with that cock and bull story?
She was trying to protect me.
Against what?
Look, I'm head cashier in a Washington bank. Giuliano's been after me to turn over to him the dates of large currency movements.
What was it, blackmail?
No.
Now, don't give me that. Otherwise, you would have gone to the police. What do they have on you?
Don't tell him, Larry.
What can I lose now, Eve? Giuliano found out that 10 years ago I served a term for manslaughter. I was drunk one night and I killed a man with my car. I served 2 years under another name.
And if the bank ever learned about you being an ex-con, you'd be minus a career, huh?
That's right.
Is that why she killed Giuliano?
I tell you she didn't.
Then who did?
I did.
Oh, you mustn't believe him, Mr. Waring. He's trying to protect me. I killed Giuliano.
She's lying.
It's no use, Larry. They're bound to find out sooner or
But you
later.
couldn't have done it because I did.
What do you think, Russell?
To cinch one of them's lying.
Ah, but which one?
She is. I don't believe
Wait, just a minute. As far as Giuliano is concerned, it's no great loss. He was a crook. But there's no reason why this has to go any further than this room.
What do you mean?
Well, Russell and I are fond of eating regularly. So, for $5,000, we walk out of here, forget we ever knew you. That okay with you, Denny?
I don't like it.
Oh, come on, give him a break. And $2,500 apiece isn't to be sneezed at.
Well, there's only one trouble with that, Waring.
Trouble?
I haven't got $5,000.
Oh. How about you, Eve?
I gave you my last $50.
Well, how much can you dig up?
Not more than a couple of hundred.
Oh, well, that puts a different complexion on things. What do you think, Russell?
I say we turn him over to the cops.
Yeah, well, that's to be expected. Every killer likes a fall guy handy.
What are you getting at?
Just what it sounded like, Russell. Didn't anyone ever tell you you can't get away with murder?
Really, Mr. Waring, I don't know how to thank you enough.
Or maybe you'll let me give the little bride away.
You're not angry at me for involving you?
Nah. After all, Eve, you're a woman in love, and they're not very rational creatures.
Well, tell me, Mr. Waring, how did you figure out it was Danny Russell who killed Giuliano?
Oh, there were several things, Larry. First of all, Russell told me that Giuliano had a roll on him big enough to choke a horse. Yet when I went through Giuliano's pockets, all I found was a scrap of paper with your name on it. So what happened to the money?
Well, obviously it was stolen.
That's right. So that opened up a new field. Suppose this was a plain, everyday murder for money.
But Larry or I might have taken it.
No, not very likely, Angel. That's why I offered to accept the bribe. I figured that if you two were willing to risk the chair for each other, a little thing like $5,000 wouldn't stop you. If you had it.
And when you heard the best we could scare up was a couple of hundred.
Then I knew I had to look elsewhere.
Well, what made you think of Russell?
Well, he got me out of jail by inventing an alibi for me. Something about a double date with a couple of girls named Harriet and Nora.
Well, I don't understand.
Well, you see, by giving me an alibi, he also gave himself one at the same time, and he really needed it.
Oh.
Now, the truth of the matter is that at 6 o'clock when Giuliano was shot, I was still out cold in his apartment after he plugged me.
No wonder Russell made it so easy for me to escape from him.
Mm-hmm. But you know what gets me, Angel, is what you were doing in the closet where we found you.
Oh. Well, I drove out to see Giuliano hoping that if I pleaded with him, he wouldn't bother Larry anymore. When I got there, he was dead. Then when I heard you outside, I got panicky.
Mm-hmm. And down at headquarters when you accused me of the murder?
Well, that was for the same reason. I wanted to protect Larry.
Sure, I should have known. Well, good night, Larry. Take care of yourself, Angel.
Now, wait a minute, Mr. Waring. Why rush off?
Well, this is all okay for you lovebirds, but I've got a lot of work to do.
At this time of night?
Mm-hmm. I've got a date with one of the most luscious redheads in New York.
You call that work?
And you've got to explain why you're 24 hours late, brother. It's nothing else but. Good night, folks.
There comes a time in the life of every homemaker when she has to fix a dinner fast, and that's when Kraft Dinner is such a help. You see, in just 7 minutes cooking time, Kraft Dinner makes delicious macaroni and cheese. Wonderful, tender macaroni with fine cheese flavor all through. Just like I said, in only 7 minutes cooking time. That's because every package of Kraft Dinner gives you a special quick cooking macaroni and just the right amount of Kraft grated for that grand cheese flavor. So tomorrow, get a couple of packages of Kraft Dinner.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
The National Broadcasting Company presents The Adventures of Sam Spade, Detective.
Sam Spade, Detective License.
Here's I, sweetheart.
Oh, very to death. Just awful. Glass all over the floor, holes in the wall.
That was just business going on as usual during altercations, Eph.
Well, what was it all about, Sam?
They tried, Effie, just tried to pluck my feathers and cook my goose.
On Thanksgiving, too. How could they?
Oh, they were a mean lot.
Are you all right?
Hale and hearty, every giblet in place and not a feather ruffled. Did you have a nice Thanksgiving?
Oh, it was heavenly. Mama had a turkey dinner, sage dressing, cranberry sauce, candied yams.
Hard cider?
A little.
Come clean, Effie?
Well, I had 2 glasses. Everyone was there. Cousin Gertie, Dwight, Mrs. Flash. I was disappointed when you didn't show up, Sam. Did you have Thanksgiving dinner?
Sure.
Sam?
At the Helping Hand Rescue Mission, where there's plenty of free parking and never a cover charge. For further details, consult the report, which I will presently be bound to dictate on a pasty chronicle of foul play. The Terrified Turkey Caper.
For NBC, William Spear, radio's outstanding producer-director of mystery and crime drama, brings you the greatest private detective of them all in The Adventures of Sam Spade.
Sam, hey!
Oh, you were waiting for me.
Having Thanksgiving dinner at a rescue mission, and Mama cooked it perfectly well.
Ask your mother for me and tell her I'll be over to break wishbones with her tonight. And to atone for my social indifferences, here's a little something I brought for you.
Oh, Sam! You shouldn't have. It's beautiful. What is it?
A blunderbuss.
A blunder what?
Bus, as in step to the rear of.
Oh. Well, what does it do?
Shoot, Seth. It's a gun. Our founding fathers used it in foraging for feathered food when they settled this abundant continent.
And it's mine.
To do is what you will.
Where's the dragon?
Pencil boy?
Yes, sir. Who gave it to
Pad
me?
open?
Oh, yes, but I don't know.
Knees crossed?
Did you mean the founding fathers?
Don't peek. Date November 24th, 1950. To Detective Lieutenant I.C. Kelsey, Homicide Detail, San Francisco Police. From Samuel Spade, license number 137596. Subject, Turkey. Dear Kelsey, this was a big week for the cranberry pickers, the butchers, the sage makers, and the stomach pill people. But for private detectives, it was strictly from hunger. My office door opened only twice a day, once to let me in and once to let me out. And when on Wednesday I heard a knock on the door, I went into a paroxysm of delight. Come in! Come in! Come in! Entrez-vous! Entrez-vous! Arise! When I ran out of languages, I got up from behind the desk, walked to the door, and opened it. Standing there was a small, middle-aged man with a pink, bald head. His blue serge suit needed pressing, and he was nervously fingering a strawberry birthmark under his left ear.
Mr. Samuel Spade?
I am.
May I have a moment?
You may have several, but not in the corridor. It's not in my lease.
Oh, I'll come in.
Good. Well?
You'll have to excuse me, Mr. Spade. I've had so few dealings with private detectives. I find it hard to begin. Perhaps I shouldn't have come at all. Goodbye.
No, wait a minute. Maybe I can help you.
Well, you see, what's the use? You won't believe me. Nobody does. I'd really better...
Oh, now, wait. I'll believe you. All I ask is a chance. Now, let's start with your name.
Oh, what, my name?
Yes.
Yes, my name. To begin with, you won't believe that. But I can verify it. Yes, I can. It's on the registration book of the old Colony Hotel, in the 1943 phone book, and on my old driver's license.
Well, I'll have to know it before I can verify it.
Yes, of course you will. It's Tom.
Well, now that's not so hard to believe.
Oh, you haven't heard the rest of it. It's Tom Turkey. Yes, you see, I told you wouldn't believe it. I'd better go.
No, let me be the first to believe you. Now, Mr. Tom, what's your problem?
Oh, dear, that's even harder to explain.
Well, now that I don't believe. But take a breath and jump into it.
Yes. My name's Tom Turkey, and they're going to kill me for Thanksgiving.
Well, I had asked for it, and I had gotten it. And I sat back wondering who had gone to all the trouble to play this funny joke on me. I was looking at my hand to see if there was any itching powder on it where he'd shaken it when my phone rang. I lifted the receiver, swung around on my swivel, and gazed out onto the street. It was Al Cuccio calling, a private eye whose reputation was shadier than a mushroom cellar.
Hiya, Spade.
Al.
Haven't seen much of you lately, Spade. You have to get together.
Yeah, well, so long.
Wait, I'll tell you why I called. I've had a pest in my office, keeps coming back. Thinks he's a turkey somebody wants to dress. I brushed him, but your name came up, and I just wanted to warn you. He might be in to see you.
I'm confused, Al. I never knew you to turn your back on a buck.
Oh, I don't want any of this one. His buttons are loose. My advice to you is to bounce him.
Well, we've never traded advice before, Cuccio. Why now?
Well, after all, we're in the same racket. If we can't help each other...
Oh, sure, Al, sure. I appreciate it.
Give me a ring. We've got to get together sometime.
Yeah, when I get a free night, we'll Jimmy parking meters.
Yeah, Huh? Oh, yeah. Parking meters. I'll see you later, Spade.
I turned back to the desk, and what I saw in front of me was an empty chair. Tom Turkey had taken wing. I got up and walked to the window, and a minute later, I saw him come out of the building downstairs and start to cross the street. And then I saw something else. A large 4-ton truck was tearing down the street, picking up speed. Instinctively, I shouted a warning, and at the last second, Tom Turkey scrambled from in front of the truck and disappeared into the alleyway. The truck roared up the street, and on its side was printed in gold letters, "Haynes, you drive it." There was nothing to say it wasn't coincidence, this near mishap, but somehow I found myself intrigued and wanting to hear more of the little guy's story. He said the old Colony Hotel. On the way, I stopped at the library, found an old 1943 phone book, and looked. He was listed. Thomas Turkey, it said. Out of curiosity, I rang the number.
Hello? Hello?
I wonder if you can help me. I'm inquiring about a Mr. Turkey.
Turkey. This ain't his number no more.
I know.
Haven't had any calls for him for years. Who name?
Yeah, I know.
I knew a woman named Rabbit once. Mrs. Rabbit.
About Turkey, could you remember what he looked like?
I don't. Hey, Nanny, what Turkey look like?
Huh? Oh.
Yeah. Small man, around 50. Nice fellow, Manny says.
Strawberry under his left ear?
Strawberry under his left ear, Manny? Yeah, strawberry under his left ear.
Well, thank you, madam, for your information, and thanks to Manny.
Well, you're welcome, but I don't know what you're going to do with it. Old man Turkey dead. Been dead for years.
Curiouser and curiouser, I thought. They had described the man who came to my office 20 minutes ago, and now he'd been dead for years. I continued on to the Old Colony Hotel. Room, 75 cents, it said. Tom's room is 114.
Who is it?
Sam Spade.
Oh, come in, Mr. Spade. I'm sorry I ran away. I didn't think you really believed me.
Well, I'm not sure I do yet. Tell me, was that truck an accident?
Oh, I don't think so, no. They made 3 attempts before to kill me. Somebody tried to push me in front of a train, and then a wheelchair full of cement dropped off a building and just missed me, and then I was shot at.
Well, who were they, and why would they want to kill you?
I don't know. I just don't know.
Look, let's tack.
Tack?
I dialed your old phone number, and the people who answered said you're dead.
Oh, a lot of people think I'm dead.
Yeah. Look, do you still want me to work for you?
Oh, yes, please.
Well, you'll have to tell me more, then. I can't...
I guess I'd better tell you everything. Oh, it's hard to talk about, Mr. Spade. It's not easy to admit to someone you've been a foolish man. You see, I just turned 50. I was quite tired of the life I'd led. Proper, dull, and unfruitful, accepting money. My business was worrying, and so was my wife, Henriette.
This has a traditional ring.
Anyway, to make it short, I decided to run away. One day I drove to work. I parked my car in the middle of the Bay Bridge where the suicide note left it and disappeared.
Where did you go?
Oh, all over the world. I took a job on a boat. I did. On a boat. And then I settled in Sao Paulo, Brazil, under another name.
Now you're back. Why?
Maybe I got lonely. Maybe I got wiser. Maybe I felt I paid enough for my mistakes. Let's just say I'm back. I want to be with Henrietta.
Have you seen her?
I checked into this hotel and wrote her a letter saying I wasn't dead. I was back in San Francisco, and I wanted to come back to her if she still would have me. But I told her I wouldn't bother her unless she wanted to see me, that she could contact me here. That was a week ago.
And you haven't heard from her?
No, and almost right away these attempts on my life began.
I see. All right, what's her address?
3118 Monroe. Oh, she's taken her maiden name again. Black. Henrietta Black.
Come on, let's go.
No, I'm not going to see her until she asks me.
Well, look, you're going to my apartment. Nobody will bother you there.
And you're going to see Henrietta?
That's right.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Spade. You do believe me. I think I'm really ready to face the world again now.
I deposited Tom in my apartment with instructions to open the door for no one but me, and then I proceeded to 3118 Monroe in a high-rent district. I was ushered through a comely portico by a Japanese maid who told me to wait in a study heavy with mahogany. In a moment, 2 people came in. The woman wore a black dress, silver pendant, flat shoes, and a complexion the color of apple meat. She was Miss Henrietta Black and/or Mrs. Tom Turkey. The man turned out to be Leander Luce, the lady's attorney, business manager, and canasta partner.
You say you have something important to discuss with me, Mr. Spade?
I do.
I hope you don't mind my asking Mr. Luce to be here.
Not at all.
Well,
Mrs. Turkey, I just talked to your husband, Tom.
Mr. Spade, if you please.
I say something?
a rather feeble attempt at comedy, Mr. Spade.
Well, I wasn't trying for a laugh. You are Mrs. Turkey, aren't you?
I was.
You undoubtedly still are.
I'd expected to hear another one of these cruel jokes about my name.
At Thanksgiving time, Mr. Spade, someone was always going to stuff Tom, baste him, dress him, slice him.
This season, they're going to kill him.
They are not going to kill him. He is already dead.
He's not dead, Mrs. Turkey, and you should not.
I should.
Yes, he sent you a letter saying he was back in San Francisco and wanted to see you.
Mr. Spade, this has gone absolutely far enough.
Not quite. What about the letter?
I know of no such letter.
I see. Well, thank you for your time. I'm sorry I bothered you.
Oh, you used bad judgment in coming in the first place.
Yes, maybe you're right. There was falsehood in this someplace, Lieutenant, and it stuck out like a fat girl in slack. The only thing to do was to go back to my apartment, get Tom Turkey, and confront Mrs. T with her husband in the flesh. But when I got back to my apartment building, I spotted in rapid succession, 1, an ambulance, 2, a police car, and upstairs, outside my half-opened apartment door, I spotted 3, you.
Been expecting you.
What's going on, Chelsea?
Yeah, serious, Sam, serious.
Who's that bald-headed man moving around the apartment?
That's McCracken, the new medical examiner. Checking a stiff on your rug.
I stepped around you, Lieutenant, and pushed the door all the way open. I saw McCracken kneeling over the body and a couple of men from homicide taking photos. I moved into the room feeling nothing good. A little guy had given me a job, and while I was yakking with his wife, somebody got to him. And in my apartment, where I'd stashed him. McCracken stood up, and I looked down at the body. Then I looked again. Who I saw wasn't Tom Turkey at all. It was the late private eye, Al Kuchel. You are listening to the weekly adventure of radio's most famous detective, Sam Spade. You Friday fans of Sam Spade, there's mystery on Saturday evening, too, on NBC. Tomorrow, the man called X sets out on another mission of danger and intrigue in some far-off corner of the earth. Herbert Marshall stars as the man called X, a man without a name who travels the world over protecting his country's interests. He lives by his wits, and his business is danger. He's the man called X, tomorrow over most NBC stations. For top Sunday listening, it's another broadcast of The Big Show on NBC. This Sunday, your stars include Fred Allen, Jack Carson, Mindy Carson, Ed Archie Gardner, Ed Wynn, and many, many more. And Tallulah is your MC as usual. This Sunday, it's The Big Show on NBC. And now back to the terrified turkey caper, tonight's adventure with Sam Spade. While the men from homicide were taking pictures, etc., you and I, Lieutenant, were going round and round on the question, if I didn't kill the man found in my room, who did? And you were sufficiently impressed with my insult, Chelsea, not to hold me for the murder. We bowed to each other, and I left. Thinking back to the truck that had almost run Turkey down, I went to the Haynes U Drive truck rental garage.
What do you want?
I'm a detective. Could you give me a list of names for everybody who rented a truck from you during the past few days?
Sure.
He handed me a big registration book, and I read every name for the past week. For the first 5 days, they all seemed to be nice, normal, abnormal names. And then, under the rentals for the day before, was the name of John Smith. John had given his address as 7200 Cherney. And I happen to know that Cherney only goes up to 2000. The dispatcher said that Smith had returned the truck about 3 hours before, and he remembered him as an ugly, heavy-set, and rough-voiced character who looked like an ex-longshoreman. They had already washed the truck, so the fingerprints were all out some.
Well, Mr. Spade again.
Look, I'd like to speak with Miss Black, if you don't mind.
Come in. Come in.
Thank you.
This way, into the den.
Right.
Well, I was sure you'd look into this affair a little more and realize that it was just a blind alley. A hoax of some kind.
Where's Miss Black?
Oh, she's upstairs, lying down. The whole affair has upset her, and she asked not to be disturbed. I think the wisest course of action for you, Mr. Spade, is just to let the matter drop.
You can't let a murder just drop, Mr. Lewis. The police wouldn't hear of it.
Huh? Murder? Who?
An untracked private detective named Al Kuchel.
Well, what does this have to do with Henrietta Black?
Al Kuchel called me earlier today and said that Tom Turkey was a crackpot, a little man with delusions. He tried to top me off taking his case.
He sounds like a perceiving man.
Well, he didn't perceive ending up in my apartment with a bullet in his head.
Well, that's too bad, but I
left Tom Turkey in my apartment for safekeeping, and when I returned, he was gone and Kuchel was dead.
Well, that explains itself, obviously. This detective knew that Tom Turkey was a phony, and Turkey killed him.
It can figure that way, and a number of other ways.
Mr. Spade, I have no desire to sit here trading subtleties with you. As yet, no one has demonstrated that the real Tom Turkey actually exists, alive. Now, until you do have something more concrete and less mythological, Miss Black requests that you do not come around opening up old wounds.
You've made an eloquent point. Just tell me one thing.
If I can.
When did Tom Turkey disappear? I mean, what month, what day?
It was, 1943, November. But I'm not sure of the exact day. I think it was in the third week.
Could it have been on Thanksgiving?
Very possibly, very possibly.
I returned thoughtfully to my office and did a little rapid mental arithmetic and came up with the number 7. From November 23rd, 1943 to November 23rd, 1950 was 7 years to the day. And I pondered this. What did the number 7 mean to the life or death of Tom Turkey? I had just hit upon the answer and was crying Eureka when my office door opened, unlocked, and a visitor came in unannounced. He was ugly, heavy-set, and looked like an ex-longshoreman. I waited to see if the voice checked.
You, Spade?
Who shall I say is calling?
Here, Captain John Smith. And here's my calling card.
The first bullet grazed my shoulder and tore the padding out of my coat. The second bullet hit the water cooler and it crashed over, water and all on top of me. Where the third bullet hit, I wasn't sure at the time because darkness came rushing through my head like a freight. When I opened my eyes again, I expected to see St. Peter checking my ID card. But all I saw were the dust balls under my desk and a fly bathing himself in a pool of water spreading slowly over the floor. There was blood on my hand, but it came from a glass cut. I was in shambles, but alive. Captain John Smith had shoved off, obviously thinking his bullets had done their work.
Homicide, Lieutenant Kelsey.
Sam, Kelsey, have you found anything more about Tom Turkey?
Nothing, Sam. Frankly, I'm beginning to wonder if there is such a guy.
Well, clever, Kelsey. A few minutes ago, a gorilla by the name, believe it or not, of Captain John Smith just tried to kill me in my office.
Oh, go on, Sam. I find it hard to think.
You find it hard to think, period.
Really, Sam? Did you get him?
No, but my office is a wreck, and there's a hole blasted in my wall big enough to put a basketball in.
Well, what did he use, a bazooka?
I figured dum-dum bullets.
Dum-dum? Well, that's illegal, ain't it?
Kelsey, doesn't it strike you as significant that every attempt on Turkey's life has been vicious, as if someone not only wanted to kill him, but also mutilate him?
Yeah, now that you mention it. Somebody probably wanted to make identification difficult.
Even dead, they didn't want anybody to know who he was. Now, listen carefully, Kelsey. This is real deep. Tom Turkey disappeared on Thanksgiving of 1943. A person has to be missing 7 years before he can be legally dead and his insurance collected. Now, if someone had Turkey insured, they could collect the day after this Thanksgiving, if Turkey didn't show up before.
You mean somebody's trying to kill him for the insurance?
I would say so, Kelsey. I would say so. Now, hurry up and find him. When I put down the phone, I heard a heavy pounding. For a minute, I thought it was in my head, until I turned to face the door, and standing there was a small pilgrim with bandy legs in black stockings, pantaloons, white-collared coat, and stovepipe hat.
Hallelujah!
He wore silver buckles, and what he was pounding on the floor was an 18th century blunderbuss.
Hallelujah! Have I got the right place?
For offhand, I'd say so. If you're looking for Captain John Smith, he just left. Pocahontas is expected any minute.
Now, don't you go trying to confuse me. I'm too thirsty.
What's on your mind?
Well, I'm looking for a fellow named Dan, Oh, I'm so thirsty, I forgot.
Sam Spade?
Yeah, that's it. There. Oh, you broke your water bottle, huh?
Yeah.
Good. That stuff's poison anyway. Hallelujah. Hey, say, do you happen to have any hard cider around?
Fresh out.
Oh. I'm kind of thirsty, you know. Any type of corn squeezing?
Here, try this, Dad.
Yeah.
Good, huh?
Oh.
You like that, huh? Oh.
Follow me. But before we go, do you suppose we could have a little something for the road? It's bitter cold.
I gave him a little, but not too much, because I didn't want him to lose his way. He walked me right down Market Street so he could look in the liquor store windows. He said it gave him a comfortable feeling to know there was so much good in the world. And then we turned right a few blocks until we came to the Helping Hand Mission. Across its gray front, a banner promised special holiday food and comfort to the unfortunate. And on the street in front of it, there was a brass bands sending out signals to the fraternity that any minute the great feast of Thanksgiving would begin. The band members and other volunteer workers were all dressed as pilgrims, a quaint conceit. My pilgrim led me to a dark corner of the clubroom, and sitting there unhappily was none other than Tom Turkey.
Hello, Mr. Spade.
Oh, hello, Tom. What happened to my apartment? And why did you run away?
Oh, I was afraid. You told me not to answer the door until you came back. Well, somebody knocked on the door and said it was you, so I opened it, and two men came in.
Tell me, was one of them Al Cuccio?
Yes, the detective. The other man was a big, ugly-looking fellow, and when they saw I was alone, they started arguing.
About what?
Well, the detective said that now that he brought the ugly man there, he wanted his money.
Yeah?
The ugly man pulled a gun, and they started to fight. Oh, dear, I slipped out the door, and when I was halfway downstairs, I heard a shot and kept on running.
Well, Al Cuccio is dead.
Oh, my. I thought so. This was the only place I could think of to hide. Oh, when Henrietta finds out I've been mixed up in a murder, she'll never take me back.
Henrietta. Hey, tell me, did your wife ever have any insurance on you?
Oh, before I ran away, she did. A $50,000 policy, but, oh, that would have lapsed by now.
Maybe. Did it have a suicide clause in it?
A suicide?
Yes.
Well, no. No, it didn't. I remember.
Yeah, you'd like to talk to Henrietta, wouldn't you? All right, here's her phone number. Call her up and tell her where you are.
Oh, dear, I don't think I could. I'm too frightened.
You've got to do something to help yourself. If you don't, by midnight, you might be a cold turkey.
Oh.
I'm sorry, it just slipped out.
All right, I'll do it.
Well, he went and made the call. When he returned, he said that a man had answered who said Henrietta would come down and pick Tom up. He didn't want to wait, but I sat on him. The pilgrim brought us a dish of turkey dinner, saying he couldn't stand food himself, and we munched a spell. In a little while, a limousine pulled up in front of the mission with someone in back whom I couldn't see. A chauffeur stepped out and came in inquiring for Tom Turkey. It was Captain John Smith himself. When he saw me, a look of shocked surprise came over his unhandsome face. Hoping to catch him off balance, I drove at him. It was the liveliest thing that has happened at the Helping Hand mission in years, and we had a good house, too. Money was even changing hands. When I heard the odds starting to go against me, I realized I'd better come up with something.
Here, use this, partner.
And I did. The bandy-legged pilgrim shoved his blunderbuss right in my hand. And I swung. Smith dropped like pheasant on the wing. I looked up. The passenger from the limousine was just coming in.
What's the meaning of this?
It means, Leander Luce, that you're not going to carve Tom Turkey up for your Thanksgiving insurance policy.
Hallelujah. Drumstick, anyone?
Period. End of report.
Sam, I don't understand.
Well, it's as plain as the cranberry stain on your dress, huh? Luce, as Henrietta's business manager, had her power of attorney. And secretly, he kept making the payments on Tom Turkey's insurance policy.
Oh, and then he'd collect for Henrietta and keep the money himself.
Effie, sometimes your lightning mind frightens me. Now go type that up. 3 chimes mean good times on NBC. There's fun and laughs with the chimes later tonight when Ed Gardner stars in Duffy's Tavern. As usual, Duffy won't be there, but Archie the manager will definitely be on hand to serve his blue plate special of grilled English language. This Sunday, the big show comes your way again. Tallulah will be your hostess, and the stars include Fred Allen, Jack Carson, Ed Wynn, Meredith Wilson, and many, many more. It's the big show, Sunday, on NBC.
Sam, the man who killed Al Cuccio and tried to kill you, was his name really Captain John Smith?
Now, Effie, could we have a Thanksgiving caper without a Captain John Smith? It wouldn't be right.
It was a coincidence, wasn't it?
Well, if you promise not to tell anyone.
I won't.
His real name was Michael Giuseppe Jablonski Smith. I called him John for short.
You're so kind.
Mm-hmm. Are we going over to your mother's for cold turkey snacks?
Well, all right, but I don't think there'll be much left.
Oh?
You see, my cousin Julie couldn't find a little boy. And Mother phoned and said they just found him. He was inside the turkey, eating his way out.
Effie, is there no way to curb that tongue of yours?
There's one way.
Well, come here.
Oh? Oh. Good night, Sam.
Good Good night, sweetheart. The Adventures of Sam Spade are produced, edited, and directed by William Spear. Sam Spade was played by Stephen Dunn. Lorene Tuttle is Effie. Script for tonight's adventure by Larry Roman and John Michael Hayes. Musical scoring by Lud Gluskin, conducted by Robert Armbruster. Again next week, same time, for another adventure with Sam Spade. Hear the magnificent Montague, then visit Duffy's Tavern on NBC.
Carter Brown, Mysteries. Adventures in excitement and suspense. Based on the best-selling novels by the slick storytelling sensation, Carter Brown.
How do you do, ladies and gentlemen? This is Carter Brown to bring you another of my books. A story called Crime for a King, in which a private detective, Roger King, is embroiled in a batch of bewildering events. Normally a private eye knows all about his assignment, but in this case our hero is in the dark, which naturally enough makes it hard for him to see where he's going. But he can tell it better than I can, so I'll hand over to Roger King.
There was an east wind driving past the car. Behind the wheel of the Dodge, I had to pull up my coat collar. I lit another cigarette and kept my eyes on the road and the car in front of me. The car which contained Miss Elise St. Chris, whom it was my job to follow. About 3/4 of an hour out of town, the road swung round in a bend. When I came round it, I saw the Packard had pulled into the side of the concrete, and a hefty character in chauffeur's uniform waved me to a stop. I wound the window down as he approached.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Miss St. Chris would like to speak to you.
And who is Miss St. Chris?
My dear sir, if you have not been following us for the last 25 miles, it must be my mistake. Just drive on and forget it. But if I am right, then you know who she is, and we can forget the pretenses.
Okay, fair enough. I'll have a word with the lady. Good evening.
Hello. You are the private detective, I presume.
A snooper is probably the word you're looking for.
Who do you snoop for?
Around this time of the year, Santa Claus. Now, what are you expecting in your stocking, apart from a luscious limb?
Is wit a necessary accompaniment of your profession?
Oh, not really. We throw it in as an extra.
You have not answered my question.
I have a client who pays good dough for me to trail you. Why should I tell you his name?
Because I am curious. Because I don't like being followed around.
That's too bad.
I don't think I like your attitude. You look like becoming a nuisance.
Oh, you'll get used to me after a while. Hey, let's ride in your car and save the juice in mine, huh? What do you say?
I say that you begin to bore me. Johnny?
Of course.
Hey, what?
Too late, my friend.
Something belonging to the chauffeur, probably his fist, came across my head, and I lost interest in the proceedings. When I came round, I was sitting behind the wheel of my car, with a headache and without the ignition key. The hulking chauffeur must have tossed it in the bushes. But I'd been caught that way before, and I kept a spare in the glove box. As I drove back in the direction of the city, which contained my apartment, which contained my bed, which would contain me as soon as I could get to it, The only thought in my mind was that my client wouldn't be happy about this. It was about 3 in the morning when I was climbing gratefully into the sheets when suddenly... Roger King.
So glad you got home safely. Did you walk?
No, I cut a hole in the floorboards of the car and pedaled it home.
It's nice to know that you have not lost that quaint sense of humor.
That smack on the cranium has improved it. Tell that chauffeur of yours that next time we meet, I'll try and do the same thing for him.
Would that be wise? After all, he is so much bigger than you.
How did you get my name and phone number?
I would have thought that you could have deduced that. You were unconscious, weren't you? And in your pocket was your wallet, wasn't it?
Uh-huh. Tell me, is there any point to this conversation, or you just like talking to me?
I don't like talking to you at all, Mr. King, but this once it is necessary. You received very mild treatment tonight. Next time it could be much, much nastier.
Are you threatening me, my elegant Elise? I can hardly hold the receiver. I'm trembling so badly.
Very funny. This is my last warning, King. Find something else to do, and tell whoever has employed you why. Otherwise, you might wake up one morning and find yourself dead.
Well, well. Now, just what the devil can all that mean? I arose refreshed but resentful, and I had an idea that my client, Mr. Polvey, was going to be resentful, too. It was about 10 o'clock when I presented myself at the offices of Overseas Enterprises Incorporated and asked the pulsating platinum blonde secretary to announce me.
Come in, King. Well, have you anything to report this morning?
In a short word, no.
What do you mean by that?
I followed her car, then I was hailed by a chauffeur. She made it clear she didn't like being followed. The chauffeur made it even clearer by slugging me over the skull. When I came to, they and their car had gone.
So you don't know where she went?
You're right on the ball this morning.
See here, King, I'm not paying you for rudeness. I'm paying you for results, of which I appear to receive none.
Just remember that it's one thing to trail someone who's using the subway, but quite another thing to trail someone who travels in a chauffeur-driven Packard.
That was your problem, and you don't seem to have tackled it very competently. I shall have to find someone who can carry out an assignment without falling down on it.
Does that mean I'm fired?
In a short word, yes.
Well, it doesn't exactly come as a surprise. How about my dough?
I shall have my secretary draw you a check. $150 covers it, I think. A lot of money to pay for nothing.
But you're not paying me for nothing, Polvey. You're paying for the privilege of discharging me. There was a restaurant on the ground floor of the building, and so I decided to step in for a cup of coffee. I'd hardly taken my first sip when a familiar, creamy voice fell on my ears.
Do you mind if I share your table?
Well, well, Miss St. Creets herself. And what are you doing here?
Asking if I can share your table.
Well, it's a free country, or so the rumor goes.
How was Mr. Polvey this morning?
Not very happy. He fired me. He thought private eyes should all have steel skulls, and because I hadn't got one, I must be masquerading under false pretenses.
That's too bad, Mr. King.
Oh, stop it. Your sympathy unmans me. In a minute, I'll be weeping salt tears into my good cup of coffee.
I'm glad you didn't have to walk home.
Oh, that's past history. Now, if I was still working for Polvey, I should be worried about letting you trail me to his office. But as I am now unemployed, I couldn't care less.
I wonder why Polvey had me followed.
Does that wad of dough you've just dropped casually on the table wonder, too?
Yes, you could say it does.
Much as I hate to pass up the chance of some folding money, I don't know. All I know is that Polvey hired me to follow you. He didn't tell me who you were or why he wanted tabs kept on you. All he told me was that you were going to that party last night and I was to take it from there. As you know, I didn't take it very far. In fact, my work for Polvey might be summed up in 3 words. Hired, tired, fired.
Well, thank you for being honest anyway. You're not leaving the money lying there, are you?
Honesty is so rare that it's for free.
You misunderstand me. That money is a retainer.
Retainer? For what?
For watching Mr. Polvey. I am hiring you to find out as much as you can about him.
Where do I report back to?
I shall call at your office every morning at 10. Any other questions, Mr. King?
Only one. Am I crazy or is everybody else?
That is not what I am paying you to find out. You will start on your assignment immediately, of course.
Well, not till around 5 this afternoon.
Why not at once?
Because the quickest, easiest, and best way to find out about Polvey is to trail his platinum blonde secretary.
Oh.
Not to mention the fact that following her will give me something interesting to look at on the way.
Oh, it's Mr. King.
Hi, beautiful.
What do you want?
Well, since you ask, what are you doing for dinner tonight?
I'm flattered, Mr. King. Don't tell me you came all the way out here just to ask me to dinner.
That's a fact.
And how did you know where I lived?
Simple. I followed you.
Well, in the face of that, what can I say? I have an engagement for dinner tonight, but come in and have a drink anyway, Mr. King.
Just call me Roger, huh? Miss,
Oliver. Marcia Oliver. This way, Roger.
Hey, quite a place you have here, Marcia.
I like it. This is the living room.
Hmm.
Will you have a martini?
You don't have to ask me twice.
Try the lounge. I find it very comfortable.
Thanks. Hey, you're right. It is, and big enough for two.
You're getting a little ahead of yourself, aren't you, Roger? We're only at the drinking stage. Here you are.
Thanks. I drink to a very beautiful girl.
Who am I to call you a liar? Good luck.
You mix a masterly martini.
Well, thank you. And how's the private detecting business?
Booming. In spite of the brush-up I had from your boss this morning.
Oh, that was too bad. He seemed to be in a very bad temper all day.
Tell me, what do Overseas Enterprises Incorporated do for a living?
Import, export. Fine stuff mostly. Jewelry, antiques and so on, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Well, are you ready for another martini?
Thanks. Your version really has a kick in it. I've never had one martini hit me that hard before.
Maybe you've just got a weak head.
Not normally, but right now, I feel something like the morning after 2 nights before.
Maybe you'd better not have any more.
Maybe I'd better not. That one seems... A Mickey Finn. You gave me a Mickey martini.
I think it's kind of appropriate. Dope for a dope?
You...
Morning, Mr. King. How you feeling?
Awful. Take those panel beaters out of my head. Hey, in this bed, it's moving.
It's not a bed, Mr. King. It's a bunk.
What?
And the reason it's moving is because we're at sea.
At sea?
That's right, Mr. King.
Hey, who are you?
My name's Harris. I'm the skipper of this yacht.
Shanghaied. I'm being...
taken for a little cruise to the Caribbean.
Hey, now wait a minute,
I'm
Harris.
afraid we can't, Mr. King. We've been underway now for some hours.
Oh. Well, what's the idea?
Simply that the owner of this yacht feels that 10 days in the Caribbean would do you a lot of good.
Well, who's the owner?
I'm not at liberty to tell you that, I'm afraid.
Hey, but I don't want to spend 10 days in the Caribbean.
I'm sorry about that. But you don't seem to have any choice, do you?
Carter Brown, Mysteries. Adventures in excitement and suspense. Based on the best-selling novels by the slick storytelling sensation, Carter Brown.
The yacht moved through a heavy swell at a fast clip. My thoughts moved through a heavy head at a feeble crawl. I looked around me. The cabin was fit for a king. But this king's name was Roger. And why Roger King had been drugged and then dragged on board, I hadn't the faintest idea. All I knew was that first I was working for Pulvey, trailing Elise and Crease. Then I was working for Elise, trailing Pulvey. And in the course of that, Pulvey's secretary, Marcia Oliver, fed me a dope martini, and here I was. All set for a cruise to the Caribbean.
Decided to come up for a breath of fresh air, Mr. King.
That's right, Captain Harris, and it feels very fresh.
Yeah, the swell's getting heavier. We look like having some fun. Do you have breakfast?
Yes, thanks. You run a first-rate service for Shanghai passengers.
We do our best.
You don't feel like doing better still and telling me why I'm here and who owns this boat?
I'm sorry, I can't oblige you.
Well, no harm in trying.
Now, Mr. King, I think you'd better go below.
I've had my quota of fresh air, huh?
I'd prefer you in your cabin. I'll have one of the crew conduct you.
Well, if I'm going to be incarcerated for any long periods, do you mind if I borrow one of your bottles to keep me company?
Not at all. There's a good supply in the saloon. You can stop off and pick up some on your way down.
I didn't notice the rest of the day pass, due largely to the bottle, whose contents transferred from it to me made things seem less bewildering. And then it happened. I was flung from the bunk to the floor, the empty bottle still in my hand. I picked myself up and tried the door. It was locked. The engines had stopped. Up above, I heard footsteps running along the deck, and after a while there was silence, except for a single sinister sound, the plash of running water. The cabin tilted to a crazy angle, and I could see the water creeping in under the door, and I was forced to the comfortless conclusion that I'd been left to my fate. And then I was proved wrong. Well, hi there, sailor. How's the hornpipe?
You're drunk.
That's right, Captain.
Perhaps it's just as well. We hit a reef, Mr. King. Got too close inshore in this fog.
Well, never mind. There are plenty of yachts.
It's bad luck for you, though. If this hadn't happened, you could have enjoyed a 10-day cruise. And then we'd have dumped you someplace. And that would have been it. But as things are now, I'm afraid I'll have to kill you.
Why, you bold, bad boy.
You see, we can't take any risk of you being around on the 18th. That was the whole reason for getting you aboard, to keep you out of the way till after the 18th. Now, well, I'm sorry, King. I'll have to give it to you.
What, another bottle?
No, a bullet.
Oh, you're kidding.
No, I'm not. There's already about a foot of water in here. I'm going to shoot you, and you'll go down with the yacht.
Hey, I think you're really serious.
Perfectly serious. Goodbye, King.
Oh, no. I'll bet you never figured I was such a good shot on an empty bottle. The bottle I had thrown in desperation had struck Harris just above the temple. If I'd been stone cold sober, I don't think I'd ever have done it. I left him lying there in the water, which was rapidly rising in the cabin, and made my way to the deck. I looked at the reef on which the yacht had struck, then at the waves now pounding hungrily against the sides of the vessel. Suddenly it lurched onto my feet. That told me as plainly as words that it was my time to get off. The reef below didn't look inviting, but it looked safer than the yacht. I swung out over the guardrail and let myself drop. I landed on the rock on all fours, and as I picked myself up and stumbled away from the yacht, there was a harsh, rending sound. I turned to see the yacht slowly turn sideways and disappear. Then I headed towards the end of the reef. I remember staggering across the slippery rock surface, and then the sudden shock of the ice-cold water, and nothing more.
Take it easy now. Come on, drink some more. Not so fast now. Gently, does it?
Yeah, what's this? A bed? Blankets? Where am I?
In bed in my cottage, Mr. King. Come on, have a little more of this brandy.
Oh. Hey, how'd I get here?
I found you on the beach. You must have made it to the end of the reef and swum the rest of the way.
Don't remember. Only remember the water.
I saw the yacht strike. Then I came down to the beach later. I saw an upturned dinghy out at sea. And then I found you. What about the others?
Don't know.
Well, perhaps you'd better not talk anymore, Mr. King.
You know my name.
Well, when I stripped off your clothes, I took out your wallet. Naturally, I looked through it, but it's all safe, your license, your money, everything. My name was Wallace, by the way. Hugh Wallace.
Well, Mr. Wallace, I guess I owe my life to you. That seems to entitle you to the whole story. And that's it, Mr. Wallace. Right up to the time I saw the yacht go under. The rest of it, well, you know.
It's an incredible story. Now, what are you going to do now?
Going back to where I came from. I'm annoyed enough now to want a piece of revenge. And another thing, too. I'm curious about that date Harris mentioned, the 18th. I'd like to find out why I had to be kept away until after that, and what exactly is going to happen on the 18th.
What about the wreck?
I've been thinking about that. You saw an upturned dinghy. Looks as if the rest of the crew must have drowned. I know Harris is dead, and that leaves me the only survivor. I'd like to keep quiet about the wreck for 2 reasons. 1, because to explain Harris's death would be awkward. And 2, because with Polvey and his secretary thinking I'm dead, gives me an advantage. But of course, your conscience may insist on reporting the thing, Mr. Wallace. Well, it's up to you. You saved my life, and I won't argue with you on your decision, whatever it may be.
I believe your story, Roger. It's too fantastic to be anything but the truth. And I'm only too happy to keep quiet about the wreck. You see, I'm wanted in 4 states for forgery.
It was good to get home. It was good to roll into my own bed and sleep 18 hours straight. It was close to lunchtime of the next day when I got to my office and found an irate note from my employer, Miss St. Crease. I flicked the telephone dial to the number in her note.
Hello?
Good morning, Elise. Roger King speaking.
Oh.
I got your note. The tone of it seemed rather angry.
With good reason. Where have you been the last 3 days?
Around.
A round is expensive at $200. That is the amount I paid you, remember? I want more than that.
You'll get it. I've been busy. I couldn't wait around my office for you to call.
This had better be good. Otherwise, I shall ask Johnny to call on you and convince you that it is better to produce results.
Johnny?
He was driving my car the other night, remember? Johnny bends iron bars before breakfast, simply because he has to work off his surplus energy.
That ape. If he gets near me, I'm liable to forget I'm trying to be a gentleman and break a chair over his head.
Oh, I'll tell him that. It will worry him for weeks.
Now, look, leaving your playmate Johnny out of the picture for a while, I'm onto something really good.
What is it?
I can't tell you yet, not until I'm really sure.
Mr. King, this begins to sound like stalling to me.
Now, just give me 2 more days. After all, as long as you know before the 18th, it's all right, isn't it?
Very well. I'm prepared to give you 2 more days. But if I don't hear from you by then, you will really be in trouble. That I can guarantee, Mr. King.
So, the 18th means something to you too, baby. The question is, what? And I figure there's only one person who can tell me that. You learn all kinds of handy hints in the private eye profession. One of them is how to use a knife blade to open a window. I thought I had a good half hour before Marcia Oliver got home. More than enough time for a quick look around. The Platinum Blonde's wardrobe was full of clothes. And if those clothes had been bought out of her salary as a stenographer, then, brother, I was going to take up shorthand and typing. I looked around for a hiding place. The full-length drapes over the living room window seemed to be as good a place as any. I arranged the drapes carefully, leaving myself a crack to see through, took a deep breath, and settled down to wait.
Here we are, honey. I'll get us a drink.
Baby. There's something I need more than liquor. Come here.
Rodney, take it easy.
You're gonna tell me you don't like it?
No, honey, but there's no time. You can't stay here more than a minute. Polvy's coming.
Polvey? One of these days I'm gonna wring his neck.
After the 18th, you can do it with pleasure, baby. But not before. He's too valuable.
Yeah, it makes me sick when I think of that slug and you.
Then don't think of it. It won't be for long now. Come on. Let me give you a drink and get going.
Skip the drink. I'll just have the same again.
Now, you must get out of here, Rodney.
Okay. But I won't be happy till the whole thing's over.
That's the day I'm living for, too, lover.
Goodbye, baby.
Bye.
You could pour one for me, too, Marcia. Only this time you can skip the Mickey Finn.
You're dead.
You mean I should be dead, but I'm not.
How did you get in here?
Through the window. I've been behind the curtains for quite a while.
Oh. Well, I don't know what you want here, but Mr. Palvey will be calling very soon.
For his regular visit, huh? Which explains all that expensive clothing you own.
If he finds you here, he'll turn you over to the police.
I don't think so, baby. Not after that little sea trip you arranged for me, you and Polvey, I presume. I think you'd better give me a little information. If you don't, I'll tell Polvey of the pretty little scene I just witnessed between you and dear Rodney. I'm sure he'd love to hear all about it.
What do you want?
For a start, the 18th. That's a date everyone seems to be interested in. What happens then?
I don't know.
Now, baby, don't start with the fairy stories.
Palvey says he's pulling off a big deal then. There'll be a stack of money in it, and I'll get some. That's all I know.
Well, that could be true, I guess. And why did you slip me that dope martini?
I was scared when you said you followed me home. I thought Palvey's wife might have put you onto me. I wanted to keep you here till I could get in touch with Palvey and ask him what to do.
And he suggested the sea trip?
Yes.
I don't think I believe you, but I can wait. When Polvey comes tonight, find out something definite about the 18th. I'll call back around midnight. You'd better know then, or I'll blow the whole works to Pal Polvey. So it's up to you, baby.
Carter Brown Mysteries. Adventures in excitement and suspense. Based on the best-selling novels by the slick storytelling sensation, Carter Brown.
The deeper I delved into the setup, the more it made mystery. It was turning out a king-size problem for a private eye called King. My big bewilderment was concerned with the date, the 18th, on which something was supposed to happen, which everyone was worried about, in one way or another. But I figured I stood a fair chance of finding out what the 18th meant after the ultimatum I had delivered to Marcia Oliver. I was due to call on her at midnight, when I hoped all would be explained. Meantime, I headed for the precinct to pick up my car, which had been impounded from in front of Polvey's office. After a long explanation to the police about sick relatives and a $20 fine, I got the Dodge back, and then it was close enough to midnight and Marcia.
Oh, it's you.
It's not my twin brother.
You couldn't have a twin brother. There couldn't be two mistakes like you.
You know, Marcia, you're sweet, like cyanide candy.
Cut the compliments and come in.
You phrased the invitation so tenderly, I can't resist.
I'm glad, pal. Just stand nice and still. This is a hair trigger and my finger's twitching. Shut the door, Marcia.
Sure.
We've been waiting for you, pal.
Well, that's nice of you, Rodney.
It's gonna be even nicer. I'm gonna relieve you of your gun. Then your coat will fit better.
That's not my gun. It's my tailor.
I'll have it anyway. I'd hate to put temptation in your path. Yeah, that's better.
You know, Roger, I'm surprised you forgot about Rodney so quickly.
Honey, I'm even more surprised. I must be slipping.
That can happen when a guy gets close to his end.
I've still got a way to go.
Have you?
Well, I thought I had, but I guess I could be wrong.
You certainly could, pal. You know, you're a guy who keeps looking for trouble.
It keeps looking for me.
You should have kept moving south when you got off that yacht. A guy can't be that lucky twice.
I suppose not.
Yeah, you're a problem, pal. But not too big a one for a guy with brains.
Where is he? I don't see him.
Don't get smart, King.
Sorry.
You see, our problem with you is this. While you're still around, you're liable to tell Polvey things we don't want him to know. He's got a nasty, suspicious mind. So, what are we going to do?
Let's think it over for the next fortnight.
Murder isn't a rap I'd care to risk.
I'm glad to hear you say that.
I'll bet you are.
You haven't heard it all, pal.
I'm listening.
Tell me this. Where does Polvey think you are now?
Well, I guess he...
That's right, pal. He thinks you're under the water with the rest of the boys who were on his yacht. So maybe you can figure the answer to our problem now, huh?
If it's what I think it is.
You get the prize, pal. All I have to do is put you back where you belong, under the water, and nobody's going to miss you. And if anyone does, that's Polvey's worry. not mine.
You're forgetting one thing, Rodney. When I took that sea voyage, it was planned very suddenly. So suddenly that I didn't have a chance to shift my car from outside Polvy's office.
So what?
So the police impounded it after it had been there a couple of days.
I don't get it.
Guess when I paid $20 to get it back?
When?
Exactly 45 minutes ago. So if you knock me off, it's not going to be Polvy's worry. It's going to be yours. The police know I was alive an hour ago.
You're lying.
Wait a minute, Rodney. He's not. I remember seeing a car driven away from out front of the office. What model is it, Roger?
Blue Dodge, 49 sedan.
Well, that's it. I saw it.
Of all the rotten...
No language in front of the lady.
Rodney, this changes the whole thing. What are we going to do?
I don't know.
Well, I think I do.
Huh?
Let's have another look at this thing. Now that I've proved I'd be a nuisance if you killed me, what about a deal?
Such as?
You tell me what happens on the 18th, and I'll tell you what I know. How about that?
What's your angle, King?
I'm not working for anyone. I decided tonight to resign from my latest employer, so I've just got a large slice of curiosity after Polvy tried to get rid of me. Whatever's behind it, there must be dough in it. And I'm not the sort of guy to look sideways at a buck. I'm not even ready to quarrel whether it's an honest buck or not.
Oh. Marcia, what do you think?
That might be a proposition, Rodney. That's one sure way of keeping his mouth shut between now and the 18th. And we could use someone else that might make the job easier.
Yeah, you could be right at that. Okay, King, I'm putting the gun away. It's a deal.
Fine. How about a drink to clinch it? I've got a kind of dry feeling.
I'll bet with my gun staring you in the face. Yeah, fix the drinks, baby.
Sure.
That's pretty lucky for you, King. That business about the cops in your car.
Yeah, I guess so.
You'd have been laying around the bottom of the sea without it.
Forget that, Rodney. Here are the drinks.
Thanks. You'll forgive me if I don't wait. Hey, I needed that. Okay, Rodney, suppose you give with the story now.
Sure. Well, first of all, Polvy. Overseas Enterprises Incorporated, his import-export business, is just a sideline. His real work is jewelry. Polvy's one of the finest craftsmen in the world. Well, when anybody's got something really valuable they want altered or fixed, they take it along to Polvy. He's kept his name pretty quiet for obvious reasons.
Of course. He wouldn't want the boys who collect that kind of stuff illegally to get to hear about him.
Next, we come to a dame, the Baroness von Oltz. You ever heard of her, King?
No.
Well, you should have. She owns the Carmel Royne diamond pendant.
I've heard of that.
She bought it for $500,000. They say it's worth more now.
Must be nice to have money.
The Baroness arrived here a couple of days ago. It was in the papers.
I never read the social columns.
You should. Then you might have figured what that date means, the 18th. You see, on the 18th, there's a ball being held in honor of the Baroness von Oltz. Everybody who's anybody in town will be there. And the Baroness will be wearing her pendant.
Daylight breaks through. Correct me if I'm wrong. On the 18th, you aim to snatch the Baroness's pendant.
I'm correcting you. Polvy aims to have it snatched.
What? I may not be the brightest private eye in the business, but that doesn't sound smart to me.
You haven't heard the half of it.
I hope not. To snatch a pendant like that, you have to love it for its own sake. Nobody'd touch it. It'd be too hot.
Sure, you're 100% right.
Well?
Well, it so happens that when the Baroness arrived here, she found the clip on the pendant needed some attention. So who does she send it to?
I'll guess. Polvy?
Polvy, the expert who, luckily enough, lives right here. And Polvy has the pendant for 3 days, with cops and guards sitting all over the joint.
So what? You're getting hard to follow, Rodney.
It'll clear up. Now get this. When Polvy knows he's getting the pendant to work on, he makes an imitation pendant, a pretty good one. Not so good that it'll fool the experts, but good enough to fool the Baroness. When the time comes for him to return the pendant, he's going to return the imitation and hang on to the original.
How does he figure he's going to get away with that? How long does he think it'll take before the Baroness finds out she's got a phony?
That's right. So Polvy is arranging to have the fake pendant snatched at the ball on the 18th.
Oh.
You get it now? He has the fake snatched. Then he waits for the insurance company to offer a reward. It's insured for $300,000. And the insurance company won't think there's anything unusual about the pendant being offered to them through a jeweler. I tell you, this Polvy character has some ideas.
Very neat. So he collects the insurance on the diamond without having to worry about disposing of it, which he couldn't do anyway, seeing it's so well known.
It's really one for the books, isn't it?
You said it, Marcia. But where do you and Rodney come into it?
That's simple. I'm the guy Polvy's paying to do the snatch.
Yeah? Well, that's interesting.
Isn't it?
But not as interesting as the setup between you and Marcia. From what I overheard earlier tonight, neither of you exactly care for Polvy.
You're going to say that again.
So my brilliant mind leaps to the conclusion that maybe you two are planning a little piece of double-cross?
Right on the button, pal. We got it planned rather cutely, even though I say it myself. You see, I'll be at the ball, and so will Polvy. But while we're busy there, Marcia will be paying Polvy's office a visit and collecting the real pendant.
And then?
Then we fade quietly into the wide blue yonder until we can collect from the insurance company.
So that's it, Roger. Well, how do you like it?
It doesn't sound a bad proposition. There's only one thing I don't understand, and that's Elise St. Chris and her boyfriend Johnny.
Who?
Elise St. What? Who's she?
Marcia, you better pour another drink while I tell you. While they sipped their drinks, I went through the story from the beginning. How Polvy hired me to follow Elise, and how she hired me to follow him, with all the details, right up to where we are now. When I finished, Rodney looked at Marcia, and they both looked at me.
I don't like the sound of that. This St. Chris dame and her sidekick must be after the pendant, too.
You'll have to watch out for them, Rodney.
Don't worry, I'm going to.
We're all going to. What's the situation right now?
Well, today's the 16th. Polvy's due to give the fake pendant to the Baroness tomorrow, the day before the ball.
Uh-huh. So now we just wait till the day after tomorrow.
Yeah.
Well, it seems to me that this Elise St. Chris around, it might be a good idea if I went with Marcia when she collects the real pendant from Polvy's office.
Yeah, it might be at that. I'll think about it and let you know.
Fine. Now, if it's okay with you, I think I need some sleep.
Sure.
Oh, just one thing.
Yeah?
I sleep better with a gun under my pillow. Can I have mine back?
Sure. I'll even hand it to you, but first. After all, we're partners now, aren't we?
The social columns of the papers next morning were full of nothing but the Baroness von Oltz and the coming ball. There was no photograph, but they gave the name of the hotel she was staying at. After coffee, I took a ride over to it. I wanted an interview with the Baroness, but when I climbed out of the elevator, 4 quiet-looking characters moved up to me, and one of them did the talking.
Yes?
I want to speak to the Baroness von Oltz.
What's your business?
I'm Roger King, a private detective. My business is private and urgent.
Sorry, Mr. King, the Baroness is seeing nobody.
I tell you it's important.
We've got our orders. You've heard what they are.
Yeah, but I tell you...
Please, Mr. King, don't make a scene. There's only one of you, and there are 4 of us.
So I see, but... Say, who's that? That woman who just walked out of that door and crossed the hall.
That is the Baroness herself.
It is? Well, in that case, let's forget the whole thing. I'll go.
Something amusing you?
Uh-huh. And it's no good explaining why, except to say that she may be the Baroness von Oltz to you, but to me, she's Elise St. Chris.
Brown, Mysteries. Adventures in excitement and suspense, based on the best-selling novels by the slick storytelling sensation, Carter Brown.
The more I thought about it, the funnier it became. And the laugh was on me, because there was I, Roger King, the smart private eye, itching to tell the Baroness von Oltz that there was a plot to plant her with a fake diamond pendant. And the Baroness was fake herself, or was pretending to be. I couldn't decide which. All I knew was that the Baroness and Elise St. Chris were the same dame. I kicked that intriguing fact around in my head for the rest of that day, and it came evening, I was outside Marcia's apartment door again.
Hi.
Hi, yourself. Or are you?
Not yet, but I've got the wherewithal waiting. Come on in. I kind of thought you'd be calling tonight.
Well, that's nice. And so is this room. Cozy lights, warm fire.
I pulled the lounge up in front of it.
For you and Rodney?
Rodney won't be over tonight.
Oh.
I'll pour us a drink. Why don't you relax?
Hey, that's a great idea. I never felt more like relaxing.
Me neither. Here we are.
Thanks.
You don't have to sit as far away as that, do you? Move closer.
Here's to crime.
Here's to our partnership.
What's the setup for tomorrow night?
It's all fixed. The ball starts at 9. You pick me up here about 10. We'll go over to Polvy's office and pick up the pendant. Then we head south and meet Rodney.
Sounds simple enough.
Uh-huh. So we don't have to think about it anymore.
Suits me.
Roger, you're smart. From right outside the whole thing, you picked up even more than Rodney knew. About the St. Crease woman and everything.
Just luck. Private eye has to have some luck sometimes, otherwise it goes broke.
Now you're being modest. You know, it's not fair. You being handsome as well as clever.
Lady, with a line like that, you leave me breathless.
Girl has to watch points. You can't be too careful about choosing a man. I'm ditching Polvy only just in time. And there are moments when I find myself wondering whether Rodney's really smart enough to get by.
Roundabout now, I think I could move even closer.
I think you could, too.
I picked up Marcia promptly at 10 the next night, the 18th. She had 2 of her suitcases packed, and I put them in the boot of the Dodge, and we drove round to the offices of Overseas Enterprises. Marcia had all the right keys, and as the elevator wasn't working, we used the stairs.
Hold the flashlight up while I find the key.
Sure. It's nice that Povey trusts you so much.
Yeah, isn't it? Ah, this is it. Oh, come on. Let's not waste any time. It's in his office. You can turn on the light now, I think.
Okay. Where does he keep it?
In the safe.
I don't see any safe.
It's a wall model. Behind that picture.
Have you got the key to that?
It's a combination lock. But don't worry. The picture slides up.
Mm-hmm.
Ah. 6. No. 6. 2. 7. That's it. And there it is. Oh, look, Roger.
The Carmel Royal pendant. Hey, it's really something, isn't it?
Oh, it's beautiful.
But not real.
Polvy!
That's right, Mr. King. Just keep your hands by your sides. This gun and I aren't joking.
Why aren't you at the ball?
Because that pendant's a fake. As big a fake as you, my dear Marcia. It's very funny, isn't it? I hope you both appreciate it. The real pendant turns out to be a fake.
It can't be.
But it is. All the planning, all the double-crossing, for nothing. I took it out tonight for another look at it, and then I noticed something. Something only very few people would have the knowledge or experience to see. It's very pretty, very well made, and worth about $1,500. An expensive phony, but a phony.
Who pulled the switch? The beautiful Elise St. Crease?
I suppose so, though I don't know how she could have done it.
Where does she fit into this picture anyway?
I met her in Europe about 6 months ago. She talked to me in vague terms about the possibility of doing a deal. She didn't mention the name of the Baroness, but the plot was outlined to me. I told her I'd think it over. I did. And when I got back here, I decided there was no good reason for cutting her into the deal. I could handle the whole thing myself.
Sure, why split profits if you don't have to?
Exactly. When the Baroness arrived and I got the job of fixing the clip on the pendant, I realized the Baroness was who Elise St. Crease had been talking about. She called me a day or so later and told me she was over here and what about her deal. I said I wasn't interested. Then she threatened me. That was when I hired you to keep an eye on her.
Uh-huh. The pieces fall into place.
But I didn't think Marcia was planning to double-cross me.
Well, you know how it is, Polvy. One good cross deserves another.
She won't get the chance to try it again. I'm going to kill you, Marcia. And your private eye friend will join you next.
Take it easy, Polvy. That won't get you anywhere. If you cool down, we can still make some dough out of this deal.
What are you talking about?
Did you ever see the Baroness von Oltz?
No.
I'll bet you didn't. She'd take care of that. You see, the Baroness and Elise St. Crease are one and the same.
What?
That's right.
Why would she want to rob herself?
I think I've figured that. Was a cunning caper. Even baronesses can be broke, and I think at one stage she must have been so broke that she sold the pendant. Not in its original form, of course.
It must have been split up. It's too well known to sell any other way.
Yeah, and at the same time I think she had a fake made. The one in your safe right now.
Go on, King.
Then Doe gets short again, and she gets another idea. If her pendant should be stolen, she could claim the insurance money. But if it is stolen, she has to make sure it doesn't turn up again, because it's a fake.
Yes, I'm beginning to see it.
Sure. She puts up the scheme to you that she should be robbed of a fake pendant at the ball, the one you would supply while you kept the one you thought was real. She knows the fake one stolen from her will be destroyed, and the original will be returned by you to the insurance company. But here's where you get the big laugh. When you return what you think is the original, Elise, or the Baroness, whichever you prefer, has a look at it and yells fake. The insurance people check up. They find it is a fake. And that means the Baroness collects the insurance dough, and you're left without even a fake pendant.
I don't believe it.
Can you make the facts fit any other way?
Of course not. You're right, Roger.
That was why the Baroness couldn't be known as the Baroness to you. That's why she took the name of Elise St. Crease.
Of all that dirty double-crossing...
Polvy, that doesn't really come well from you. She was just too smart for you.
And how do you think we can make money out of it now?
We should like to know that, too.
What?
Watch him, Johnny.
I am. You fooled me! I'll...
I'm afraid poor Mr. Polvy will do nothing anymore.
Very stupid of any man to try shooting at a man who is behind him.
Marcia, I'd better introduce you. This is the lady we were talking about, Elise St. Crease, alias the Baroness. And the gentleman is named Johnny, alias, I presume, the Baron.
So, you worked that out too, Mr. King.
It just came to me like a flash.
Oh, you have more brains than we credited you with.
Like the late Mr. Polvy, he did too. We picked him as a so-called expert who wouldn't notice the fake. But he was a better craftsman than we thought.
How did you get here?
We noticed Mr. Polvy had left the ball. We thought it might be wise to follow his example.
Johnny, we are wasting time.
Yes, of course, my dear. We're going for a ride, Mr. King. And I'm going to enjoy our farewell. Though I'm afraid I can't say the same for you.
Drop that gun.
What in
Drop
the...
it, pal. That's better. I always feel safer when I'm the only guy with a gun.
Well, well, well. Just like a daisy chain, isn't it? Polvy holds us up, then the Baron holds Polvy up. And now little Rodney holds the Baron up.
Oh, Rodney, I'm so glad you came.
Are you? I wonder. I just got an idea in my head that maybe you and King were trying a little funny stuff. Stay where you are, King.
It's okay, Rodney. I just want to grab this gun.
Get him, Johnny!
Oh, no, don't try it, Baron. Freeze. I'm just aching for an excuse to let you both have it. Marcia?
Yes, Roger.
Go downstairs and call the cops. Wait till they arrive and then bring them up. Tell them I'm here with the Baron and his wife, and we've discovered they stole the pendant. Tell them you're Polvy's secretary and that I was working for Polvy, and he's been murdered. Got it?
Yes, Roger. I've got it. I'll be as quick as I can.
Well, this is nice and cozy now, isn't it? You know, Johnny, I never liked you from the off. From that time you hit me over the head when I wasn't looking.
I assure you the feeling is mutual.
But I don't think you've got any nerve at all. Behind that tough front, I think there's only a watermelon.
Big talk when you have two guns. Mine and your own.
We'll see. Elise, come here.
Yes?
Here's your husband's gun. Take it by the barrel and walk backwards toward him. If you try to turn, I'll shoot.
Very well.
Now, we'll see who's the better man, Johnny. When she gives you the gun, Elise can count to 3, and then we'll fire.
You are going to fight a duel with me?
Unless you're too scared.
That I have never been accused of.
Okay. Hand him the gun. Now start counting, honey.
1.
Make your last wish, King, quickly.
2. 3. You hit him, Johnny! You hit him!
But not so badly as he hit me.
Don't go for his gun, Elise. It's only my shoulder that's got a slug in it. I can still pull a trigger. You've been a sucker, Baron.
How?
There was only one thing wrong with the setup. When the cops turn up, I could explain Rodney's death. He could be one of Polvy's assistants who turned up because he wanted to rescue us from you. But the trouble was that though he was shot with your gun, Johnny, it had my fingerprints on it. Now it has yours.
Why,
You... We shall tell the police the truth.
And who do you think they'll believe? They're coming now. Smile, suckers.
This is Carter Brown. You've got to hand it to Roger King, haven't you? He may have been befogged in the beginning, but he came in fine at the finish. I couldn't let him do anything else, could I? He's a hero. My next book's got a different kind of leading character, Richard Van Bryden III. I've called his saga Malice for a Multimillionaire because that's what he is. So this is Carter Brown saying so long for now. Be seeing you.
In Crime for a King, you heard our star Terry McDermott as Roger King. The Carter Brown Mystery Theater, based on the best-selling novels by Carter Brown, is dramatized and directed by Morris Travers for Grace Gibson Radio Productions.
No hard-boiled collection would be complete without Barrie Craig, Confidential Investigator, starring William Gargan as a New York Madison Avenue private eye. What made Craig a bit different from the stereotypical hard-boiled detective was his laid-back personality versus the usually intense ones of, say, Sam Spade or Philip Marlowe or Danny Clover. In The Long Way Home, Craig is hired by Mona Walsh, the wife of murderer/bank robber Ted Walsh, who she left when she found out what he did. Ted has now followed her to New York, and Mona fears for her life. Craig has to protect her and bring down Walsh. Next up is a slightly different show, Danger with Granger. Detective Steve Granger followed most of the formulaic hard-boiled tropes, but he lacked the pretty secretary and the dames that many did, and the show followed in the footsteps of the majority of better-known detective shows at the tail end of the age of radio. In 1956. Also, although Granger got in his fair share of fights as a tough guy, he did seem to get knocked out at least once per episode. In Sheila Randolph is Sane, a wealthy man asks Granger to watch after his wife while he's away, claiming that she is mentally unstable and has attempted suicide. Granger finds out, however, that things are not as they seem. Now, the next show is somewhat debatable as to whether or not it fits the description of hard-boiled, but I argue that it does, since it contains several of the traditional characteristics, although not all of them. It's a Crime, Mr. Collins starred Mandel Kramer as San Francisco detective Greg Collins, and Gail Collins played his wife. Yes, Gail Collins. Richard Denning played her Uncle Jack, and Gail and Jack both got involved in Greg's cases, usually whether he wanted them to or not. Now, Greg was a tough guy when he needed to be. He had a good amount of the requisite gritty street smarts, but, unlike most hard-boiled detectives, he was married instead of the typical swinging single guy. In this episode, The Red Hot Mama, Greg and Gail are hired to spend 6 weeks at a castle in Florida to protect a widow from her nephew who she believes is out to kill her, since he will get her huge inheritance if she dies within those 6 weeks. A very strange and unusual story with a lot of plot twists and action and a really great ending. In Crime in Peter Chambers, which only ran for 5 months in 1954, Dane Clark played the title role, created by Henry Kane, who also wrote and produced the show. Chambers was the main character in Kane's series of novels from 1947 all the way up to 1972. In Donald Sloane, Embezzler, Sloane is accused of embezzling funds from his company. Sloane hires Chambers to prove his innocence and to also salvage his reputation. Now, this is a great story with a really intricate plot and a story that's far deeper than its title seems to suggest that it is, going beyond a simple find the embezzler to one of betrayal, deceit, and deception. I really like this episode a lot. It aired originally on July 20th, 1954. After that, we have the Casebook of Gregory Hood, which started out as a summer replacement for Sherlock Holmes in 1946. But when Sherlock Holmes didn't return to the air, it wound up running from 1946 to 1951. Hood is considered a gentleman detective, meaning investigating isn't his primary job. Hood is actually an antique dealer who solves crimes basically on the side. Gale Gordon played the character at first, followed by Mr. Radio himself, Elliot Lewis, after that. South of the Border is an extremely different story, where Gregory arrives in Mexico City to purchase jade for his business, but winds up being mistaken for royalty instead. Of course, things take a very odd twist and turn, and Hood has to put on his detective hat. All right, let's dive into these great shows. I'll be back in a bit.
Gargan stars as Barrie Craig, confidential investigator.
It's a sad fact, but very few murderers ever amount to anything. They're in such a killing profession, and when they come to the end of their rope, there's always a noose attached to it.
The National Broadcasting Company presents William Gargan in another transcribed drama of mystery and adventure with America's #1 detective, Barrie Craig, confidential investigator.
Barrie Craig speaking. Ever noticed the fact that the work a man does leaves its mark on him? 9 times out of 10, you can spot a doctor, a lawyer, a butcher, a baker half a block away. I wonder what a confidential investigator looks like. He looks like me. I figured the above philosophy represented a good day's work. The shadows were creeping along Madison Avenue. I got out of the office. And I locked the door behind me. Maybe I could fool a burglar into thinking I had something worth stealing. I hoped I wasn't waking Jake. A night elevator man needs his sleep. Something was wrong. He'd started the elevator up almost before I'd finished pushing the buzzer. You can spoil tenants awful fast that way. Jake?
Hey.
You suffering from insomnia?
No.
You've been reading a book on how to get ahead in the world?
No.
Well, stop chattering and let's get started. You got the door shut fine. Now we're supposed to go down.
Oh, glad you reminded me.
They didn't have any elevators down on your farm in Vermont.
No.
It figures.
No office buildings, neither.
That figures, too.
No shiny cars, no blondes.
What did you do during the long winter evenings?
Decided to leave the farm, Mr. Craig.
Well, right about now is when you open the elevator door.
Ain't sure I should.
Why?
Tain't the farm.
Meaning, we've got elevators, office buildings, shiny cars, and, a blonde?
Yep.
I'm not afraid of blondes.
Back in Vermont, 'twas a pop usually carried the gun.
But here?
She's carrying it.
Must be a strain on her. Open up, Jake.
Yep.
Where'd you hide her?
The shiny car.
Outside?
That's the one.
Oh, I like 'em, that shape. Long, rounded, smooth.
You mean the car?
Oh, sure. As far as the blonde goes, there's not a wrinkle or a gun on her.
A bag.
Oh.
I see it when she powdered her nose.
Well, maybe it's a trick cigarette case.
No.
She could be waiting for somebody else.
Nobody else in the building.
Then I'd better not keep her waiting. After all, you can only die once.
Once is enough.
Don't remind me. Besides, blondes rarely have any reason to shoot me.
Boasting?
Just being wistful. Good night, Jake.
Night, Mr. Craig.
Well, been waiting long?
Not very.
Beautiful night.
Isn't it?
The name's Craig.
I know.
Well, Jake could be wrong.
Who's Jake?
The night man.
He wasn't wrong.
Then I get in?
Please.
Okay. Well,
Well, the name's still Craig.
I'm Mona Walsh.
Mrs. Walsh?
Mrs. Walsh.
How's Mr. Walsh?
That's why I was waiting for you.
We're going to see him?
I hope not.
I could think of an easy explanation. Mona Walsh had seen me, had been carried away by my rugged physique and my mildly scrambled features, and was now carrying me off to a tryst among the pines, or maybe the maples. It was too easy an explanation, and it didn't include the gun. We're going someplace or just cruising?
I'm trying to find words, the best way to tell you.
I've been a confidential investigator for quite a while. You don't have to find the best way.
My husband isn't Mr. Walsh. He's Ted Walsh.
Well, what difference is that? Wait a minute. Ted Walsh?
That's right. The Ted Walsh.
If I remember my newspaper headlines correctly, he's killed a few men here and there.
Yes.
His last little effort was robbing a bank someplace in Massachusetts.
And killing a guard.
Nice guy.
I didn't know what he was when I married him. You probably won't believe that.
If you turn out to be a client of mine, I'll have to believe it.
But it's true. I didn't know until just recently. When I found out, I left him, came here to New York.
Fair enough. You're in the clear. What's bothering you?
Ted's in New York, too.
New York's a big place.
Ted's terribly in love with me. He came here for only one reason.
You could keep your door locked.
Oh, please, don't joke.
I wasn't joking. Keep your door locked and your telephone handy. The police would be glad to remove him from your doorstep.
Ted would spot them. Then he'd know I told the police about him. He'd get away from them. He's done it before. He'd kill me.
Possible.
But if you watched for him, he wouldn't spot you. Then, as soon as he came, you carry a gun, don't you?
I've got a license, too.
Well, then everything would be all right, wouldn't it?
Might be. There'd be a fee.
I thought perhaps 500?
Oh, that's too high. I generally get 50 a day in expenses.
Well, that doesn't seem enough.
I run a one-price shop.
Well, all right.
This your place?
Yes.
Well, let's get out. Small house. Stay there alone?
Yes.
I can see why you'd worry.
I feel nervous, exposed, standing around like...
Well, we'll try the house. I'd better go in with you.
Of course.
In case he's a little early.
Oh, I hadn't thought of...
Don't get excited. I'm probably too careful. But we'll check anyway. Got your key?
Oh, here.
Over to the side, huh?
What?
The lamppost out front throws some light. The house is dark. You'd make a nice target.
Oh, all right.
Yeah. So far, fine. Light switch near the door?
To the left, on the way inside.
Okay, stay where you are. Clear enough. Come on in. Got a latch on it? Uh-huh. Good. Rest of the house now. I feel like a termite inspector. Except, termites don't kill, do they? Mr. Walsh was not at home. Mrs. Walsh felt good about it. I didn't have time to get philosophical about marriage. I checked the back of the house for good measure. A high fence took care of the garden and the back door. There was only the front door to worry about. You're alone in the house, Mrs. Walsh.
Yes.
When I shut this door behind me, you'll lock it.
Of course.
Then if your husband comes calling...
I'll be safe.
You won't have to use that gun you're carrying around anyway.
You'll be out front someplace?
Yeah. The nearest convenient doorway. I'll find one. It's one of the things you'll learn fast in my business. How to find convenient doorways. So long, Mrs. Walsh.
So long.
There was a small night light over the door. That was nice. It would light up Mr. Walsh neatly if he visited. I had my choice of 2 or 3 doorways from which I could watch the Walsh house and be close enough to have a clean shot at Ted Walsh. I passed them all up. was looking for a phone, and I found one in a drugstore half a block away.
Lieutenant Rogers, homicide.
Barrie Craig here.
Aloof tonight, eh?
Watch those college words. People will think you're educated.
I am.
Tonight you're not ashamed of being a college graduate, Lieutenant?
I'm all alone in the office. Nobody will ever find out.
I'll tell them, Trav.
Unless I do what?
No blackmail. I want some information, though. You might have it.
You flatter the department.
It's about Ted Walsh.
Walsh? We'd like some information about him, too. For example, way to get in touch with him.
I haven't got it. Trav, on that bank job he pulled in Massachusetts, was it a solo flight?
A bank job's never solo, especially one involving $60,000.
But Walsh was definitely in on it.
So definitely he killed a guard.
Thanks, Trav.
Hey, wait a minute. My curiosity's aroused.
Try a cold shower. Good night, Trav. That, for what it was worth, was that. I went back to Mrs. Walsh's little gray home in the west. It looked the same. I pushed the button.
Who is it?
Barrie Craig. Leave the door on the chain, but open it a crack, huh?
All right. What's the matter?
I've decided to throw up the job.
What?
Yeah, I'm resigning.
But I don't understand.
It's a clear saving of $50 for you.
Why are you...
Let's say the hours are too long, huh? Good night, Mrs. Walsh. She was saying something as I went down the walk and away from the house. I didn't bother listening. I had to drop her. You see, I always believe a client, and Mona Walsh, however beautiful, was a liar. But however much of a liar she was, Mona Walsh was beautiful. So I hung around in one of those convenient doorways. With me apparently off the job, she'd need somebody else to keep Ted Walsh away from her. There wasn't much time left either. She wouldn't take a chance trying to find another gullible private detective. I was interested in who she would find. It took maybe a half hour for my replacement to show up. He was an anti-doorway boy. He picked an alley. I thought he looked lonely, so I dropped in on him. Hello?
What? Hey, who?
The name's Craig, Barrie Craig.
What do you want?
I'm trying to find out what's special about this alley.
Nothing. I'm crazy about alleys, that's all.
You're sticking to that?
Sure.
Then...
Let go.
Thought you'd be packing one.
What? You ain't got no right taking a guy's gun.
I'm a lot bigger than you are. Would you like to argue about it?
Well, there's a dame in that house. Ted Walsh's wife. She's kind of worried he might show.
She doesn't love him anymore?
Oh, I wouldn't know nothing about that. The orders was he don't get to her.
What does he get? Never mind. Who's got all the big concern for Mona Walsh?
Oh, why don't you leave me alone? What's your angle?
Maybe I want to send your boss flowers because he's a humanitarian. Feed me a name.
I didn't tell you nothing, understand?
Of course.
It's, Mr. Harold.
Harold?
Yeah, but remember, you didn't get it from me.
I'll remember. Here's your gun.
Oh, yeah.
I'm worried about Mona Walsh, too.
Oh, you don't have to worry about her. Nobody will get the jump on me again.
I hope not. So long. You start with the kid stuff. Snatch and run. Knock over a couple of small stores. Move up into the hot cars and cold decks. Go on to delivering boats a few seasons. Take over a few wheels. Buy a few debts, and you wind up being Mr. Harold. But by then you wear tailored suits and handmade shoes.
Now, what's the idea this hour?
Their name's Craig.
Oh, Craig. I've seen the face around. Wait a minute now. You a private eye?
Call it confidential investigator. Makes it seem more dignified.
Yeah, well, call it what you want, but get out of here.
Not until I see Harold.
Let's make it Mr. Harold, huh? And he ain't seeing you. You ain't the type that appeals to him.
He's seeing me.
You pushing your luck or something? When I say you don't see Mr. Harold, you don't see him.
So far, it's only your word.
It's more than a word.
Everybody's got one. Yours licensed?
Oh, you care. Keep pushing and you're a trespasser.
Logan?
Yeah, Mr. Harold.
What's the trouble?
I'm having words with a private eye who wants in.
Oh, indeed. Let him in, Bogan. I haven't seen one in years.
Okay.
Who knows? He may want to have his license renewed.
Not exactly. The name's Craig.
Bogan, put that gun away and leave us,
Okay, Mr. Harold.
Bogan is so impulsive.
A little crude, too, or haven't you noticed?
He doesn't polish easily.
It's getting late. What's half of $60,000, Harold?
$30,000.
That kind of money worth a death?
I haven't seen the latest quotations.
Ted Walsh knocked over a bank a couple of weeks ago, killed a guard, and collected $60,000.
An enterprising young man.
He had a little help. The way I figure, it was $30,000 for Ted, $30,000 for the help.
Seems equitable enough, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, but Harold, how do you share the debt? Harold needed a little time. I let him have it. The room was nice. Good furniture, oak paneling on the walls. Small Renoir hung just where the light would hit it in the mornings. A girl brushing her hair before a mirror. She looked like someone I'd seen, and for a minute I couldn't remember where. She looked like the girl who'd married Ted Walsh.
You must have some interest in the rather sordid subject of Ted Walsh and his peccadillos. Why?
Mona Walsh. She tried to hire me.
She's a lovely girl. You wouldn't hire?
She lied to me.
Sad.
She wanted me to protect her against her husband. She'd heard he was here in New York. She didn't tell me who told her. Why?
I really couldn't say.
She wanted me to stake out in front of her house. So when Walsh got there, I'd take him. But Harold, how would Ted Walsh have found her house? She wouldn't have told him, not if she was really afraid of him.
Isn't all this Mona Walsh's problem?
No, Ted Walsh alive gets half of the $60,000. Ted Walsh dead gets a mouthful of dust in Potter's Field.
How picturesque.
The problem is how to kill Ted Walsh without annoying the police. The answer is hire a private detective, let Ted Walsh know where his lovely wife is, and he heads for her. The private detective kills him. All nice and legal.
I suppose it would be.
Harold, you picked me to kill Ted Walsh for you.
You're ruining my tie.
Sorry, I have trouble with my temper sometimes. I don't like being a hired gun, Harold.
You turned the job down, didn't you? What more do you want?
I don't know. Maybe I'm worried because a liar is so lovely. I got out of there. I could have gone to lots of other places after that, but I didn't. I went back to my office and sat. I didn't have any doubts. Harold had set up Mona Walsh as a decoy. When I cried quits, one of his men moved in to protect her. Harold wanted Ted Walsh dead so he could hold on to all of the $60,000. And maybe Mona Walsh, too. It was an idea I didn't enjoy. I stopped having it. I was waiting without knowing what I was waiting for. I thought it might be nice if I had a Renoir to hang next to the dusty license on the wall. Then I thought of the people and the motives that kept me in business. I decided the Renoir wouldn't fit. The hours dragged by, and I stopped kidding myself. Nobody phoned. Nobody would phone. I'd get up and go home and go to sleep. I got up, but I didn't go home. The street in front of Mona Walsh's house was empty and cold. The lights in Mona Walsh's house were out. And the boy in the alley wasn't there anymore. I was wrong. I hadn't gone deep enough. The alley closed in on me, and then I found him. He was propped up against the wall, his legs straight out before him, his head slumped down over his chest. He might have been brooding about the blood that had poured out of that chest if he hadn't been so completely dead. I left him there. He'd keep. He'd been dead some little while. Somebody had shot him. It got past him into Mona Walsh's house. The lock on Mona Walsh's front door was in fine shape. except that the door wasn't locked. The living room was the way I'd remembered it. I went into the bedroom. She had fallen back across the bed. The stain on the front of her dress hadn't been her dressmaker's idea.
Hello?
Mrs. Walsh.
I thought I hoped maybe I'd see you again.
Hold it. Emergency. An ambulance. 435 Ash. Gunshot wound, and make it quick. Yeah.
Mr. Craig?
Better not talk.
Why?
There'll be a doctor here in a couple of minutes.
You've seen people like this before. I should be dead.
Will you stop talking?
No, I won't. What do you want me to do? Think about what my life has been. Shouldn't have married Ted. He's bad.
Now, you don't have to
I'm not making excuses. Only things happen. You lie about them, even to yourself. Now I don't have to lie anymore.
Once the doctor gets here, you...
Oh, please. It's all going so fast now. Kiss me. Good night.
When
I was a little girl, my father always... Please.
Sure.
Thanks.
Good night. The doctor was a little late. The police arrived and made noises and were very busy. Mona Walsh didn't pay attention to any of them.
Barrie?
Yes, Lieutenant.
We haven't been able to get a thing. A couple of the neighbors heard the shots but thought they were a car backfiring.
That happens.
Which gives us the time Mrs. Walsh and the character in the alley were killed. An hour and 10 minutes ago.
Does knowing that make you feel any better?
With all the deaths you've seen, Barrie, you ought to be a little more callous about new ones.
Maybe I don't try hard enough.
Stay the way you are. It's better. Otherwise, you lose humanity. None of us can afford that.
They teach you that in college?
It's not taught anywheres. Something you either know or don't know. Our policeman isn't supposed to give lectures, though, so... Ted Walsh is out in the open now. He must have holed up for the last couple of weeks, but, we know he's in New York now. We'll get him.
Yeah. Mind if I get out now?
No. Where are you going? We could, kill a few bears after I'm through here.
Thanks, but not tonight, Trav. Because, you see, I won't be through for maybe longer than that. I wasn't holding out on Trav. I had to be sure. There was only one place I could think of that might help. If I were Ted Walsh, I'd go visit Harold. I wasn't Ted Walsh, but I went to visit him anyway. I always enjoyed driving. It was a nice night for it. The only thing wrong was a red stain on a girl's dress. There was a car parked outside Harold's house. It started pulling away as I came up. I didn't try to figure out anything subtle. I just cut my wheel right into it. Both cars stopped quick. I was out of mine before Bogan could quite make it. But he made it out of his car. Hello, Bogan.
Why don't you watch where you're driving?
Yeah, me. Oh, you don't want the gun, but I do.
Why, you bitch.
You'll wake the neighbors. Thanks for the gun.
Yeah.
Hey, warm, and it's been fired. Within very recent history.
Now, listen.
Let's see if there's anything else in your car, huh? No. Nothing that moves. Bogan?
Yeah.
I can't take the time to deliver you. I'll have to put you on deposit for a little while. He'd keep. I thought Mr. Harrell might still be at home. Worrying about his car, maybe.
Bogan, what? Oh, Craig.
We'll go inside.
Now, look here.
I've got Bogan's gun.
All right. What do you want?
Your car's in a bad way.
That crash?
Yeah, I'm a careless driver.
Was Bogan hurt?
He'll live.
I'm going to call for a doctor for him.
No.
Now, look here. This is perfectly...
You're nervous.
I haven't anything further to say to you, Craig.
One man's opinion. Yours. I don't share it.
You must have looked into the car.
I did.
Well, that can be explained easily.
Explain it easily.
You saw Ted Walsh's body in the back of the car. He was a killer. He apparently thought his wife and I had been a little too friendly.
Had you?
Well, you know how it is, Craig.
I don't know.
Well, anyway, he came here. Threatened to kill me, so... Well, Bogan beat him to it, that's all. It was a case of self-defense. It would stand up at any court.
Sure.
Oh, there's no reason to lose your head.
I haven't lost it. Where was Bogan delivering the body? To the aquarium?
Well, you see, Bogan's record isn't too good. He was afraid the police might not readily accept the plea of self-defense. He wanted to dispose of the body. I tried to dissuade him, but I failed. As a matter of fact, I was just about to notify the police myself.
Oh, I'm sure you were.
I think you'll find the bullets in Ted Walsh's body came from Bogan's gun.
I don't doubt it.
Well, then that sort of leaves me out of it, doesn't it?
How about the bullets in the body of the boy you sent to guard Mona Walsh? How about the bullets in Mona Walsh's body?
They're dead?
They're dead.
Oh, that's terrible.
Sure.
Ted must have got to them. He had a gun. The bullets in those bodies would have come from his gun.
Don't you mean the gun you planted on him? Mr. Harold looked a little sick. His face matched the way I felt. For a minute, I wished I'd developed those calluses Trav mentioned. Then I forgot about it. Mr. Harold retreated behind his desk.
Planted on him?
Ted Walsh came here before he went to visit his wife for his share of the bank money. Walsh died here. Bogan saw to that. But you still didn't own all of that $60,000. Mona Walsh might be considered to have a claim to half of it. So you decided to wipe out that claim.
You're dreaming.
You headed for a house. You had to take care of the boy in the alley. Walsh would have had to in order to get to Mona. You took care of him. Then you went into the house and ended the partnership between you and Mona Walsh.
No.
Yeah. You came back here, planted the gun you'd used on Ted Walsh. Bogan would dump his body where it wouldn't be found for a while. That way, no medical examiner could tell that Walsh had died before his wife.
That's very clever. You've got nothing to prove it with.
There's Ted Walsh's body. Examination now will show he died before Mona did.
A good lawyer could...
I've got something else. Something that told me Ted Walsh hadn't killed his wife before I even came here.
What's that?
An unlocked door.
I don't know what that means.
Mona Walsh's door was unlocked when I got to her house. The lock hadn't been tampered with, which meant Mona had opened that door. But she wouldn't have opened it to her husband. She was afraid of him. She'd have opened it for you, Harold. You've been fumbling in that desk drawer long enough. Bring the gun up. Maybe you'll beat me to the shot, huh?
I don't want to get involved.
You're involved. There's nothing left except maybe a chance to take me. Well? Okay, Harold. You're better, much better at killing women. Let's go tell some cops about it, huh?
You've been listening to William Gargan in another exciting transcribed mystery drama from the adventures of Barrie Craig, confidential investigator. Tonight's story, The Long Way Home, was written by Lou Vittis. Next week, it's the strange story titled Dead Reckoning, about which Barrie Craig has this to say.
Next week, matter triumphs over mind when a corpse with no head for figures starts pitching his weight around, with yours truly playing catch. Good night, folks. See you next week.
Featured in the role of Mona was Barbara Weeks. Barrie Craig, starring William Gargan, was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is Don Pardo speaking.
Granger.
Don, can you see her?
Yes, she's walking down the hall.
Do you think she saw us?
No. She's opened the outside door.
We've got to stop her. That balcony overlooks the beach 60 feet below.
Hurry, Mary. Wait.
She's standing at the railing.
I know. I wonder what we should do.
Go out and get her back inside, of course.
Suppose she happens to be sleepwalking. We awaken her, she might get a nervous shock or
Are
something.
you coming with me, or am I going out and bring her back alone?
Okay.
Sheila? Sheila?
Hey, she's climbing over.
Sheila!
I'll get her. It's all right, Mary. I've got her.
This is Steve Granger, private detective, with a story which started with a dip in the Atlantic Ocean during the not-so-merry month of April and ended in death.
Now, Danger with Granger.
This is Granger, out on Long Island at the home of James Randolph. It's a cute little bungalow of about 14 rooms located on the top of a cliff overlooking the ocean. I'm here because of Mr. James Randolph himself, a man with quite a problem on his mind.
I'll be brief, Mr. Granger. I need someone to keep an eye on my wife for a few days until I complete some arrangements.
Arrangements?
Sheila, my wife, is suffering from an extreme mental depressiveness. Last night, for instance, she tried to throw herself off the balcony at the front of this house. Her sister and a friend stopped her.
Has she been taken to a doctor?
She's been under a specialist's care for some time. She made remarkable progress until just a week or so ago. Then she suffered a complete relapse. The arrangements I mentioned are being made with the rest home. I feel that we here at the house can no longer take care of her.
Uh-huh.
I've had very little sleep recently. It's hard when a man knows his wife is trying to kill herself.
You want me to keep an eye on her?
That is correct.
Where's your wife right now?
She went for a walk along the beach.
Alone?
Oh, no. Her sister is with her.
Right.
Come this way. I believe we can see them from the balcony. Yeah, let me see. Mary said they'd go... Oh, yes, there they are, to the north of us.
Can her sister handle her?
I'm sure she can. But the poor girl needs some rest. She was up almost all of last night.
How do you get down to the beach from here? Looks like a long jump.
It's 60 feet. There's a stairway down over to the right.
Mm-hmm.
Let me show you to your room, Mr. Granger. Then you can meet my wife.
I'd like to do it another way, Mr. Randolph. I'd rather walk down the beach after her.
Very well, if you like.
I'll see you later. This was the long stairway Randolph had indicated, a winding affair that hung close to the cliff on its way down. Far up the beach, I could barely make out the two women. The going was slow in the deep sand. The little trickles of it ran into my shoes. The distance between me and the two women lessened. One was skimming flat rocks out over the broad Atlantic. Then it happened. The other woman deliberately ran into the boiling surf. By the time I got there, the second woman had gone out into the water after her sister.
Help!
Hang on! I'll be with you in a second. Here, let me take you.
Oh, thanks. I couldn't hold on any longer.
Go up on the beach. I'll bring her in.
How is she?
She's unconscious.
We live back down that way. Could you help me get her home? She's my sister.
I know.
Mary, we heard somebody scream.
What happened?
She just walked right into the water. If it hadn't been for this man...
He's Steve Granger, Mary. He's to be a guest of ours for a few days. Here, Granger, let me take her. Don, give Granger your coat. He's soaking wet.
Sure. Here you are, Mr. Granger.
Oh, I forgot. This is Don Mason.
Glad to meet you.
Yeah. Now let me help you into the coat.
Yeah, thanks. This is no time of the year to go to the Atlantic. Four of us trudged back up the beach and up the long, winding stairway that led to the Randolph house, carrying the unconscious woman. When we arrived, the others took care of Sheila Randolph. I got a shower and some dry clothes, after which Mary, the sister, brought me something else.
I thought this might warm you up, Mr. Granger.
Why, thanks, Mary. It's very thoughtful of you. And, very excellent scotch, thanks again.
Don't mention it.
Say, I wanted to ask, who is Don Mason?
An old friend.
Oh? Does he stay here?
He comes down from New York whenever he can.
Boyfriend of yours?
We went to school together.
I see.
Mr. Granger, you're not interested in Don Mason, but you are interested in something else.
Yeah. Just exactly what happened down on the beach, Mary. How did this thing start?
Sheila and I had gone for this walk. She suddenly ran into the water. I called for help and went in after her.
Is she a good swimmer?
One of the best.
Did she, try to get away from you when you ran into the water? It looked like you were having quite a struggle.
I was. She turned around, if you remember, and had me by the throat.
You were free when I got there.
I used an old life-saving trick. I put both my hands under her chin and pushed upwards. It broke the stranglehold. Then she fainted.
Mary, let me take a look at your throat.
Of course.
Mr.
Granger, are you intimating that I'm lying about what went on down there?
No. I was just looking for bruises. The girl threw me a look that singed my hair and stalked out of the room. After a minute, it seemed like a good idea to see how Mrs. Randolph was feeling. But on my way, a roadblock came into sight. A roadblock named Don Mason.
Granger, I want a word with you.
Go right ahead, Don.
You intimated that Mary lied about what happened on the beach.
Did I?
I'll have you understand that Mary doesn't lie. Another thing, she's devoted to her sister. So because you have the typical mind of a private investigator, I'm letting you know. Stay away from Mary.
Are you, finished now?
Just mind what I told you, that's all. Or you'll have me to handle, not a defenseless girl.
I'll continue with this interesting story in a minute.
Now we return to Danger with Granger.
Don Mason was a very angry gentleman as he warned me to stay away from Mary. Very angry indeed. As he walked away from me, he threw me a last cold look. In fact, the way this case was going so far, if looks meant anything, both he and the girl he was so determined to protect were definitely anti-Granger.
What's been going on, Granger? It sounded like you and Don were having an argument.
Oh, it was nothing, Mr. Randolph. How's your wife?
She's sleeping now. I gave her a sedative.
Is that good?
Of course. The doctor told me what to do any time that Sheila had one of her attacks.
Uh-huh.
Just what happened between you and Don?
I hope you won't be offended at me, but you seem to think I called your sister-in-law a liar.
Why?
Mary said that her sister had her by the throat in the water. That sort of clutch should leave a mark. Well, it didn't.
Granger, you don't think that... Oh, that's ridiculous.
What is?
Your intimation that Mary might be...
Trying to do away with the sister? I didn't say that, you know.
No, you didn't.
Let's leave it that way. I left Randolph and went down to the beach. I wasn't very hopeful about finding any clues on the water-swept sand, and I was right. There wasn't a sign of anything. I moved back up the beach to the stairway. An old man crouched there, peering at me from under bushy white eyebrows.
Guess you didn't find anything, did you?
What makes you think I was looking for anything, old-timer?
I seen it happen. I saw her run into the water. Darn fool stunt that was.
Yes, it was. But you still haven't told me why you think I was looking for something.
You can't fool me, young fella. I know why you're here. I heard him make the call.
Oh? You're a member of the household? You're a relative?
You might say that, then you might not. Right now, I'm a sort of gardener around here.
Oh, I see. Work for the Randolphs for long?
No, longer than Randolph's been around. And they can't do nothing about it, even if they do want to fire me.
Fire you?
I was provided for in the old man's will. Sheila and Mary's papa. And it sure makes him mad. Long as I'm around, I'm going to be around here.
You act like you don't like the family.
Lots of strange things going on. Lots of things never happened when the old man was alive, like the voices.
Voices? What voices?
The ones I heard in the house. I told Mrs. Randolph about them, And now they won't let me inside anymore.
Where did you hear these voices, old-timer?
I'm not going to tell you that. Right now. Because I've got to talk to somebody else first.
Who?
I'll meet you back here in a little while. Then I'll tell you.
The old-timer could have been a harmless old man with an overworked imagination. But then again, maybe not. Back in the Randolph house, I found a telephone with no one around. I dialed Cal Hendricks' number in New York.
Hendricks speaking.
Cal, this is Steve Granger. I'm out on Long Island.
Oh, with the hoi polloi, is that it?
I'm working for a fellow named James Randolph. His wife is a mental case. Last night she tried to do the Dutch over a balcony railing.
I've heard of Randolph. He's in the building business.
Yeah, and somebody out here is building a something. From what I can gather, two sisters, one of them, Randolph's wife, had money. Left them by their father.
Yeah?
See what you can find out, will you? Who got what and so on?
Okay.
Number here is, just a second. Cherry Stone 683. Cal Hendricks agreed to telephone if and when he came up with anything. Leaving the house quietly, I made my way back down to the beach, hoping to see the old caretaker there.
See, you came back?
I want you to tell me about the voices, old-timer. It's very important.
Can't tell you until I talk to this person I mentioned.
Now, but listen to me.
Down, quick!
Shot came from up above.
Yep. See him? He's standing on the balcony.
Don Mason. Things had started to hum. A bullet in particular. And standing at the top of the staircase that led down to the beach was Don Mason, with a gun in his hand. Seemed to me he was making it pretty obvious how much he disliked having me around. In just a moment, I'll bring you the climax of the case. As soon as the old man on the beach pointed Don Mason out to me, I was up that stairway faster than a racehorse out of a starting gate. I don't like people who shoot at me. When I reached Mason, I was pretty angry. Here, give me that thing, Mason. What are you trying to pull?
But it went off.
The gun always goes off if some fool pulls the trigger.
But Mary told me it was unloaded.
Oh, Mary tells you it's unloaded, so you pull the trigger. The gun goes off, and you very nearly kill somebody.
I didn't mean to do it.
Quiet. Nice little target pistol. .22 caliber.
What was that shot?
Glad you showed up, Mary. Did you give this to Don?
Yes. But it couldn't have gone off.
Because you unloaded it.
I did.
Yeah. Well, if you unloaded it, why are there still 4 unfired shells in it?
I don't know. Oh, it's impossible. Excuse me, I better answer that. Hello? Who? Oh, yes, he's here. Somebody for you, Mr. Granger.
Thanks. Hello?
Can you talk?
Who'd you say this was?
They're listening, huh?
I'm sorry, but I'll be engaged here for several days. Could we make it later?
Listen, the two sisters, Mary and Sheila Ross, will lift a lot of dough by their father. Sheila Ross put her husband, James Randolph, in business.
I see.
Now, it seems that Mary, the younger, got the bulk of her father's estate. That's all.
Well, you see, I'm working on a case just now.
Take care of yourself.
Thank you very much. I'll get in touch with you when I get back.
Granger, my wife is terribly upset. That shot aroused her. She wants to talk to you. She's upstairs in her room.
What you want to talk to me about?
I'm sure I don't know. But it might soothe her.
Well, let's go.
By the way, where's Don Mason?
Downstairs someplace with his sister-in-law.
I want to talk to that boy. Oh, here we are. It's me, darling, with Mr. Granger.
I want to talk to Mr. Granger. Alone.
Very well, my dear. Try to calm her down if you can.
Now, Mrs. Randolph, how can I help you?
Do you think I'm insane?
No, of course not.
The doctor says I'm not.
And I'm sure you have nothing to worry about.
But I do. Days when I lose track, everything gets misty, far away. Then there are the voices.
Voices?
Yes. That's why I'm never alone. The voices are with me always.
What do these voices say, Mrs. Randolph?
They ask me to come to them. Into some distant future. Some hazy dream.
Who else has heard these voices?
No one. They speak only to me.
When did you hear these voices last?
It was as recent as yesterday, late in the afternoon. I was watching the sunset, lying here just as I am now.
Sheila! Sheila!
Who's that? Who's calling?
I am calling you, Sheila. I am calling you.
It's just the way it happened yesterday.
Yesterday wasn't the first time?
No. I hear the voices almost every day. I lie here and wait and wait, and I can't stand it anymore. I've got to get out of here.
Take it easy. Randolph! Randolph!
For heaven's sake, Granger, what's this?
The voices. Voices.
Sheila, you must lie down. You mustn't excite yourself this way. I'll give you another sedative. Here's some water. Now, lie back, please, darling.
Oh, very well.
She'll be asleep in a few minutes. She's still going on about those voices.
Randolph, I've got a hunch that she really heard voices at one time. As soon as she falls asleep, I'd like to search this room.
Do anything you wish, Granger. Because if somebody in this house is harming my wife, there's going to be trouble.
Mrs. Randolph dropped off, and I went to work looking for the source of the mysterious voice. But the only thing in the room that aroused even the faintest suspicion was the heating system. It was forced air, and the heat came out through a grill near the ceiling. I locked Mrs. Randolph's room and prowled down to the basement. This was it, the heating system with it. A typical forced air device. Every air duct that led upstairs got a scrutiny, and every one turned out to be airtight. There was no way a person could talk into them. No way at all. Then suddenly I heard... I raced up the stairs to the main floor, where the shots had seemed to come from.
Granger! Granger, did you hear them?
I certainly did. Notice where they could have come from?
I'm not sure, but they seem to come from out there.
All right, come on. Uh-oh. Look.
It's old Jeremiah, the caretaker.
Uh-huh. Better get the police down here.
But Granger...
He's dead. Call the police, Mr. Randolph. That's the law.
But Granger, really...
A man can't shoot himself in the back unless he's a contortionist.
Very well, I'll call them.
And if you see Don Mason, tell him I want him.
Don?
Mr. Randolph, the wounds in the old man's back are tiny. They could have been made by a .22. And the last time I saw Don Mason, that's what he was carrying. Randolph got on his way inside to the telephone. While waiting for the police to arrive, I decided to go back to Mrs. Randolph's room to look for that mysterious voice again. This was her bedroom. It was possible that the shots had wakened her, but watching her soft breathing made it obvious that she was still under the influence of the sedative her husband had given her. Then I got an idea. Nobody had told me who occupied the room next door, but I went there. Inside, I looked around for a heating grill, such as the one in Mrs. Randolph's room. There was one, over a closet door. The closet was filled with clothes, which I pushed aside. Then I saw a tiny metal panel, put there, no doubt, to examine the heating ducts. 4 screws held the panel to the wall. These I unscrewed. Peering inside again brought no signs of anything wrong, except one. The panel, the inside of which should have been covered with dust, brought up by the heat, was clean and shiny.
What are you doing in there, Ranger?
Why, hello, Mr. Randolph. I was just looking around.
Come out of there.
Sure. I'd be glad to.
What's that you've got?
Oh, just a little panel I took off the wall.
Give it to me. You have no right to do things like that.
I think we'd better keep this until the police show up. You see, I have an interesting theory about your wife's voices.
Oh?
You see, Randolph, if someone removed this little panel, and the screws make it easy, that someone could talk into the aperture.
I'm sorry, Granger, but you're going to put up your hands.
Very interesting. A .22 caliber pistol. Which makes it logical for you to have shot the old man.
Does it?
Because he knew about this panel and the way you were talking to your wife. What were you trying to do? Scare her to death so you could inherit her estate?
You're very clever.
Don't get ideas about that gun, Randolph. The police are on their way. If you call them.
I did. And when they arrive in 10 minutes, they'll come in handy, too.
I'm dead, is that it?
I employed you to guard my wife. Instead, I found you rifling my room. There was a struggle for this gun. I shot you.
Highly convenient. How are you going to explain the old man outside?
He spied on you. He ran to find me. You shot him.
But you have the gun.
You had it. In the struggle in this room, I took it away from you.
I don't believe that fantasy will gel, Randolph. James Randolph was so interested in taunting me, he didn't hear the soft steps of his sister-in-law, Mary Ross. She stood for a moment, wide-eyed and disbelieving, then moved forward.
James, put up your hands.
Hey, what in it?
Thanks, Mary.
My own brother-in-law. A killer.
Yeah, Mary. But there's more to this shenanigan than this. Now, tell me what you know before the cops show up. We tied up James Randolph, locked him in the closet. Then Mary mentioned a few things that put an entirely different light on the situation. After which we moved to his sister's room.
But, Mr. Granger, she's still under the effects of a sedative.
2 will get you 10, she isn't.
Don't come near me. I'll jump right out of the window.
Go ahead.
What?
Jump if you like, Mrs. Randolph. You can even take along that traveling bag you just packed.
Mary, this man's out of his head. I'm really going to jump. Right now.
Sheila, you're a liar.
A liar?
Stop emoting, Mrs. Randolph. You were getting ready to leave because you heard your husband talking to me next door. You also heard what happened to him. You could pack a bag and beat it. If the cops picked you up, you could pull that I've lost my mind routine again.
Mary, you're my sister. Make him stop.
Quiet, Mrs. Randolph. Mary let the cat out of the bag when she mentioned that you had asked her for part of her share of the estate.
I did not.
You certainly did.
When Mary turned you down, you had an idea. You and your husband. You'd pretend to be mentally ill. You'd draw Mary into a situation where she had to come to your assistance. But Mary would die instead of you. You tried it down there on the beach.
You're lying. Get out of the way. I've got to get to my doctor. I'm completely unnerved.
You never had a doctor. That was just pretense on your part and your husband's. That'll be the police. Pick up your bag, Mrs. Randolph. You can use the contents in your cell.
Get out of my way!
Hey!
Catch her! She's running towards the staircase! Sheila! The stairs!
Well, friends, that's the story. I'll be back to wrap up the case in just a minute. Mrs. Sheila Randolph tripped over the first step and fell to her death on the beach. The police took charge of James Randolph. At local headquarters, he admitted the plan of killing Mary, and more important, having murdered old Jeremiah, the caretaker. That just about did it for me, except for a brief chat with Mary and Don.
But, Mr. Granger, why should James kill poor old Jeremiah? He was such a harmless old man.
Not so harmless that he evidently hadn't figured those voices and who was responsible. So your brother-in-law shot and killed him.
I don't know how to thank you, Mr. Granger, for working with the police and keeping away as much publicity as possible.
Mary, no thanks are necessary.
An apology is due, though. From me to you, Granger.
Forget it, Don. I understand.
Don and I are going to be married.
Well, good for you.
And we'd sort of like you to be best man.
Well, I'm flattered. And delighted to accept.
And here, this is a check for your services.
Wow. This makes me an even better man. Steve Granger again. You've just heard one of the most interesting cases in my files. And I'll have another one for you. So be around next time.
It's a crime, Mr. Collins.
It surely is. After all, even though my husband is a famous private detective, I get tired of men throwing bullets at his head and women throwing themselves. Yes, it's Gail Collins here, and I'll be back in just a moment to set the stage for our puzzling crime.
It's a crime, Mr. Collins. I gathered from what you said a moment ago, Gail, your husband's life is a mixture of high-velocity guns and high-velocity women.
Well, it really isn't quite as bad as that, Jack.
Well, in that case, you must have had a particular case in mind, or a particular girl.
Yes, I did. I was thinking of Elaine Cheney. As Greg said, she reminded you of an expensive red, high-powered car, standing at the curb with its motor idling. We saw her for the first time when we answered a telegram asking us to fly to an island in the Florida Keys. There was no reason, just a request to come. So, because we're in business, we went. When we arrived, we hired a car and drove to the place we'd been told to find, about 3 miles along the coast from the main town. And when we saw it, Greg just had to stop the car there and then.
Say, will you get a look at that pile?
You mean that's where we're going? To that place up there on the cliff, Greg?
Unless there's another castle along this road, honey. And if there is, the locals don't know about it. They directed us here.
Greg, it looks...
Yeah, that's exactly how it looks. Like something out of Wuthering Heights. Now, who'd want to build a joint like that? Except Cecil B. DeMille, I mean. And look how close to the cliff it is. You have to fall 300 feet before you get to your front garden. Oh, well, ours not the reason why. Ours but to make dough.
And live to enjoy it.
Yeah, that's right. Funny how that joint makes you feel that's going to be a battle.
A quarter of an hour later, we drove through the heavy iron gates of the house, along a gravel driveway, and stopped in front of the door of this fantastic, bleak, but somehow magnificent pile of stone someone called home. And as our car stopped, a man walked down the granite steps towards us.
Mr. Collins? Are you Mr. Collins?
If I'm not, my wife's traveling with the wrong man. Yeah, I'm Collins.
I'm glad you're here at last. Can't tell you how glad.
This is Mrs. Collins. Your name is...
Prescott. I sent a telegram asking you to come here. How do you do, Mrs. Collins?
I'm pleased to meet you, Mr. Prescott.
She means we came down here more or less in the dark, so we're both anxious to know what the deal is, Prescott.
I haven't time to tell you now. They're all waiting for us in the drawing room.
Well, that's swell, but don't you think you should wise us up before we go?
I tell you, there isn't time. We can do all that later. If I don't get in there and talk to them, the roof's going to blow off this place. They've been here locked up together for 3 days. And there's murder in the air. That's the library. Just ahead of us.
Prescott, I gather you're pretty worried, but can't you give us a clue why we're here? Who are you? Who owns this place? Who are they, as they say in the Mystery Series?
And what's all this talk about murder, as they say at an inquest?
I am the late Mr. Cheney's attorney. You'll have to forgive me. The strain. You've no idea what it's been like. You're going to meet them now. I ask you to say nothing at all, until I tell them why you're here.
Okay, this is all fine.
Thank you. Now we'll go in.
And you think we believe you stayed here because you loved Uncle Janus? You hated him. You stayed because...
Roger, please. That's not necessary.
Here's Mr. Prescott. Don't stop him, Mr. Prescott. I find him most charming when he's in this mood. He amuses me.
Sometimes I could kill you for the things you say, Elaine. If you can stop squabbling for one moment, I have some visitors I want to introduce.
Visitors? How nice.
Who are these people, Prescott? These are 2 people who will be present at the reading of your uncle's will, Roger.
What right of
Allow me to introduce Mr. and Mrs. Collins. This is Mrs. Cheney, Mrs. Elaine Cheney. She's the wife of the late Janus Cheney.
Why, Mr. Collins, this is a pleasure. I'm very pleased to meet you.
Hello, Mrs. Cheney. Oh, how mutual can the feeling get?
There she was, the high-powered sports model. When she saw Greg, she revved her motor a little. And Greg, the great dope, sat up and took notice. I stood on one foot to stop him kicking him in the shins. And Prescott went on with his introduction.
This is Mr. Roger Cheney. Mr. Cheney is the late Janus Cheney's nephew.
How do you do, Mr. Cheney?
Let's take the hellos for granted. What are you here for, Collins?
I never take anything for granted, Mr. Cheney. The story of how I came to get married.
He is here because I asked him. I wanted him to be present when your uncle's will is read, which will be now.
I'm not sure I like this. I've never heard of this guy before. Did Uncle Janus say anything about him being present?
If anyone has a right to object, I have, Roger, and I don't. You're going to read the will now, Mr. Prescott?
Now, let's sit down quietly. Mr. and Mrs. Collins, if you'll sit on the sofa.
Thanks. I've got a feeling I'm going to enjoy that.
I have the will here in my pocket. I might tell you all that I shall be more than happy to get this duty off my hands.
I think I know how much of a strain it's been, Mr. Prescott. But you must remember it's been a strain for us, too. Ever since you asked Roger and Nancy to come here 3 days ago, it's been obvious we all have something to expect from Janus's will. The only question is, what? It's made us all a little edgy.
Well, here's your answer. The last will and testament of Janus Cheney. I, Janus Cheney, being of sound mind and in possession of my mental faculties, do hereby will and bequeath. Firstly, to Nancy Cheney.
Nancy? What is she going to do with it? Why, she's not even here.
Will anyone tell me who Nancy is?
She's a niece, lives in England. To Nancy Cheney, the sum of $5,000.
$5,000?
I told you he was angry.
Together with my earnest advice to avoid my nephew Roger Cheney like the plague, until she's either spent it or secured it, so he can't get his hands on it.
Dear Uncle Janus.
To my wife Elaine, I bequeath the sum and total of all my worldly goods, other than the bequest previously made to my niece.
What? What did you say?
He said, all my worldly goods, Roger. All left to me.
The sum total of my worldly goods, other than the bequest previously made to my niece, upon the fulfillment of the following conditions.
Conditions?
I thought there'd be a twist somewhere. Uncle Janus was like that.
My wife, Elaine Cheney, will immediately have drawn up by my attorney, Guy Prescott, a will of her own, whereby my nephew, Roger Cheney, will become her sole heir in the event of her death from any cause whatsoever within 6 weeks of my death. If my wife survives this 6 weeks period, however, my nephew is to forfeit forever all claim to any part of my estate.
I don't get this.
Is that all?
Not quite. I further declare that during the 6-week period following my death, both my wife and my nephew must remain in residence in this house.
When that guy makes a will, he doesn't fool around.
6 weeks? We're to be locked up here together for 6 weeks?
That was your husband's will, Elaine.
I've just understood what that will means. The only way I can get my hands on that money, which I need very badly, is for you to die, Elaine. Die within 6 weeks. That's something you're not likely to do of your own free will. Is it, Elaine?
If ever there was murder in a man's eyes, it was in the eyes of Roger Cheney. But keep your ears pinned, friends. We'll be back in a moment with more of our story. So now we knew why we'd been sent for, to keep Mrs. Cheney alive. And as Greg remarked to Prescott, it seemed a crazy assignment, because if anything suspicious happened to her, there could be only one person responsible, Roger Cheney.
That's your job to worry about things like that, Mr. Collins. All I want you to do is keep Elaine Cheney alive for 6 weeks.
But that will's an open invitation to murder. You don't think Roger would accept it, do you?
Don't ask me anything about the Cheneys. They're all eccentric.
You mean mad?
I know what you're thinking. Would Cheney's will stand up in court? There's always a doubt, of course, but I think it would. I believe he was eccentric, but not mad. Although
what, Mr. Prescott?
In the envelope containing Janus's will, I found 2 envelopes. One was marked to be opened in 6 weeks' time. The other was addressed to me, to be opened now.
So?
His letter to me was just 1 line. Here, take a look at it.
If murder springs like Phoenix from night's black line.
Do you make any sense out of it? I don't.
Seems screwy to me.
I told you Janus was eccentric. But his nephew? I don't know. Maybe he's gone a little further along that road. Make no mistake, Elaine's in danger.
And what did the lady herself have to say about all this? Well, she seemed a little amused when she talked to Greg. Only when she smiled, her eyes stayed cold.
Well, you heard the will, Mr. Collins. In 6 weeks, I could be dead.
You really believe that, Mrs. Cheney?
Roger Cheney's capable of anything. Not only because that's his nature, but because he's hopelessly in debt. He's been counting on something from his uncle's estate, and now...
That's enough. You didn't waste any time poking your nose in, did you, Collins?
I have a perfect right to talk to him. He's here to protect me.
Protect you? Anyone would think I was a slavering beast or something.
No one's put that to me yet, Mr. Cheney, but there is this point. Why don't you leave this place?
Leave? Why should I leave?
Well, Mrs. Cheney here is pretty healthy. I don't think she'll die in 6 weeks.
But she might, Collins. She just might. And if I'm to collect, I have to be here in this house. You made that will in my favor, Elaine?
I had no choice. Mr. Prescott made it out, and I signed it.
Thank you. You're very kind. I suppose that makes your ears twitch, Collins? You see, the scene's all set.
I know. With a hark and a hiss and a rotten laugh.
Exactly. Well, now, everyone's sure I'm going to be a murderer. You're sure, Elaine? And from now until the 6 weeks end, you're going to be afraid. You're going to keep away from me. If ever you find yourself alone with me, your pulse is going to beat a little faster. And if something happens to wake you in the night, you're going to lie there in your bed imagining. Yeah, imagining.
You've had your fun, Cheney. Drop it.
And if I wanted to kill Elaine Collins, what could you do to stop me? 6 weeks is a long time. Somewhere in that 6 weeks, a time could come when no one's on guard. You see, it must come.
You wouldn't dare. They'd hang you.
You've already pointed out I'm desperate for money. There's no saying what a desperate man will do.
That was a really lovely house to be in. 1 week followed another, and every day the tension was screwed up a notch. Prescott stayed on, looking like an undertaker waiting for a client. Roger and Elaine were like a couple of hungry big cats, waiting for the other to pounce. And in all this, Greg went his own quiet way, doing his job. He kept Mrs. Cheney on his eye all day. We moved our bags into an empty room next to hers. We waited and watched and waited. Tell me, Greg, do you really believe Roger Cheney's going to try to kill her?
I don't know. I don't like Cheney. It wouldn't surprise me if he was a little mad, but murder, I don't know. Come on, let's get down to dinner. If Roger Cheney's fixing to poison Elaine.
Oh, Elaine.
Well, I was going to say, if Roger Cheney fixes to poison Elaine, I'd like to be there.
So we went downstairs to dinner. And you didn't have to be a weather vane to tell which way the wind was blowing. With less than a week left of the 6-week period, the storm was ready to break.
Afraid there's going to be a storm tonight. I'd close my windows tightly if I were you, Collins.
We're getting into the hurricane season, aren't we?
That's right. Anything might happen.
Anything at all. Lightning, wind, thunder, even murder.
Do you have to talk like that? Give it a rest, Roger.
Why shouldn't I say what's in everyone's mind? Murder, murder, murder! That's what you're all thinking.
If someone doesn't stop...
Mrs. Cheney.
I tell you, I can't stand any more of this.
Elaine, you're upsetting yourself for nothing. Roger doesn't mean you any harm.
Leave her alone. Let her sweat out the full 6 weeks.
Can't you stop him, Mr. Prescott?
I can only appeal to him, Elaine.
Appeals will do no good. You see, I like to see Elaine writhe.
That'd be nice in a nightclub, but here it seems sadistic. What do we got against her, Cheney? Just the money?
That's one reason. The other is that she's not a Cheney. Yeah. I think I've had enough of this company. Are you relieved that I'm leaving the table, Elaine?
Yes, I am.
Don't be too happy, my dear. You're not safe yet. You haven't collected my uncle's money yet. And you won't.
Oh, boy, listen to that storm.
What's the matter, Greg? Can't you sleep?
I think this place has finally got me, honey. I'm all wound up like a spring, and don't know what's wrong all of a sudden.
It's the place and these people. I wouldn't use them to scare my children.
It's more than that. Tonight, anyhow. I've got a feeling in my bones, and it's not arthritis. Here, have a cigarette.
Oh, not now. I've cleaned my teeth.
I keep telling myself Roger Cheney would be crazy to try anything. Then I tell myself he is crazy anyhow.
Greg!
It's okay, honey. The window's blown open, that's all. Prescott wasn't kidding when he said that... Gail, can you hear? That's Elaine.
Greg, be careful.
That crazy Cheney. He might have known he couldn't get away with this.
Greg, she stopped screaming.
That's great, and well locked in.
Mr. Collins!
Mrs. Cheney, the door. Unlock it, will you? The key must be on the other side.
He tried to kill me. He came into my room and tried to smuggle me.
Gail, come and get her. She's fainting.
Okay, Greg. I got her.
Look after her. I'm going after Cheney. Did you see which way he ran when he left your room, Mrs. Cheney?
You don't have to look for Mr. Cheney. Collins?
Mr. Prescott, he tried to kill me.
He won't try it again, Elaine. He's lying at the bottom of the stairs with a broken neck.
And that's how it was. Roger Cheney had run out of Elaine's room when she screamed, tripped at the top of the long stone staircase, and killed himself. And that seemed like poetic justice. A would-be murderer who killed himself. A couple of hours after the tragedy, we gathered in the library, waiting for the dawn and the police. Outside, the storm still raged. Inside, Elaine did her best to stay hysterical. Mr. Prescott looked like an undertaker who'd found a client. And Greg? It was only then that I realized Greg wasn't around. Mr. Prescott, have you seen my husband anywhere?
I beg your pardon? Oh, I'm sorry. I was thinking.
Greg, he's not here. That seems to be a failing of your husband, Mrs. Collins. He wasn't around either when the...
Elaine.
It's okay, Mr. Prescott. He doesn't worry me any.
No need to upset you any more than necessary, my dear.
You seem to be very worried about what Mrs. Collins thinks, Prescott. What about me?
Now, Elaine.
The fact is you don't like me. Well, I'm not asking you to. I'm not asking anyone to like me now.
Now, Mrs. Cheney?
Yes. Now. I'm a rich woman, Mrs. Collins.
I didn't think the young fool would do it.
Greg! Where have you been?
Hello, honey. You looking for me?
Oh, we all wondered where you'd gone to all of a sudden.
Let's be looking around. How do you feel now, Mrs. Cheney?
Oh, fine. I'm used to being almost murdered every night.
Yeah, that's the funny thing about people. They can get used to almost anything.
Well, I don't care what anyone says. I find it hard to get hold of the fact that Roger Cheney tried to commit such a stupid murder.
That shows how little you know, Mrs. Collins.
You know, I had the same feelings about your nephew. I figured he was sadistic and all that. I mean, the way he teased you about how he might murder you, but, I didn't really think he'd try.
You already know what I think about you as a detective, Mr. Collins. Prescott, when Collins' bill comes for protecting me, tear it up. He didn't earn his money.
I shall not be handling your affairs, Elaine. Make your own arrangements.
I see. Very well. Suit yourself.
Oh, Mrs. Cheney, I got a word of advice for you. Don't get rid of a good lawyer like Prescott too fast.
No? Why not?
You're going to need him. When you face a rap for murder.
What? When I... What?
When you face a murder rap, pal. Because when the cops get here, they're going to charge you with the murder of Roger Cheney.
Greg said it just like that, nice and quiet. Elaine had murdered Roger. Well, in a moment we'll bring you the climax of the case. When Greg accused Elaine of murder, he could have dropped an anchor in the room with no effect. Everyone was stunned. And then Elaine began to laugh.
Oh, really, Mr. Collins, you're not a good detective. But you're very original.
Collins, take my advice. Be careful what you say. She's a vicious woman.
Sure she is. She had to be to murder Roger Cheney. But she was cute about it, too.
He tried to kill me. He fell down the staircase when he ran out of my room.
You want to know why he fell? Because of this.
Let me go. You've gone mad.
Collins.
That's okay. I got what I wanted. It was in the pocket of Elaine's robe.
A piece of rope?
It comes from the Venetian blind in Elaine's room. And it was stretched across the top of those stairs.
What utter nonsense. It came down in my hand when I drew the blind tonight.
Take a look at the end of the rope. It's been cut.
Prescott, stop him. You can't stand there.
I'm not your lawyer anymore, Elaine. You said so yourself.
You tied this rope across the top of that staircase. You arranged to meet Roger in your room tonight.
No.
When he came there, you said something like, wait here while I lock Collins in his room. You did that, and at the same time you rigged up your booby trap.
You can't prove a word of this. Not a word.
Then you went back to Cheney, talked to him for a second, and then started screaming. Cheney thought you were trying to frame him, so he started to run. He ran out of your room, took a swallow dive over that rope. You untied the rope and then unlocked my door.
I knew he wasn't a killer.
Take a look at it, Prescott. If that's not the face of a murderer, I've never seen one. And what about the way Cheney was supposed to try to murder her? With a pillow, smothering her. You ever tried to smother anyone without doping them first?
You'll never prove it. You can't prove it. Roger hated me.
Sure he did. And he wanted your husband's money. But there was an easy way to get it, pal. All he had to do was go to court and prove Janus Cheney was of unsound mind. And that wouldn't be hard. Did he tell you that tonight, Mrs. Cheney? That he'd started proceedings to break the will?
No.
Isn't that how you got him up to your room? To discuss a little deal? Then you screamed and the poor guy ran.
You won't be able to prove a word of this. Not with the lawyers I'll be able to hire. I'm a rich woman. Do you realize that? A rich woman.
Rich? Elaine, if you're banking on money from Janus's estate, forget it. There's no money.
No money? Well, of course there's money. He was rich.
You're an extravagant woman, Elaine. You spent all Janus's money before he died. He even mortgaged this house to give you money. And there's none left.
You're lying. There has to be money.
There's none.
There has to be money. I fought for it. Struggled for it. Roger was going to take it away from me, but I stopped him. There has to be money, I tell you. There has to be.
Once she'd started, and once she realized there really was no money in Janus's bank account, Elaine Cheney kept screaming till she told the whole story. The police didn't need to make out a case. She gave them a confession. She sounded as though she didn't care. So, a week later, Greg and I were flying back to San Francisco. Greg, how did you guess that Roger Cheney had decided to contest the will on the grounds that his uncle was insane when he made it?
Well, I figured it out. With me there, murder was out of the question. If Roger Cheney didn't go to her room to murder her, where did he go?
She must have invited him.
He wouldn't have gone within 10 miles of that dame without a good reason. In my book, there was only one good reason. Janus's will.
Brilliant. Positively brilliant. And, you know, I thought you liked that woman.
Yeah, I get a crazy wife.
Greg.
And you know something? The man who really solved this case was Janus Cheney.
Huh?
That's true. He knew Elaine pretty well. His eyes were wide open.
But how do you mean he solved the case?
He wrote a one-line letter to Prescott, and it said, if murder springs like phoenix from night's black loin.
Go on.
That's all. You see, he knew if anyone died in that house, it would be Roger. That's what he knew of the fair Elaine.
I don't get it.
If murder springs from out of night's black loin, death is alive on the other side of the coin.
Huh?
In other words, not Roger, not the one we all expected to kill, but the one on the other side of the coin. Elaine Cheney. That bit Janus Cheney wrote is from a poem.
And you suspected her simply because you knew the second line.
Well, I knew the second line, but I didn't know what it meant until too late, until Roger was dead.
Greg, you're wonderful. You even know poetry.
Oh, what's poetry, anyhow?
What's poetry? Why, it's a rhyme, Mr. Collins. Don't go away. In just a moment, we'll be back with you.
Well, folks, Gate and I hope you enjoyed our adventure, The Red Hot Mama. Be sure to visit us next time for another puzzle in murder. For where there is crime and romance, there you'll find Mr.
And Mrs. Collins.
Crime and Peter Chambers. Created by Henry Kane, transcribed and starring Dane Clark. Private investigator, duly licensed and duly sworn, Peter Chambers.
You're a private eye. That's your business. Anything else? That's for laughs. It's strictly business this trip. You've been paid a little fee by a little lady in a little apartment on Gramercy Park. And now she's wringing her hands, and she's got plenty to wring her hands about. Her name is Mrs. Donald Sloane, and only yesterday her husband was declared an embezzler. Seems he worked in a bank, only he must have thought it was a garden patch. Because yesterday, before he disappeared, he helped himself to 100,000 shreds of lettuce. All crisp and all green.
Mr. Chambers, my husband wasn't a thief.
You got a better name for a man who elopes with $100,000?
Not Donald. I tell you, there's something wrong here, something peculiar.
Mrs. Sloane, listen. Look, here's the morning paper. Let me read it to you.
But...
Now, the headline. Bank teller and $100,000 vanish at lunch. No. Beneath that, the following. Donald Sloane, teller and junior officer of the Trade Bank of the City of New York, is being sought by the police, charged with the embezzlement of $100,000 of bank funds. Mr. Sloane, an employee of long standing, left his teller's cage as usual at the lunchtime. When he failed to return, a hasty check by Charles Jenkins, manager of the bank, revealed that Sloane's cash was $100,000 short. But... Curiously, Mr. Sloane had passed up an additional $28,000 in the same drawer.
Look,
However,
Mr. Chambers, to the police, I'm just another wife doing the usual screaming about the innocence of her husband.
Look, there is no denying the guy walked out of that bank with 100,000 clams.
But he left 28,000.
Yes, but...
Why? If you're going to steal, why not all?
Mrs. Sloane, I'm a detective, not a clairvoyant.
But...
Okay. Just what do you want me to do for you?
Look, Mr. Chambers, I'm not trying to whistle my way past a graveyard. I have no illusions about my husband. What? But I know for certain the man was not a thief.
Wait a minute. Illusions? How did you and your husband get along?
Not too well of late.
Well, how so, and since when?
Since about 2 months ago.
A lady?
You might call her that.
What's her name?
I don't know. I tried to ignore it, but last week we quarreled, my husband and I. And he asked that we separate. I heard him on the phone several times talking to a... Frankie.
Well, Frankie could be a man.
No, he has no man friend by the name of Frank.
You think there's any connection between the request for a separation and the embezzlement?
No, because I don't think he was involved in the embezzlement.
Oh, here we go again. All right then, Mrs. Sloane. Your husband worked at the 34th Street branch, didn't he?
Yes.
Fine. I'll be in touch with you as soon as anything develops. One other thing. Do you have a picture of your husband?
Yes, I do. Oh, it's an excellent photo. I'll get it for you.
So off you go, and it's tic-tac-toe. You haven't the faintest idea where to make the first stab. You check down at headquarters with your friend, Detective Lieutenant Louis Parker, and all he's got so far is a great big bunch of nothing. He calls the bank for you, gives you a nice write-up, and that's your next stop.
Please sit down, Mr. Chambers. I know that you represent Mrs. Sloane. I'll do my best to cooperate.
Charles Jenkins, bank manager. A skinny little guy, egghead type. Large bald dome, heavy glasses, and a mouth that's all teeth.
This is a privately owned bank, Mr. Chambers. All of our employees have been with us for many years and completely to be trusted. Or so we thought.
The newspaper has said something about Sloane's having been a junior officer. I think that was the term.
Yes, very true. Part-time he was at the teller's window, and part-time he handled business transactions for us, mostly real estate.
I see. Now, what about that $28,000 he left in his drawer?
What about it, Mr. Chambers?
Now, look, grand larceny is grand larceny. Why take the 100 and leave the 28? If you're stealing, why not take it all? The penalty's the same.
I'll admit you have a point there, sir.
It sort of puts me over on his side a little bit. Sort of spurs my investigation.
Sincerely, Mr. Chambers, I hope and trust you're right. It would, well, how shall I say it, restore my faith in human nature. After all, he was a married man.
Well, don't get restored all at once, Mr. Jenkins. Our boy was having a little trouble at home.
Trouble?
A tomato.
Tomato, Mr. Chambers?
A lady. It seems it started a couple of months ago. His wife tells me he met the lady here at the bank. Suppose I take a gander at the books.
Gander, Mr. Chambers?
Oh, dear. Suppose I look over his books. You know, recent new accounts, business matters, that kind of stuff.
But the police have already done that, sir.
Not from my angle, Mr. Jenkins. I'm looking for a dame.
Yes, Mr. Chambers. Yes, indeed. If you'll come this way, sir, I'll put you into his teller's cage and surround you with everything pertaining to his affairs. Dame indeed.
You spend a couple of hours bent over books like a bank examiner. You go over the whole works, and you come up with one lousy little item that you jot down on a sheet of paper. You're hoping against hope, and then Jenkins joins you.
How goes it, Mr. Chambers?
Well, one tiny little lead.
Yes?
Within the last 3 months, this new account here. A Miss Frances Lake opened her account about 2 months ago, which jives with the time element Mrs. Sloane mentioned. Also jives with the name Mrs. Sloane gave me.
A name? What name, sir?
Well, a lady in his life, Frankie. That's all Mrs. Sloane knew. Just one name, Frankie.
And you think this Frances Lake might be that Frankie? It's a frequent enough nickname.
Well, it's the only possible thing I can come up with in all this pile of stuff here. I wrote it down, see? Frances Lake, 1252 East 47th Street.
From which she removed about 3 weeks ago.
Well, how do you know?
From the police.
Did she leave a forwarding address?
Unfortunately, she did not. But it was strictly routine, Mr. Chambers. There was no special interest in her then, and there is none now.
The big, brilliant detective and his one lousy little clue. You crumple the sheet of paper and you pitch it to the wastebasket and you throw a strike. But it pops out of the basket because the basket's brimful of junk. You cast an accusing glare at the fastidious Mr. Jenkins.
Is something, Mr. Chambers?
Say, what's with this bank anyway? Don't people ever clean up around here?
Matter of fact, the baskets in this cage haven't been emptied since yesterday.
What's the matter? Can't the bank afford it?
Well, we employ one cleaning lady who, working through the night, does an excellent and thorough job.
So?
Our lady came down with, of all things, measles, and we were informed too late to secure a substitute. So when the men came in this morning, each one of them cleaned and emptied their own wastebaskets. Since Mr. Sloane's cage was unoccupied today, his baskets are still full.
Did you tell this to the police?
Police? That our charwoman came down with the measles? Well, don't be ridiculous, Mr. Chambers.
Ridiculous, huh? These wastebaskets are still full of Sloane's stuff, yesterday's stuff, before he walked out for that famous lunch hour. You make a dive for those trash baskets like there's gold in them thar hills of refuse. And gold there is. Because you come up with a sheet off a desk pad diary. Yesterday's date, and on it is written, Frankie, 1215, real estate, Stanley Building.
What is it, Mr. Chambers? What is it?
Your faith in human nature.
What are you talking about?
It still holds good, Mr. Jenkins. Donald Sloane is not an embezzler. Here, read this.
Huh? Frankie? 12:15. Real estate? Stanley Building?
12:15. Lunchtime yesterday. This guy was no embezzler, Mr. Jenkins. Embezzlers don't tip their mitts like that.
Tip their mitts, Mr. Chambers? Mr. Chambers!
You're off and running. Destination Stanley Building. Which turns out to be a dilapidated, flea-bitten crumhole decked out to be an office building. It's down near the Battery, wedged in between a couple of warehouses. There are a few like it in every town, fitted out for fly-by-night operators. It's 4 stories high. And a peek at the billboard downstairs informs you that F Lake Real Estate is on the second floor, room 201. There is no elevator, so you creak up the wooden steps, but when you face up to the solid oak of 201, it's locked, and nobody answers your knock. Downstairs, you flash your credentials at a seedy-looking janitor, give off with some important detective routine palaver, but a $20 bill is the final convincer. He gives you a key, tells you to say you stole it in case of emergency, and back you go to 201. You turn the key in the lock, and you open the door.
Come in, Buster, and close the door behind you.
You don't close the door just because he told you to. His order carried additional authority in the form of a chunky revolver held in a pudgy fist. The guy seated behind the desk is fatter than a bookmaker's bankroll. He's really huge, decked out in a white Palm Beach suit with a floppy Panama hat square on his head. He's big, thick, red-faced, with tiny, gleaming pig eyes set within many folds of fat.
Like this, little man, you're liable to get killed.
Like what?
Like barging in where you ain't invited.
Who invited you? You're not F. Lake.
I ain't.
So? Who are you?
There's a hot one. A bird breezes in where he don't belong, and right away he starts pecking with the stupid questions. Sit down, chump. Over there.
Okay, I'm sitting.
And I'm standing up.
Oh, you're a large one.
Little pal, I don't know who you are, but sticking your nose in where it don't belong, it picks up trouble. I got a large hunch you're going to be awful sorry you came here, little pal. Yeah, I'll tell you a little secret. I'm sorry I came here. I'm sorry I ever came here. Now I'm going to blow. First, I take your key, like so. And then me, I blow. And I'm going to lock you in. And you're here, and I ain't. Goodbye, little pal. And take it from me. You ain't going to be lonesome.
For a few seconds, you sit there like you're rooted to the chair. Who wouldn't? Then you bounce up and start moving. And then behind the desk, you find him. Donald Sloane sprawled on the floor, dead. A knife stuck in his back. You reach for the phone, but the phone's as dead as Donald. So you're back to being a detective. You frisk the dead Donald, and you come up with the usual items. But you're working at your trade, and some of the usual items are unusual. For instance, he's a smoker, cigarettes in his pocket, and 7 packs of matches. But 4 of them bear the same ad. Cafe Prince. Cafe Prince. You check it in the phone book, and it's down on Sullivan Street. The next problem is getting out of there. The door's too tough. But it develops that your fat friend isn't too bright. The windows are sealed, but glass is breakable. And there's a fire escape right handy. So you're moving again. But you stop off at your office for your gun, and then it's the Cafe Prince. A sign on the door says closed, moving out. But when you try the door, it's open.
What's on your mind, Bub?
The question comes from a redhead at the check room. She's black-eyed and pretty, with a cuter assortment of curves than a World Series pitcher. You stick your head around the bend. The joint's deserted, a saloon with most of the chairs on the table. But the liquor bottles are still showing behind the bar.
Joint's closed, mister. We're moving out tonight.
Well, can I check my hat? Because with you, I'd love to check my hat.
Look, Mac, if you got a thing for check girls, go somewhere else. Lots of check girls in this town.
I got it for you, cutie.
Blow, will you?
Well, can I have some food? How's about some food? Can I get a sandwich?
Kitchen's closed.
Oh, I saw the bar is still open. That's all I want, honey. I need a drink, that's all.
Oh, arguing with a rum pot adds up to a rumpus, and a rumpus we don't need around here.
Oh, come on, honey. I need a drink. I need a bag.
Okay. Go on in. Have your drink. Have 2 drinks. Tell the bartender the check girl said you can have them for free. And then get out of here. You understand?
You weave around the bend into the deserted room, and there's no one behind the bar. So you go into the usual drunk's routine. You slam your hand down. How's about a little service around here, huh? A curtain moves at the far end of the bar, and a man comes into view. And what do you know? It's your fat friend from the Stanley building. He's wearing an apron now. And on this trip, you've got the jump on him.
Now, look, Mac, what the heck is going on?
You see the pretty little gun in my hand, fat boy?
Yeah, I see it.
So be a nice little fat boy and come out from behind that bar. Sit down here at the table and let's you and I have a chat.
Yeah.
That's a nice little fat boy. Sit down.
What do you want?
The story on how come you're locked in a room with a cadaver, which turns out to be Donald Sloane, who lifted 100,000 samples out of a little old bank called the Trade.
Who? Who are you?
As far as you're concerned, I'm the law, cop, private cop.
I didn't do it.
What's your name?
George Sachs.
Oh, George all the way, huh? Okay, let's have your story. It might do you a little good with the DA.
Little pal, if private law is sitting here right opposite me, public law don't figure to be far behind.
That's smart enough for a stupid guy.
Now, if I spill, you figure I can make a deal with the DA?
It's happened before.
Will you help, little pal?
I'll do what I can.
Okay. It was the dame.
Francis Lake?
Well, how'd you know?
You haven't been reading the quarter books lately, pal. Every private eye's a genius. Come on, talk it up, Porky.
Okay. Now, she happens to open an account in that bank. And that Sloane guy, he goes for her like a ton of bricks. She figures a guy works in a bank, a junior officer guy, it's an opening, so she punches. A cutie, that one. Real cutie.
Keep talking.
She don't go to rob the bank. She makes the bank come to her.
Like how?
Well, she opens the phony little real estate office. She tells him about a deal she's got to buy a piece of property worth $750,000. She tells him she needs $100,000 for an option, that she can turn a profit within 5 days.
How could she figure we could keep 100 G's out of the bank for 5 days?
I told you she's a cutie. She sold it to him good, but good.
Like how?
Me, I'm supposed to own this hunk of property. An ex-bootlegger with plenty of old moolah. Property's supposed to be worth $750,000.
Okay, you're the bootlegger with the property.
He brings her 100,000 bananas. It's supposed to be her money. Then the two of them, yesterday at 12:30, are supposed to wait for me.
Why is he waiting?
Part of a shrewd apple deal. Now listen. I'm supposed to arrive. She hands me the option money. The papers are all drawn. Then I turn the money over to him so his bank can hold it in escrow.
For what?
Either she buys the property within 5 days, or she's supposed to lose the option money.
Oh, he figured the money goes back to the bank, so he's protected, huh?
Yeah. Now, this is how it's supposed to work out. I give him the 100 G's. He's an officer at the bank. Him and I sign a paper. He picks up the dough and brings it back to the bank. Supposed to be holding it on the deal.
Oh, the old round robin.
That's right. He's going to cover up for her with the bank records. Like that, according to her, nobody gets hurt. The money's back in the bank. She's got a tight option on the property. She tells him she's already got a sucker who's going to buy the property within 5 days.
Yeah.
Then within the 5 days, she's supposed to sell the property at a neat commission. She's used the bank's money for the option, but the bank still got the dough, and nobody's hurt.
Smart dame. So how come the guy winds up dead?
That's my beef. I don't mind taking money from a bank. That's like taking a jelly bean from a candy factory. But murder, brother, that ain't my department.
Never mind the philosophy, fat stuff. Just keep talking.
Well, yesterday I wasn't even there.
What do you mean you weren't even there?
Well, Sloane thought I was supposed to be there, you understand? The plan was that it was her job to clip him over the noggin, tie him up, and then beat it with the 100,000 bananas.
Oh.
Instead, she sticks the shiv into him.
Why?
So's he can't ever put the finger on her. Now, I don't know nothing about that. I was here today. I read it in the papers, how he disappears, and I ask her. And then she breaks it to me. That's why I was there when you barged in.
Just what were you doing there?
Figuring the angles, how to get the body out of there, maybe folded him in a trunk, something.
Yeah, but you're the guy that don't want no truck with murder.
It was done, wasn't it? Might have wound up like him if I didn't listen to her. But I'm talking now, ain't I? I've had it, little pal. A private eye in a deal like this. It can help a guy like me.
You're about up to the jackpot question as to where the dough is when you feel the cold muzzle at the nape of your neck.
You feel that gun at your neck, mister?
I feel it.
Okay, now give your Roscoe the fat stuff.
Okay. He's got it.
No. Just before your brains get blown out, I bet you're dying to know where that dough is, huh?
Diane is correct, m'lady.
In a suitcase in the trunk compartment of my car, right outside. So near and yet so far.
You'd be Frankie Lake, wouldn't you?
Yeah,
And if I could turn around, you'd also be the hat check girl.
correct. Only it also happens that I own this joint, which is a white elephant if there ever was one. And now, Mr. Nosybody, a fond farewell to you.
But it was Fat Stuff who pulled the trigger. And down she goes, and you come up out of your seat, and you're bent over her, doing the inspection bit.
It was the only way. I swear I never used a heater in my life. Never. It ain't in me. I ain't no killer. But it was the only way, Mac.
Easy does it, fat boy. No harm done. More's a pity. Scratch, flesh wound, period. They'll patch her up nice and pretty, and they'll make her nice and healthy. And then she'll stand trial, and she'll wind up in the hot seat after all. That's the way it goes, fat boy. A merry-go-round. That's life. And death.
And there you've had Crime and Peter Chambers. Dane Clark was starred as Peter Chambers. Crime and Peter Chambers, transcribed, was created and written by Henry Kane. Others in the cast were Mary Patton, heard as Mrs. Sloane, and Joe DeSantis as Jenkins. It was directed by Fred Way. This is Fred Collins inviting you to tune in next week, same time, same station, for Dane Clark in Crime and Peter Chambers.
Tonight, the Petrie family, the family that took time to bring you good wine, invite you to listen to the story of South of the Border. Another exciting adventure from the Casebook of Gregory Hood. And I'd like to ask you if you know one sure way to turn a simple meal into a regular feast. Just serve that meal with a good Petrie dinner wine. Let's say Petrie California Burgundy. Petrie Burgundy, you know, is the perfect companion for any kind of meat or meat dish. It's a red wine, just as rich in flavor as it is in color. And if you want to know how really good it is, serve that Petrie Burgundy with a hamburger cooked the way you like it. Tender, delicious. Or try that Petrie Burgundy with a savory beef stew, or with pork chops. And, of course, if you can wangle it, try Petrie Burgundy with a thick, juicy steak. Ah, believe me, that's eating. Eating that's, well, that's out of this world. And believe me, Petrie Burgundy is a wine that's clear, fragrant, and delicious. A wine that you can serve to your friends proudly. Of that you can be sure. Remember those 5 letters, P-E-T-R-I. They spell the proudest name in the long history of fine wine. Well, it's Monday night in San Francisco, and we have a date with Gregory Hood and his friend Sanderson Taylor. Tonight's rendezvous is at Gregory's apartment, high on Nob Hill and overlooking the Golden Gate. Let's join him there, shall we?
Harry Bartell, how are you?
Evening, Sandy. Where's Gregory?
Can't you hear him?
Oh.
Hello, Harry.
Evening, Greg. That sounds swell.
Is nice, isn't it?
Your latest composition?
No, this isn't mine, Harry. I wish it were. This is one of Richard Gump's compositions. He calls it Un Cœur Brisé, Broken Heart.
Seems to me he's something of a rival of yours, Greg. He's a famous importer, and now it turns out he's an amateur composer of distinction, too.
Yes, Harry, but don't imagine there's any rivalry between them. They're the best of friends.
Oh, there's distinct rivalry between us on the golf course, Sandy. We played this afternoon. If I hadn't hooked my drive on the 13th, I swear I'd have beaten him. Oh, on the way home, he took me by his store and gave me a private showing of his wonderful collection of Steuben glass. It's a must on your list, Harry.
I'll go there tomorrow. Now, Greg, how's about...
Tonight's story? It's coming right up. There. You see, Dick Gump and I work very closely in the importing business. On this particular occasion, we crossed swords with a very slimy dealer by the name of Severin Stackpool. It was to forestall Stackpool that I decided recently to fly down to Mexico City. I'd heard that the Royal Jade collection of Grosvenor was for sale, so I decided to be in at the bidding on the ground floor.
Well, the Royal collection of Grosvenor and Jade sounds pretty impressive, Greg, but, and I don't want to appear stupid, where is Grosvenor?
It's one of the more obscure Balkan countries. The royal family, complete with the priceless jade collection, which 4 generations of Grosnian rulers had been assembling, left the country and came to Mexico City, but I'll come to that in a moment. As soon as I heard about the jade collection, I naturally got in touch with Dick Gump. As you know, he has one of the finest collections of jade in the world. But Dick was tied up, so we arranged to purchase the stuff jointly. Sandy and I lost no time in hopping the next plane south. When we landed in Mexico City, it was one of those cool, fresh days, bright sun, but no oppressive.
A very smooth trip, Gregory.
Very, very. You know, Sandy, I haven't been to Mexico City for a couple of years. It's good to be back.
It's a great spot.
Yes, I've always liked it. In a way, it isn't Mexican any more than San Francisco is purely American. It's a city for citizens of the world. And very attractive some of those citizens are, too.
I wondered how long it'd be before you spotted that girl standing at the barrier. Hello, she's coming over to us.
Добрый день, Gregory. Принitsomin.
I beg your pardon?
So, you do not wish to speak Grosnian before your American friend? Very well. You will come with me, no?
You're right. I'm afraid the answer is no.
She spoke in Grosnian. Did she know we were coming about the jade?
Well, I sent Count Pablo a wire. He's the official guardian of the royal collection. Are you an emissary of his, young lady?
I do not understand this talk of Count Pavlin and of jade. I only know that my orders are that you must come with me.
Who gave you those orders?
I cannot answer that question.
Well, normally I'd be delighted to join you, but I'm here on urgent business. But if you'll give me your phone number, I'll call you when I'm in the clear.
Do not make fun of me. I'm going to make you come with me.
I don't see how, darling. We're 2 great big husky men, and you're just a wisp of a girl. Even if you're a judo expert, I think you'll find it's tough sledding.
You will come with me, alone.
I rather think I will at that. So long, Sandy.
Wait, Gregory. What on earth? Hey, young lady, what are you up to?
Don't yell, Sandy. She might conceivably lose control of the revolver that's fitted so snugly in my ribs. Goodbye, Sandy.
But this is kidnapping in broad daylight. It's not possible.
Where's your chauffeur driving us?
To the house of Prince Petru Firasol. Where else?
Well, who is he, and why are we going there?
Oh, you know as well as I do. Was not this mainly your idea?
Look, darling, you must have me mixed up with someone else. I've never heard of Prince Firasol. My name is Gregory Hood, and I'm an importer from San Francisco.
You're still a playboy at heart, are you not, Gregory?
Sure, but I'm not your Gregory. By the way, what's your name?
You know it as well as your own.
Yes, but as my name seems to be a matter for discussion, it would be simpler if you told me yours.
My name is Maria. Maria Kress.
And your nationality, Maria?
What game do you play, Gregory? I am Grosnian, of course, just as you are.
As I am? This begins to make Alice in Wonderland look like a whodunit. Now listen, Maria.
Quiet, Gregory. We arrive at Prince's house. Follow me. And no tricks, please. As you remember, I am not an amateur with a revolver. Prince Firasol is waiting at the door. He will be so happy to see you again.
Gregory, my dear boy. Come in. I've been waiting your arrival with such anxiety.
You mean you recognize me, too?
What rubbish are you talking? How could I fail to recognize you, Gregory? Come in, my boy. Come in. I have so much to tell you. We will go into my study.
You wish me to stay, Prince Pearsall?
No, Maria, you may leave us. And you have done well, my child. You brought him here most speedily. I am pleased with you.
Thank you, Prince Pearsall.
And now, my dear Gregory, let me look at you. It warms my old heart to see you. You must allow me an embrace.
Look, this is all very touching, but will you give me some faint idea of what goes? You have me kidnapped at the airport.
Oh, that pained me to have to do that, my dear Gregory, but I could take no chances. You know how difficult it has been for me to handle you in the past.
Let me ask you one simple question, Prince. Who the heck do you think I am?
Who should I think you are? I, your old and trusted Prime Minister.
Prime Minister?
Who should you be but Gregory the 16th, hereditary king of Grozny?
Lieutenant Valdez, how many times do I have to tell you my friend was kidnapped before my very eyes?
But, Mr. Taylor, how can you expect me to take your story seriously?
It's perfectly true.
My dear Mr. Taylor, I am interested in matters of criminality. I know the activities of Mr. Gregory Hood. I also have heard of his, shall I say, his extracurricular activities.
What do you mean, Lieutenant?
He is notorious lady killer, I understand.
Well, what's that got to do with anything?
A great deal, I am sure. You have told me he neglects his business to go off with a beautiful girl and then invents the absurdly thin story that he is being kidnapped. Should I concern myself or my men with your friend's love life?
I insist that you try and locate him, Lieutenant. I'll appeal to the consulate.
I doubt if Mr. Hood will thank you for your interference. Now, Mr. Taylor, I'm afraid I must say goodbye to you. I have serious work to attend to.
But, Prince Pearsall, I tell you my name is Gregory Hood. I'm an importer, and I live in San Francisco.
Yes, Gregory. We are used to your many ingenious disguises and alter egos. But the time has come when you can shirk your royal responsibilities no longer. Your life as a playboy must finish.
Oh, so I've been a playboy, have I?
You have left a trail of broken hearts from Paris to Buenos Aires. But this must cease, Gregory. It is an unfortunate necessity of politics that a monarchist party must offer the people a monarch. That, Gregory, is why I've had you brought here.
But how did you find me? I mean, Gregory. Only, of course, you haven't found him. What I mean is, what makes you think I am he?
We knew you would come here to Mexico City for a very good reason. Anitra is in town. She's dancing at the Gato Azul. We know that for all your wanderings, you always return to her.
I can see that I might have certain tastes in common with myself. But, Count Pearsall, this game's gone far enough. It's a case of mistaken identity. Let me call the American consulate and prove to you who I am.
No, Gregory. We dare not let you near a telephone as yet. Not until you have agreed entirely to our plan.
Oh, look here. This is crazy. You can't hold me here against my will.
Oh, yes, we can, my dear boy. And if you have any notions of trying to escape, I might remind you that Maria will be guarding you. Come, let us discuss this in the morning. You'll have a clearer mind then and see my reasons. And now, I will show you to your room. Queen Helena, your wife, is waiting for you there.
My wife?
You are comfortable in our hotel, Mr. Taylor?
Yes, thanks. As comfortable as a man can be when his best friend's disappeared. Haven't been any messages, have there?
No, Mr. Taylor. You have reported his disappearance to the police?
Yes, and they won't take me seriously, nor will the consulate.
Excuse me. Hotel Cerveceria, San Francisco. Mr. Gregory Hood? Just a moment, please. San Francisco is calling Mr. Hood.
I'll take the call.
You can take it in the booth over there, senor.
Very well. It's Anderson Taylor speaking.
Hello, Sandy. This is Richard Gump.
Oh, hello, Dick.
Is Greg there?
Dick, he's been kidnapped. By a girl.
By a girl? Sandy, is that Mexican sun a little too hot for you?
I'm not kidding, Dick. The girl had a revolver in his ribs. I've been going absolutely frantic. Neither the police nor the consulate will take me seriously.
Well, look, Sandy, the vice consul is a friend of mine. I'll call him as soon as I hang up. But in the meanwhile, I've news for you. I just got a tip that Saver in Stackpool got wind that you and Greg left on that Grosnian Jade deal. He flew out in a chartered plane 4 hours ago. You must find Greg and tell him to close the deal as soon as it's humanly possible.
And now, Gregory, I shall leave you and Queen Elena together. Such a handsome couple. Ah, how splendid the pair of you would look standing on a balcony with you cheering people below you. Talk some sense into him, Elena.
Well, Gregory?
Let's settle this down, charade, once and for all. You're supposed to be my wife. You should know whether I'm me or not.
I do not know what you mean, Gregory. All I know is that you are my husband and that I love you very much. Heaven help me.
Holy smoke, not you, too. Now, look, darling, what's the game? Knowing me as well as you must.
As well as any stranger in your harem.
Oh, do they have harems in Grosnia?
Oh, I have loved you, Gregory. Even though my father arranged our marriage purely as a political move. I shall probably always love you. And you will undoubtedly never be under the same roof with me, save when protocol demands it. I should hate you, Gregory. Yet in my heart I find nothing but love and pity for us both. And now, will you kiss me good night? Or is that asking too much?
No, Elena. I don't think that's asking too much. Good night.
Must it be good night, Gregory?
I'm afraid so, Elena. I have a busy time ahead of me.
Ah. Then au revoir, my love.
Au revoir. This is becoming embarrassing. I've got to get out of here. What? Oh, the window's unlocked. Maybe I can... Oh. Hello, Maria. I was afraid you might be out there.
There was a time when you were glad of my company, Gregory.
I don't doubt it, Maria, but on those occasions, I imagine you didn't tote a shiny automatic. I also doubt whether you perched yourself outside my windows. Won't you come in? I'm sure it's getting chilly out there. I want to talk to you.
Very well, but not rich. Oh, what do you want from me?
Complete honesty. Count Firusul and Queen Elena went all emotional over me. You at least have played the thing straight.
Yes, Gregory. I think I've played my cards well.
Now, look, Maria. One thing we have to get straight right away. I'll swear on any convenient stack of Bibles that I am not King Gregory the 16th.
Of course, I know that.
At last, somebody's making sense.
Oh, who should know better than I that you're not the king?
Oh, I'm delighted, Maria. But what makes you so positive?
For the most obvious reason. Did I not help you murder him?
You'll hear the rest of Gregory Hood's story in just a second. Just time enough for me to say a good word about a good white wine. Petri California Sauterne. Petri Sauterne is a delicate wine, golden in color, with a marvelous subtle flavor. One sip and you'll know that you've discovered the kind of wine you've long looked for. And wait till you sample that Petri Sauterne served with chicken. Ah, what a combination. And Petri Sauterne is not only great with chicken, but it's swell with any kind of fish or seafood, too. You just taste that Petri Sauterne and see what I mean. To be sure you get a good wine, be sure you get Petri wine. Well, Greg, this is one of the screwiest stories I ever heard.
It sounds it, doesn't it, Harry? Yet it's perfectly true.
Seems to me like a double case of mistaken identity.
That's the way it seemed to me at the time. I figured that Maria had had a boyfriend who was a double for the real king. They had murdered the king and placed me, that is, the boyfriend, in his stead. Mm-hmm. Now they were deliberately letting me, that is, him, be found by the monarchist party to go back to Grosnia and reign.
As pretty a little mix-up as ever I heard. How did you get out of it?
Well, as Maria made her remarkable statement, I had a sudden inspiration, Harry. I saw a way to play the impossible.
Of course I know you're not the real king. Did I not help you murder him?
You helped me to... Maria, you may be right at that.
I may be. Gregory, whatever may have happened to your memory, I can assure you that I have not forgotten.
I can't understand myself. My mind, it's been confused lately. I can't seem to remember things properly. Do you suppose... Could I really be the man you think I am? Am I suffering from amnesia?
Oh, you poor darling, of course. That explains why you've been acting so strangely.
That must be what's wrong. Maria, you have to help me regain my memory.
Of course. But what can I do?
I've often heard that a sudden shock can do the trick.
Perhaps if I fired this revolver and screamed that you're trying to escape...
No, darling, that's a little too violent. I feel that a more psychological treatment might be better. Tell me, Maria, I gather that my past has been a trifle sticky. Which of the women in my life were the closest to me?
Oh, that is not hard to answer. Anitra, the dancing girl.
Oh, yes, Prince Fiddlesole mentioned her. And she's in Mexico City at the moment, I understand.
Yes, she is dancing at the Gato Azul. We know that you would not be able to keep away from her. Always, in whatever country you have been and with whatever women, you have always come back to Anitra.
She sounds sensational.
She's a devil. She knows that you killed the king, and yet she gave her heart to you before even his funeral had taken place.
I'm even more of a cad than I thought. But look, Maria, you want to help me get my memory back, don't you?
Yes, I will help you.
Well, you're my bodyguard. Now, you escort me to the Gato Azul, and let me take a gander at Anitra. Maybe my memory will come back.
Perhaps I will, Gregory. But I shall keep this revolver handy.
Okay, Maria. By the way, you still call me Gregory. If we are supposed to have bumped off King Gregory, how come I still have his name?
Because it was agreed you would adopt the name. Your real name, when you served the prison term in 1937, was Stephen Ratnick.
Something new has been added. So I served a prison term, did I? Curiouser and curiouser. What was my crime?
Perhaps it will help your memory if I show you a copy of your police record, Gregory. I have a photostatic copy made from the file. Here.
The photograph is an exact likeness. Hello. See these fingerprints on the record? Are these supposed to be mine?
But of course.
Then this, my sweetheart, is an occasion when you're in line for something of a shock. Now, here's my driving license. I want you to compare the two prints. I'm very much afraid you'll find there's a slight discrepancy.
No, Gregory. The prints are identical.
What? Let me see that. You must be quite... Holy smoke! They are the same.
Of course they are.
Oh, I'm beginning to wonder myself who I am. Well, there's only one way to clear this up, Maria.
And that is?
You and your revolver must take me to see Anitra, my great love. Come on, darling. Stop glowering at me and let's go.
Lieutenant Valdez, this is the fourth time I've come to you tonight.
And this time, Mr. Taylor, I must apologize. Perhaps I was unduly skeptical. The American consulate have officially asked us to conduct a search for your friend.
Thank the Lord Dick Gump could pull some strings. Well, let's go.
But where, my friend?
I have no clues, but I can tell you one thing. If you were right in thinking that Mr. Hood was not being held captive, then I'd know where to look for him.
Where, Mr. Taylor?
In the spot that has the best food, the best wine, and the most attractive dancer in Mexico City.
If you are correct as to your friend's taste, I think we will find him. If not, we shall at least spend a pleasant evening for ourselves at the Gato Azul.
You like the Gato Azul, Gregory?
Very shiny, very smooth, very nice. While we're waiting for Anitra to appear, could I interest you in a rumba?
Not this time, Gregory. You are too full of tricks. If we do not dance, I retain better control of my revolver.
A very conscientious escort, aren't you, darling? It's lucky I'm fairly scrupulous. My old father used to say that... Oh, jumping Jehoshaphat.
What are you staring at?
Look who's sitting at the table across the floor. It's Sandy Taylor.
So, it is your American friend from the airfield.
And from the cut of his companion, I'd venture the opinion that he's a minion of the law. Maria, my love, I'm afraid the honeymoon is over.
Sit down, Gregory.
I've got some overdue business to attend to.
The lighting here is discreet, and your friend has not seen you. If you leave this table, I shall fire.
Maria, give me that revolver.
No. Sit down, Gregory.
Give me that revolver, darling. Thank you.
I'm a weak fool. I could not do it. I could not shoot you, even when they...
We'll talk about them later. Come with me, Maria. You're a good girl, and if what I think is true, you may not be too safe. Come on, we'll cut through here. Hi, Sandy.
Gregory. Great Scott, man, I've been worried to death about you.
I've been a little worried about myself, too, Sandy.
This is Lieutenant Valdez of the police.
Mr. Hood, I'm proud to meet you.
And I'm very relieved to meet you, Lieutenant. I need a little police protection.
Please introduce me, Gregory.
There's no time for that, darling. Right now, we're all going over to talk to Count Pavlou and see if we can buy some jade. Then we'll come back here and do a little celebrating.
Well, Gregory, it's turned out all right. You closed the deal with Count Pavlou, and the jade is out.
Yes, but I only got it in the nick of time. You saw that large black limousine drive up to the Count's house as we left. That was Mr. Severin Stackpool. More champagne, Maria?
Thank you, Gregory.
How about you, Lieutenant Valdez?
Since I am no longer on duty, thank you, Mr. Hood.
Gregory, I've got a million questions to ask you.
Yes, I thought you might be curious, Sandy.
And I, Mr. Hood, as a humble member of the police force, am a little curious, too. Here we are back again in the Caterassul, and still I do not know what happened. Your friends tell me that this charming young lady kidnapped you. What am I to believe?
Officially, nothing, Lieutenant. I don't propose to prefer charges.
But, Gregory, this girl pulled a gun on you.
I know, Sandy, but with so much charm. Maria, darling, how about an explanation? Oh, by the way, is your name really Maria?
Oh, yes. And I really am a Grasnian.
Who was at the back of this elaborate hunk of play acting tonight? Was it Severin Stackpool?
Yes. Severin Stackpool employ us. You know that he have to prevent you seeing Count Pavlou until he arrive here and close the deal. So he devised these plans.
But listen, Maria, I know Severin Stackpool. His mind isn't capable of dreaming up such a wild and woolly plot as this.
No, but his best friend here in Mexico City, Antonio Cernedio, the crazy mystery writer. Antonio knows your weakness for peculiar plots and whim.
You're getting an international fame, Gregory.
I know, quite flattering. So Antonio dreamed up this crazy plot full of excitement and danger and girls in the hopes that it'd keep me occupied until Stackpool got here and closed the jade deal, I suppose.
Yes. Prince Firasol, Queen Yelena, and I are all professional actors. We were paid handsomely to play our part.
Prince Firasol, Queen Elena? What's this all about, Gregory? Gregory.
Characters in a fantastic plot. But you can tell Antonio that he overdid it. One double I might have swallowed. But when I was also supposed to be the double of the king's double, it was a little too much.
That is when you know it was a conspiracy.
Yes, darling, and the thumbprints were the clincher. It was mathematically impossible that any double could have my exact print. So it was clear that someone had framed the whole thing. Had printed up that description, probably from my driving license, and wire photoed a photostatic copy. It was obvious that the whole affair was a pretext to get me out of the way. And who was the logical person? Severin Stackpool, QED.
Well, I barely know what you're talking about, Gregory, but at least we've closed the deal.
Yes, and we have some prized treasures for the Gump collection and some only moderately colossal stuff for my regular customers. Lieutenant Valdez, you're not asleep, are you?
Just drowsy, Mr. Hood. The music is good, the conversation makes no sense, and the champagne is excellent. Please continue to talk nonsense. It is so soothing.
A very sound point of view. How about you, Maria?
Gregory, I'm worried about Severin Stackpool. He's a dangerous man, and when he knows that I have failed him...
Very true, Maria. He isn't going to like you a bit. I'm afraid I have a duty to you for the rest of my stay in Mexico City.
A duty to me? What is it?
From here in, Maria, our roles are reversed. From now on, I am your bodyguard, day and night.
Oh, Gregory.
Greg, I don't know how you do it. You know, your stories get better all the time, but you, a king.
Harry, when you say that, don't smile. Besides, I was beginning to like the idea.
Greg, I don't know. I just can't visualize you as a king.
Oh? I think I'd look quite dashing with a crown on my head and a queen by my side.
I'd look kind of dashing myself in that setup.
Maybe so. But as my old father would say, he who gets crowned is not always king.
Yeah. Well, that's what your old father would say, but did I ever tell you what my old father said?
No, what did he say?
You can't go wrong with a Petri wine. Yeah, he said it and he was glad.
And right, too.
You said it because Petri wine is always good wine. Well, it's got to be. Look at the long years of skill and experience that go into its making. The Petrie family has been making wine for generations. Winemaking is their heritage. A heritage handed on down from father to son, from father to son. So you can take it for granted that the Petrie family really knows how to turn luscious, sun-ripened grapes into clear, fragrant, delicious wine. You can take it for granted, too, that the name Petrie on a bottle of wine is more than a trademark. It's the assurance of the Petrie family that every drop of wine in that bottle is good wine. You just can't go wrong with Petrie wine because Petrie took time to bring you good wine. Well, Greg, which story out of your casebook are you going to tell us next week?
Next week, Harry, I'm going to tell you of a strange adventure that Sandy and I had last fall when we flew up to Yosemite on a fishing trip. It concerns some brook trout that I cooked under the starlight, an uninvited guest, and a sudden tragedy. See you next week, Harry.
The Casebook of Gregory Hood is written by Dennis Green and Anthony Boucher. Original music composed and played by Dean Fossler. Gail Gordon plays the part of Gregory Hood, and Sanderson Taylor is played by Carl Harbour.
Even though Dragnet was technically a police procedural drama, the main character, Sergeant Joe Friday, easily fits the hard-boiled moniker. Tough, deadpan narration, sarcastic, and street tough, the character was played by Jack Webb, who also created and produced the show. Webb actually visited police headquarters, rode along on night patrols with actual officers, and attended police academy courses to prepare for the role. And he made sure that all episodes were based on actual LAPD official files with the LAPD's cooperation. The show started off slow, but as time passed became one of the biggest radio crime shows in history, eventually moving to television. In the episode Benny Trousel Narcotics, a small-time drug user named Benny Trousel is found beaten to death after telling the cops about a new narcotics ring in L.A. For months, doctors' offices have been ransacked, and hospitals and drugstores have been robbed of all their prescription narcotics, and Sergeant Friday is assigned to get the criminals responsible. Next up is The Twin Midnight Murders from Boston Blackie. This show started out in June of 1944 and only ran for 3 months, starring Chester Morris as Blackie, a reformed criminal who devoted his life to catching criminals. It ran in its second iteration from April of 1945 to 1950, starring Richard Culmore as Blackie for 220 episodes. In this one, Blackie has to find out how one man committed 2 murders in 2 different places at exactly midnight. And to make matters even more impossible, his friend claims that he was with the suspect at the time that both murders occurred. And last up on tonight's hard-boiled show, we have Bulldog Drummond, Britain's version of a hard-boiled detective. An American radio show, Captain Hugh Drummond was a British investigator played by multiple actors during its 1941 to 1954 run, with his assistant Denny played by multiple actors as well. The show originally took place in Great Britain, but moved to America. In the episode Help Wanted, it is Denny who actually solves the case, since Bulldog is away on business. A man named Frederick Trent is found murdered while asking Drummond to be paged at the railroad station. So it's up to Denny and his assistant to solve the case. He even hires his own valet to assist him. A great story with role reversal and a great ending. Let's listen, and I hope you enjoy.
Ladies and gentlemen, the story you are about to hear is true. Only the names have been changed to protect the innocent.
NBC brings you Dragnet. You're a detective sergeant. You're assigned to narcotics detail. For more than 2 months, doctors' offices have been burglarized, hospital pharmacies pillaged, drugstores robbed, medical supply firms ransacked, with one purpose in mind: the theft of narcotics. The criminals are expert, cunning, vicious. Your job, get them.
Dragnet, the documented drama of an actual crime, investigated and solved by the men who unrelentingly stand watch on the security of your home, your family, and your life. For the next 30 minutes, transcribed in cooperation with the Los Angeles Police Department, you will travel step by step on the side of the law through an actual case from official police files. From beginning to end, from crime to punishment, Dragnet is the story of your police force in action.
It was Thursday, March 23rd. It was windy in Los Angeles. We were working the night watch out of Narcotics. My partner's Ben Romero. The boss is Ed Backstrand, chief of detectives. My name's Friday. I was on my way back from the record bureau, and it was 10:35 p.m. when I got to room 24. Narcotics detail.
Yeah, okay. Well, we'll be right over. Thank you. Get anything, Joe?
Nothing we don't know already. How about you?
That was the county hospital on the phone. Doc Welch. Pretty fair lead. I told him we'd be right over.
What's he got?
One of our informants, Benny Trousel. Ready?
Let's go. What's with Benny?
It's bad shape. Somebody worked him over. They found him in an alley off of South Main.
Yeah?
Doc says Trousel talked before he passed out.
Anything good?
He claimed he knows who's running the new dope racket in town. Says they got him.
No, let's take the stairs here, huh? Why should they bother with small fry like Benny?
That's what I'm wondering. Blackmail, maybe.
Benny's still on the needle? Maybe that accounts for his story.
Doc says his skull is fractured. Morphine doesn't do that to you.
Yeah. Benny mention any names?
I don't know. Doc didn't say.
Here's the garage. Come on. When did they pick up Benny?
About an hour ago. He had a pocket full of bundles on him. Heroin.
Trousel's small fry. He never had that much dope on him in his life.
That's what makes it interesting. Let's go.
County Hospital? Yes, sir. The line is busy. Will you wait? Thank you. Can I help you, gentlemen?
We'd like to see Dr. Welch. She's expecting us.
Your names, please?
This is Sergeant Romero. My name's Friday, police officer.
Oh, yes. Around the corner to your left, room 127. The doctor's waiting for you.
Thank you. Come on, Ben.
I hope Benny's still talking. We could sure use a lead.
Yeah. Here it is. 127.
Hiya, Ben. Joe?
How are you, Doc? Anything new?
Just left Trousel upstairs.
You think we can talk to him now?
Won't do much good. He died about 6 minutes ago.
For almost 2 years, Benny Trousel, an addict himself, had been one of the most valuable informants Ben and I had in the narcotic gangs. More than once, he had helped us solve a case, but this time, if Benny Trousel had any direct leads to the nerve center of the newest narcotic ring, he took them with him. Besides his dying accusation that the ring had gotten to him, he left behind only 2 small scraps of information. First, when he arrived at the county hospital, Dr. Welch reported that Trousel repeatedly muttered the name Patterson. Secondly, among the few personal effects found in his pockets was a good amount of heroin and a small piece of white paper with 2 words scrawled on it, Tucker Building. Benny Trousel's body was taken to the county morgue, and the next morning it was posted. At the coroner's inquest, the cause of death was listed as a brain hemorrhage induced by severe blows by a blunt instrument on the sides and base of the skull, inflicted by a person or persons unknown. Besides Ben and myself, the only identification witness at the inquest was a woman who managed a rooming house in Benedict Alley, where Trousel used to stay periodically. After the inquest, we questioned her briefly in our office.
Miss Strite, you say you can't remember any friends Trousel had while he stayed at your rooming house?
No, I can't. Besides, if I knew that man used dope, I never would have rented him a room.
How long did he rent from you, Miss Strite?
Oh, about 6 months. I run a respectable house. I don't mind if my people drink a little now and then, but those dope users, no, sir.
Did you know anything about Trousel, Miss Strite? Where he spent his time, where he had his meals?
Well, don't serve at my place. Too much trouble. Most of the people eat at the Ace lunchroom, down the corner.
Where's that, Miss Strite?
Grant and South Main, right on the corner.
And you think Trounsel might have spent some time there?
He might have, I don't know.
Miss Strite, did Trounsel ever mention anyone by the name of Patterson?
No. Patterson? No.
And you can't recall any friends he might have had?
He had any friends and never set foot in my house. That's all I know.
All right, Miss Strite, thank you.
Here's a card, ma'am. If you come across any information about Trounsel, we'd appreciate it if you'd call us.
All right. That all?
That's all, ma'am. Thank you.
Well, bye.
Goodbye, ma'am.
Big help.
Yeah, not even a good identification witness.
You got those listings we made on the Tucker building?
Yeah. Yeah, let's see. Here it is.
Okay, let me have it, huh? Tucker building, 7310 South Wilshire. I wonder what Benny Trounsel could have been doing out there.
Shouldn't be too hard to check. It's a small building.
Yeah. 6 listings for the whole place. A couple of law offices, real estate guy, dentists, architect, and a doctor.
One dentist, one doctor. Could be a lead.
Maybe. Pretty thin.
Friday, Romero. You got a minute?
Yeah, Skipper. Come on, Joe.
Yeah. What do you got, Ed?
Letters. Here's a sample. Now listen to this. Chief of Detectives, Ed Backstrand, City Hall, Los Angeles. In view of mounting wave of narcotic robberies, strongly recommend that your efforts to curb this lawlessness be redoubled.
They all like that?
All of them. They're mad. Can you blame them?
Not a bit.
We haven't got much to go on, Chief. The gang's pretty smart.
All right, then let's be smarter. There's no law against it.
Doing our best, Skipper.
Then make it better. I'm sick of that bunch, and I'm tired of these letters. And look at that record. In 2 months, 15 drugstore robs, 8 medical offices, 2 supply houses, 2 hospital pharmacies. Narcotics missing every time. Now, who's behind it?
None of the old-timers. We've checked them out. Gone over every hype and mainliner we know of.
All right, then get on the transients. New faces. Climb on every one of them that shoots the stuff until you get to that gang and break it. If you need help, holler. But get to that gang and break it. Do you understand?
Okay, Skipper, we'll try.
You dig up anything on that Trounsel case yet?
Still checking out one lead.
What?
Slip of paper we found in Trounsel's pocket, Ed. Said Tucker building on it, that's all. Just going to check it out when you called.
All right, hop on it. Fast. We got a lot of pressure on us. Keep in touch with the office.
It was almost noon when Ben and I got out to the Tucker building. It was a 2-story affair, comparatively small, very modern. We checked with the dentist in the building first, but he'd never heard of anyone by the name of Benny Trounsel. His records and appointment books proved it out.
Well, that's one down, Joe.
Yeah. Let's try that doctor's office now. What's his name?
Let me see. Springer. Dr. Fred Springer. He's on the 2nd floor.
Okay. There's a stairway down there. Come on.
Pretty close to lunchtime. Might not be in.
Maybe. Somebody should be there. We haven't got much time to play with.
Yeah. Chief sure was up in there this morning.
Here's the office. Fred Springer, M.D.
Good morning. May I help you, gentlemen?
We'd like to see Dr. Springer, please.
Do you have an appointment?
No, we don't.
Well, the doctor's not in at present. Would you like to make an appointment for later in the day?
No, ma'am. We're police officers. This is Sergeant Friday. I'm Sergeant Romero.
How do you do? I'm Miss Turner. I'm the doctor's nurse.
Then you must take care of the appointment and record books for the doctor.
Yes, I do.
Well, maybe you can give us the information we're looking for, Miss Turner. Did the doctor ever have a patient by the name of Trounsel? Benny Trounsel?
Trounsel?
Mm-hmm.
No, I don't think so. Just a moment. I'll check.
Thank you.
No. Trounsel, is that the way you spell it?
Yes, ma'am.
No. The name's not listed here. Let me check the account book. No. Wait. It's funny.
What's that, Miss Turner?
Here in the back of the book in the doctor's handwriting. Look.
Trounsel, the Black Parrot.
Certainly funny. I can't remember seeing that notation before. It must be fairly recent.
Miss Turner, what kind of a clientele would you say Dr. Springer has?
Oh, it's quite exclusive. Beverly Hills, Bel Air. That's where most of the bills are mailed.
Can you recall seeing Trounsel in the office here, Miss Turner? Small man, thin, walked with a kind of a limp, not very well dressed?
No, I don't think so. Doesn't sound like any of our patients.
Would you show us the doctor's prescription lists for the last 2 months? We'd like to check them.
Well, I'm afraid I can't. Dr. Springer keeps them in the safe. He's the only one who has the combination.
How long you been with Dr. Springer?
About 10 months. Ever since he started his practice out here.
Where was he before that?
Philadelphia. I don't understand all these questions. Is anything the matter?
Just a routine check, Miss Turner. When do you expect the doctor back?
About 4 this afternoon. He's out making home calls.
All right. Here's our card. Would you ask him to call us as soon as he comes in?
I'll do that.
Thank you, Miss Turner. Bye.
Goodbye.
Bye. Oh, say, Miss Turner, there's one more question.
Yes?
Does Dr. Springer have a patient by the name of Patterson?
Oh, yes. One of the doctor's first patients, John Patterson. He lives out on East Beverly Drive.
When we left Dr. Springer's office, we called R&I. There was no make on John Patterson. Ben and I drove over to see him just on a hunch. It didn't pay off right then, but it showed a little promise. When the maid came to the door of the Swank apartment, she told us Patterson was out for the day. We asked her about Patterson's occupation. She didn't know. We asked her about his friends, his business acquaintances. She could remember only 2 people visiting the apartment. One of them was Dr. Springer, apparently a constant visitor. The other, a tall, dark man who spoke bad English. We asked the maid how long she had worked for Patterson. She said ever since he moved to Los Angeles, about 6 months before. A few things started to fall into place, but it was strictly a guesswork operation. Ben and I got in the car and headed for the south end of the city to check out some of the places Benny Trousel was supposed to have frequented. We met a stone wall. From the Ace lunchroom near Benny's former rooming house to the Black Parrot. No one was willing to talk. Threats didn't work, and neither did promises. Ben and I gave up for the moment and headed back to the office.
Pacific Ambulance 1, call to Alhambra is now code 3.
Seems like Skid Row doesn't want any part of this one.
Yeah, there's a bad feeling. Something's got him scared.
Sure would like to know what it is, or who it is.
Yeah, I'd like to know the
Control 1
answer
to Unit
that, too.
80K. Control 1 to Unit 80K.
Us, Joe. Get it, will you?
I got it. 80K to Control 1. 80K to Control 1. Go ahead.
80K. Call station 2511, code 3.
80K to Control 1. Roger. KMA 367.
Wonder what that's all about.
Well, let's find out. There's a drugstore. They ought to have a phone. Pull over, huh? You got a nickel?
Oh, yeah, sure.
Thanks. I'll be back in a minute.
City Hall.
2511.
Thank you.
Chief of Detective's Office, Hannon.
This Friday, Mike. The chief there?
Oh, yeah, just a minute. Backstrand talking.
This Friday, Ed. What do you got?
You tied up?
Nothing big.
Then check in as soon as you can. Got something good.
What?
You remember the stick-up at St. Agnes Hospital about a month ago? Pharmacy there?
What about it?
2 patrolmen picked up a user down near Union Station about an hour and a half ago.
Yeah?
Guy was way back on his heels. He had 2 vials of morphine on him. Vials had serial numbers.
Good. Did they match out?
Perfectly.
Thanks, Ed. We'll be right in. When Ben and I got back to the office at 3:52 p.m., we picked up Chief Ed Backstrand and went directly to the crime lab, where Lieutenant Lee Jones analyzed the contents of the 2 vials taken from the suspect. Jones told us it was high-grade morphine. We went back to the office and double-checked the serial numbers on the vials with the crime report on the St. Agnes Hospital robbery. They matched.
And there's a good break. These vials were in the loot when the gang knocked over the hospital 28 days ago. Now stay on the trail and we'll crack that gang wide open.
This the arrest report on the guy, Ed?
Yeah. Picked him up in a bar off South Main.
Who is the guy? A transient?
Yeah, here it is, man. James Steiner, Phoenix, Arizona, age 37, transient laborer. Anybody talk this guy yet, Ed?
Not yet. He shouldn't be too hard. You better get on it.
Right, Skipper. Come on, Joe.
Check you later, Ed. What time you got, Ben?
Let me see here. 25 past 4.
A phone call for you, Ben?
Yeah, who was it?
Your wife. Wants you to pick up some aspirin and a bottle of nose drops for your kid on your way home.
Oh, yeah, almost forgot.
That the only call we had, Mike?
That's right.
Thanks.
Well,
you got that Dr. Springer's number, Ben?
Yeah. Here it is. Crestview 55284.
Thanks.
Nurse said he'd call us around 4, didn't she?
Yeah.
Dr. Springer's office?
This is Sergeant Friday down at the police department. Dr. Springer there?
Well, no, he isn't, Sergeant. He called in about 20 minutes ago, and I gave him your message. He said he'd call you.
All right, Miss Turner. When he comes in, tell him to call us. Impress on him. It's urgent.
All right, Sergeant, I'll do that. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
No luck?
I don't know. Just a hunch. He may be ducking us.
Who are you calling now?
State Medical Board. Maybe they can check us out on Dr. Springer. I put the call through to the State Medical Board and asked for a check on Dr. Fred Springer. They said they'd call back within the hour. In the meantime, we had James Steiner brought to one of the interrogation rooms for questioning. It was all talk.
Look, it's like I told the sergeant when they booked me. I don't know anything about this hospital job.
Sit down, Steiner.
Oh, all right, thanks.
How long you been in the city, Steiner?
L.A.? Oh, about a month. I came from Phoenix, looking for work. Things are pretty slow in Phoenix.
Where'd you get the morphine?
Huh?
I said, where'd you get the morphine?
The stuff? I bought it. Just for a pop now and then. I just play around with it. Just for kicks.
Who'd you buy the vials from?
Who? I don't know. A guy in a bar gave me a price.
Which bar was that?
Which bar? The Black Parrot. I'm not hooked. I just play around with it just for kicks.
What did the guy look like, Steiner?
What did he look like? I don't know. Tall, I guess.
Would you remember him if you saw him again?
Remember? Sure. I talked to him a couple of nights at the bar.
Was he on the stuff? Was he a hype?
Hype? Yeah, maybe. Tall fella, dark.
You shooting the stuff?
Shooting the stuff? No, I'm no mainliner. I never took in the veins in my life. I told you I'd do it just for kicks, just to pop now and then.
Take off your shirt. Let's see your arms.
Huh? My arms?
Come on, take it off.
Well,
who are you kidding, Steiner? Your arm looks like a pincushion.
I told you just once in a while, just for the kicks. I'm not hooked on it.
They found 2 vials of stolen morphine on you, Steiner. You can go 2 ways, hard or easy.
Hard or easy? I told you I ain't done nothing. I bought the stuff. I use a cap or a bindle once in a while for kicks, but I'm not hooked. I bought the stuff, I tell you.
Who was he, Steiner? Who sold it to you?
Who? I told you I met him in a bar, the Black Parrot.
Who was he?
He was tall. Dark. He gave me a good price.
Come on, let's have it, Steiner. His name.
I'm feeling sick. You got something for me? I'm sick.
All right. Mike.
Yeah, Joe.
Get some milk. A couple of quarts right away.
Okay.
You ready to tell us, Steiner? Who was it?
I'm sick. I'm sick.
We're getting some milk for you now. Come on, you better talk.
Max. That's all he said. Name was Max. He gave me a good price. I only take a pop now and then just for kicks.
You think you could point him out for us?
Yeah, maybe. I'm sick. I'm sick.
Narcotics from Merrill.
Hello. This is Dr. Springer calling. You wanted to talk to me.
Yes, we did, Doctor. And we've got a few questions we'd like to ask you. Oh, hold on just a minute, will you? It's Dr. Springer, Joe.
All right, tell him we got to see him tonight. We'll call him back later.
Dr. Springer?
Yes?
Sorry, Doctor. We'll have to see you later on tonight. You be at home?
Well, I have an appointment this evening. Would you mind telling me what this is all about?
Sure, Doctor. It's about a man named Benny Trousel.
Oh. I see.
And if you don't mind, we'd like to check over your prescription list with you.
Yes. I'll cancel my appointment. You can contact me here at home. 1538 South Road. I'll be here all night.
All right, Doctor. Thank you. We'll see you later, then.
Yes. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
What'd he say? All right?
Yeah, it's all right. I'll buy that hunch of yours now, Joe. Dr. Springer, he knows who killed Benny Trousel. I bet he knows why.
When Mike Hannon came back with the milk, we fed it to Steiner, and then we put him back in his cell. We put in another call to John Patterson out on East Beverly Drive, but there was no answer. We left word with Hannon where we were going, and then Ben and I headed out for Dr. Springer's home. It was 7:35 when we pulled up into the driveway at 1538 South Road, a low, rambling ranch-type home. We got out of the car and made our way down the path to the front door. A gray Persian cat followed us. The door was half open. We knocked, but there was no answer. Through the window, we could see the living room was dimly lighted. We went in. We found Dr. Springer sitting in a large carved mahogany chair in the dining room. The room was hung with draperies. He was slumped forward, face down on the dining table. There was a bullet hole in his right temple. On the floor near his right hand was a .32 automatic pistol. In the center of the dining table was a piece of white paper.
Looks like he beat us.
Yeah. Any names on that confession?
One says he killed Trousel. No, wait a minute. It says, John Patterson. He forced me to this.
What?
I don't know. What's it look like to you? Here's another one. Norberg. That's all it says. And then he signed his name, Dr. Fred Springer.
Ben, come over here. Look at these.
Hypodermic needle. It works. This morphine?
White powder. Could be.
Then he was on it himself.
Looks like it. We'll find out when they post him. I'll get it. Yeah.
Sergeant Friday there, please.
This is Joe, Mike. What do you got?
Can you talk all right there?
Yeah, go ahead.
Just got a kickback on your call to the State Medical Board on this Dr. Fred Springer.
Mm-hmm.
He's not a registered physician in the state of California. Besides that, his license was revoked in Pennsylvania 2 years ago. Illegal operations.
That explains it. Notify homicide. Get the crime lab in the corner out here, will you? Looks like Springer shot himself.
Okay, Joe, right away.
We'll wait for him, but hurry him up, Mike. We got a couple more places to check out tonight.
Okay, Joe, see you later.
Right.
What's next? Patterson place?
I don't know. Maybe we ought to try Steiner first.
Sounds good to me. Feels like we're getting close.
Yeah, Ben. Real close. 12 minutes later, homicide and the crime lab men checked in at the Springer house, and Ben and I checked out. We went back to the office and found Ed Backstrand waiting for us. We told him our story, and he sent 2 men out to keep an eye on the Patterson place. 2 other men went to work to try and track down the other name in Springer's confession note, Norberg. Ben and I went up to the county jail and picked up Steiner. The 3 of us started out to look for the man who sold Steiner the 2 vials of morphine stolen from the hospital pharmacy a month before. The man's name was Max. He was tall and dark. That was all we knew. The rest of it was up to Steiner. 2 other men from the detail, Davis and Emerson, came along with us to take care of Steiner if anything went wrong. Our first stop was the Black Parrot Tavern. Davis parked the car in an alley down the street. Steiner, Ben, and I got out and walked the rest of the way.
You understand what you're supposed to do, Steiner?
Me? Yeah. I go in first and sit at the bar. You 2 will follow me. I sit at the bar, and if I see Max, I give you the sign. That's okay, huh?
That's right. And you don't try to break for it.
Break for it? Me? I told you, I'm squaring with you guys.
All right, Steiner. Go ahead.
Let's hope it works, Joe.
Yeah, there he goes inside. Come on. Now, look, try to grab one of the booths along the wall if you can, huh?
Right. Here we are.
First booth, Ben. It's empty.
Yeah.
Fellas left to order at the bar. Waitress got a night off.
Make it a couple of beers, will you?
Couple of beers? Okay.
Joe. So look at Steiner.
Yeah, he's signaling. Must mean the guy putting on his coat over there. No, hold it, Ben. Wait till he gets past us. All right, get Steiner back to the car. I'll tail the guy. You come after me. I didn't know how right Steiner was or how much we could trust him. All I knew was that the man I was following was tall and he was in a hurry. I followed him 3/4 of a block before he turned in at a motel. He went to a cottage at the rear of the lot, let himself in, and closed the door quickly behind him. A minute later, Ben and the others pulled up in the car.
Got him staked out, Joe. Steiner says that was Max.
Let's make sure. Come on.
Which one's he in?
The one down at the end here. Now be careful.
You too.
All right, here we are. Wait a minute right there. All right, look, there's no rear door. He's got to come out the front. Keep the door clear. You ready?
All set.
Cover me. Open up in there.
Who is it?
Police officers, open up.
Just a minute.
All right, Ben, give it back to him.
Don't shoot, we'll come out.
All right, throw your guns out first, then come out with your hands behind your head and make it fast. Watch it, Ben, he's making a break.
All right, mister, that's far enough. Get out of my way. Get out of
Get him, Ben. That's good, Ben. You all right?
Yeah. He didn't mean it, Copper. He didn't mean it. He didn't know what he was doing.
Well, that must be a good excuse, lady. A lot of people use it. Come on, Ben. Let's take him in. It was 10 minutes past midnight when we got back to headquarters. Both the man and the woman were booked for violation of the State Narcotics Act, a felony. He gave his name as Max Jansen. In his luggage, we found 13 vials of morphine, large quantities of heroin, and a small amount of panopin. He gave us the names and addresses of 6 active members of the narcotics gang. He identified Dr. Springer as second in command.
Just a few more questions, Jansen.
Yeah, all right.
Why did Springer kill Trousel?
He had it coming. Trousel knew the score, and he was blackmailing him, bleeding him white.
Why didn't the gang take care of him?
The boss said no rough stuff. Things were going too good. He warned Springer, but he wouldn't listen.
All right, Jansen, just one more question. Who's the boss?
Do I get off light? State's witness?
It might help. We can't promise you anything.
Who's the boss, Patterson?
Yeah.
138 East Beverly Drive?
That's right.
What about Norberg? How does he figure?
It's the same guy. Patterson, Norberg, both the same.
And what's his real name?
Norberg. Tony Norberg.
What's his front?
He's legit, or he used to be. Importing business.
Where?
Here. Got an office downtown. Do I get protection?
Where's Norberg now?
Home out in Laurel Canyon. Do I get protection?
I thought you said he lived out on East Beverly.
His apartment. His home's out in the canyon.
Where? What's the address?
Do I get protection?
You'll get protection.
Wind Way. 860 Wind Way.
All right, Friday. Romero, take some men with you.
All right, Davis, cover the back of the house. Levine, you cover the front. Come on, Ben.
Yes?
Mr. Norberg in?
Who's calling?
Police officers.
Oh, come in, won't you?
Thank you.
Now get your hands up. Face the wall.
You'll never make it, lady. The house is surrounded.
Tony, get the stuff. It's our only chance.
They'll cut you down, Norberg.
All right, Jeannie, give him the gun.
Don't be a fool. They're going to march out the door in front of us, right to the car.
I'm not going, Jeannie. Try it if you want. I'm not going.
All right, Tony, stay. Come on, coppers.
You'll never make it, lady.
I said move. Fast.
All right, Ben, hit the dirt.
She's going for the car.
See if you can get those tires. Come on.
Dead?
Yeah.
Norberg was smart. Must be the girlfriend.
Guess so.
Wonder why they start. Why did they get on the stuff, Joe?
For kicks, Ben. None of them ever get hooked. Just for kicks.
The story you have just heard is true. Only the names were changed to protect the innocent.
Tony Norberg, alias John Patterson, was tried and convicted for possession of narcotics, robbery, and conspiracy, and was sentenced to the maximum term prescribed by law, each count to run consecutively. He died 3 years and 11 days after his arrival at the state penitentiary. You have just heard the 9th in a new series of authentic cases transcribed from official files. Technical advice for Dragnet is furnished by the Los Angeles Police Department.
Tonight's program is dedicated to Chief Erskine Fish of the North Sacramento Police Department, who on the night of August 11th, 1935, gave his life so that yours might be more secure.
Dragnet came to you from Los Angeles. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
What you doing, Bill?
Yeah, what's it look like?
Oh,
A gun needs cleaning every now and then, Sarah. It doesn't work when you want it to.
some husband you are, always carrying a gun.
Any complaints you got, write them out and forget them.
Mm-hmm.
This baby's all loaded and ready to use.
What do you use a gun for, Bill?
Persuasion.
What?
Where's that gimmick I had?
I don't know.
Oh, here it is. See, fits right on.
Hey, that's a silencer, isn't it?
Yeah.
You gonna use that gun tonight?
Uh-huh.
On who?
You?
Me?
Uh-huh.
Bill, you crazy. You're not
I'm
gonna...
gonna kill you, and I'm gonna get away with it, too. Because the police will say at the same time I kill you, the same gun kills somebody else 20 miles away. The same gun, Sarah, at the same time it kills you. You get it?
No. Bill, you're crazy. You're crazy.
Oh, you don't get it, huh?
No,
Okay.
No.
Well, you got that, didn't you?
Now, on to Dick Calmer as Boston Blackie. Enemy to those who make him an enemy. Friend to those who have no friend.
Hello, Mr. Johnson.
Bill King, what are you doing here at this hour?
You'll find out. Get back
Why,
here.
it's almost midnight, Bill. Can't just wait till morning, whatever it is?
You can wait about 30 seconds, Mr. Johnson, and that's all.
What do you want? I told you I paid you all the money I'm going to pay
Yeah,
you.
I know that. And you said you're going to the police.
Wait a minute, Bill. Wait a minute. I was only joking about going to the police.
It's too late for that, Mr. Johnson. This gun's already killed one person, my wife.
No.
And it's got to kill you to cover up.
No.
Well, it's exactly midnight, Mr. Johnson.
Please.
So... Exactly midnight, Mr. Johnson. Too late for anyone to be up. So... pleasant dreams. I'm sorry I spilled that coffee all over your arm, Jim. Did it burn?
No, I just made a mess of my sleeve and trousers. Okay, though, Bill. It's just an accident.
Look, here's a towel.
Yeah.
Oh, here's your watch.
Thanks. Now, let's get back to the game, huh?
Yeah, sure. Hey, what time is it anyway?
It's almost 4.
Almost 4? Huh? Ooh. Oh, you don't realize the time, do you, when you're in a good card game?
And what's good about tonight's game?
Well, okay, so you're having tough luck for a change.
For a change, nothing. I had to borrow $50 from my friend Boston Blackie last week, and $35 the week before.
Well, that's what friends are for.
Yeah.
Well, come on, the other guys are waiting.
Right.
Personally, I've got everything I've been waiting for.
According to the newspapers, it's incredible, Faraday. Incredible and fantastic. We've got to do something about it.
You're incredible and fantastic, too, Blackie, and I'm going to do something about you.
For instance?
What do you take to get out of my office?
You couldn't afford to pay it.
Yeah, name it.
Listen, Inspector. Is this case as impossible as the newspapers say?
You figure it out. 2 people were shot at exactly midnight, 20 miles apart. But ballistics says both bullets came from the same gun. Now, is that impossible, or do you have one of your genius explanations for it?
I wish I did. Any connection between the 2 people?
No, one was a man, one a woman.
Do they know each other?
Not that we know yet.
And both were killed at the same time?
Yeah. The time was midnight. I didn't give that information to the papers, but it was exactly 12 o'clock. Neighbors of the man who was killed, Carl Johnson, heard the shot at midnight.
And neighbors of the woman heard a shot 20 miles away at the same time.
That's right. And those are strange words for me to be saying to you, Blackie, so remember them. You'll never hear them again from me.
I can't wait to get home to write them into my diary.
Yeah, why not start home?
Any suspects, Faraday?
Any suspects, Faraday? Yeah, there's suspects. One, a guy named Bill King. We know Johnson was scared to death of him, and a guy answering King's description was seen leaving Johnson's place just after the shot.
Apparently you haven't picked up King.
We've got men out for him. What are you going to do about him?
Find him, of course, the hard way. By finding out something about the woman who was killed. What was her name?
Sarah Adams is the only name we've got for her. Once was a burlesque queen, from what I hear. What about my suspect?
Well, Faraday, maybe a way to find King is to check back on the Queen.
What do you have, Mac?
A little information, and the name's not Mac, it's Boston Blackie.
Okay, Mac, what's with you?
How's business?
Not good.
Well, this place looks as if it should do all right. You must have a theatrical following, haven't you? Those pictures of celebrities up on the wall there. Know any of them personally?
What celebrities? They're just people who used to put on a good show here in my better days.
Oh.
I didn't give that information to the papers, but it was exactly 12 o'clock. Neighbors of the man who was killed, Carl Johnson, heard the shot at midnight.
And neighbors of the woman heard a shot 20 miles away at the same time.
That's right. And those are strange words for me to be saying to you, Blackie, so remember them. You'll never hear them again from me.
I can't wait to get home to write them into my diary.
Yeah, why not start home?
Any suspects, Faraday?
Any suspects, Faraday? Yeah, there's suspects. One, a guy named Bill King. We know Johnson was scared to death of him, and a guy answering King's description was seen leaving Johnson's place just after the shot.
Apparently you haven't picked up King.
We've got men out for him. What are you going to do about him?
Find him, of course, the hard way. By finding out something about the woman who was killed. What was her name?
Sarah Adams is the only name we've got for her. Once was a burlesque queen, from what I hear. What about my suspect?
Well, Faraday, maybe a way to find King is to check back on the Queen.
What do you have, Mac?
A little information, and the name's not Mac, it's Boston Blackie.
Okay, Mac, what's with you?
How's business?
Not good.
Well, this place looks as if it should do all right. You must have a theatrical following, haven't you? Those pictures of celebrities up on the wall there. Know any of them personally?
What celebrities? They're just people who used to put on a good show here in my better days.
Oh. Well, here's hoping you have them again.
Thanks.
They say there was a murder in that tenement house across the street, wasn't there?
According to the papers.
The woman who was killed, Sarah Adams.
So?
She came in here, didn't she?
No. Never saw her. Never heard of her. Look, I got work to do.
You have some talking to do.
Let go of me.
I'll pull you across the counter on your chin if you don't start telling the truth.
Look, tough guy, I'll bounce a sugar ball up the head if you don't take your hands off me.
Oh, yeah?
When I say I don't know somebody, I don't know him.
I'd like to give you a memory course, pal. Someday I will.
Hey, what's eating this guy, John?
That's nothing, me. Now go on back to your table. I'll bring you some java.
I thought I heard him say something about Sarah Adams.
No. Now go on, will you?
You know, she and me used to troop together, Hanson. Yeah, Hanson, she and me used to troop together. Till she got married.
Whom did she marry?
Keep your mouth shut, May.
Brother, you're begging for a clip on the chin. Go ahead, May. Whom did she marry?
Fellow named King. Yeah, Bill King.
Oh.
Yeah, that's the guy.
You wouldn't have to know if she knew a fellow named Carl Johnson, would you?
Johnson? Sure, Sarah knew him, and how? Made me laugh when I seen in the papers that Sarah and Johnson got killed. The cops couldn't find no connection.
Is that so?
What are you doing later, Hanson? Want to take a go at the movies?
No, thank you. Say, you wouldn't know where I could find Bill King, would you?
Hey, mister, I don't say I know everything. I just say everything I know.
Easy now, Matthews, easy. Check, Inspector. You did good work in tracking him down. But if King's in that room at the end of the hall, maybe he's not alone.
I know Inspector Faraday. He has a gun with him.
All right.
Well, I'm ready for him with mine.
Quiet. Here's the door.
Do we knock it?
Door, if it's not locked, swell. If it is, we'll crash it. It's thin. It's open.
Well, hello.
All right, King. You're going to get a lot of things you don't expect. Coming to headquarters with us, King.
Yeah, what kind of headquarters? Boy Scouts?
Uh-huh.
Oh, no. Well, you're policeman, aren't you? Walk toward us with your hands up, King. All right. You kind enough to tell me what this is all about?
It's about two people we think you killed.
Well, I think you'll have to prove that, won't you?
I'll prove it, all right. We're going downtown. I've got a cell all picked out for you. It's no palace, King. But for a while, you're going to call it home.
Hello.
Mary, this is Blackie. Anybody call?
Yes, Blackie. And don't you think it's time you either let me regain my status as your girlfriend or paid me for being a telephone operator?
Take 20 years' notice on both jobs.
Oh, that sounds more like it.
I'm sorry, Mary.
Well.
But I have been busy, you know that.
Mm-hmm.
Who called?
Faraday. He wants you down to headquarters. He's picked up Bill King.
Good for the inspector.
Yeah.
Well, thanks, Mary. I'm on my way down to help send King up.
Hey, Joe. Come on, clean off the counter. It's a mess.
It ain't anything like the mess you got Bill King in with that big mouth of yours. Now, you didn't have no...
Get Bill in any mess?
No.
Oh.
Bill's landlady just called. The cops picked him up.
What for?
What do you think? His wife was killed, wasn't she?
So what?
So, maybe Bill killed her.
Maybe he never sent nobody to the chair.
Look. Somebody killed her. Bill and his wife didn't get along so good.
So what? I don't get along with a lot of people. The cops ain't after me for murder.
Well, they're after Bill for murder. And because you had to open your big yammer. You know what Blackie did after you talked? He went right down to where the cops were holding Bill.
So he went to the cops.
So they'll
what?
get Bill for murdering his wife. And then maybe killing that guy Johnson. He had a reason to kill Johnson, too, maybe.
Maybe. Sure, he had a reason. He had a reason to kill his wife, too, but the cops won't get him for it. It's too smart for him, Joe. Too smart.
All right, Inspector, I like it here in your office.
Yeah, that's temporary.
If you like me here, I'll move in. What rent do you pay?
Very humorous, isn't he, Blackie?
King, why don't you get smart?
Okay.
You were positively identified as the man seen leaving Carl Johnson's house just after he was shot, and I found out at a little cafe that Sarah Adams was your wife.
Aren't you the one? Oh, by the way, if I killed Johnson, how could I have killed my wife 20 miles away at the same time? How's that possible?
We'll figure that out later.
King, on the night of the murders, where were you at 11 o'clock? From then on.
Let me see. Oh, yeah, I was playing cards. One of the fellows I played with, Blackie's a friend of yours, I think.
Who's that?
I know who it is.
A fellow named Jim Carter.
Oh. You were with him all that time?
I've sent for Carter, Blackie. He's this character's alibi.
I see.
Is Carter on the level?
I'd bet on him. If Carter says King was with him, he was with him all right.
Well, never mind, Carter. King, look, we're not stupid.
No?
You're a cute kid. I think I'll... Come in.
Inspector Jim Carter's there.
Send him in.
Yes, this way.
Thanks a lot. Well, Blackie, hello.
Hi, Jim.
Hi.
I've got a question to ask you.
I'll save you some trouble, Blackie. Jim, the police think that I killed 2 people last night.
Last night? Why, you killed 3 people last night, Bill.
3? What?
In 30.
11:30, huh?
From there, we went to Harry's house, picked him up, and...
One does. You were with King here from 11:30 on, and he didn't leave you for 1 minute?
I was with him from 11:30 until after 4 a.m., and he didn't leave me for 1 minute.
Well, gentlemen, I'm sorry to disappoint you, but this is where I leave. Here.
And now, back to Boston Blackie. Bill King shoots and kills Carl Johnson at exactly midnight. Apparently, at exactly midnight, 20 miles across town, King's wife is killed. King is seen leaving the scene of Johnson's murder, but when he is picked up, Jim Carter, known and trusted by Blackie, definitely establishes that he was with King at the time of the twin murders. So King is set free. As we return to our story, Blackie is in the apartment of his friend, Mary Wesley, puzzling over the case.
Blackie, this whole thing is impossible. The same gun couldn't kill 2 people 20 miles apart at exactly the same time.
But it did, Mary. The same gun at exactly the same time, midnight.
Oh, no.
Ballistics prove it was the same gun.
Well, maybe Jim Carter was wrong about the time that King called for him.
He says he wasn't. And he's honest, Mary.
Well, an honest man can make an honest mistake.
I'm considering that, too. Look, will you do me a favor?
Well, sure, if I can.
Get a pad and pencil and write down these questions I give you.
Yeah.
Then go over to Jim's house and have them answered.
Yeah, okay.
I'll phone you there as soon as I get through.
Get through with what?
Faraday had to let Bill King go.
Oh?
Nothing on him. But I'm going to prove that he put something over on us.
Hello, Jim.
Oh, Bill. Come in.
Thanks. Saw your light on as I was driving by, so I thought I'd drop in and thank you.
Thank me? For what?
For helping me out.
Helping you out? I don't see where I
You
helped
told
you
the
out.
police where I was last night when my wife and that guy Johnson were killed. You could have double-crossed me.
I don't see how. I just told the truth. You were with me.
Yeah, but you know, a friend who isn't a friend...
Now, look, Bill, I don't know why you give it a thought. You were with me last night, and that's all there is to it.
But there may be more to it, Jim.
More to it? What do you mean?
I mean, somebody might try to make you change your mind about last night. Might try to prove I wasn't with you.
But you were with me, Bill, from 11:30 till after 4. And nothing and no one can ever tell me that you weren't.
Hiya, Joe. How's everything?
Slaughter night, Bill. I heard you was at headquarters a while.
Yeah, I just came from there, but they had to let me go.
That's good. Tough about Sarah.
Yeah, sure was. I'm going to miss her. Look, who talked?
Not me.
Boston Blackie admitted he was down here asking questions. Who gave him answers?
Well, don't look at me. I didn't.
But then who did?
She did.
Who?
Over there in the booth. Hey, you know how
hey.
women shoot their mouths off, Bill.
Boy, that...
She didn't mean no harm, though, Bill.
Never mind. I don't care what she did to me.
Now, look, Bill, take it easy.
Shut up, Joe. I'll handle this.
Oh, Bill. Hey, there was a guy in here asking...
Yeah, I know, May. There was a dame in here talking. I don't like people popping off about me.
What you gonna do about it?
Well, I'll do this about it. Here's another one. Maybe one more to set you up for good.
Hey, come down. Boston Blackie just come in.
Blackie, come in.
Yes, you're just going out, Bill. Down and out.
Come on, hit him, Blackie. Oh, boy.
Very brave, little girls.
Thanks, mister.
Thank you. That was my pleasure.
Jim, Blackie gave me this list of questions to ask you.
What is this, a sort of written third degree?
Oh, now, Jim.
Mary, I told Blackie all I know.
Well, apparently he hasn't asked you everything he wants to ask you.
All right, let's have the questions.
Okay. Question 1. Why are you sure of the time when you got up last night?
Because my wristwatch and the hall clock here had the same time. I didn't have to reset either later on. And my watch has been right ever since.
Mm-hmm, okay. And question 2. Did you at any time take your wristwatch off?
No, I didn't. Yeah, wait a minute. I did.
Oh?
Bill accidentally spilled coffee on my arm during the card game and held my watch for me while I washed.
Oh, wait till I make a note of that, Bill.
But, Mary, if Bill gimmicked my wristwatch, it wouldn't have been right according to the hall clock. He didn't touch that.
Oh, well, the third question's about the hall clock, Jim. While you were getting dressed, where was Bill King? Could he...
Oh, I don't know. He was standing
well, I'm
right
not
around...
finished. The rest of the question is, could Bill have had time to reset the hall clock before you two left to play cards?
Yeah, he could have. He came out here and waited while I dressed, and I didn't look at the hall clock again before we left. Does that help you any?
I don't know, but I'll let you know as soon as Blackie lets me know.
Come on, Faraday. Wake up. Wake up.
What for? Who's bothering me? Oh, it's you, Blackie.
You sleep enough on your job. You don't mind my waking you up at home.
I don't. What time is it?
Look at your watch and see.
It's exactly midnight. So what?
So I just figured the way Bill King could kill two people at the same time. It isn't midnight at all, Faraday. It's 1 a.m. I set your watch back before I woke you up.
Wait a minute.
That's right, Faraday. You would have sworn in the morning that I was here at midnight.
Sure. That's how King could have framed Jim Carter into giving him a perfect alibi.
That's exactly how he did it. He woke Carter up at 12:30, not 11:30, and then later reset Jim's watch and clock to the correct time without Jim knowing. They played cards, and, you know, who thinks about time when they're playing cards?
That's right.
Congratulate me, Inspector. King could have been at Johnson's at the time Johnson was killed.
You want me to congratulate you, do you? Well, if King killed Johnson at midnight last night, how did he kill his wife at the same time, 20 miles away, and with the same gun?
Do you have to mention that?
Yeah, I have to mention that.
Faraday, your phone's...
I can hear. Hello.
Inspector, this is Matthew.
What do you want?
I'm sorry to bother you this time of night, Inspector.
I'll bet.
There's been another murder you'll be interested in. The dead man was Lenny Mitchell,
Yeah?
a pal of Bill King's. Used to work for him when King was in the rackets.
A pal of King's, huh?
That's right.
Okay, I'll be down at headquarters in half an hour. Well, Blackie, we just...
I know. I heard it. So Lenny Mitchell is number 3 on King's list.
What do you mean, King's list? Okay, so King could have been at Johnson's when Johnson was killed. We think King killed his wife. But when we try to pin those murders on him, we draw nothing but blanks.
Wait a minute. Faraday, blanks, that's it. Pick up Bill King again, Inspector. A couple of... King?
He told you so.
That's right.
And if I killed Johnson, how could I have killed my wife 20 miles away at the same time Johnson was killed?
Tell it to him slowly, Blackie.
I will, Inspector.
Go ahead.
King, first of all, you weren't with Carter when Carter thought you were.
Huh?
You set back his watch and hall clock before you woke him.
Did I?
Yeah.
Well, if I did that, wouldn't his watch be wrong from then on? And the clock, too?
No, because you reset the hall clock while he was dressing and spilled coffee on his arm during the card game. When he took off his watch to wash, you reset it.
King, a witness identified you as the man seen leaving Johnson's house just after Johnson was killed.
Oh, that's very interesting.
Thanks.
But just to show you I'm a good sport, I'll say maybe I was at Johnson's when he was shot.
Well, that's something.
Let's even say I shot Johnson. But how could I have been 20 miles away and at the exact stroke of midnight killed my wife with the same gun that killed Johnson?
How? We know that, too. Don't we, Blackie?
We sure do,
Yeah,
but I think King can do all the talking from now on. King, you said Johnson and your wife were both killed at the stroke of midnight, didn't you?
Yeah, I did.
How'd you know that?
I read it, same as you did in the paper.
The papers didn't mention midnight, King.
What?
All the papers said was at exactly the same hour. But they didn't mention the hour. The killer is the only one who would know that. That's it, King. You've made your mistake.
Well, King, what do you have to say for yourself? Your little plan didn't work, did it?
I don't have anything to say.
Why did you kill your wife, Ann Johnson, and your friend Mitchell?
I can tell you why he killed Lenny Mitchell. King killed his wife, let's say at 11 o'clock, with a silencer on his gun. Then he went to Johnson's without the silencer.
Got there at midnight and killed him. And at the same time, in his wife's apartment, 20 miles away, Mitchell fired a blank cartridge, just to confuse us.
Now, do you want to go on from there, King?
I don't know how you figured it out, Blackie. I thought when I killed Mitchell to keep him quiet that nobody'd ever know how I did it.
And we found out how. Now we want to know why.
Well, I'm not positive why, Faraday, but I can guess. Johnson was in love with King's wife before King married her. But Johnson already had a wife. Right, King?
Yeah, that's right. And after I married Sarah, I saw a chance to make some easy dough to shake Johnson down.
Go on.
Well, after a while, he got tired of paying, said he'd go to the cops. So then I decided to get rid of him and my wife.
You tried to get away with murder by fixing a clock, King. But take my word for it. Time's run out on you.
I'm waiting, Mary.
Be right there, Blackie. I'm just getting my hat on. There we are. Well, worth waiting for?
It sure was. Oh, by the way, did I tell you what a good telephone operator you were?
Well, I helped get Bill King's number, didn't I?
That kind of talk is my exclusive property, Mary. But you did help. That information from Jim Carter was just what I needed.
And all the time I thought it was I you needed. See how wrong I can be?
I needed you to help me get the information.
Well, you could have sent a telegram and you wouldn't have had to take the messenger boy out to dinner the way you're doing for me. Oh, Blackie, this was a very complicated case, wasn't it?
I wouldn't say it was complicated, just impossible.
Oh.
But there was a fallacy somewhere, and all I had to do was find it.
Mm-hmm.
A gun can't be in two places at the same time, neither can a person.
Oh, I wouldn't say that. Every time you work on a case, even though I'm in my own apartment, I'm with you every minute.
That's very sweet. But talking about minutes, how about a minute steak?
I'm hungry enough to eat an hour steak. All right with you?
Definitely. You know something?
I know a lot of things. What do you have in mind?
I just happened to think. If
What?
Bill King hadn't said the murders were committed at the crack of midnight, we might not have been able to prove our case. That wasn't a crack of midnight, Mary. For him, that was a crack of doom.
Out of the fog, out of the night, comes another Bulldog Drummond story. $1 billion is a lot of money. Yet right now, the payment of above-ceiling prices is adding $1 billion a year to America's food bills. And remember, those dollars are made up of pennies. Now, a few pennies over the ceiling price may not seem very important at the time, but it is. Every penny is one more link in the dangerous chain which leads to inflation, and then to depression. So help to break that chain. One of the most important helps is for you to check the ceiling prices, which are listed in every grocery store. Check the list and don't pay 1 cent more. Watch every penny, for every penny counts. And now, to tell us about our newest adventure, here is...
Pardon me, sir, if you don't mind.
Yes, Denny?
I'm going to relate this story. You see, I have Captain Drummond's permission. Oh, he'll be here next week as usual to tell about another adventure, but this story is more or less my own.
All right, Denny. Go right ahead.
Thank you, sir. I call this story Help Wanted. It began one morning when Captain Drummond and I were separating for the first time in our long association. He was going on a highly secret government mission alone. Police Inspector Hogan and I saw him off on the trail.
Well, Denny, he's on his way.
Yes, Inspector. I suppose I might as well go home.
Captain Drummond. Calling Captain Drummond.
My word, what's that?
Captain Drummond, please come to the station master's office immediately. It is urgent.
No, dear, and Captain Drummond's on the train.
Come on, Denny. We'll see what the call is about. The station master's office is right over here.
Captain Drummond, you are wanted in the station master's office.
What in the world do you suppose it's about, Inspector Hogan?
Well, it's only a guess, but maybe Drummond left some excitement behind to keep you busy. Here's the place.
After you, Inspector.
Okay. Oh, there was a call for Captain Drummond.
That's right. Well, he just left on a train. I'm his man, Denny.
And I'm Inspector Hogan, Police Department. What's wrong?
Come into the inner office, please.
Sure. Go ahead, Denny.
Yeah, thank you. Oh, Inspector, look. That man on the couch.
He's dead.
Dead?
Oh, dear.
He collapsed in the waiting room. Just before he died, he asked for Captain Drummond. I knew Drummond was leaving town today, so I paged him over the train announcing system.
Just a minute. Here's his wallet. Frederick Trent. Frederick Trent. Oh, yes, I knew I'd seen him before. The Trent Trio. It's a vaudeville nightclub act. They're sharpshooters. The act's playing at the Orpheum this week.
Inspector, look at the man's arm.
Yes, hypodermic punctures. What about them?
Well, it's obvious, isn't it? Frederick Trent was murdered.
Now, hold everything, Denny. Don't go jumping to conclusions and don't go finding any clues. I'll have the body taken to the morgue and the medical examiner will decide the cause of death. That's his business.
You'll find out that I'm correct, Inspector. I intend to follow through on this case just as Captain Drummond would. Just a moment, please. I'm coming. Yes?
The Employment Bureau sent me over.
Oh, I've been expecting you. Come in.
Nice joint. What kind of guy is the boss?
Why, some people find me rather charming.
Oh, the social error is on me, boss.
The agency said they were sending over a qualified valet.
That's me all over. Hubert, the perfect gentleman's gentleman.
Hubert?
Yeah, Hubert. And no cracks.
Well, perhaps I should explain. For years, I've been Captain Hugh Drummond's man. He's out of town on an important case has come up, you see. And I'm acting in his place.
I get it. You're in the main bout, so you want me to take your place in the preliminaries.
Yes. Now, about your qualifications.
10 years on my last job.
My word, that's a long time.
Yeah, and I'd still have that job, only the state invited Lemons White to spend 10 years in the penitentiary.
Lemons White?
The one and only, king of the slot machine racket. Oh, what a guy he was. I was sort of a bodyguard, too.
You're just the man I'm looking for.
Then it's a deal, with time and a half for overtime. What do I do first?
Hubert, you and I are going to pay a visit to the morgue.
We're going to pay... The morgue?
Yes. It's the first stop on the road that will lead us to the capture of a vicious killer.
I'll answer that, boss. Hello?
This is Inspector Hogan.
Inspector Hogan? Hey, I ain't done nothing.
Is Denny there?
Oh, yeah, sure he's right here. It's for you, boss, and am I glad.
Thank you. Hello, Inspector.
Oh, Denny, I just got the medical examiner's report. Listen to what it says. Cause of death, diabetic shock.
Yes, I see. But what about the hypodermic puncture marks?
Well, Denny, Frederick Trent had diabetes. For years he'd been treating himself like a lot of diabetics do. He injected insulin into his arm on regular schedule.
Oh, dear.
So there goes your murder case right out the well-known window.
Yes, Inspector. I'm afraid you're right. Oh, well. Did you hear that, Hubert?
Yeah, I did, boss. Look, I'd like to fix you a drink to cheer you up.
No, Hubert. Thank you just the same. Well, I suppose by this time Captain Drummond has received my telegram. He knows what a blunderer I am.
Oh, cheer up, boss. Drummond's going to be away for a week. Maybe something else exciting will turn up. Maybe opportunity will knock on our door again. Or ring our doorbell. I got it.
Telegram for you. Sign here.
Oh, sure. We don't tip here, but thanks, opportunity.
What's that?
Skip it. Telegram for you, boss.
Yes, I know. Probably from Captain Drummond.
Don't you want to see what it says?
Not particularly.
Well, on account of I am naturally suspicious by nature, do you mind if I take a gander at it?
No, not at all, Hubert.
Oh, gee, boss, thanks. You're right, it's from Drummond. Hey, boss, we're back in the running.
What?
Listen to this. A diabetic could be killed by depriving him of insulin. Moira angle still possible. Suggest you follow through. Investigate all likely suspects. Drummond.
My word. It could still be murder. You know, I felt it.
That's male intuition. There's nothing like it.
It's 8:30. We must hurry. Come along, Hubert.
Sure, boss. But where?
The Orpheum Theater. There's still time to make the last show.
Our story continues in just a moment. And now back to Denny and the story he calls Help Wanted. With Bulldog Drummond out of town, Denny has interested himself in the death of Frederick Trent. Denny has hired an assistant named Hubert. They've set out to prove that Trent's death was murder, and they have arrived at the theater where the Trent Trio sharpshooting act is playing.
Yes, we're just in time, Hubert. The Trent act is on the stage now.
Shooting always makes me nervous, boss. I'm sensitive.
Two. This way, please.
Thank you, miss, but if you don't mind, we'll stand here in the back.
Yes.
Hey, boss, look at that girl on the stage.
She must be Rita Cooper, the Trent brothers' assistant. She's, you might say...
Yeah, and double in spades. Quite a dame. But she must be crazy letting a guy shoot clay pipes out of her hands.
Hubert, it just occurred to me that I neglected to think of a motive in connection with Frederick Trent's death.
Yeah, I guess we ought to have a motive. Sure. Just like when Louis the Dip knocked off Charlie the Shake because Charlie was muscling in on her.
You know, I wonder where Rita Cooper fits into this case.
Thank you, Mrs. Now, ladies, I will endeavor to shoot from the young lady's groovy list 3 cigarettes. Each 2 3/4 of an inch in length.
They ought to use king size. It's safer.
Come on, Hubert. We'll go backstage and have a talk with Arthur Trent and Rita Cooper.
That's okay with me, boss. The act is too nerve-wracking for my finer instincts towards such a fair sex.
Now then, gentlemen, what can we do for you?
Just a few questions, Mr. Trent, if you don't mind.
Not at all. I assume it's in connection with my brother's death.
I still can't believe Freddie's dead. I just can't believe it.
Rita. You see, my brother and Rita were engaged to be married.
Here, Miss Cooper, let me offer you a chair.
No, thank you. I'm quite all right.
Rita, I think it might be a good idea if you rested a while in your dressing room. Then we'll go to dinner.
Very well.
Mr. Trent, I regret having to bother you at a time like this. I realize what a shock your brother's death has been to you and to Miss Cooper.
Me too, Mr. Trent.
But has it occurred to you that your brother might have been murdered?
Huh? Well, you're crazy, both of you. I don't know what you two are up to, but I won't stand for it. My brother died of a disease from which he'd suffered for many years. The medical examiner's report proves that.
Yes, we realize that, but at the same time...
What?
Well, perhaps I am mistaken. Yes, I must be. Anyway, thank you, Mr. Trent, and good evening. Come on, Hubert.
You first, boss.
Say, are you two really...
Crazy? Well, sure, mister. We're a couple of goons. Any day now we might ask you for your autograph. I got you, boss. That Trent guy is now a suspect, right?
Quite correct, Hubert. Did you notice the way he looked at Rita?
Yeah, like he was nuts about it. So this Arthur Trent guy knocks off his own flesh and blood on account of the chick, right?
Yeah, fundamentally, yes. Now, to prove our theory is correct and solve the murder.
Yeah, but how do we do that?
Let's stop here a moment, then we can observe the stage door.
I seen stage doors before. Look, boss, how about some clues? A murder case ain't much good without clues.
Diabetic could be killed by depriving him of insulin.
That's what Bulldog Drummond said in the telegram.
Insulin? Why, of course. I should have thought of it before.
Should have thought of what?
Why, the modus operandi.
Yeah, the modus
operandi, the manner of operation. That's Latin.
Still Greek to me.
Get back here, Hubert, in the shadows.
Sure, boss.
You're up. Show it.
There they go, boss, out to dinner. Arthur and Rita.
I think I know the motive for the murder. Now, about the method. Injection. Yes, I have it. Come on, Hubert.
Okay, sure.
Where? To the dressing room where we were in before. Both the brothers used it, Jim.
Yeah, I guess they did. It was too big for any theater to give to just one guy.
Arthur Trent won't return for half an hour anyway. Yes. Here we are.
Look, boss, I don't mean to criticize, but ain't this a little bit illegal?
Don't worry, Hubert. We're on the side of the law.
Oh, I guess I forgot about that.
Now, we'll work fast. We can find what we're looking for quickly if it's here. This must be the makeup shelf that Frederick Trent used.
Yeah, that guy Arthur is the type that would have taken the other one with the big mirror.
You know, I never realized that actors use so many lotions and tinctures and whatnot. So many bottles.
What are you looking for there, boss?
Wait, I have it. This bottle. It's labeled insulin.
You mean you got a clue?
Possibly. It all depends upon what the bottle contains.
You know, boss, it's nice to be home again. This is a swell joint. A good place to relax if you got the time.
Well, Hubert, that's about all we do have now until we hear from the doctor.
Yeah, he's a nice guy, that doctor.
He's an old friend of Captain Drummond's.
But why did you telephone Rita Cooper to stop in here on her way home? Oh, now you rest there, boss. Just rest, I got it. Captain Drummond's residence, Hubert speaking.
Is Barrie there?
Coming up. It's the doc, boss.
Oh, thank you. Yes, Doctor?
Danny, the bottle you gave me contains a solution of glucose.
Glucose? That's sugar, isn't it?
Yes.
Doctor, if that solution were given to a diabetic instead of insulin, what would happen?
Why, that would be murder.
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 Thank you a great deal, Doctor. Goodbye.
Oh, boy, we got it again.
You stay here, Hubert. I'll answer.
Okay, boss. It might be the Cooper baby.
Oh, come right in, Miss Cooper.
I got your message. What's wrong?
Oh, come into the living room, please. I'm sorry to have bothered you so late at night. Oh, you know Hubert, of course.
Well, I am charmed again.
I really don't understand. What does all this mean?
Sit down, Miss Cooper.
Well, all right, but I can't stay long. I'm very tired. Well, you know what I've been through.
Miss Cooper, I had to speak to you. I had my suspicions, and I'm sure they would be confirmed. They have been.
Will you please get to the point?
Yes. Your fiancé, Frederick Trent, was murdered.
Murdered? What are you saying?
Murdered, I believe, by his brother Arthur.
Oh. Why do you say that?
Well, it's obvious that Arthur Trent is in love with you. Miss Cooper, you must be honest with me. Arthur Trent killed his brother because of jealousy. He was jealous, wasn't he?
Yes.
Tonight, Hubert and I, found a bottle on Frederick's makeup shelf. It contained a solution of sugar. Solution that was given to Frederick in place of insulin. That was the cause of his death. It was murder.
That's a fact, Miss Cooper. That's what the doc said.
Yes, I wanted to tell you first. Hubert and I are going out when you're ready to leave. We're going to get that bottle, and tomorrow morning we'll turn it over to the police.
To the police?
Yes. You see, that little bottle is evidence that will send Arthur Trent to the electric chair.
All set, boss?
Yes, Hubert, quite ready.
Here's your hat. And look, boss, on account of it's so valuable, maybe you better carry this bottle.
Yes, if you wish.
Boss, are you okay?
Oh, yes, I'm all right.
The shot must have come from one of those open windows over there.
Well, don't bother going over, Hubert. The man is probably well away by this time.
It's lucky he was a bad shot, boss.
No, he wasn't. The shot wasn't meant to hit me. Look at the remains of the bottle on the floor.
Oh, that's right. There ain't nothing left.
The Exhibit A in our case against Arthur Trent has been destroyed. Hubert, that shot was fired by an expert marksman.
I get it, boss. A sharpshooter
named Arthur Trent. Yes, we're glad to see you, Inspector Hogan.
You'd better be right, Billy. I've got 40 men surrounding this theater, and we haven't got time to play games.
Oh, Trent is the murderer, Inspector.
Sure he is. The boss is right.
Keep out of this, you. We'll find out soon enough if you're right, then. We'll grab Arthur Trent as soon as the act is over.
It's almost over now.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Now for our finale. The devil is shoot from the young lady at Ruby Miss. 3 cigarettes. Each 2 3/4 of an inch in length.
Boss!
Inspector, look.
Trent, he's been shot.
And Rita has a gun in her hand.
Hey, she must have bumped him off.
Close that door, Pete. Don't let anybody in this dressing room. All right, then, Miss Cooper. Why did you kill Arthur Trent?
It was self-defense, Inspector. He planned to kill me.
To kill you?
Yes, he was mad. He must have followed me to your house last night, and then followed you and Hubert when you got the bottle. Just before the act went on tonight, I was arranging the guns on a prop table, and I found one of the guns loaded with live cartridges.
What's that?
You see, Inspector, the clay pipes and cigarettes that Arthur shot out of my hands and mouth are charged with a mild explosive. When pressed at the end, they explode.
You mean you used blank cartridges in the guns?
Yes, I timed the act to make it appear that the pipes and cigarettes were really shot away.
A phony act. Quiet, you.
Oh, I understand, Miss Cooper. When you found live cartridges in one of the guns, you knew that Arthur Trent intended to kill you.
That's right. So I loaded another gun and kept it handy. When we came to the finale, I saw him choose the gun that was loaded with live ammunition. He aimed it at me, and then I...
Come in, Pete.
Oh, Inspector, look at this gun. The one we found in Trent's hand. It's loaded with live 45s. Well, Hubert, that clears up the Trent murder case.
Yeah, I guess so, boss. Well, you know, it's been nice knowing you. And this place of Drummond's is sure a swell journey. How about a short snort before I say goodbye?
Very well, Hubert. I think we've earned it. And while you're fixing it, you might make it a long snort. Oh, I'll get it.
A telegram for you.
Yeah, thank you. Here you are, sir.
Well, thank you.
Hubert! Hubert!
matter, boss?
Oh, we've got to hurry before it's too late. We've made a terrible mistake in the Trent case.
Back to the climax of our story in just a moment. And now back to our story. An unexpected turn has developed in the murders of Frederick and Arthur Trent, a case that was apparently closed. The arrival of a telegram has prompted Denny and Hubert to pay a mysterious nocturnal visit to a hotel.
This should be the room, boss. 642.
Here's the pass key I got from the house detective. Come in fast, Hubert, when I open the door.
You're going right into Miss Cooper's room like that?
Like this.
What do you mean bursting into my room?
Close the door, Hubert.
Sure, boss.
I'll call the police.
That's not a bad idea, Miss Cooper. Go right ahead.
Yeah, sister, drop the act. We know all about you now.
I noticed that you have your luggage packed, apparently for a hasty departure.
Yes, I'm leaving town tomorrow. I've had enough tragedy here.
I don't think you'll leave. You see, we know now that it was you who murdered Frederick Trent by replacing the insulin with a sugar solution.
What?
And you did away with Arthur Trent deliberately. It was you who put the live cartridges in that gun, the one you knew he'd use for the finale of your act. You shot him. You almost got away with it.
You're mad.
No, Miss Cooper, it's you who are mad. Money mad. The Trent Trio was one of the most heavily insured acts in the show business.
Wait till you hear this, sister.
The insurance policy provided that if any two members of the act died, the surviving member would receive $200,000. And you happened to be the surviving member.
Very interesting. And true.
Doc, boss, she's got a gun.
It's too late. Stay right where you are, both of you. I can shoot. Remember that bottle I shot out of your hand, Denny?
Oh, dear.
Now we'll really finish this up. As it stands, there are only 3 of us who know the facts. In a minute, there'll be 1. Me. And I will tell.
Drop the gun, lady.
What?
Oh, Inspector Hogan.
Hiya, Inspector. Nice.
I said drop the gun. That's it. All right, Pete, take her away.
Inspector, I don't understand. How did you get here?
Up the fire escape.
I mean, how did you happen to come here?
Well, how about you?
Well, we came here because of this telegram from Captain Drummond. Here, read it.
Thought I'd check up on the Trents for you. Act insured for $200,000. Money to go to last surviving member of Act. Murder for insurance might possibly be motive, Drummond.
You see, I deduced the rest of it myself, Inspector. It was obvious that Rita was the murderess.
Yeah, of course it was obvious to you, boss.
With Captain Drummond's help, of course.
Inspector, I still don't understand how you happened to arrive here just in the nick of time.
Well, here, you read this telegram.
Suggest that you keep an eye on Denny. He might need you. Drummond.
And it was obvious to me, Denny, that you'd come here.
With Captain Drummond?